South Philly on Tuesday, April 29th, Wednesday, April 30th, and Thursday, May 1st, all at 6:45. Don't miss the action and get tickets now at Phillies.com.
WIP hosts prepare for their shows in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig in millions of locations nationwide.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I got to say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Daniel's Plumbing. Oh, oh. Daniel's Plumbing. Oh, oh. Daniel's Plumbing in Philadelphia. Oh, oh.
Daniel's Plumbing offers commercial hydrojetting contracts. We'll keep your drains clean and open. We service small businesses to large corporate facilities. 267-650-3418.
Oh, oh. Daniel's Plumbing. Oh, oh. Daniel's Plumbing in Philadelphia.
Defino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street. It's a Philadelphia-based law firm with a long history of outstanding success, headed by super lawyer Michael Defino and his brother Vincent. They have decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. Defino Law is one of the most reputable firms in the city, focusing on trial work, personal injury, Uber car accidents, slip and fall, DUI, criminal defense, and wills and estate. Serving Philly for over 60 years, founded by the late Judge Anthony Defino. 215-551-9099.
Join us at Odyssey as we do our one thing, together millions of things, for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local park friends group during Love Your Park Week in May, or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get your second month free for a limited time. You'll get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month. Here's Veronica and Jackie, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
And now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free when they use promo code SECONDFREE. Just call, click, or bring us your bill and see how much you can save. Because when it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and use code SECONDFREE to get a free second month. Real people pay to share their opinions, and this ad plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler, for the ride of life. With Sunday night's 95-85 Game 1 victory over Houston, guess what, folks? Golden State has now won 25 of its last 33 games. Jimmy Butler has been the catalyst for sure. And playoff Jimmy? Well, he's proven he can carry the Dubs on the deep postseason run. Here they come on Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling. On this Tuesday morning with the Phillies, they lose again. This one was irritating. I mean, not just the way the game was played, but knowing that it's against the Mets, knowing that last season ended against the Mets, knowing that the Phillies obviously are trailing the Mets in the division. It was just an irritating game. We will talk extensively about it and what it means about the Phillies in the big picture. We'll also get a lot to the Eagles. I mean, really kind of a 50-50 show today because the NFL draft is coming up in 2 days. So an awful lot on the Phillies, an awful lot on the Eagles as well. Get you ready for that. Ruben Amaro with us in studio at 7. Phillies tickets we'll give them away later today. Your chance on that. Got to climb into the phone lines for that, though. 215-592-9494. Richie Rich, how are you, pal?
Hello, Joe.
Good to see you back, bud.
Thank you.
Yeah,
it's
good.
great to be back.
Yeah.
I had a chance to see my son who came home for Easter.
Nice.
And we spent, quality family time, a lot just out in my backyard, which was really cool.
That's fantastic.
And then I had to take him back to the airport yesterday, which was a challenge. And I was bragging the whole weekend. Hey, look at me, guys. Look how good I am. Look how great I'm doing. And like, I am strong. I'm emotionally strong.
Yep.
And then, I got, a little bit sad, but it was like a manageable sad yesterday when I took him back. Like, I think I am in the clear to where I'm no longer embarrassing my children when my son goes back to school. So
I get it, man.
That's evolution, in a positive way.
It is. But even if you had balls of tears, then that means you got a lot of love. And that's a good thing, man.
There's a lot of love. Yeah. He's a great kid.
Good.
It has been shown that deaf individuals sign in their sleep.
Wow.
Just like
that's wild.
That is hearing.
Wild. That's a great fact.
Speak at times. Sometimes it's just jumbled and it doesn't make any sense. They've done studies that show that sometimes the signing can be jumbled and not make any sense. Sometimes it can be telling you what's going on in the dream. It can be describing the backdrop.
That's incredible.
In the dream.
That's an incredible fact.
It really is amazing.
Would not have known that. Like that fact quite a bit. So let me ask you a question. What were you signing last night around the 7th inning with the Phillies game?
Oh my God! I can't say them on the radio. I can sign them if I knew how to. A bunch of curse words. That's what I was doing.
Look, I really want to hear from you today. I hope a lot of people listening right now watched that game last night. It wasn't pretty. Now, in the end, it became close because the Phillies, put up a big score in the 9th inning, but, not enough. Aggravating, frustrating, irritating, pick your adjective. I think any of them and more apply. Look, let's start with last night's game, then we'll broaden it out big picture. So last night, John, Nola he's like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, at first, it seemed like a disaster. Then he obviously settled down after the home run that wasn't. He did settle down. But then the 7th inning, makes his whole line look worse and be what it was. It wasn't.
But it's kind of just
enough.
like karma.
Yeah,
karma. It ends up, was it not a home run? The bottom line was he gives up those lollipops, and it's with regularity. Yeah. And we know also that we're looking at a guy whose velocity is down a mile or two on every pitch he throws.
Right, and it's also not. April 1st anymore. It's not as cold as it was, 3 weeks ago. So,
and I'm so sick and tired of that being that is not a valid excuse.
I agree.
That cannot be used as a valid excuse for a sport that its biggest games are played when it's cold.
I totally agree.
You can't say, hey, guess what, Aaron Nola. I've tried to defend him in the cold and say, hey, he's better when it's sticky. But then that just falls totally flat when you look at the big picture. Take a step back. When we need him most, it's going to be 40 degrees and crisp. That's not humid.
John, I agree with you 1,000,000%. So he was he wasn't a disaster, but he was a disappointment. That's obvious. You can react on that. Now, the bats were the biggest issue last night. They didn't hit until the 9th inning when it was, seemingly all over and then sort of not, but they didn't ultimately They didn't come back. They didn't win the game. So the bats were just horrendous for the most part. And then you had another game where you had another bullpen situation. And in this case, it was Ruiz. It's like every game, it's like pick a guy or two. And this one's Ruiz. So, look, now let's get to big picture. Go ahead, John.
Ruiz put it back on Nola. I mean, did that end up getting credited to Nola's?
Well, the two runners did. Two of the three did, yeah.
Okay.
But he still gives up the homer. And this team's given up a lot of inherited runs this year, a lot. Ruiz,
That's
Michael
for sure.
Barkan was saying after the game, Ruiz has given up 10 alone, which is almost astounding.
He's been horrendous. Last year he had some flashes. I was like, this guy's all right. He stinks.
And you know what? You know what's really annoying, James?
He said he has to come into a high leverage spot every time he pitches. Well, that's one annoying thing.
Yeah, that is. I'll give you another one. His ERA doesn't look as bad as he's been.
Totally.
Because the inherited runners don't count against him.
And guess what? His ERA is still bad.
So you got the whole bullpen issue, which obviously we've been talking about for a couple weeks now.
Yes. Oh, man. Frustrating. But it does feel like that's something that can be addressed at times. Trade deadline stuff. We got to wait for that, though. That's the problem. That's
but you know
painful.
what? In a more, but I agree with you, but I'll say this. In a more loaded National League, there is less guarantee this year than last year or the last 2 years that they will make the playoffs.
You think it can slip that
Yeah,
far?
it can.
Yeah.
I mean, there's good teams out there right now.
Yes.
I mean, the Mets, now look, the Mets and the Braves have kind of inverted over the last 2 years. 2 years ago, the Mets were a disaster. The Braves were great. Right now, the Braves aren't very good at all, and I think they're going to pick it up, but they got a lot of issues down there, and the Mets look like a really good baseball team, and obviously Juan Soto's made, a difference. Now, not the difference that they expected, but he's going to make a bigger difference moving forward. He's one of the 5 best players in baseball. So just fundamentally issues with the Phillies based on last night you see. But let's broaden it out here for a moment, guys, because, yes, I want to hear from you at 215-592-9494 on what stood out to you with last night's game, and I'm particularly interested, 6th inning, 7th inning, 8th inning. I want you to be honest. 6th, 7th, and 8th inning last night, what were you thinking? What were you thinking? Now, they did make a comeback. They didn't come all the way back. But prior to that, I know there were a lot of people last night in the Delaware Valley cursing the Phils. Be honest. What were you thinking 6th, 7th, and 8th inning watching that game, seeing it obviously slip away, knowing the bats had been, anemic? All right. That's on the table, 215-592-9494. But let's get big picture on the Phils. So something just doesn't feel right with this baseball team. Something feels off. Something feels off with this baseball team. And it's any combination of things. It's Nola. It's Dombrowski and the lack of solving problems that existed last season, creating new problems that didn't exist. I mean, the bullpen last regular season was phenomenal. The lack of Jeff Hoffman, and now you got the new guy, but the other guys, like, James just said, Ruiz not pitching as well. Like, not good.
They had 2 all-stars. They had 2 middle reliever all-stars last. I don't ever remember that happening before.
I don't either. And they deserved it. So bullpen off. Mojo off. Rob Thompson's answers after some of these games off. Too forgiving, too excusing, too annoying, frankly. And by the way, I put Rob Thompson way down on the list this year of culpability. I mean, as if, for instance, he referenced going back to Noel in the 7th inning last night. He didn't say it, but I'll translate what he basically said. Who the hell am I going to go to?
Would you have rather Ruiz started the inning?
Right. So he's in a bind. So to me, last night's game's not a Rob Thompson game. It is on the players. It is on Trey Turner. Bryce ultimately made the final out of the game. Bryce has picked it up as of late, and Bryce is obviously the best player on the team.
That was a bad at bat, though.
It was a bad at bat.
Call it like we see it. That was an awful at bat.
He went fishing on 3 pitches, and that was the end of the ball game. Look, Trey Turner has been a massive disappointment. I mean, you see a situation like last night, and don't kid yourself. Juan Soto hasn't exactly been gangbusters out of the gate for the Mets, but you see the 1-2 puncher. They're 2 high-priced big guys, right? You got Lindor smacking the ball all over the place. And you got Soto, who is going to. Phillies, you got Bryce, who generally has been and will continue. And you got Trey. Do that tail of the tape. I mean, like Trey Turner compared to Juan Soto or Lindor, whoever you want to compare it to. And obviously his contract's more Lindor than Juan Soto.
Position too, right?
Yeah, position too. I mean, he's been a huge disappointment. So, I don't want to freak out because I'm aware of 2 things that I think have to be said in a moment like this. Number one, the Eagles did have some really strange, they had a strange way to get to extreme greatness. I mean, Eagles games in September and October, and even portions of November last season, the offense in particular, it was a winding road to exceptional greatness. And they got to exceptional greatness, obviously, in the postseason. The record spoke to it the whole year. But seeing the way they would slog through games like the Jags game and others, like there were times where the Eagles, they weren't nearly as good in the beginning as they were at the end, is my point. So I hope there's a similar thing with the Phillies. Second thing I'll say, a couple years ago, Phillies were 21-29, made the playoffs, made a great run. The next year, they were 22-29, made the playoffs, made a really good run. So this isn't like freak out time, but this is start putting your finger in the air, reading the wind and saying, something don't feel right. I mean, let's be real.
You know what's amazing?
Something doesn't feel right.
We're 13-10, and Aaron Nola actually accounts for half of those losses.
That's right, John.
That's crazy to think about.
Right. That's right.
But it is a small sample size. It is concerning for Aaron Nola, that's for sure. We have needs in the bullpen. We need to get our butts in gear offensively. Let's be honest. I think the biggest problem, Joe, is we talked about this a little bit last week. This team's identity has not been found at this point. This team that previous seasons, they knew that they could lean into the, frivolous, all those fun, the daycare kids. And then you got serious older Bryce and Schwarber, and they're holding down the fort. But I do think it damaged the identity of this team.
What the thing is, Sean?
When they said we're going to do away with the daycare, and now maybe they're thinking they should bring it back. Maybe they're thinking, hey, that's not what that will never be what we do again. The fact remains they did not find the proper recipe for this new direction.
So I look. Let me respond to that. And again, everyone, you can weigh in 215-592-9494. I am struck, John, by the thought you just presented, because I too have thought about it a lot. But I think that whole line of thinking obscures the thing that is 99% more prevalent. They might just not be that good.
Well, here's the thing.
Like two
being
years
good
ago,
or not good in baseball is 99% in your head. It seems
I don't
like
know about that.
These guys need to feel a certain way, to play a certain way, and it's so streaky. We know that. Part of mastering baseball is you're never going to do it. So don't, keep trying, keep plugging away. You put the work in. Yeah. You just figure out a way to try to up your average a little bit. Do every little thing. They're doing every little thing, and it's not working right now. What they did worked better before. And that was what Bryce said, hey, guys, we're not doing that anymore. So that really did. I think it set them back.
All right, so look, there's a lot on the table here. There's obviously last night's game, 215-592-9494. But there's also the big picture with the Phillies, what you're thinking about what we got this year with the ball club. And as John's pointed out, do you think they should revert back to some of that stuff? I mean, Ike has talked in the past week about maybe they should just go back to hitting the way they did last year, just take a shot that way again. John's talking about maybe going back to the daycare, take a shot that way. Or do you think guys
but now it's going to be contrived if you really go back? The point is they need to find whoever they are, and this team needs to be whatever it is. Yeah. It doesn't know its identity yet.
Well,
it doesn't know how it plays its best baseball.
Yeah.
And so they're sitting there trying too hard, trying to do too much, and it's not working.
I'll just say this. To me, far bigger is Aaron Nola and Trey Turner with a combined $500 million, basically $500 million. They're just not doing the job.
That's a problem.
All right. Your reaction on all this, man. It's a big Phillies day, but we're going to get to the draft as well. 2 days to the first pick, 32nd in the first round, the whole deal. You know the deal. 215-592-9494. You wake up this morning thinking, what about the Phils? Let us know. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
Imagine a home that's consistently comfortable no matter the weather outside, which is going to be pretty gorgeous today. With energy-efficient windows from Window Nation, that dream can become a reality. Say goodbye to those cold, drafty spots because Window Nation builds their windows with top quality insulation and seals, making them some of the best insulated options available.
tell you that I can feel a difference in my home. My home actually feels cozier, and I love the features of the new windows. My kids and I enjoyed over Easter the inward tilt feature. It is fantastic. And I'm certain we're going to save more than a couple bucks on the heating and cooling bills, but don't just take our word for it. Window Nation has a 96% customer satisfaction rating and over 20,000 5-star reviews, so you know you're in great hands.
And get this, right now they have a buy 4, get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get 0 interest and 0 payments until 2027. And if you get windows for your whole house, they give you a free entry door.
This amazing sale ends April 30th, so don't delay. Schedule your fast free estimate today by calling 866-90-NATION or visiting windownation.com.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
And Doug.
Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes. So it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Today, a mix of sun and clouds and much warmer, high 78.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof, while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. SwishRadio.com, code RADIO.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle. Just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's Best Warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa.
Diaz ready. And a 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out on a ball in the dirt. 3 pitches to put away Harper. And that'll do it for the Phillies. They dropped the opener of the series. Their second straight loss as they fall to the Mets 5-4.
Scott Francie, the call is Harper and Trey Turner coming up short after the Phils had scored 4 runs in the ninth to draw within a run of the Mets. Aaron Nola gave up homers to lead off the first and second. He did settle down a bit till the seventh when he put 2 on, replaced by Jose Ruiz, who gave up the second homer of the day to Francisco Lindor, 3-run shot. Nola 0-5 with a 6+ ERA. And at least while the Knicks lost 194 to the Detroit Pistons, their first playoff win since 2008, series tied at 1. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Partly sunny, breezy, a high of 78. It is currently 59. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5-5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, frustrating game last night. Your chance to weigh in, obviously. Good morning to you. 215-592-9494. That last at bat by Bryce was bad. A lot that led up to it by a lot of them was not good. Huge out at one point by Schwarber, who's obviously been their best hitter this year. Another big out at a certain point by JT, who's been probably one of their 2 or 3 worst hitters amongst the main guys. And I really wonder about his bat speed. He just wasn't even close to that one. And the clock is ticking. You know, he's caught a lot of games. He's played a lot of games. And he just, to me, looks like a diminished player, which is a shame because he's given the game a ton. He's given the Phillies a ton. He's just on, in my opinion, he does not have nearly what he used to have, you know, as recently as 2 or 3 years ago. 215-59. I hope I'm wrong. I don't think I am. 215-592-9494. James, 7th inning last night.
Yes.
8th inning. What was rattling through your Phillies mind? I don't mean small picture last night per se. What was rattling through your Phillies mind last night around 9 o'clock?
So a few things, like honestly, all ends of the spectrum. I mean, part of me is thinking the Mets own this team. Part of me is thinking if we were watching a game at this time last year, the Phillies would be dominating and we'd be saying the Phillies are such a better team than the Mets. And a lot can change over the course of the season. So
as the Mets proved last year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Yeah.
So I really was trying to keep it on both sides. The thing that's frustrating me the most right now, 2 things. The inconsistency of the offense, the one big inning thing, like I need this offense to hit throughout a baseball game. Like I need them not to just be dormant for 8 innings and have 1 inning, whenever that inning is in a game, and that be it. Like that is incredibly frustrating. And like the bullpen thing, it's just, I know we talk about it every day, but night after night after night, again, like they can't use Strom, Kirkering, and Alvarado every single game. There is no one else we trust. Not one person. They can't bring in one guy who I trust other than those three. And even, those three, it's, we know can be hit or miss. So
yes,
for me right now, the inconsistency offense, which feels fixable, the bullpen is the biggest problem with this team, bar none. By far, it's massive.
It's interesting you say offense fixable. I actually think the bullpen's more fixable than the offense. I think because who are they going to change? Are they really going to make a trade? I don't think so. I think what you got is what you got. Bullpen is where I actually could see more improvement.
I agree. I think it's easier to fix the bullpen.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I think the bullpen is a much bigger problem than the lineup now.
It's worse right now.
That's
right.
what I'm trying to say.
That is crystal clear. All right, coming up in 1 minute, your reaction on everything with the Phils. The small picture, meaning last night. The big picture, meaning this season. Your phone calls, hop aboard, 215-592-9494. Right to the calls coming up in 1 minute. Hey, let me tell you about PI Dental Center. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient at PI Dental now for 2 decades. My mom, a patient there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both sensational with what they do, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. They cannot fix the bullpen, but they can fix your teeth. If you're having a major issue, get yourself there. They're located in Fort Washington. I know for a lot of people, it's actually a self-esteem issue. You actually just don't like the way you look, and that's obviously very unfortunate for you if that's the way you feel. So know that you can look different. You can feel different by getting yourself to PI Dental Center. And obviously, if you got major pain, they can solve that as well. PI Dental Center, the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation. All right, good morning to you. 215-592-9494. The Phils are irritating, and they may simply not be good enough. I'm not ready to declare for sure they aren't, good enough. But, man, my God. Let's go to Tom right now. Tom, good morning.
Yo, Joe, how you doing, man?
I'm disappointed in our team, Tom, and I'm kind of disappointed in myself because I pegged them to be better than this. I really did.
It's the product's grown stale between the general manager who's supposed to get you over. He's been overrated. A coach whose temperament, God bless him. I wish I could control my temper like that. And, the bullpen and the bench. I mean, you got Stevenson, Clemens, a weak farm system, and the age of the team, but you hit it on the head with Turner and Nola. You give out them long-term guaranteed contracts. And in the ninth inning, I got very upset last night because they come back. There's one out. Turner and Harper. How about maybe somebody laying down a bunt or something right there? They strike out 13 times.
Well, I don't agree with that moment. In that moment, Tom, you're a swing away from tying it, and Trey and Bryce are 2 of your best at doing that. Not just tying it, doubles and stuff. I would not advise a bunt there. If it's Rojas,
I'd advise more competitive at bats.
I agree with that.
I would advise at least Trey trying to get on base rather than hit a home run. Bryce in that spot, he did it poorly. It was a bad at bat.
It was.
But I understand Bryce going up there and thinking, I got to pop one out.
Yep.
Like Trey, you got 2 outs left, man.
They have too many guys hitting for power when they should have guys hitting for average and more speed they need. And Turner, I'm really disappointed in him, man. He should be the one dictating towards them about going to left field or somewhere out in the outfield. We could have right-handed bats all in the outfield. You stick Sosa on second, Stott on short, and that would be – there's too many left-handed hitters, man, and no bench whatsoever.
Well, you got one bench piece in Sosa, so we can't say none whatsoever because he's done a nice job, and he's obviously the 10th guy. But
the only thing last night, Banks, that was a little positive. He came in there and struck out the side. He looked decent. So, I mean, if you're going to take a positive, and Nola did battle. I mean, he did come back.
He did.
He didn't quit, so it's something to be said.
Yeah, but not enough to be said.
I don't know, though. I don't even know. Is there something to be said?
Nola disqualifies his battling. The argument that he battled is disqualified by 7th inning. It just is.
I think we need to change our expectations for Aaron Nola. Like, I understand the contract, but he's not the pitcher who they gave the contract to. Like, he's just not. He is much closer to a 4 than a 2 now. And I think that's what we get from Aaron Nola moving forward. I think he's a really good 4. Maybe a 3 at best on his best days, but Aaron Nola's just not that guy anymore.
Joe,
he's not.
How do you give that contract to a guy where all you keep telling me is he can't pitch in the cold? October
Yeah.
can get chilly around
Yeah.
here. I mean,
Yeah.
Rob Thompson has got to knock that off. I'm
Well,
tired of hearing it.
some of Rob Thompson's comments are ignorant. And let me be clear, not necessarily what I'd call baseball ignorant per se, PR ignorant. People don't want to hear it. Like, even if it's like when Dombrowski said to us in March in Clearwater, well, if you look at the other teams at bats in the postseason, we were actually in the middle of the pack for chasing pitches. Even if that's true, and I don't know that it is, but even if it's true, I don't want to hear it.
Don't care, buddy.
Nobody wants to hear that.
Don't care.
Nobody wants to hear that. 215-592-9494. Coming up, Cam Jurgens obviously got a big old contract and talked about it yesterday. We'll get to Jurgens on the back surgery that he had after the season. More on Rob Thompson, including what he said about Aaron Nola after the game. And Daniel Jeremiah weighing in on the Eagles. And something interesting yesterday that may or may not have been about the Eagles and Howie Roseman. What that is, if you haven't heard this is interesting. We'll get to that next as well. Your phone calls, 215-592-9494, and your chance to win Phillies tickets today. That's all up ahead next on 94 WIP.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting, and you are only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars, live music, big name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa does not stop. So start planning your getaway today. Visit theborgata.com for more details.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending, man.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know. Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it. Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Auto Lenders. The smartest way to drive tariff-free.
Taylor Pisciotti with NFL Network now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Super Bowl champion Eagles are among 17 teams kicking off voluntary off-season workouts Monday as clubs gear up for Thursday's NFL draft in Green Bay. Philly also locked up Pro Bowl center Cam Jurgens, agreeing to terms on a 4-year, $68 million contract, according to NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. Jurgens, who replaced the retired Jason Kelce last season, is now the second highest paid center in the NFL by average per year. The Jets exercised the fifth-year options on 3 of their 2022 first-round picks. Corner Sauce Gardner, receiver Garrett Wilson, and edge rusher Jermaine Johnson, according to general manager Darren Muji. The Seahawks have 4 quarterbacks on their roster after recently signing Drew Lock as a backup. General manager John Schneider saying the Lock addition doesn't preclude the team from drafting a quarterback. The Seahawks have 10 picks, including the 18th overall. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. If you're looking to drive something exceptional this spring, I'm here to answer all your questions. Jamie from Aston, some bunny told us you're looking for a new car.
Hey, Robin. Sick of my minivan. I'm looking for something stylish and reliable.
Jamie, the hunt is over. Right now, Robin Ford is offering Ford employee pricing on all new Fords, including the Ford Explorer. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now. 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Rob from Havertown. You're on the air.
Interested in a new truck and heard about the Ford employee pricing offer. What does this mean?
Ford employee pricing just hatched at Robin Ford. Pay same price as Ford employees. 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Hop in, trade up, and drive out. You're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Bryce Harper and Trey Turner both struck out in the bottom of the ninth to end the Phillies rally after Bryson Stott drew the Phils within one on a 3-run homer. Harper on 3 strikes, 2 of which were clearly out of the zone. Third strike in the dirt as the Phils dropped their series opener at the Mets 5-4. Aaron Nola gave up homers to start the first and second. Nearly a 3-run shot in the third ruled foul. He would go into the 7th, putting 2 men in, enter the bullpen. Watch a 3-run home run lead by Francisco Lindor off Jose Ruiz. Rob Thompson thinks the conditions are not favoring Nola, who is 0-5 with an ERA over 6.
I think it's really more due to the weather. I don't think he gets going in cooler weather. I think he likes it hot.
Well, it'll be warm here today, partly sunny, high 78, currently 59. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5-5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
So, that Rob Thompson answer irritates me on a lot of levels. Even if it's true, and I think it is, number one, people don't want to hear it. Number two, and this is the more important one, it's Rob Thompson's job to drive the athlete through the issue. Now, don't get me wrong. It's ultimately Aaron freaking Nola's job to drive himself through the issue. But it's like, could you imagine, and I hate to go to an all-timer, but let's just take Vince Lombardi. I mean, John, could you imagine Bart Starr coming over and saying to Vince Lombardi, like, sorry, coach, it's cold out? Like, I know it's a different sport, but it's also about throwing the ball. Like, at a certain point, it's not acceptable to just fall back on that, even if it's true. What you have to do is dig down, work through it, and not allow that to be the hindrance that it's been. That's the whole thing. And so, two different things. I don't want Rob Thompson to say it, and I don't want Aaron Nola and Rob Thompson to lean on it like it's a crutch. Right? I mean, I don't think that's that complex. Very aggravating. Very, very aggravating, man. All right, 215-592-9494.
Well, what is the problem? Have they identified why he can't throw the ball as fast, like significantly so? All of his pitches, have they discussed that? Have they said, hey, like he's a tick down, and we're accustomed to seeing this during spring training, and so there is an explanation. He's just a little slower coming up to speed this year. Is that what this is?
Well,
it doesn't seem like anyone is as panicked as I feel by the fact that Aaron Nola, who was our 2 up until...
I think people are panicked, John. I mean, panic might be a little strong, but I think people are concerned / highly concerned.
Oh my gosh, he's now 0-5.
Yeah.
He accounts for half of our losses on the season, and it's not fluky like he's pitching great.
No doubt.
He's pitching just meh.
Yeah.
And then, by the way, he's also lost 1.5 miles on his fastball.
I know. All right, so like the whole Phillies thing with Aaron Nola on the table. Now, I want to present some Eagles stuff to you as well, including today's Twitter poll questions of the day. We got 2 of them, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What's the Armin difference? It's simple. It's Armin's people, well-trained, friendly, and caring. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. Obviously, the bulk of Eagles draft talk has been about all these college kids, juniors and seniors, who they can get with pick 32. Do they move up? Do they stay at 32? Do they move back a couple spots? I mean, you know the deal. Bunch of names. There's like 15 or 20 different names to consider. That's been the bulk of conversation. But we also should acknowledge they could trade it for a veteran. They could. I mean, they did that 15 or so years ago for Jason Peters. They did it a couple years ago for A.J. Brown. Could do that. There are 2 enticing names that may be available, that may require a first-round pick to get. Twitter poll questions. We're just going to present it to you. Would you do the trade? First one, would you trade the first, Eagles pick 32 for TJ Watt? Yes or no? Like if you're all in to win a Super Bowl, TJ Watt, come on in. Now you probably have to give him a lot more money, but like you get TJ Watt.
Oh my
and by the way, I don't know that you could do this, but a lot of people think, with where he is deep into his career at this point, deeper than he'd been a couple years ago. Yeah, maybe you can get TJ Watt for the 32nd pick. TJ Watt, yes or no? Would you do it? Second one, same concept, just different player.
Can I sign up?
You can sign up,
Can I
John.
sign up? Okay. For both?
Second one, Trey Hendrickson.
Either or. I'll take. Can I choose?
Do you even? Yeah. Well, in this case, choose. So you're saying yes for both, and if you had to pick one, which would it be?
Just they're both exactly the same age. I think they're both 30, or they're going to be 30 this upcoming season. So that would be a major differentiator here, and that is the only reason why these guys might be
available for. Yeah. I mean, you would not normally trade a first-round pick for a 30-year-old unless it's a quarterback who's going to play for the next 7 or 8 years.
The problem is with these deals, you then have to pay.
That's the other problem,
which is so unlike the MO of what has gotten us ahead of the game.
That's right.
So, while I love the idea of trading away a pick for a tried and true, going to be all pro
star, like real star,
I don't think the Eagles are likely to do that.
Yeah, I don't either, but it's something to consider. There's no question. Now, something else.
Stars in my eyes, though. That would be awesome. TJ Watt. Coming off the edge.
By the way, for those not watching us on YouTube, and you should check it out, whether it's the whole show or just to see a few minutes sometimes, see what it really looks like in here. When I said, would you do the trade? John, he was like back in 2nd grade. He literally put his hand in the air like, a teacher, call on me. Call on me. I'll do the trade. So watch our show when you can. By the way, later in the program, we'll get to some YouTube comments.
You don't raise your hand?
Hello.
No, not since school. I have not raised my hand for stuff. No.
Every once in a while, but it's rare.
Yeah, not on the
Exceedingly
radio
rare.
for sure.
Well, that's the other thing on the radio. But at least, we used to have these signals that were nonverbal that we would have with our program. And now, like, we can, people can see our nonverbal signals. So it's a little icky,
So you guys
frankly.
stop giving me the finger during the show, Joe. That's the problem.
That's exactly
Yeah.
right. Something like that. All right. So would you do a trade like that for Henderson or Watt? Yes or no? You can weigh in 215-592-9494. Also up ahead, another option for the Eagles at 32. Did Daniel Jeremiah yesterday spill the beans on something Howie's thinking about? Interesting audio. You got to hear this. We get to it in 1 minute.
You're ready to propose. And yes, it can be a bit intimidating shopping for the diamond. And that's why men all around the area will tell you, no matter what, you have to visit Benari Jewelers. They have a way of transforming intimidating into informative and confusing into crystal clarity. Here's how. The Benari team starts by putting you at ease, showing you every single thing you need to know about making that important purchase, how to evaluate the cut, color, and clarity. No hard sales, just education, putting you in the driver's seat. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of diamonds, not just any diamonds. These are hand-selected with only a few making the grade to become a Benari diamond. The others land at big box jewelers with high-pressure sales to move them along. With Benari diamonds, the value shines through. You'll walk away with a superior diamond that she'll love for years to come. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Exton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
All right, good morning to you. So every once in a while in sports and with us in Sports Talk Radio, we try to dissect something that was said or seen and try to decipher, is that a tell on something? Like, you guys remember a couple years, like 10 years ago, Sixers were in the tank years, and Dr. J was at the draft lottery, and we were all wondering if it had been, what was the thing?
Pre-recorded, I think it was.
Pre-recorded,
Yeah.
like if the Sixers had already won the number one pick.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that whole thing, whatever that was, because something
It's
was.
been a weird, like dozen years.
It really has.
I mean, my God.
It really, really has. So every once in a while, you're trying to figure out, like, what does this mean? What someone said or what someone expresses with their, their face or whatever. So this is a verbal one, John. Daniel Jeremiah, obviously, I'd say at this point, top 3 notable draft Nick. Mel talks, McShay talks, Jeremiah talk, people listen. Well, Daniel Jeremiah talked yesterday with Mina Kimes, and he said something that a lot of people think may have been from Howie. May not have been. I want to be really clear. This might not have come from Howie Roseman, but it might have. Dallas Goedert probably isn't going to be on the team. Eagles could draft a tight end in the first or second round. Jeremiah used to work for Howie, and it is believed that they have a good relationship. So is Daniel Jeremiah spilling beans that Howie would probably prefer he not spill? You be the judge. Listen to Daniel Jeremiah yesterday.
When I started mapping this out, I was on with it. Well, I'll tell you afterwards, but with one of the better GMs in the league, and we were going through guys, and it was like you start getting to the end of the round, you start looking at names, and it's like I know exactly what I'm buying with Mason Taylor. Like the rest of these guys, it's some hit and miss, and he's like, I know exactly who and what he is. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
All right, Eagles obviously pick at the very end of the round. I don't think the guy picking 15th is probably talking about, the very end of the round. Obviously, if you're talking about a very good GM, there's probably only 5 to 7.
GM maybe?
Say it again? Well, sure, he would have to qualify. Yeah. I mean, the Ravens GM would have to qualify. I mean, teams that typically turn over good players in and out. I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean in a good way.
But
like
Daniel Jeremiah didn't work for those other ones.
Like he's not talking about Joe Shane. All right, who, by the way, picks early in the second round, which is near the end of the first round. He ain't talking about that guy. He's not. He's not talking about Cleveland's guy. He's not. Not talking about the Raiders guy. He's not. John Ritchie, Mason Taylor, who, of course, comes from pedigree and is at a position that probably is need, assuming that Dallas Goedert's gone. Gut feeling, do you think he was talking about Howie?
Yes.
I do too.
Absolutely.
I do too.
I
Oh,
like.
Howie's not happy. Seltzer is not happy this morning.
How could he be?
Right?
Daniel Jeremiah has to be careful about that. Even just saying I was talking to a GM like in that range is dangerous.
Yeah, it's too much.
You should have just said I was talking to a
the added
general
info.
manager. Boom.
100%. I mean,
So it does sound like the Eagles like.
I mean, listen, I don't want to leap to the conclusion, but I'm about 75% of the way to the conclusion. Now, for what it's worth, in Mel Kiper's latest
That's exciting.
Well, Mel Kiper, here's something even more exciting, perhaps. Mel Kiper's latest mock draft, he's got Taylor going 51, which means that could be one of two things, if not pick 32. Trade down or trade up in the second round. You got different ways to get there. So, do I expect the Eagles to take the tight end at 32? Probably not, but you got different ways to get it done.
Well, the fact that Mason Taylor is Jason Taylor's son, and really does have that pedigree that matters in a lot of people's eyes.
nephew too, which is odd.
And,
yeah, because that's right. The brother married the sister, right? Or he married the sister.
Yes, I believe.
Yeah. How about that?
So
All
they, but that he looks like his dad. That's the thing. He build wise, that his dad was really slender.
Yeah, I remember
as
that.
a defensive end
Sure.
back when defensive ends weighed, I don't know, 285 pounds.
Can this guy block, John? Because you got to block in this
No,
offense.
he's not as good as Dallas Goedert. Now, the thing is, he's just a marvelous, just magnificent athlete and route runner and ball,
I'll say
reader in the air.
Let me
His
just say
hands
this.
are incredible.
I feel really confident with this statement because of the way the Eagles run their offense, primarily due to Jalen's extreme running capabilities, awesome running capabilities, which he re-tapped into last year in a much more effective way, coupled with Saquon, obviously all-time running back. I believe in my lifetime, it has never been more important in an era of football for the Eagles to have a blocking tight end, even if he's not that good at catching the ball. I really mean it. Like, I think having a guy on the edge with this offense who seals the edge, in my opinion, is more important for this team than any Eagles team I've ever seen. So if someone can't block, I really don't want him to be the starting tight end, being honest. Let's go to the phones, 215-592-9494. Patrick, and go ahead, John.
I do think a balanced tight end matters because especially if we're going to be rolling with a lot of the ride and decide stuff.
Yeah, well, that's what they
like
do.
The pull reads and like when the tight end ends up being an early read in that progression or the first read in the flat in that progression, it really is an important part of the way that you move the football.
It is.
So blocking does matter. The edge, controlling the edge in the run game is what matters. And a tight end is the guy that can do that. I don't think Mason Taylor can walk in here and control the edge in the run game in the NFL.
See, I see that as a problem.
Dallas Goedert is capable of doing that.
For this offense, that's a problem.
I don't know. I don't know if it's even reasonable to expect young tight ends to get that done in today's world. I think they need to be trained to block at an NFL level. The game really does take another step. So they're all going to have to learn on the fly and figure this thing out as a blocker. They are featured. They're the best athletes on their team right now at the college level. And now you're going to be asked to stick your face on people and do things that hurt you just as much as they hurt the other guy. Some guys don't ever make that transition.
Well, that's
Some
right.
guys aren't able to do that.
By the way, when you call in today, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies. Phillies and Nationals next week, a week from now. Tuesday night of next week at Citizens Bank Park. It's a Hatfield Franks buy one, get one free night. 2 hot dogs for the price of one. For tickets to this or any Phillies game, get yourself to Phillies.com. Here's how you can win the tickets when you call into our program today, whether it's to react to last night's Phillies game or obviously, your thoughts on the draft now just 2 days away. All of it at 215-592-9494. We ask you this question. What was a really big deal in the 1990s that could still be a big deal but isn't anymore? And here's what I mean by could still be a big deal. So an answer like the OJ trial or OJ or Bill Clinton's presidency. Like, that stuff's all done. OJ's dead. The trial's over. Bill Clinton can't be president again. Like, stuff like that can't be nearly as big a deal. And in some cases, if someone's dead, like, that's it. As Mike Tyson said, you're dead. You're dead. That's it. But what?
Yeah, you're dead.
Right. But what could still be a big deal that was, 25, 30 years ago, but isn't? Best answer ever, because we were talking about, the band Silver Chair Band before the show.
Silver Chair Band.
Silver Chair Band. That was unbelievable.
That's the way he said.
Can we cut that?
I don't know.
I mean, like,
I don't know these
forever.
guys. I don't know these guys.
That is
What do I know
Silver
about-
Chair Band. He called it Silver Chair
Isn't that
Band.
their name?
Holy cow. It's just Silver Chair.
Well,
They
yeah,
really
Silver
were a
Chair
big deal. They were a
Band.
huge deal back in
Led Zeppelin Band.
1993, 4, 5. Young kids from Australia.
I'm
When
sorry.
I drove across the country
Yep.
from Mechanicsburg to Palo Alto, I was listening to a tape of Silverchair and a tape of the first Foo Fighters album. So they were concurrent.
Mm-hmm.
So 1995, Silverchair was at its peak.
Okay,
and they
so-
were like 16-year-old kids from Australia.
So big deal then, not now. Here's the question, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. What was big then could still be alive, could be relevant, but not that relevant anymore. John Ritchie, best answer whoever provides it is winning the Phillies tickets. Give me a little something here. What do you got?
Oh, speaking of something I just mentioned, the answering machine, answering machine that
Absolutely.
you press play, you press rewind, you have to actually physically control it. This definitely died in the 90s.
Well, totally. Yes.
There's a tape in there
It's all
that
but-
you
it's
can
all but
see
dead.
rewinding.
No question. I will say, this is just me. You guys can vote the way you want to vote. I'm less inclined to vote for something that's taken out by technology than not. Like, that was basically just a cell phone replaced it, and that's that. But okay, Seltzer, what could still be a big deal, but isn't?
So I will pivot then, because I was going to go with the technology.
You
related
can go.
thing, too.
You can go with
It's
one.
okay. I'll go
like the fax machine.
So I was going to go with this.
Yeah, dial up. Listen, it's all on the table.
Infuriating. That's the thing.
Horrible.
My blood pressure just spiked.
It's a horrible sound.
When I heard
It's
that.
a listen,
but I think my kid that's 14,
Yeah.
if she hears that, she's like, what? She has no idea what she's hearing.
no, she doesn't even know what it is. All right, there are so many big answers, and maybe these guys are right. Maybe it should just be something technology based that's obsolete based on new technology. Rhea, what do you got?
Relief pitchers pitching more than 2 consecutive days.
That's no question in sports.
I mean, when I was watching it, 80s, 90s, we never even thought about it.
No, we didn't. And you only had 5 guys in the bullpen.
Yeah.
You like 5, maybe 6. Now it's like you got 17 guys in the bullpen.
The guy who holds the record, I think, for the Kent Tekulve.
Yeah, Tacoma, yeah.
9 consecutive days.
Yeah. I remember J.C. Romero in 07.
Yep.
He pitched almost every day in September.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. I mean, you check out his stats in 07. It was almost every game. All right, big answers, obviously, for what was a big deal then or who was a big deal then. Could still be, but no longer is. I'm going to go with the late night comedy shows. I mean, my God. I mean, first off, you had Carson, then you had Leno and Letterman, and you had Arsenio. And now it's like, yeah, we got guys, but I mean, the rating's got to be a paltry share.
Arsenio was amazing.
I know he was. I loved Arsenio, man. Loved him.
Magic Johnson.
How long was Arsenio?
No,
on?
Magic, yeah, Pat
Johnson
Sajak, all
was
that.
not awesome.
All right, give us a big answer, guys, for what was a big deal, could still be, but is not. 215-592-9494. Ruben Amaro, always a big deal. He joins us in studio next. We'll get into the Cam Jurgens situation with the new deal and phone calls and all this, including your frustrations with the Phils. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Mets. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. First pitch is at 7:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
My goodness, Kyle Schwarber clears everything into the bullpens.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
The New Jersey Transit Police Department reminds you that we all need to work together to keep our transit system safe. Your attention is our most valuable asset. If you ride the train or bus, if you live or work near a station, be alert and aware of your surroundings. If something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD. New Jersey Transit urges you to help keep our transit system safe. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed a musty smell in your home? I hope not, because damp smells mean that you could have a crawl space problem. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your crawl space and get to the root cause of the problem. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select Dynapro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now, now through April 30th. Save 15% off instantly on a spring maintenance package and make sure your car is road trip ready. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including hand-cooked tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn-out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and get up to $100 back on a set of hand-cooked tires. cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers valid through May 31st, 2025. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Get $100 back on a set of Dyna Pro HD2 and Evo AS tires. See
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. History was made twice at yesterday's Boston Marathon. Kenya's John Korir won in 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 44 seconds. His brother Wesley had won there 13 years ago, making the Korirs the first relatives to claim victories. Then Sharon Lokedi knocked more than 2 minutes off the women's course record. She finished in 2 hours, 17 minutes, and 22 seconds. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Be part of every hit, catch, and steal this season. Only on your home of the Phillies. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, good morning to you. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. We got Seltzer, we got Rhea, and we got Ruben Amaro in the house.
Ruben Amaro Jr. is in studio. Is brought to you by CJ's Tire and Auto. 18 convenient locations. We keep things moving. CJTire.com.
How are you, Rube?
I'm great. I'm fantastic.
If you're great
other than what happened last night.
Correct.
That was a little rough.
My line was going to be,
I did not enjoy it.
Great and fantastic, then you're better than the Phils are right now.
Hey, man, but, I get to live my life.
You do.
I don't have to lose sleep over it.
But why do you come in here and talk to us, man? I mean,
because I enjoy it. I like being with you guys.
You could be golfing right now.
I enjoy this.
I mean,
this is fun for me.
You could be sleeping right now.
You could. I could be snoozing, relaxing. I could be on the golf course.
No rest for the
Wicket.
Wicked.
Wow.
Wicked?
It is weird.
I thought it was weary.
I didn't know. Yeah.
Well,
I know Ruben.
I wondered which you would fill.
She knows me a little better, man.
So we got an NFL draft this week. We'll get into the draft stuff with Ruben. Obviously, he's been in a baseball war room, so it's different than football. But we'll get to some of that reality. So, Rube, the club right now is uneven. I wake up this morning and I am concerned. Am I freaking out? No. Am I concerned? Yes. I mean, from Nola to the bullpen to the bats, it wasn't just last night. It's been a lot of games this year where they're not as good as I thought they'd be. And given the starting pitching they've gotten from the four other guys, it's really hard to believe that they haven't clicked on more cylinders because they've gotten, other than Nola, they've gotten outstanding starting pitching.
Fantastic. I think it's the best in the league.
I got a 10-17. It's what, three games behind the Mets, James? I got that right?
Yeah, it's 3.
I mean, come on.
26. It takes 26 men. And, the bullpen's struggling. I mean, you can't defend it. They have not pitched well. And my concern is how it feels in the clubhouse after those games. Because when your bullpen lets you down in games that you probably should win, it gets a little demoralizing. And that's the thing that you get a little concerned about. I know it's early, but they got to start picking it up a notch. And you don't want to be in that position, and you don't want to put Rob Thompson in the position to have to send Nola out there again
in the 7th when he shouldn't have been out there. That game should have been done. He should have been done. And it would have been a pretty damn good quality start compared to how he started off the game. He settled in pretty damn well. Granted, his stuff is down. There's no question about it.
Yep.
Well, but he did a good job of managing through it and pitched. He was really sharp. He can pitch with his velocities down and keep guys in games, but they got to, support him a little bit.
Big outside.
The offense was paltry.
So Schwarber probably had the biggest out of the game. I would say JT probably had the second biggest out of the game. Yeah. JT was slow at the bat, man. Ruben, can you see with your eye? I'm not great at this, but I sensed it last night with JT. Can you sense when a player's bat speed is slowed down?
I mean, you can sense it. That's not the thing for me. For me, JT, it's always been whether or not he gets his foot down in time because he's got that high leg kick, and everybody talks about it. When you have a high leg kick, it's hard to manage, and that's how he feels comfortable. It's hard to manage because if you're not on time getting it down, I remember, Charlie Manuel talking about. I had a leg kick left-handed, and you had to be able to manage it. I could do it when I played every day. I couldn't do it when I pinch hit because it's just the timing's too difficult. And, sometimes, JT's just a little late. And when he's late, it makes it tough. Makes you early in the off-speed stuff, make you late on
Do you sense that it's more that he's out of whack than old?
Yes, I do.
Because that would be good news. If you think it's just
I don't think it's his age. I think it's just the fact that he's just off sync a little bit with his foot getting down. When his foot's down early enough and his mechanics are where they need to be, he's fine.
All right, let's get some calls in here. Obviously, you want to get a ton of calls today. Your chance to win Phillies tickets to the game Tuesday night of next week. Obviously, a lot on last night's Phillies game and the first 3 weeks of the season. Not to mention the Eagles with the draft coming up in 2 days. Patrick in Tabernacle right now. Good morning, Patrick.
Morning, everybody. How we doing?
Doing well, Patrick.
John, good to hear you back here, buddy. Glad you enjoyed the family. John, real quick, what's more difficult, saying goodbye to your son the first time going to college or lining up against someone like Junior Seau?
I mean, I was ably equipped to line up across from Junior. Junior was 6'3", 265. I was right there. I was 6'2", 255. Yeah. I felt like I could get some leverage on Junior. I got no leverage on my son emotionally when he leaves for college. He is greased with love. That's really awesome. Weird.
That's what I thought of. You're a big tough guy, but you're like the rest of us, man. When you got kids and stuff.
Yeah.
But listen, Rube, I'm glad you're here sitting in. And real quick, Rube, my wife was getting swoony with you the other night last week in the post game, and I said, "Yo, baby, pump the brakes. This guy wears whitey tighty." So I dined you out.
No way.
No, I don't wear them anymore.
Patrick,
easy now.
So your wife was saying that Ruben was looking.
Yeah, she was a little swoony, John.
Delicious, would you say?
No, she didn't say delicious. She was
well, that's very nice. That's very nice.
Well, I'll correct her. I'll say he's no longer, but anyhow, Ruben, super good stuff. But listen, man, this is like Groundhog Day. This is and worse. That's how I'm seeing it. Just a continuation of last year. And, one hit in 5 innings. You go from banging out these runs and then to hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, cold. And I just, listen, the bullpen's the biggest issue right now. I know some of the bats. And first of all, I like starting our leadoff, Rube.
Love it.
How about that?
So I was on top of that. I mean, I wanted that for a long time just because I believe in his bat to ball skills. I really do.
I do, and that's kind of what I'm back to because I was on a stopwatch last year, big time, and I guess his elbow injury really did affect him. And
indeed, it did.
It's just tough to watch these innings where they got nothing going on.
Very tough.
Yeah, it's difficult.
And when the bullpen's coming in, listen, Seltzer, the bullpen was my biggest issue coming in, and then the other issue was we still have the same lineup, and I think listen, we might not even get to the playoffs. We
might not.
Our starters might get us there, our big bats might get us there, but I'm in on this team. But boy, oh boy, it's just like not even Memorial Day, and I'm shaking my head.
Patrick, I've been disappointed, and I'm kind of annoyed at myself because I thought the playoffs were all but guaranteed, and said that here, and I kind of look a little foolish with that. And the reality is that Turner and Nola especially are hurting them from the high price guys. But then the lower price guys, the bullpen dudes, and I do put that a lot back on Dombrowski. And I know, we can lean back on, well, at some point you're going to have extra guys in the bullpen when starters go there later in the season. But the reality is, you have this huge gap until then. And that could prevent the Phillies from making the playoffs. And I got to say, I totally agree with something I heard Joe Giglio say yesterday. The more I think about it, I think he's dead right. Just put Painter in the bullpen. I mean, what's the point of having Andrew Painter start, I don't know, 9 games as a starter, and those are his innings, when you can just assign him the role whenever he joins the team? Hopefully that's June. Like, dude, you're bullpen guy. And you're going to get an inning here, and 2 or 3 days later, you're going to get another inning, and 2 or 3 days later, you're going to get another inning. Like, I think he can help this team this year far more. I totally agree with Giglio. Far more as a bullpen than a starting pitcher.
I'm glad you're not a GM.
Why? But why?
Why
is
that
absolutely
negative? Foolish? Because you're putting the guy in a position to get hurt.
Why?
You're going to hurt him because he's never done anything like that. He's never had to ramp up. He's never done the role. It's totally different. You're absolutely unequivocally wrong. Wrong on 27,000 levels.
All right, I want to get more into that because that's fascinating. We got to hear that. Patrick, I need you to give me an answer. What was the big deal in the 90s? Could still be, but is not.
Yeah, Rube knows a little bit about this. How about some juice back in baseball, huh?
Oh, steroids.
I'm in.
Steroids is
big... it does qualify. What was a big deal? It's actually a pretty good answer.
Absolutely spectacular deal. All right. Answer coming up. More on Ruben on why someone like Andrew Painter, why you play with fire if you put him in the bullpen. Because to me, it makes a lot of sense. But look, I listen to Rube. Knows a lot more about baseball than I do, and the way the body works. He does.
And the body works.
And the way the body works. So we're going to drill down on that. We're going to get to Cam Jurgens, the new deal, big deal. Daniel Jeremiah, some of what he said about the Eagle strategy, plus Elliott, Short Parks at 7:50. Phone calls on all these topics on a really busy Tuesday morning. Now 2 days to the NFL draft on 94 WIP.
Let me talk about my good friends at Lexus of Cherry Hill. I have been leasing cars from Lexus of Cherry Hill well over a decade, and there are a lot of reasons why, starting with they are an elite of Lexus dealer for 2024. They've got great people there, great service. You'll feel it the minute that you enter the dealership. 2025 Lexus models are in. They're moving fast, and Lexus of Cherry Hill is now a 7-time certified J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. You'll experience that when you head into Lexus Cherry Hill. Stop in, see Tony Labello and his great team. They will help guide you to the Lexus of your dreams with over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Another thing I really love about Lexus Cherry Hill, they are veteran-owned and operated business. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. So start your journey today at Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family-owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE. It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know. Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it. Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Mid-Penn Bank. Supporting local communities since 1868.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit christianhomeservices.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle, just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th, 2025.
Buying a new car might make you say things like, I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours? Is this real life?
Move it.
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
But what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The PGA Tour is all systems go, and so is the new show, Early Wedge, on the CBS Sports Podcast Network. Join Sportsline experts Sia Najad, Mike McClure, and Eric Cohen alongside myself, Rick Gaiman, Patrick McDonald, and Jason Sobel 5 times per week. The Early Wedge provides the best information for DFS lineups, outright selections, and so much more. Follow and listen to Early Wedge in the Early Edge feed on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, Pennsylvania, it's time to step up to the plate for another thrilling season with the Fightin' Phils. And now, every time the Phillies strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right. When they whiff double-digit batters at the bank, you'll get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo. Exclusively on BetMGM. The best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep watching the Phils, cheer on those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gambling partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. PA only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Dr. Glatt. Phillies dropped the opener of their series at the Mets 5-4. Take a listen to the ninth inning in a nutshell, courtesy of Tom McCarthy and John Kruk on NBC Sports Philly.
Soto's going back to the wall. It is gone into the Mets bullpen. It's a 3-run home run. It's 5-4.
That was a big one there. Now got to continue.
Swing and a miss. 2 outs. 0-2. Swing and a miss, and the ball game is over.
Hey, Bryson Stott home run drew the Phils within one, then pretty non-competitive at-bats to end the threat by Trey Turner and Bryce Harper. Aaron Nola, 0-5 to start the season. Homers to lead off the first and second, made it to the seventh before turning it over to Jose Ruiz, who gave up a 3-run shot. The area's foremost authority on hair restoration is now a part of Morgenstern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at gladhairctr.com. Partly sunny, breezy, high 78. It's currently 60. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5-5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of work. What do I do?
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Even Taiwan's been
I'm
good.
well aware.
I mean, if you had said to me, Taiwan Walker is going to give you a 3 out of 4 really solid starts, and the Phillies you're still going to be disappointed with the team a month in, or 3 weeks in, I'd be like, you're crazy.
Aaron Nola is 0-5.
Joe, do you know in his first 3 starts, the Phillies managed all of 2 runs?
Well, I do know that was a factor, but here's
Last
the thing.
2 games, it's been 8.
For sure,
Yeah.
but I'd give him more leeway on the 0-5 if his ERA wasn't in the 6s.
No,
you know what I mean?
But he's also suffered from, the inherited runners. Every time he comes out of the game, nobody can stop the game.
That is true.
That is really brutal. That's brutal.
And Ruiz has been the biggest culprit on that one.
It's been bad.
I mean, Ruben, 10 already this year. It's April 21st. Ruiz has given up 10 inherited runs.
That's terrible.
And he's still got an ERA over 6. Think about that. Think about that. He's given up 10 runs. It didn't count against his ERA, and his ERA is over 6.
Thank you. And so that makes it very difficult. 1, he's not getting supported. I know his stuff is down right now. 2, he's not getting supported by his bullpen, and 3, he's not getting support by his offense at all. And that makes for a bad combo platter.
It does.
Just not good.
But your stuff is down. Your stuff is so very down. When
it's not so very down.
But hold
it's just
on.
down a tick.
We need to no more excuses for Aaron Nola.
No,
he looks like the same pitcher he did. It has looked the last few years. Like he's just not as good as he used to be. Like that's what it is. Aaron Nola is no longer a 2. He's not.
Listen,
He's not close.
James,
He's like a 4.
I'll declare that if we get to June 1st and still see this. I do think he is affected by the weather. I'm not saying that's an acceptable excuse, but I'm not ready to declare him a 4 until I see him pitch like this in warmer weather.
So here's the deal.
He
So
ain't a
in
2,
spring
I'll tell you that.
training,
Maybe he's a 3.
In spring training, his stuff was better. His stuff was a tick higher than it is now. I mean, because the weather was warmer. I do think he gets affected by it. It should not be an excuse. I'm not saying I'm just stating a fact that his stuff is down because it's early in the season and the weather affects him.
Yeah.
That's not a great thing. It is a thing. It happens. But I think he will bounce back and he will gain some of the life on his fastball. I do believe that.
All right, 215-592-9494. Let's go to John right now in Allentown. John, good morning.
Hey, he'll get some life back on that fastball, and they'll hit it out faster.
Look at you.
That would stink.
I was
It
disappointed
feels
in
like
some of
they
the-
parked the curveball all the time.
No, some of the pitch selection and some of it was execution. That curveball that he threw, and I couldn't understand why to go 3 in a row to Lindor.
Did he not think he was going to hit the third one?
If they wanted to drive it down and have him swing over it, they wanted to throw it in the dirt. He didn't execute the pitch, but I was just surprised that he went three in a row
And
in
also,
that situation.
Rube, I mean, the final stats don't show it because it didn't count, but Soto's homer missed by, a John Ritchie long hair.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting? He came back and pitched his tail off after that.
I know.
And kept him in the game. He
he still gave that it for all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
Karmically or not, he gave up a 3-run homer.
I agree, John.
It is interesting that he tried to ride a fastball in that situation, and Soto's one of the best high fastball hitting guys. If he has a 94-mile-an-hour fastball or a 93-mile-an-hour fastball right now, maybe you can do that. It's very difficult for him to make guys chase up in the zone because he just doesn't have the velocity to get through it.
All right, John in Allentown, we keep cutting you off, buddy. Go ahead. What do you got?
Listen, guys, I'm going to say this, and I don't want anybody to get angry. Here's the problem. The Phillies are a bad baseball team.
No, that's not accurate. I'm not going to get angry at you, but I'm going to tell you that's not.
Joe, name one thing they do well.
You ready for this?
Go.
You're ready for this answer, John?
Go.
To tell you how they're not a bad baseball team? They win more than they lose.
They're about to be 500 in 2 days.
I don't think so, John. Look, you could be proven right by the end of the season or middle of the season. I do not think the Phillies are going to be a sub 500 team this year.
Saying they're a bad baseball team is like the worst take I've heard.
Yeah, John,
in a
you're
long,
taking
long
it
time,
too
dude.
far, man.
Let's
You
be
are.
realistic, guys.
It's not a bad baseball team. I've seen bad baseball teams. You watch that Miami team?
Me too. I've been watching Philadelphia Phillies all my life, so I've seen bad baseball teams. And no disrespect to you, Ruben, you were on a bad baseball team, and it looked a lot like this.
It didn't look anything like this.
No.
The teams in
Kinda like
92, 96, 97, and 98. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I'm with Ruben,
Come on,
John.
dude.
John,
Tighten it up.
John, you're overreacting.
I'm not overreacting, guys.
You
I'm
are
talking
so
about what I
far off.
see.
You know nothing about baseball. It's clear to me.
Oh, Amaro just
Well,
went
you-
there.
Well, you
He went
you
top
made some
rope
pretty
on
bad
you.
trades there, Ruben. Come on, man. You look like you didn't know anything about baseball.
For about 3 years, I didn't. But before that, I was pretty damn smart.
At least you own it.
Hey, John, give me a big answer. What was a big deal in the 90s no longer is? That still could be, but isn't.
One of the biggest deals to me is one of the reasons why I don't watch hockey anymore. Fighting and hockey.
Yeah, that's a great answer.
That's a great answer.
God, is that a great answer? It
Bad
was-
take, but a great answer.
They're not a bad baseball team, but they are sometimes not very smart. They
Well,
don't
for
play,
sure.
You know,
They're
offensively.
frustrating too.
And they're not as good as I thought
They're
they
not
were.
great. You
No,
do
they're
the whole they're
not.
a great team. They're
Yeah.
definitely not a great
With
team.
this
Not right now,
bullpen. No,
for sure.
they're not. All right, Cam Jurgens. Let's give this guy a moment here. So, a couple things. First off, new contract. Congratulations. Second point, well done by Howie. Well done by Jason Kelsey any number of years ago. 3 years ago, I guess, identifying him and saying, this is a guy for the future. Howie and Kelsey look really good from that standpoint. Jurgens looks good with the way he's dug in. I mean, first he was a guard here, then he moved to center. Seems like a real pro. You know what I mean? There's no nonsense with Cam Jurgens. He also did something last January and February I really appreciate.
Battled.
He played through an injury.
Unbelievable.
He played through
A
a
back injury.
real injury that, by the way, required surgery after the season.
He couldn't even start the NFC
I know.
Championship game. He had to come in and
but came in.
That's the point.
Which
Yeah,
was really admirable.
Warrior stuff.
So yesterday, Jurgens gets awarded a 4-year, $68 million deal, close to $40 million of which is guaranteed. He talked in the press conference about the back surgery, or more specifically, the recovery from the back surgery that happened a couple weeks ago. Listen to Cam Jurgens.
Man, I feel like a new man. I feel so much better going through the playoffs and dealing with that pain. I'm sure a lot of people have dealt with that before, and it's not fun. But when you're going through the playoffs, and I'm not really concerned about me, I'm kind of concerned about what I can do to help the team and do everything I can and to win. When you're playing for a Super Bowl, that's going to last forever.
Spoken like Ben Simmons.
Man.
Wow.
This guy
Jeez.
is awesome.
You know what? And obviously,
Come on.
to say, well,
Why you had to go
to
there?
say I'm joking is an understatement. But you got to really respect this guy, Chad. I know he's your kind of guy. The way you played football, the way this guy
Man.
plays football.
It's just such a reward to watch the way the O-line here operates.
That's right.
But man, he's just it is such a crazy story. It's a fairy tale almost by NFL standards. A team and a forever great center, and all time, all pro,
Right.
Everything center.
Hard to replace. Look, Rube, Mike Schmidt took the Phillies about 5 years. Brian Dawkins, it took the Eagles about 7 years.
Somehow,
Howie, it's
with
remarkable.
The aid
Yeah,
it
of
really
that center makes this new center, that transition,
yeah,
as smoothly as anyone's ever seen. I don't know. That really was something, and it's a credit. It's a credit to Howie. It's a credit to the organization. It's a huge credit to Kelsey.
I agree.
Huge credit to Cam Jurgens himself, the man who put the work in, the time and the effort, man. Just he's a worker and an unbelievably gifted athlete who does the same stuff that Jason Kelsey could do. Think about that. The guy who snaps and then pulls,
That's right,
leads the sweep around the edge and then goes and tags that safety or cornerback, the tiny little guy who's supposed to be able to run away from him.
Yeah.
You can't because he's too good an athlete. Really impressive stuff.
Props to Jurgens. He deserved it. He got it, and he's going to be an Eagle for a long time. All right, coming up in 1 minute, we're going to get John's sense of what he wants with this draft, whether it's a player, a position, how he wants Howie to go about the first round. John's opinion on that coming up in 1 minute.
You want lawn care service that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets. That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. And Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. And by using organic fertilizers for safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. With Natural Lawn, I know that my family's getting a beautiful lawn that we can all love. That's why it's my lawn care company. You can switch to Natural Lawn Safer Services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn you can be proud of too. And if you schedule Natural Lawn's full service program today, you can get free seeding every year. It's helped my lawn so much. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, the locally owned and family operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
All right, so great to have you with us on this Tuesday morning. We're obviously 2 days from the NFL draft, and we are, 9 hours or so from another Phillies loss last night. Now, they play again today, but we're not in a good Phillies mood. By the way, A.J. Brown's obviously in a better mood than he was about 20 hours ago because he got his car back. So that was good news yesterday. If you missed it, A.J.'s car was stolen yesterday and recovered after our show. So A.J. got his car back, which is great. All right, the draft coming up is also a good thing. Whether it turns into a great thing for the Eagles for years to come, obviously, time will tell. But, John, we've been talking about this draft for some weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Strategy-wise, whether it's a who or a what would you like to see how we do?
Well, this is boring.
Okay.
But it's very simple.
Okay.
We learned that there were not 32 first rounders in the first round per the Eagles' estimation.
Yeah, what Howie said last week. That's right.
Howie said on a podcast or whatever somewhere. And so I'm fascinated by having that peak. I'm fascinated knowing that heading in. We've never known anything, ever. This is the most we've ever had.
What, intel you mean?
Yeah.
Well, we kind of knew they were going to draft Donovan, and we knew they were going to draft Carson, even though they could have drafted any number of people. There's been times where beans have been spilled. Is that the saying? Beans have been spilled? It doesn't sound right.
That's about right.
Spill the beans. You just heard it.
We kind of knew they were taking Donovan. We kind of knew they were taking Carson. Like, somehow we knew the Rams were taking Jared Goff. I don't know why.
Because Howie knew. somehow.
But how could you possibly know? How could you possibly know where he's going to pick? What he's going to pick at 32?
Well, it's,
I mean,
and by the way, totally different
impossible.
because I just said two pick twos. Ruben, you're right. 32 and 2, totally. But Johnny,
I am fascinated to see how he does here. It's very simple. If there is a player who's a first round player on the board and available when it's our pick at 32, if first of all, if you see a guy you love who's still there, who you did not expect to be there.
And are you defining there as 32
DeJean type guy?
They're 32 or they're at 27 because they're two different. Right,
I'm saying you might need to trade up. That we're talking about what I would prefer.
Yep.
I see the team do if it's available, and there's a guy who is a top 15 player who's still waiting around at 25. I do think it could behoove us to trade up, but I think more likely, based on what we've heard, the smaller number of first-round guys in the first round and available, if we trade out, holy cow, we could accumulate more than the 20 picks we already have. You trade back for some team that's desperate, who knows what Howie could lift from their pockets. I'm excited by the possibility that we actually do draft someone because I know that's going to be a cherished first round pick that deserved to be picked in the first round, but by the Eagles. That's the way that their room that we see when we talk draft, and it's Howie who's standing there with Mr. Lurie, and then that whole room of scouts and everyone else who's clapping and high-fiving and everything. Let's see that brain trust put to work, get the best guy that's in a first-round package if he's there. And if he's not, trade out and get more picks. This could be a bonanza of picks over the next 2 years.
I think the more picks thing has more credence than a lot of people think, and here's why. So all the talk of, hey, my squad's got 20 picks, so let's use them and let's package them. Very appealing. I'm not saying it's not. But there's also something to be said for just keep moving that forward. I mean, you could have the same strategy he's had in past years, trade down in any number of spots, and instead of having 20 at this time next year for the next 2, you could have 23. Like you could keep and with how strong they are now,
is better.
There's an argument that more down the road is better than more now. So it cuts both ways. Yes, you can use more now to couple them to move up. You can also just keep, and I don't mean kicking it down the road in a bad way. It's got a negative connotation. It'd be great for the 2028 Eagles to have tons of picks.
What's cool is he has the capital to be able to do both.
Absolutely.
He has the capital to go either way, depending on who's available and who's out there still in the draft.
That's right. And we talk a lot about
he could draft up. He could, he could trade up. He could trade down. He has so many options because he put himself in that position years ago.
Yeah, I agree with that. So,
great stuff.
As it relates to the first round, and technically this goes with any of the rounds, but let's focus first round because this is something Daniel Jeremiah was talking about yesterday. So there's where to pick, which is what John was just talking about. There's who to pick, but there's also which position to pick as you want to prioritize it in the first round. Let's listen to Daniel Jeremiah. He was on with John Clark on John's podcast. Daniel Jeremiah talking about positions and the Eagles.
Would you take they draft an offensive lineman or defensive lineman, the lines, or you take in the field, everybody else, every other position? Which way are you going?
I'm gonna go bigs. They've gotten some corners and receivers and done all that, but this feels like a fortify the bigs year for them.
Fortify the bigs. I mean, they lost Becton, they lost a lot on the D line, so it's not an inconceivable concept at all. I would also, if you said to me, I get O-line, D-line, or everything else, which is more likely? It's one of the lines.
I totally agree, and I think, I mean, it was obvious. You win Super Bowls in the trenches. I mean,
to be clear,
need to have talent. Obviously,
last year a corner and a spectacular rookie corner. Talking first round,
and they covered it already. I mean, that's covered.
Right.
And so now they got to fortify the lines.
But safety and tight end are issues. They really are. I mean, let's be real. The most glaring issues for this team from a starting standpoint for next year is safety and tight end.
Tight end doesn't have to be an issue.
Doesn't have to be.
No, it
but
doesn't.
Probably. I mean,
I know.
I read a prediction Sunday. Is Dallas Goedert an Eagle on Sunday?
Probably not.
Probably not.
And
look,
I don't think it has to be that way.
I know. I totally agree.
I honestly think it's 50-50. It literally is 50-50, and I think a lot of it depends on who's going to be available there for.
All right, we'll talk to Elliott Shore-Parks coming up in about 10 minutes. Everything on the Eagles and the draft, which is obviously now 2 days away. Phil's really disappointing last night. And let's be real, for the whole in the season, disappointing. I know they're, in second place. I know they've been in wild card contention spot. Not that many people look at that, but I'm the dork that does. But something to me just feels off with this team. We can talk about last night all we want, and we will quite a bit today. But I also focus more on the big picture. And they're not as good as I thought.
Well, what about? Well, hold
if
on.
they win two of these next two games, are you going to be disappointed?
I think
really
it's early to say
it's
that.
very early.
To say
they're disappointing.
They're disappointing because the bullpen is not good.
That's disappointing.
No, well, that
is disappointing. But I mean, as the team as a whole, yes.
I'm going to give you two categories. I'm going to break it down. Like forget even Bohm, forget all that. I'm going to give you two categories. Category 1, bullpen, substandard.
Correct.
Category 2, two of my most high-priced players in the history of Philadelphia sports, Nola and Trey Turner, let me down. Correct. I'm not even getting to Bohm. I'm not getting to Rob Thompson's answers after press conferences, after games. I'm not getting to any of the other stuff just with this commentary right now. If just bullpen, Nola, and Trey were better, it'd be a much better baseball team.
5 months to go.
I know.
5.
I know.
5 months.
And the Mets are an example last year you can improve. And I'll say the Eagles in last season are an example. Because while the Eagles were winning at a great clip, I didn't think the Eagles were winning in the most impressive fashion for a good portion of the season.
Right.
They became a much better team as the year went on. Obviously really hit their stride in the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. So, yes, in-season improvement can happen. But this team is playing with a little bit of fire right now. And I really don't expect a big move anytime soon. And it kind of feels like they could use one. Let's go to the phones. Also, I want to get more.
What about the mindset or the identity of the team, Ruben? You remember the last couple of years, it's been a little more frivolous with the young guys. And then, they put a stop to it. Hey,
I like the fact that they did that.
What, you like the fact that they did it?
They're more business-like, I think.
Okay. Does it seem like they're still in need of something identity-wise that would be, I don't know, something to grab onto? Some new, I don't even know what you'd call it.
Again, I think when you lose games late and you don't have guys finishing games from the 7th to the 9th, it makes it demoralizing and it brings you down. And if you're not swinging the bats the way you're not, with the way they should be swinging or will be at some point, then it also puts a lot of, it causes more tension in the clubhouse. But when those guys start to play the way we know and have seen them play in the past, particularly the guys on the offensive side of the ball, you'll see a little bit more, frivolity.
I'll tell you
is
one
that
thing.
a word?
Yes, I like it.
There you go,
Ruben. I'll tell you one thing that is going to be a factor this year, even if they rip off a 3-game winning streak and win 7 of 10. Fans will be quick to angst with small losing streaks. I'm an example of it. It's not like the Phillies have lost that much already, but you can even hear me turning. And I've been a pretty optimistic Phils guy, but people are. This is going to be an emotional seesaw this year for the fan base.
Yeah, because the fans are scarred about what happened in the last few years. I totally get it, and I totally understand.
And that may affect the players, but they're going to have to battle through it. It's their job.
Oh, no question. And I think that I think that people are have to look past it a little bit and just look at the big picture, and see where this team really is in June. Because I don't really assess a team until you get into June. And that's when you know what you got.
Yeah, but I'll say this, Ruben, with this bullpen, man.
Well, they've been struggling, and it's bullpens are so fickle, man. Look, last year our bullpen was terrible in the beginning of the year, also, and they tightened it up a little bit. Hoffman started pitching great. Strahm was ridiculous, all year long. So, you got to hope that guys like Kerkering emerge. Those guys have to emerge and pitch well. Otherwise, they're going to have to go look for people who can.
All right, let's get back to the phones. We'll talk to Elliott in a few minutes on the draft. Derek and Paoli right now. What's going on, Derek?
Good morning. Yo, real quick with the Phillies, though. it's a long way from home for them, but the boy Rob Thompson, he got to stop with he's like making excuses for Aaron Nola. That's not a good look.
I'm getting
right?
tired of it. It's just not wise. The fan base doesn't want to hear some of what he's been peddling lately. It's
only because he's been in the league for a while, so it's not like he just now started pitching in April. You know what I'm saying? Like,
correct. And it's not like the northeast section of the country just started having 50-degree weather in April this year. I'm pretty sure we had 50-degree weather in April when I was 7 years old.
And it's going to be cold in October.
It's what it
Thank
is.
you. It's October.
Correct. It's what it is. Right.
It's not. It wasn't even that cold out last night. I was sitting on the porch listening to the game, so I could have been out there pitching. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's been.
Who was the player on the Mets who had? Is that legal, Ruben? He had the fanny warmer around his waist.
It was Lindor. He had.
It was
weird.
weird.
Yeah, it was bizarre. His hands were cold.
Can I go?
Jimmy was like
point
that
real
too
quick?
a little bit. He didn't like Jimmy didn't like the cold either. Jimmy Rollins, and that affected those guys. Those guys, if their hands are cold and they can't feel their hands, they're sort of screwed.
James, I
You
might
don't have
need
your
you
hands
to,
or your feet. You're screwed.
I might need you to pull up that audio, James, of Devontae Smith on the bench a year or two ago when he was talking about how cold it was. Do you remember that? You'll find it. It's very funny. All right, Derek, go ahead, buddy.
No, I'm saying, like, I get the cold, but when you're saying cold, Ruben, like, how we talking about, like, the Eagles, it'd be like 20, 30 degrees out. Them guys ain't playing in that right now. It's 50 degrees out.
I agree.
At night,
No,
so,
yeah, and
that's a little extreme to say the cold. It was a little breezy, but cold and breezy is two different things.
I think it's more of a fact. I think that's an opinion from Topper than it is an excuse. I think he just thinks that the reason why his velocity's not there is because of the weather. I'm kind of hoping that's the case.
Have you seen that? I mean, we know that this is in Nola, a guy who played in humidity when he was at LSU, that he's accustomed to that.
Yep.
But have you seen that drop in velocity based on the humidity?
I've really never noticed it with Nola in the past, but apparently that's happened over the last few years. Again, this is a guy who's thrown a lot of bullets now. I mean, he's not toast by any stretch of the imagination, but
I
as you get older, I mean,
Yeah.
there's some wear and tear, and he may have to pitch at 91 miles an hour. He may have to do that all year long, and in order to do that, he's going to have to be awfully fine with his stuff.
Derek, what do you got on the Eagles?
Nah, I was just with AJ Brown, right? I do think he's a great player, man, but you don't see like he's like a cancer. It seems like he just if him.
No, that's not fair.
You don't think he's a cancer though?
No.
Like that, the way that he's like, we rip MB for being a troll. Like AJ Brown be trolling, bro. You think it's just like how
I think he's got to. I think he's got to listen.
Just troll us.
So you're talking about when he had the Patriots video the other day, the Patriots jersey?
Come on, man.
Look, here's the deal. They just
I don't know.
Well, hold on a second. They just won a Super Bowl, and I think you should give him more grace on. It's a joke. He pulled a joke. So for those that missed it, AJ Brown put a video up recently. He's got a Patriots 11 jersey, which obviously is his number 11. There's been some talk of him getting traded to New England. So he's holding the jersey, and then he's talking a little bit about, I don't know, it's happening or whatever. He turns it around, and it's Julian Edelman's jersey, who were number 11. So listen, Derek, if this was last year, okay, after the freaking loss to the Bucs and they lose 6 out of 7, I would say, hey, AJ, come on, dude, not now. Because part of pulling a joke, part of doing anything in life is timing. I'm not worried about this timing-wise at all.
No, man. Like even last year with that whole thing when he was like, "What's the issue?" When he was like passing, and then the thing with him and BG, we give him a lot of passes, man. I just hope you guys are right because this season is going to be real vital because we lost a lot of leaders and a lot of pieces on that team. So if they start off kind of slow, that's a guy that I would worry about.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
I'm not.
I don't know.
All right,
that's
Derek.
just my opinion.
Derek, give me an answer for what was a big deal in the '90s, could still be, but isn't for any number of reasons.
There's so many. I'm gonna go with MTV.
MTV is a good answer. I think that. Oh God, I got to tell you something, John. I wrote this down the other day.
But MTV's still.
Nah, but it's not.
Existing.
No. And it's one of 8,000 stations. It's hard to even find. Like, I don't even know
They
what
don't
number
even
it
have
is.
music videos anymore. It's like it's just reality shows
know
and stuff.
All right, you ready
why
for
you would make a video now?
Here's the we're getting. So every once in a while I hear about someone's age, and I say, oh no, this is an example of us getting older. I got a new one. I wrote this down because his birthday is coming up in a few days, but I'll just say it now. Kurt Loder is about to be.
Don't say it.
Don't do
80.
it.
No, he's not.
No,
he's not. Kurt
impossible.
Loder is turning 80 in a couple days.
No, he's not.
You
Kurt
know,
Loder.
the VJs, man. Like
80.
JJ Jackson. Remember
What was her name? Downtown Julie Brown.
Downtown Julie Brown.
How old is she?
Nina.
She can't be 70.
No, but she's probably
No,
59, 60.
Come on.
Nina Blackwood. Downtown Julie Brown. Those
Dude, that's
JJ.
making me feel not nice.
It's not good, man.
It's not nice.
No, the Kurt Loder, I got to be honest with you. The Kurt Loder thing may have shocked me more than any age ever. The fact that guy's 80, you're about to be 80.
You're making my heart stop.
I couldn't believe
with
it.
that one.
I couldn't believe it. All right, Elliot Short Parks will join us in a moment. I want to play this.
Gosh.
Go ahead, John.
Nina Blackwood is going to be 70
Stop.
in September.
Quit it.
I want to play this audio. We're talking about cold weather, and there was funny audio of Devontae. I don't know if this is the past year or 2023, but Devontae on the sidelines.
2022.
2022, talking about the cold. This is funny stuff. Listen to Devontae.
I need to put this on my head. I ain't trying to get sick now. Damn. Damn wind. Damn, why my hat so loose? I'm cold as hell. My hands froze. Take my ass inside. It's cold in the shoot.
I love that guy, man. I love him.
They're both from Louisiana.
Yeah.
The thing that's cool is he is really all business. Like he is so buttoned up and such a competitor. And like this guy, for him to be off the focus, for him to be off focus at all, it's just so rare.
Well, he's
It's
played great.
hilarious
He's played
to
great.
listen to this.
He's played great in the postseason.
His numbers
He's
are ridiculous.
He's
Tremendous
a monster,
postseason
man.
player.
Yep.
Tremendous.
Devontae, he is just a machine in terms of the guy you want to depend on. Like we need a guy who we can depend on offensively, Phillies wise, that can bat behind Bryce. I would bank on the mindset right there, like the mindset of belief. We're crossing it weird with football, but still.
No, he's a stud. There's no question. All right, coming up in a minute, Elliot Shore Parks. We're getting really, really close to the draft now. Elliot on the draft, including his big board of 10 options for the Eagles in their range of picks. Elliot on that coming up in 1 minute. Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about one of my favorite places, Family and Company Jewelers. Phenomenal people. Beautiful showroom. Beautiful showroom. And obviously wonderful customer service with Junior and the entire squad. Ian, they know what they're doing. Guys, trust me. They know a thing or two or more than two about diamonds. They know it all about diamonds. They've been in business now for over 85 years, family-owned business. You know, their showroom's something you got to see to believe. I mean, you got to see this showroom, and they treat you great. They treat you like family. From the moment you walk in, right there on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, stop on by. Obviously, tell them you heard about them here on WIP with us and our show, and they'll take great care of you, even if you don't tell them you heard about them through WIP and our show. They'll take great care of you anyway, because they are the best in the business with what they do. If you are thinking about getting engaged, and I know right now a lot of people are, well, get yourself to Family and Company Jewelers. If you've identified the gal of your dreams, get her the ring of her dreams. A ring from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination. All right, let's talk to our guy, Elliot Shore Parks. He joins us every Tuesday. He's brought to us by Colonial Hyundai. Shop online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. Good morning, Elliot.
What up? How you guys doing?
Quite a bit, my man. Can Howie draft a reliever for the Phillies bullpen? I'm just asking for a friend.
See what you
Well,
did there.
I'm sure he could acquire someone at the deadline that would help, unlike Dombrowski's been able to do.
Oh,
damn.
You're not wrong.
Wow, that's rough.
You're not wrong. All right, so Elliot, a lot of ways to go here. I actually want to start with we'll get to let me say the Twitter poll right now, and then I want to get to your big board of 10. But Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's got the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. So, Elliot, we got two different poll questions, very different than the focus we've had with the draft, which is draft a college kid and, get him and all that stuff. This poll question is, would you trade the Eagles' first-round pick for TJ Watt? Would you trade the Eagles' first-round pick for Trey Hendrickson? Now, you told us last week you don't expect it to happen. Just give me the why. If you could acquire a great edge rusher and plug and play into a team that already is a Super Bowl ready roster, Why do you think Howie wouldn't do it?
So I think there's a couple reasons he wouldn't do it. One, if you just know, the theme of the offseason really has been not handing out massive contracts to people that aren't already on their team. I know they paid Cam Jurgens a big contract. Obviously, Saquon got a contract, but they were not big players in free agency. And the reason for that is they expect to hand out a lot of big contracts next offseason to more of their own players. So I think that'll be one of the reasons Howie wouldn't do it. But I also think organizationally over the last year, they've decided they want to give their young players a chance. I remember at the end of the collapse in 2023, Howie talking about how they probably that season didn't give their young players enough snaps or opportunities to develop. And you saw last year that when there were holes on the roster, I guess, perceived holes, whatever you want to call them, like they let young guys play. Nakobe started. Nolan Smith got a ton of snaps. Like just across the board, they allowed young guys to get snaps. So I think by acquiring a veteran like TJ Watt or Trey Hendrickson, you're paying them a ton of money when you acquire them. So I don't think they want to do that. But I do think they really want to give like Jalix Hunt, Nolan Smith, a potential edge they draft this year, real snaps next year to try to develop.
All right, Elliot, let's talk about your big board because this is really the focus. Who are they going to get at 32 or thereabout? Now, you put out yesterday your Eagles top 10 big board. To be clear, it's not who you think the 10 best players in the draft are, but guys in the Eagles range that you think would be good for them to target. You've got Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss, number 1. Why?
I just think he's such a perfect fit on this roster. And he's not Jalen Carter, to be clear. But I see elements of Jalen Carter in his draft profile. He's a great athlete. He's built like Jalen Carter. I think he has real pass rushing potential. If you look at some of the only defensive tackles over the last few years that had a pass rush win rate and a run stop win rate of over 10%, there's like 5 or 6 of them, I think. And Jalen Carter and Walter Nolan are 2 of the only ones that did that. So I think he's falling in the draft because he probably didn't reach his potential in college. And there are apparently, you read some reporting, like some, maturity issues, I guess. But ultimately, I think if he came into the Eagles building, he could turn into a Pro Bowl level talent. And you put him next to Jalen Carter, that truly is like a franchise altering duo that could carry this defense for years to come.
I love that building from the inside idea. I don't love the maturity question marks. But then again, Jalen Carter, that was the big question when he was coming out. It's just there's a tipping point for that stuff. And I guess the Eagles need to figure out where that point is. How much confidence do they have in this group? That's the thing with everything in flux, that there's a lot going out, Elliot. Has that been like discussed? I guess that's not something that's a public discussion, but the leadership quotient needs to be examined for this team, doesn't it? I
think so. I agree with you. You lose Brandon Graham, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, obviously a vibes guy there in that way. So yes, you did lose some leadership, but I think they're really banking on guys like Nolan Smith, Cooper DeJean, Jalen Carter to be those leaders. Now, to your point, they have not really had to do that yet. I think last year, Jalen Carter did take on more leadership than he did as a rookie. But with Brandon Graham not in that room anymore, it's a big gap in terms of the veteran leadership. And they have a young group overall at that position. So to your point, are they able to kind of bring along a player, really any rookie, and develop him into some of the players they have? Like, I still think they're able to, but, this is why Nick Sirianni, as a culture head coach is important, and they're going to need leaders on their team to absolutely take in whatever rookie it is and make sure they get the same leadership these past rookies have.
I'm looking at your ESP's big board. I do think it's amazing that ESP is really close to the 4-letter. Like you really could do something there. But the Malachi Starks, Starks, this is incredible. I really do like Walter Nolan, and Malachi Starks is another guy that is high on my list. I like the way that he plays. A safety, a position of need for this Eagles team. What makes you like Malachi Starks, Elliot?
I think Malachi Starks is a really nice combination of a young player. I think he's just 22 or right around there. But also, I do think he brings like a high floor veteran type presence for a rookie. He's played at Georgia for a bunch of years. He's a really solid player. He can move all around the field. He can line up in man coverage up at the line if you need him to. He can play in the box. He can play deep safety. He can play single high safety. So I think just coming from Georgia is able to do a lot of things. Now, he doesn't have the athletic profile that a guy like a Nick Emenwary has. So, in that way, at the safety position, they have a decision to make. Do they want to go with a Malachi Starks, who is plug and play right now? Like, I think he could be a Pro Bowl player next year for the Eagles. Or are they going with a guy like Nick Emenwary, who's a far better athletic profile, but not as ready? So what I like about Malachi is his ability to come in and play right away, while also obviously still having, a lot of years ahead of him as a rookie.
Elliot, who's the player, if he's available at 27, 5 picks before the Eagles, Howie just picks up the phone and calls the GM and says, I'm making a trade for this guy. Who's that guy?
So Walter Nolan, I think, will be one of them. But another name, since we haven't talked about this guy yet, is Donovan Ezaraku out of Boston College. They had him in for a top 30 visit. It's tough to project where he's going to go. Reading some online reporting, it seems like the Buccaneers really like him. I believe they pick around 20th, if I'm not mistaken. So, that's a potential spot for him. But if he slips past there, he is one of the more accomplished edge rushers in the draft, just in terms of his pressure rate, his sack numbers. So if he's at 27, I do think he is one player, local guy as well, that maybe Howie would pick up the phone for.
Wow. That's exciting. No, that's exactly the kind of question I would want to ask you. Who's the guy that Howie would actually trade up into the round for, instead of trading back and accumulating more picks on top of the 20 that we have over the next 2 years? Donovan Ezaraku, or I'm not exactly sure how to say the name.
But you like him?
What an unbelievable attitude he has on top of the edge rushing skill. I mean, this guy really is. He's upbeat on top of upbeat, which is I really appreciate also.
Well,
but the fact that you say he was one of the top 30 visits, we know that the Eagles value them so much. Are there any other players that you can tell us who have been on a top 30?
Yeah, so I think we know about 26 of them, if I'm not mistaken. I won't, read off the whole list, but another name that I think, based off the top 30, fans should try to learn more about over these next few days is Nick Scourton, the edge rusher out of Texas A&M. He's only 20 years old. He's one of the youngest players in the entire draft, and he has two things that, just in my experience covering Howie, I know he really likes in edge rushers. He has an electric first step off the line, so he's quick at the snap, and he has excellent bend. And those two things are things Howie really, really values in edge rushers. So he comes to the NFL with a bit of a pass rush, repertoire. He does have some pass rush moves. That's normally what takes edge rushers the most time to develop. It's just building that first move, the counter move, and attacking tackles with a plan. He already has a little bit of that. So when he was here, he talked to Brandon Graham. That feels important to me. I don't think that was probably coincidental. So, yeah, I would say Nick Scourton, if they sit at 32, could definitely be a guy.
So 2 days to the draft, and Elliot with us right now. By the way, tomorrow, Jason Kelsey with us on the program at this time. Thursday, we're going to have the Diddy, Ray Diddinger on. So big-time draft coverage, obviously, in these final 3 days, today, tomorrow, and then our show Thursday before the draft on Thursday night. Elliot, I want to play a game here called Was Daniel Jeremiah Spilling the Beans about Howie Roseman. So tight end is obviously a possibility, particularly if Goddard is gone. Could be a first or second round thing. Jeremiah was on with Mina Kimes yesterday. A lot of people think he was referencing a conversation with Howie when talking about tight end Mason Taylor, who could be a first or second round option for the Birds. You tell us, and I'm going to play this audio. Was Jeremiah referencing Howie? You be the judge.
When I started mapping this out, I was on with it. Well, I'll tell you afterwards, but with one of the better GMs in the league, and we were going through guys, and it was like you start getting to the end of the round, you start looking at names, and it's like I know exactly what I'm buying with Mason Taylor. Like the rest of these guys, it's some hit and miss, and he's like, I know exactly who and what he is. So
all right,
we'll see.
Elliot, gut feeling. Was he talking about Howie?
Well, if he was talking about Howie, I can tell you this: they will not be drafting Mason Taylor, because I can't imagine Howie would tell anybody this close to the draft his honest opinion of a player. So maybe he was talking about Howie, but I just don't think they will take a tight end at number 32. Mason Taylor, I mean, what you hear there is not the profile of a player how he will use a first-round pick on. He sounded like a safe pick. He didn't sound like an exciting pick. I don't think he has a great, special athletic profile. So, look, if Howie's on the board at 32, can't trade back, and there's just nothing there, maybe, but I think that'd be a very disappointing outcome in the NovaCare complex, honestly, if that ended up being the pick.
Elliot, what do we know about Nakobe Dean's status and how that could impact this draft?
Yeah, so it's definitely maybe an under-discussed thing. We haven't had a chance to talk to Nakobe since the end of the season. Players did report yesterday. Maybe we'll get a chance to talk to Nakobe over the next few weeks, but it's a big part of it because, at the end of the year, Vic Fangio said he trusted Jeremiah Trotter, but he didn't put Jeremiah Trotter Jr., I guess I should clarify, out there. So, yeah, if Nakobe's not going to be ready for training camp, we know Vic really values training camp and a chance to get those guys reps together. So, would they take a Jihad Campbell at number 32? They might, honestly, if they don't think Nakobe has a good long-term prognosis, especially with him being a free agent at the end of this upcoming season.
Elliot, good work, bud.
Wow.
Good work. Real good stuff. Look, we're all rooting for Nakobe. It's a tough spot, trying to figure out when he's going to play. And also, let's remember, he's also getting near the end of his contract. Part of
what I'm saying, he's a free agent at the end of the year. And the other thing I would say, too, and to your point, Nakobe's been doubted before, and he had a great year last year, so I would not count him out. But when you suffer a foot injury and you're already not a special athlete, Nakobe can't really afford to lose even half a step, right? So I think when he comes back from this injury, it'll be really interesting for the Eagles to find out if he's the same level athlete.
Listen, part of the reason they moved on from Jordan Hicks, and he was a better player than Nakobe, was he got injured a lot. Now, Hicks ended up having a 10-year career, but he got injured a lot here, and they just said, love him, but don't want to give him big money for a second contract. And it wasn't an unreasonable position. And Nakobe's kind of got a similar profile. He really does.
I would just say quickly, the flip side of this, whenever we talk about players who are injured all the time, is they don't get big money, right? So I think Nakobe, if he, doesn't start, he plays some games, I could see them re-signing him on a backup level contract. But I agree. Yeah. I would be pretty surprised if Nakobe ended up getting big money from them at the linebacker position.
Elliot, good work, pal. We'll talk to you more this week. Thanks, man.
I'll talk to you later.
You got it, man. I got to tell you, Jordan Hicks, he's one of my favorite Eagles that no one ever talks about anymore, because he kind of got washed away because they won the Super Bowl, and it's all right, he was there, but he got injured, and then they just moved on.
You're right.
But I loved
think
him.
of him as an Eagle.
I loved if he had been fully healthy the whole way, he would have been a great Eagle for a decade.
He was very skillful.
Oh, he was great
in space, the space linebacker, and we just never really gave him the credit he deserved.
Kept playing, but he just kind of disappeared from here. All right, let's get to.
He went far away.
He went to Arizona, right?
Yeah, geographically, he went far away, very far.
All right, Kate in Northeast Philadelphia. Good morning, Kate.
Hey, Joe, and Richie. Sucker, I want to congratulate you guys on your early morning show.
Thank you, Kate.
So,
thank you.
Out of the 312 friends that I have, you guys used to know me. My God, my friends of years. I was born in 1981. So funny, you guys know me. They're like, "What are you going to do on your 11 o'clock lunch break?" You're not on anymore.
Kate, have you not called us for 2.5 years? Or
yeah, I haven't exactly, because that's my sleep time.
Yeah, well, it was
my goodness.
It was my sleep time too.
What? I got promoted.
Where has the time gone?
I go to bed now. Yeah, I'm on you know what I mean. But really funny. I wanted to tell you. I won't keep you long. I wanted to just congratulate you guys.
Thank you. It's great to hear from you again.
I missed you guys so much, and I didn't realize how obsessed I was with all of you guys. And it's so funny. Stuff was no. But I'm going to tell you a funny story really quick. I have a really good answer to the question of the day.
Sure.
Because I was born in 81. But before I say that, I was on my way to the airport about 3 weeks ago, right? So, I live in Northeast Philly. So I was flying out to San Diego to another wedding. And I had you guys, and you were doing famous quotes.
Yes.
So we're going to need a bigger boat.
Yes.
Because 1975 comes out in the theaters. So I was born, you know what I mean? So they're going to replay it. I just found out. You know,
Well, that's pretty cool. Look, let me tell you this. I wish movie theaters would play old movies more
Dude,
often.
I've been saying this for years.
I would go.
I think it's a way to make movie theaters a big deal again.
Like, let me put it this way, Kate. Let me put it this way. Better chance I go to a movie theater tonight if it's what's out right now in a movie theater or Terminator 2. It's not even close.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Right,
nobody
Rube?
knows
I'm
what
right
that
with
is.
you.
Not even close.
Like,
The experience is way
14-year-old
better.
me, like, he doesn't understand, and like everything like makes sense, like because we're in the same age bracket. Like I couldn't believe it, like you know what I mean. And now I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my god, I miss it so much because they don't understand. You know, like what's a pager? Like what's this? Like what's that?
Yeah.
Like,
All right. So, what's the right answer for what was a big deal in the '90s? Could still be, but is not.
The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Not anymore.
No, it's
Did
not.
do a reboot.
He's
of
lost
it,
a
but it
little,
was
a
different.
little luster.
Well, she said. Well, so am I writing down Will Smith or the show? I need an answer because
I think she said the Fresh Prince.
Yeah, I think she was doing the show.
that's what I thought.
Show.
And listen, of course, it's not going to be as big
It's
a
a
deal.
good
It was
show.
30 years ago. I mean, yeah, we can go round and round with a million. Kate, love you. Great call. But I mean, like, we can say 90210. We can say Saved by the Bell. I mean, yeah. Now, Tiffany Amber Thiessen would be a better answer. You know what I'm saying? Just because she was a big deal and now isn't. That's a better answer than a show. Of course, it's not going to be a thing 30 years later other than in reruns.
Is there something going on with you and Kate?
No, but she did seem like she dug the hammer. And I appreciate that.
Come on,
Yeah.
dude.
There
Well, I mean,
was
You
a
felt that?
special
She dug what?
spark.
You heard a little pep in her step, right?
There was something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe a little.
Reference to we're around the same age. All
Oh, you're
that
talking
stuff.
about that,
It's like
the
I
caller.
could hear your
Yeah.
heart
I thought you were
beating
talking about-
over
Oh,
here.
Tiffany Amber Thiessen?
Yeah, I think you're talking about Tiffany.
No, Tiffany Amber Thiessen,
No, no.
not digging the hammer.
No.
But Kate, I'm gonna take you, man.
Oh, no,
but
I think
I
I
appreciate
take-
it.
yeah, yeah.
I appreciate it. I mean, it's still.
That's a little too late. I mean, if I were Amy, I'd be
Look at you.
offended.
This is where John just starts.
Well, I mean,
starts trying
she
to cause
was-
trouble.
Well, he has
She
some.
I-
He has.
it seemed like there was something
there's a
going
reason.
on there.
This is where-
between
Yeah.
Joe and Kate.
I
Ruben,
sensed a little.
this is
something.
where I-
More than just a casual conversation.
Right.
This
you
is where
will.
I'll
Right.
say to John, he wasn't here the last 4 days. What was he doing the last 4 days?
Right.
Two can play at this game.
Uh-huh.
215.
Also a good point.
Well, but it doesn't really do anything because we heard the spark.
Right.
We heard the spark.
I could
with
sense a
Kate
little
and
something.
Joe.
Something.
You,
Yeah.
you ready for a word? Enough.
All right.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed at what guys think they hear sometimes.
All right, Andrew Painter to the bullpen. Ruben says absolutely not. Why? We'll get into that next. Also, some very funny audio last night in sports broadcasting related to one Shaquille O'Neal. What happened? We'll play it for you now. He pulled it to camera. I'll just say
No
that.
way.
He pulled.
No
You,
way.
you think about what you think that
Oh,
means.
Come on.
You think about what that means.
Does
Could
he
mean a lot of
realize
things.
the depths that he's plunged himself into?
You'll hear it next. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on 94 WIP.
Phillies Nation, the season's about to heat up, and it is your time to swing for the fences. Every time the Fightins strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right. When they fan double-digit batters at the bank, you'll get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo exclusively on BetMGM. Best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep cheering on the Phils, celebrate those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gaming partner of Major League Baseball.
BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Catchy tune, right? But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha. After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto? There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture? Claro que sí. Wow, that's a nice picture.
The S25 takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you.
Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
With autopay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Spring savings have arrived at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken, and you don't want to miss out. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
we can be twinsies
to
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Includes all rebates and incentives. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax. Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat. Dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Chevrolet during Dell Chevrolet's Grand Slam Sales Event. Dell Chevrolet continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the Delaware Valley's #1 truck destination with over 300 trucks and SUVs in stock ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it less. Dell Chevy is located on Route 30 in Paoli. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Head. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Terry Francona. After taking last year off the heel and recharged, the future Hall of Fame manager who won 2 World Series in Boston has returned as skipper of the Reds. Already, Cincinnati is stealing only when it makes sense, keeping a more consistent lineup and letting starting pitchers pitch deeper into games. Now, that's what I call managing. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies dropped the opener of their series at the Mets 5-4. Aaron Nola gave up leadoff homers in the first and second. Jose Ruiz a 3-run shot in the 7th. But the Phils would battle back in the 9th to get within a run of the Mets.
And a high fly ball out to right field. Soto's going back to the wall. It is gone into the Mets bullpen. It's a 3-run home run. It's 5-4. Second home run of the year for Stock. Now we got a little drama now in Flushing.
Tom McCarthy on NBC Sports Philly. Well, that drama didn't last very long, Tom. Trey Turner and Bryce Harper, which both strike out to end the threat. Harper on 3 pitches, the last one in the dirt. Nola off to an 0-5 start with an ERA over 6. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th. Schedule your free estimate at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Partly sunny, breezy, high of 78. It's currently 61. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5-5 right now at 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you're in a movie theater, this, like, starts playing, it's like, let's go.
Right. Seriously. Why wouldn't theaters just put this on? Why?
Great point.
I mean, John, I see you very reflective over there. Terminator and Terminator 2. All-timers.
It's going to become relevant.
Well, yes, the AI
especially
thing.
there.
I agree with that.
There's some relevancy.
That's what people are saying.
Watch yourself. Skynet.
We're going to need a John Connor. And I am not he.
It's starting. We know.
I don't look to you as the savior of the human race, Joe.
I'm just trying to win a competition against Fritz. I'm just trying to get to the starting line against Fritz.
We're just trying to get a date.
All right, so let me address this. Let me address this me and Fritz thing for a moment. So, because we haven't talked, John, you and I haven't talked off the air. James, you and I haven't talked off the air. Rhea, Ruben. So all we've had is the on-air comments, which I will maintain here. But I did talk to our boss, Rod Lakin, yesterday, and I told him my mindset. So let me give you my mindset publicly.
The coward's mindset? Is that the one we're talking about?
No, it's the wise.
Please describe it so I can understand.
It's the wise man's mindset. So here's the deal. I actually I feel more energized based on working out the last 2 weeks, John, and I am in a good flow. And you can make fun of me, John, all you want. I am proud of the fact that I am digging in. Now, I'm not like going 100 miles an hour right now with working out because I was told by people, start slow, ramp up, don't hurt yourself early. Here's my point.
How long are we supposed to wait?
Maybe August.
The look you just gave me, John, was one of the most amazing
looks. I don't want to get injured. I pulled both groins a couple years ago and stunk.
No matter what.
No, I don't know about that.
You will get injured.
I don't know about that.
How many of these are we doing?
5. And
you will be injured.
Look,
your tissues will break down.
But let me be clear. We can golf in the early side because obviously I'm not going to get injured golfing. But the sprinting thing, the basketball thing, tennis to an extent.
Can I ask you a quick question?
I need a little bit of time to prepare, and I think that's reasonable.
The over-the-top confidence that you would be Jack.
Yep.
How does that jive with the fact that you physically can't get to the starting gate?
It's not
where
great.
does one lead to the other? That's what I don't get. How do you not see the disparity between these two things and understand that that's why we don't believe that you could be Jack, because you can't even get physically to the point where you can compete without hurting yourself.
Well, it's a fair point.
So is it even on?
It is.
Huh?
Is it on?
Yeah, it's on, but probably more like August and some stuff like golf before that. listen, guys. John, you care about me, right? You don't want me to see me get hurt.
Why the pregnant pause right there?
This guy.
Well, that was a serious pause.
I don't want to get hurt. I think that's reasonable.
You should have seen the look
I
he
did.
dropped on
I
me.
saw it.
That was one of the most telltale looks I've. It was fascinating.
Fine.
That's why people should watch our show on
You know
YouTube
what?
for that
Fascinating.
kind of
I don't care about this. Oh, I'm worried I'm going to be injured.
You're the one that said it to me.
You know what? Get a grip. You have been strutting your stuff, preening, peacocking from the get-go.
Yeah.
And now it's, oh, no, I might get hurt bad.
Doesn't jive, man.
I gotta put this off and put it off some more.
The whole competition's because of you. You're the one who instigated
because
this by talking smack.
Because I'm a better athlete than him.
And you're getting
compete.
on top of for his excuses making.
Can't even compete.
Come on.
How could you possibly be a better athlete if you can't even face him?
I'll prove it.
When?
August.
Maybe.
Somewhere in the future.
Wait, are you playing golf in August?
No, we'll play golf in June or July or May. I mean, I'm available. Let's roll. You know, I would like to practice a little bit, but I haven't played yet this year. Listen, I'm just saying I'm available. I expect to win, but some of these things. And here's the other thing, John, and you should care about this because for years you've been getting on my ass to make sure I work out. I'm working out. I actually feel better. I'm watching what I eat.
Oh.
These are good developments for my life.
Okay, but you realize we've been nonstop for nearly a decade.
Yeah, and I stunk at most of this stuff.
Why are you doing it like this? Why are you eating like that? Why aren't you exercising? Why won't you keep up with this?
I think he's been eating a little bit better.
I have been, Ruben. I have been.
Like, didn't you have like a chef or something?
He started
going
eating
on?
better with the chef thing.
Yeah,
I mean that's important.
It's an improvement.
Hey man,
it's like
you are what you
the
eat.
problem is he didn't really learn that much. So,
by the way, speaking of what you are, what you eat,
someone else
or put another way, a toilet is what you eat. I got to play some audio of Shaquille O'Neal from last night. He pulled a hammer. All right, now we're going to get back to the Phillies and the Eagles in a moment.
Well, he can do that.
And when he unloads, he's probably got a lot to unload. Let's listen. Well, I'm just saying. I mean,
did you have to say?
Sure.
You didn't.
Well, I didn't have to, but I chose to.
Nope.
All right, Shaquille O'Neal last night. We're going to break this up into two parts. First, his departure. While the show is in segment, you got NBA playoff action. You got Ernie. You got Charles. You got Kenny. You got Shaq. Until you don't have Shaq.
The other thing about Kawhi is, you all right, big fella? Catching a crap.
Go ahead, keep talking, Jack.
Yeah, we're on TV.
I know what we're doing. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's that olive oil you've been drinking.
I know.
Hey, take some matches with you.
He's walking away.
No hey, listen,
Walks
he
away.
Hold it. He can't hold it. After 40, he can't hold it no more. That's a first. He can't hold it. Unless he's got something.
That wasn't something planned, was it?
No, not good. Hey, listen, he was in the back talking about he's going to drink alcohol to clear up his No, he's been drinking the olive oil.
You know what?
Olive oil to clean his gut. It's cleaning his gut.
I did not like his gait as he left. That was not a typical walk right there.
He's just gone.
That's
awesome.
funny.
Live TV.
That's really great.
That's why they're the best.
Wow. That's part of why they're the best.
That's why they're the best. Because
I
guess
agree.
what? They're just themselves.
I did not like his gait.
When he first asked, he's like, "You all right, big fella?" He goes, "No." He's like, "No."
He sounded scared. Like something was going to happen on live
I
TV.
can just picture that.
That's funny.
Wow.
So they carried on without him. Now let's get to there's a emergence. They're still on. He doesn't come back in a commercial break. Let's listen
No
to
way.
he comes back. Let's listen
Wait, how long was he?
I'm not sure. Let's listen to the reemergence of the big guy.
What I was going to say about Kawhi earlier before he goes, we need to get the thing. He reminds, here it is. So, yeah. I've seen that face before.
Serious look.
I can feel it. Now he's looking.
There was the gate. There was like
Number one, drinking that water.
Oh, okay. Hey, listen, man.
Drinking that water.
You couldn't,
drinking that water, huh?
Chuck, stop talking so damn much.
What do you mean?
Finish your point so we can go to break.
We waiting on you, fool.
I'm sitting here like, shut the hell up and hurry up. Sorry about that, America.
He was trying to play it off like it was number one. He's playing it off. No chance.
Nobody leaves the set.
Nobody believes him
for number one. No one does that.
Never.
Oh, wow.
So-
Not ever.
Sounds familiar. I believe we had
I'm going to step away for a moment, literally to go to the bathroom.
and then the return.
Whole new man. Trust me.
I've been through that. It's not fun.
Did you announce it?
I did a master cleanse, I guess, at one point, maybe several years ago. I was a GM at the time, and I was going through, trying to clear some things out. And we had a meeting and had a part of the master cleanse, especially in the morning, you have to drink this, salt water solution, and it you have no chance if you don't.
Wow. What about as a center fielder? Pitcher struggling, you're the center fielder. There's nowhere to go. Can't call timeout. You ever have one of those situations?
I never did. Not on the field. I've never had to do that on the field.
I mean, I imagine you had to have teammates
before the game, maybe, but you take care of it before.
Because Ruben, sometimes you get a 25-minute inning, 30-minute inning. if the pitcher really struggles,
he's different than most people.
Yeah,
the camera.
Well,
the camera is different.
John,
where he has these emergency.
There's a lot of
us.
us. See, John doesn't understand. There's a lot of us. That's why there's all these commercials for IBS. I mean, it is what it is. Big part of the society. I'm one of them.
Yeah,
I am.
It might
being
be
honest. I mean, it's a thing.
It might be impossible for you to do this. Like
do
over
what?
162 games, would it be possible for you to
play
be
center field?
Center field
bathroom free?
Center field would be tough. I'd pull a Manny Ramirez and go out.
Like you would have to leave the game at some point.
It'd be under consideration. Yeah, it would be. Let's go to the phones. Anyway, classic.
That's a curse.
That's rough.
I mean, I feel for you on that front.
Yeah.
Just on that front.
Thank you.
Not on the exercising front.
Yeah,
I'm not going to hand you a bouquet because you've worked out for a week.
No, good point.
You need to work out. You need to stick it out. And I really do think, I'm glad that it's like you can feel a difference.
I do.
You should. That's awesome. That's the biggest reason you should be doing it.
You're right.
That right there is payoff for all of this. Like if this creates a new habit,
you're right.
It's so worthwhile.
I'm telling to tell you what I tell my kids, you only get one body to work with, man. You better take care of that thing.
That's fair.
Right? You better take care of it.
I agree.
You only get one. You don't get another.
Unless you get a lot of plastic surgery, and it's sort of like that.
It doesn't change inside.
Who knows what AI could do with terms of technology and they could replace organs and this. Who the hell knows, So let's just, we'll see what happens.
I get both your points. Let's go first. All right. Phil's lose last night. Not good. James just sounded like Woody Woodpecker the way he just laughed right there.
Wasn't the first time, won't be the last.
Yeah, he cranked it up pretty good. Let's get to Jordan. We're pretty bad, depending on how you want to judge it. Jordan in Princeton. Good morning, Jordan.
Oh, good morning, Philadelphia. Good morning, morning show crew.
Hi, Jordan.
I'm back from a week in Disney with my family. It was the first time ever. I managed to avoid this until my kids were 8 and 11, and I missed the show last week. I really missed you guys.
No way. Thank you. But did you love? Hold on. Did you like the experience of being at Disney World?
So I went in as a complete hater, and I have to give all credit to my wife, Jennifer, my beautiful wife. Disney blew me away.
That's
as a
wonderful.
hospitality experience, it was exceptional.
That's
so
beautiful.
I'm never going again. I'm done. I did it. But it was great.
That's really
great.
cool.
I was going to ask if you needed
it.
a vacation from your vacation, because sometimes you do.
Honestly, work is my vacation from my vacation. I was happy to get back to work after that week. It's exhausting. But speaking of my wife, I was actually watching the replay of the YouTube show yesterday, and she says, "Hey, that showed the camera. Looks like you lost some weight."
Well, are you being serious or are you kidding?
No, I'm kidding, but I'm really proud of you, man. Health is wealth, and Ruben is right.
No, I asked that because I have already lost 5 pounds. So that's why I was wondering if you noticed or not. But thank you.
It comes off the face first. Comes off the face first. That's the important thing. Good show yesterday with Jody Mack. Good sports talk. John Ritchie, I like you better. You talk about music. We stayed at the Hard Rock at Universal. They'll deliver a Fender to your hotel room. My kid gets a Strat. First thing he does, rips Hey Joe on it.
No
I
way.
couldn't have been prouder.
They delivered a guitar to your room, and then you just get to play it, and then you have to give it back?
You don't even have to give it back. They come pick it up when you check out.
How about
Wow. That's so
pretty
cool.
cool.
That's amazing.
Nice
And
there.
that's very fitting that he would go, "Hey, Joe, way to go. You are a good dad."
Thank you. I trained him well. You got to train these kids on the history of music.
That's awesome.
Phillies.
Every kid his age should learn "Hey, Joe." It's 5 chords.
And I mean, if you can rip that intro, I mean, you play that anywhere and heads turn. You know, that first riff, what a song. What a musician, what a song. Phillies.
I agree.
You know, here's my big concern with the Phillies. And first, the good. Watching Diaz's face when Stott hit that home run, that was great. You know, I'm not worth the price of admission to watch a whole baseball game, but that was pretty nice. Here's my big concern. 3 things the Phillies struggle with historically, and we're already struggling with them. One is a bad starting pitcher, and that's Aaron Nola right now. I mean, I love the guy. I don't think it's the weather. I think it's age. I think he's got a couple of miles off, and he's got to find something that isn't that fastball. Number 2, the bullpen. Joe, I think you said yesterday you don't like the way this Jordan Romano looks. I'm with you. He looks like he tied one on last night and the night before and the night before. The guy doesn't look healthy. He doesn't look like new Joe DeCamara. He looks like old Joe DeCamara.
Yeah, he looks freaked out. He does.
And just haggard, and like the stress is weighing on him. Not dissimilar to Bohm. The third thing, and this is the real thing that I think has just killed us the last couple of years, situational hitting.
Absolutely.
I love the plate discipline. I mean, I can't even believe that with Clentak, we still are improving our discipline at the plate. I'm shocked. However,
with Clentak, where did Clentak get into this?
Who's the batting coach? He's a batting coach.
Long.
Kevin Long.
Clentak. I'm like, where do you? Let's go back to Amaro if you're going to go back to Clentak.
You know, the guy Rick Amaro for every bad Phillies team. Look at the 2015 roster compared to today.
There's no doubt. All right, Jordan, I need an answer from you, my man. Who or what was a big deal in the 90s and no longer is, but could still be, but isn't?
Alternative rock music.
It's different, but it's not as big, but I don't think that's the winning answer. I don't agree with that answer. All right, coming up, we're getting an answer from Ruben. We touched on this briefly earlier. Andrew Painter to the bullpen, which to me sounds like a reasonable thing to try to improve this bullpen and best utilize his service this year. Ruben says definitive no. Why? We'll get to that in 1 minute.
It's grilling season. It's time to fire up those grills and enjoy some mouthwatering steaks, incredible burgers, and perfectly seasoned chicken from Wild Fork Foods. Whether you're tailgating, hosting a backyard bash, or just hungry for something real, Wild Fork has you covered. Stock up on the 2-pack of ribeye steaks, only $10.98 a pound, or the Brazilian beef ribeyes, only $8.98 a pound. For Easter, we ate the filet mignon and crab cakes for a surf and turf. It was unbelievable. Treat yourself to affordable luxury with a white truffle veggie burger. The burger is amazing. Rich taste of white truffles with a mix of quality veggies, creating a gourmet food experience that you can make at home. 2 packs for only $6. If you haven't checked out Wild Fork Foods yet, what are you waiting for? It's a food experience that your family and friends will be talking about well after the meal is done. Visit their Neshaminy location located right across the street from the mall, or one of their other Greater Philadelphia locations, or shop online for same-day delivery straight to your door. Visit wildforkfoods.com today.
All right. Point, counterpoint. Let's roll. Me versus Ruben Amaro Jr. Now, Ruben, here's the deal. I certainly am aware that the body and baseball and things of that nature, you're going to have a ton more knowledge than me and almost any of us, obviously, because you lived through it as a player and as a GM and as a coach. So let me give you the from afar view that I have of the Phillies pitching situation. Bullpen's been a disappointment and probably will remain not really strong enough with what they currently have. I've been intrigued all the last 3 months leading into the season, early part of the season. Hey, 2 starters are probably going to be moved into the bullpen in October. I'm not counting Taiwan. I'm talking about Ranger and then pick another guy, probably Painter, maybe someone else. My mindset was Painter to October to the bullpen. Great. I hear Giglio talking yesterday, and he references why wait till October to move Painter to the bullpen? Why not use him in the bullpen in June, July, August, and September when he emerges from his injury and can really play at the big league level for the first time. And I thought, well, that seems to make some sense. I mean, I already got a lot of good starting pitchers. Why not put him in the bullpen, spread out his appearances, and be able to use him for, 40, 50 innings, 30 innings that can be really effective in the bullpen, and get him prepared for being out of the bullpen in October. Ruben, you said earlier, absolutely not. Why?
He's too valuable an asset. And I will tell you this, first and foremost, for this year, they are going to need more than the 5 or 6 starters that they have right now. And I say 6 starters, but Rangers not even on the roster yet. They are going to need 8 to 10 starting pitchers this year. I'm going to tell you that right now because that's how it goes. That's how a season goes. But more importantly for the future of this player, there was a time when you could bring a young player and put him in the bullpen and get him accustomed to being in the major league uniform. This guy has never done it. He's never been built to do it. You're going to put a player who's coming off a major injury, and with the type of torque and the way he throws the baseball, you're going to put him in a position to break again because his body is not used to doing this. And frankly, they're building him to be a starter in the major leagues for them sometime in June, July, or August when there is a breakdown and a need. And I think you're putting the future of one of the best pitching prospects they've ever had.
Wow.
In a position to break.
Primarily because of it. So injury more than approach worry. You worry about injury.
Absolutely. It's a totally, there's so much stress. I mean, look at how bullpens are utilized now. Nobody throws more than 2 times in a row. Their arm care and all of that stuff is so different. The torque that these guys are putting on their bodies is prone to breaking down. Why would you put that guy in that position when, he's just too valuable an asset? He's too valuable an asset.
So what's the solution?
Why did it work? Why did it work for a guy like Ranger?
Good
Suarez?
question. Good question.
Ranger had the ability. Some guys had the ability to bounce back and forth. Some guys and that would be the guy that I would put in the pen at some point if you feel like you have enough guys in the rotation. But they got to stretch people out. Who do they have after these guys? They don't have anybody in the minor leagues who can pitch as a starter and be able to say, God forbid, one of your big boys, a Luzardo or a Nola or a Wheeler goes down right now. Mm-hmm. Then what are you going to do? Ramp him back up after setting him up to be a bullpen guy?
Let me ask
then you got to send him back down and ramp him. I mean, you're putting yourself in a position to damage probably one of the best prospects they've had in a long time.
So, Ruben, what's the answer to this question then? Let's say no one is injured in October. Might be, might not be. But that'd be the best case scenario. No one's injured.
Yep.
And I've got 6 guys that are viable options to start an October playoff game. Let's just go through them. I got Wheeler, who's guaranteed.
Yes.
If they make it, he's the only guaranteed starter.
Yep.
I've got Nola, who previously has been guaranteed. Right now it's shaky. I got the 2 lefties in Luzardo and Sanchez that have been here this year. I've got the other lefty in Ranger who's going to be back. And hopefully I got the kid in Andrew Painter. Now, only 4 guys are going to start in October.
Correct.
Who's not starting?
Ranger Suarez is going to the pen.
And who?
You might have to put the other kid. Or he might start.
Who's the other kid?
The kid might start.
Painter, you're talking Painter.
So I'm saying who goes to the bullpen?
You can put anybody in the bullpen.
So would Aaron Nola work out of the bullpen? My point is
he would do anything for the team.
No, I'm not saying that.
Play out
I'm
of the
saying
bullpen,
the stuff, and I'm saying the arm, and could he get injured? Like you're saying the kid's never done it, where Aaron Nola hasn't done it either. So why
he hasn't? I mean, but again, I mean, he can be a long guy or something like that, or a piggyback type of a guy. I think you're putting a kid in a position to break before he gets a chance. One, we get a chance to see what he can do in the major leagues because, I mean, you got to find out whether the guy can pitch in the big leagues. There's a third deck. And so now you're expecting this guy to close games? I mean, that's...
Well, can I throw something at you?
To stop games?
Rube, you were there for it. What about David Price in 08? Top prospect in the sport. They brought him in, put him in the bullpen. We've seen Adam Wainwright in 06. We've seen some of these top prospect pitchers who are starters go to the pen, help out for a playoff run, and then go back to being a starter. We've seen it many times.
It's happened, but I would not do that unless the kid is already pitching in his role and then you can ramp him back down.
Is it because of the Tommy John?
Yes.
I mean, that's.
I mean, we saw Brett Myers do it. He didn't have Tommy John, but we saw him do it very effectively in 07. Very effectively.
You have to have the certain mindset. You have to be able to. I think we got to find out about this guy becoming a starter before we find out what he can do in the major leagues, and then go from there.
Okay. Well, look, you can react to it. I don't love the answer. I certainly, obviously, no joke here. I totally respect Ruben's acumen that brings this kind of intel to us that to me is different perspective than I've had.
Is it possible that they put him in a position to do that during the course of the next 4 months? Maybe. But I'm telling you, they're going to need starting pitching depth at some point during this year. And that's the guy they need to have ready.
Follow-up question. Let's say he doesn't crack the top 4 for the playoffs as a starting pitcher, which, by the way, they're not guaranteed to make. But let's just say they make the playoffs and he doesn't crack the top 4.
Put him in the pen.
You got 2 choices. Not use him or put him in the pen.
Put him in the pen.
So you want his first bullpen to be like October.
Well, I think
September.
You don't necessarily want to do that. But
okay.
Yeah.
You're saying at some point in September
you would have to get a feel for doing it. I mean, a lot of it depends on how he reacts to being in the big leagues. And I love it.
It's an all hands on deck approach.
But hold on.
It's different.
But from an injury standpoint, why are you comfortable putting him in that position in October, but not in July?
Because
a championship's on the line? Because I would tell you a championship's on the line in July. I'm trying to make the playoffs. I got guys like Bryson Wheeler.
But you're not winning or losing the championship in July.
No, but you might miss the playoffs. Part of the kid to the bullpen thing is I might not make the playoffs unless I solidify this freaking bullpen.
This guy can't come to the big leagues to be the savior. That's not the right approach. And this team is not built to have this guy be their savior. I'm sorry. This is a kid that's a long-term solution to be an excellent starting pitcher for a long time.
Well, listen, hopefully, look, you can react to that. 215-592-9494. Eagles don't exactly need a savior at pick 32. What they could use, obviously, is a player that comes in and helps. Daniel Jeremiah on the Eagles at 32. We'll get to that coming up in 1 minute. What Jeremiah is saying about the Birds and Howie at pick 32. Hey, Joe DeCamera here to tell you, April showers, you guys know the deal. They bring May flowers, but Ball Tires, well, you probably know this as well. They bring trouble with a capital T. You don't want that. On slick spring roads, worn out tread means longer stops, less control, and way more risk. Do not chance it. Get your car to United Tire and Service. That's right. United Tire and Service. Roll in to United Tire and Service for a free tire inspection and serious deals. Great deals on top brands, including an extra $50 off any Ford tires. I was at United Tire and Service, I think it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, getting my car serviced. Great seeing Greg and the crew. Wonderful people, true experts of what they do. Phenomenal. By the way, 10 different locations throughout the Delaware Valley. So find the location nearest you at this website, UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com for service, for tires, for anything and everything related to your car. They're locally owned and operated. They're awesome. You can check out all the information at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. All right, let's listen to Daniel Jeremiah because he was on a podcast with John Clark, John Clark's podcast yesterday, and they talked about a lot of stuff, including potential strategy for Howie with round 1 and obviously pick 32. Here's Daniel Jeremiah.
So he's got 20 picks in this draft and next year's draft. So does that lead you to believe he would be more likely to move up or move back?
I think he'd move up. I think there's so many people that want to get out in this draft that are trading back. That what is Howie done his entire career? He's zigged when everyone else is zagged, and he's going to be able to see if we have a premier player start to slip. Man, they're armed. They're armed and ready to go. So,
look, true, but I'll say this: if you really want to talk about zigging when people zag, zigging would be continuing to stockpile the drafts. Picks. Like, you don't have to use them all. You really don't. I mean, this team's really good right now. Chances are 3 or 4 years from now, 5 years from now, probably won't be as good. They just won a Super Bowl. Should make the playoffs again next year. The reality is I think they could use more help down the road, and it would not surprise me at all, to the point John made earlier, trade down, accumulate more draft picks, keep rolling them to the future, when, let's be real, you could actually probably use more help in the future. If I'm Howie Roseman, I'm about to retire in 2 years, load up now, baby. Because the band's shutting down in 2 years because I'm leaving in 2 years and retiring. I don't think he's retiring in 2 years. So I don't put it past him at all to continue to move the picks down the road. Frankly, in years they could probably use them more. All right, one more piece of audio from Daniel Jeremiah, and I want to get John's reaction on potential draft pick Jalen Walker, because Daniel Jeremiah continued on with John Clark talking about Walker.
It's impossible to make a prediction of who's going to be there at 32, but I will make a prediction. Like if for some reason people overthink Jalen Walker like they overthought Nolan Smith, and he's not big enough and the size, like if he starts to drift and drop, I'm like, oh my gosh, they could just go do the exact same thing all over again.
And obviously Nolan Smith worked out great. John, how good is he?
Well, a guy who can do the hybrid thing, the tweener thing. This is, once again, I don't know how many of those you can jam onto a defense. But he can do the off-ball inside linebacker thing. He can do the edge linebacker thing. This versatility really is amazing, especially coming from where we used to be linebacker-wise, where we had just it was like the refuse pile.
Yep.
We just had guys. Now we've got amongst the most talented athletes in the country. We're thinking about, okay, can we fit him here? And maybe we can blitz him off the edge every once in a while. We can sugar him up. If we're in an under front, we can make him the Sam. He can also man up the tight end if we need him to. Just that degree of versatility is something that we just didn't have here in our linebacking core. Now we got these guys. Jalen Walker can do everything, and it's exciting that he can sack quarterbacks as well. The issue with a lot of these guys now is I just think they're too small. And then they get in there and they prove me wrong. I feel like if I had my druthers, I'd prefer a 6'5", 265-pound edge rusher instead of a 6'1", 243-pound.
One thing that Brandon Graham did,
because of arm length.
Yeah. Well, one thing BG did really well, he set the edge. He could play the run.
That's a huge
even
deal.
though he wasn't a classic, like he wasn't Clyde Simmons, William Fuller, classically
he just
big.
had power.
He did.
He could stuff you if you tried to kick him out.
Yeah.
And a guy, it's just it's unreasonable to expect that a guy who's 240 pounds is going to be able to do that with the same energy and physics that Brandon Graham at 265 is able to generate.
I agree. Hey, Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What's the Armin difference? It's simple. It's their people, well-trained, friendly, and caring. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. All right, would you trade the Eagles' first-round pick at 32 for T.J. Watt, yes or no? Same question, but different name. Would you trade it for Trey Hendrickson? Yes or no? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Let's get to Chavis right now in Coatesville. Good morning, Chavis.
Hey, I'm sorry, fellas. I got to give you, John, and Jimmy an apology. I haven't called you since you won the Super Bowl. I've been pretty busy. We moved cattle all over the place. I'm sorry, fellas.
That's okay.
It's okay, Chavis. Thank you for calling us today. It's great to hear you again.
Always good to hear from you, particularly when your team is, not number one, and our team is.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe
hey,
you should just give up on your crappy team.
Listen, all my teams are falling off. The Pittsburgh Steelers are talking about Aaron Rodgers. I hope he goes fall off the side of a cliff.
Yeah. It just seems fake.
Well, you got a desperate coach right now. He hasn't had a quarterback in about 5 or 6 years. He's looking for a quarterback.
I mean, we brought Mason Rudolph back. I hope he does something better than what Aaron Rodgers done.
Well, he probably wouldn't be better. He stinks.
Yeah, Mason Rudolph ain't that bad.
You ready for this, Chavis?
Huh?
He stinks.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You think? Hey, you're gonna get beat up anyway. Hey, listen.
What?
Listen. I gotta say something. North Carolina. There's a fella in North Carolina I know very good. He's a definitely Eagle fan.
You know what? Chavis, as a longtime caller, you've been calling us for years. I'm stunned that you don't know to have your radio off in the background. What's going on with you today?
I thought I had it down low.
Down, but I can hear me talking to you.
Right,
I don't want to hold on.
Hold on, Joe.
Steelers stink. They stink. They're like the contestants in Beat the Hammer.
I know they stink.
Okay. Now, Chavis, I'm playing around, buddy. Hey, give me a big answer, man. What was a big deal in the 90s and isn't now? Oh, Chavis.
I don't know.
Just like the Steelers,
All
not
right.
ready for prime time.
Early, and I just woke up.
Neil O'Donnell.
Neil O'Donnell. Chavis, stay well, buddy. Always good hearing
Thank
from
you,
you.
Chavis.
Yeah. How about Slash? That was a 90s guy, Cordell Stewart.
Yeah, sure.
Remember when he was Slash before he was the starting quarterback?
Sure.
Using him every which way. All right, 215-592-9494. Calls plus another draft deep dive with Sheil Kapadia. Phone calls, 9 o'clock hour. We're going to get to your comments from YouTube. There's a lot happening here today, including a frustrating Phillies team on 94 WIP.
As the seasons and temperatures change, the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that cannot keep up with your family's needs. That's why you need to contact Horizon Services right away, because you should always be relaxed and stress-free in your home. Horizon, they are here to keep you comfortable inside, no matter the weather outside. With Horizon Services, you can service your existing system or get a new heating and cooling system. And thanks to Horizon's expert technicians, you can trust the job will be done right the first time. And that way you're just worry-free year-round, and you can keep your home at your perfect temperature. Plus, Horizon Services has same-day service, money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. They'll work with you to make sure the work gets done on your time while helping you save money. Horizon Services, they are available 24/7, so don't wait for an emergency to happen. Schedule a visit at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know. Brady back again. Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Miller Lite. Cheers, BG. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly.
When you're ready to propose, shopping for the diamond can be intimidating. Trust me, but the Benari Jewelers team puts you at ease, showing you everything you need to know for that important purchase. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of hand-picked diamonds. At Benari, the value shines through. You'll walk away with a superior diamond that she will love. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Hexton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
Hey, navigation, take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power Charge that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, baseball fans, want to boost the odds on your next MLB parlay? Take the field with a Parlay Boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Log into your BetMGM account to receive your token, then place a parlay on any MLB game and apply the token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted parlay hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Feeling good about your MLB parlay? Step up to the plate for your chance to score. Claim your MLB Parlay Boost token today. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck, so join the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an odds boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your bet. Claim your MLB odds boost token today and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck. So step up to the plate and get in on the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. MLB Odds Boost token can be used on any MLB odds of -300 or longer. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. First, the Pirates moved the fan favorite Bucco bricks to the recycling center. Then they covered a right field tribute to Roberto Clemente with an advertising banner. On Saturday, beleaguered owner Bob Nutting witnessed the endless lines of fans vying for a limited number of Paul Skeens bobbleheads. He decreed that all attendees will get them. Finally, there's a thanks for nutting. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Christopher Sanchez on the mound for the Phillies tonight. Game 2 of their series at the Mets, 7 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Mets taking the opener 5-4. Bullpen continues to be a disaster. Jose Ruiz replaced Aaron Nola in the 7th. He gave up a 3-run home run. Nola off to an 0-5 start. He's got an ERA over 6. Rob Thompson thinks conditions are impacting Nola early in the season.
I think it's really more due to the weather. I don't think he gets going in cooler weather. I think he likes it hot.
Well, the weather here today will be somewhat warm, partly sunny, breezy, high 78. It's currently 65. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5-5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey
Spice. I am.
Well, I'm
and
not.
That's why I stopped, because I didn't want to switch.
Boy, is this a dorky conversation. Who
Well,
plays guitar with their left hand? Go ahead, dorks.
It just seems like
dork it out. Go ahead.
Seems like it makes sense if you're left-handed that way of being strung, the right-handed guitar in air quotes, you're using your left hand to fret. So why is that left-handed? I always thought it was kind of a misnomer. I'm fine with the way it is.
James, let me ask you a question. What's my opinion of how people play music?
Save it.
Don't care.
Yeah.
Have you ever played a musical instrument or anything?
You know, the most intelligent people in the world play instruments.
Yeah, but there's only one thing I care about as it relates to music. Do I enjoy the song?
Amen.
That's it. I don't care if you play with your freaking toes, your tongue, your right hand, or your left hand.
I understand that.
I understand.
Have you ever tried to play an instrument yourself?
Yes,
when you were like a kid.
I had to
the
take
recorder.
I took the recorder at Penn Charter.
Of course,
Mrs. Clenny. Did you have Mrs. Clenny at Penn Charter?
I did not.
Oh man, I got in trouble with
So
her.
you learned to read music and stuff?
No. And I had to take the guitar.
Did you do the bells?
Guitar?
The guitar.
What's a guitar?
The guitar. Senior year of college, because I was behind in credits, and me and this guy would just sit there and talk baseball. He gave me a B one semester.
That's a college course?
Yeah, I got a B and a C.
Man.
Because I was behind in credits, and I just had to make them up.
Why'd he give you a C?
I guess my opinion on baseball went down in the second semester. No, I really threw in the towel. Like I went from I'd be like Strum, and I got nothing. I got supposed to do all this practice. I would just go in there, a couple strums, and then we would just talk about Pete Rose every single time. That's what we did.
Well, it sounds like you're trying to cheat the system.
I was, but I got my credits and I got my degree, and that's it. And
There are some
you didn't
professors
get
in
the
college who will
reward.
let you get away with that stuff. I had some of them. I know exactly what you're talking about.
This guy loved talking baseball.
You didn't gain
That's
the
fantastic.
reward.
I wish I had a
enrichment.
couple of those.
George,
the artistic
George Naha
enrichment
was his name.
of the musical broadening of your horizons. You failed to take that on.
What do I care? Hey, I tell you what I do
You
care
could have been
about.
a better person for the future. You know, like you could be a bigger, better version of Joe DeCamera.
Yeah, but
But he doesn't care.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I'll tell you what I do care about though. When Wendy's brings us a big old spread of food, right?
my
We digging this?
goodness.
Right?
Yeah.
Ruben,
I crushed
Unbelievable.
one. I don't. What was
the
it?
greatest?
Bacon, sausage, and sandwich. with
yeah,
egg?
breakfast burger
What
was
is that?
unbelievable.
The breakfast Baconator.
What is that? What it is?
It's the heartiest breakfast sandwich going. And then
Baconator.
if that's not your style, get a breakfast burrito. The breakfast burrito is massive and hits just right.
Nice
and
little
you get some
bite to it.
Cholula on there. It's perfect.
One of my
Nice
favorite.
little bite to the sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
Got a little. The sausage got a little zip to it.
Oh, I like that.
A little fastball.
One of my favorite sports radio moments ever. I heard Charles Barkley being interviewed one time. Mid-interview, orders a Baconator, like right in the middle of the interview. Barkley in a Wendy's line ordered. All right, so here's the deal, guys. Get yourself some Wendy's. The bacon and sausage burritos, the breakfast Baconator, seasoned potatoes, the Cinnabon pull apart, and even the frosty cream cold brew. Freshen up your morning with Wendy's breakfast. If you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, got to be Wendy's. Get to your local Wendy's today.
I gotta admit, I tried some Cinnabon pull apart on my breakfast burrito.
Ooh.
It was definitely outside the box.
What?
Definitely outside the box.
Sweet and savory.
If you like the sweet and savory, I recommend it.
There you go.
Yeah,
That's how you
solid.
do. Let's go with phones. Sheil Kapadia will join us shortly. The latest on the NFL draft, obviously, for the Eagles in 2 days. Paul in Downingtown. Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. That was
What's
a
up, Paul?
really funny clip you guys played of that Shaq. And
That was great.
it's just another reason I'd rather be Shaquille O'Neal than George Brett, because I'd much rather be Shaq on TV than George Brett at the casino, that's for sure. And on to the Phillies. I don't know, man. I have some serious questions. I know Ruben said the sky isn't falling, but I'm feeling like Chicken Little this morning. And I don't like the fact that Topper sounds like a carpenter blaming his tools. I don't like that at all. And if
I feel the other way around, Paul. I get frustrated that he doesn't blame them more. He's going too Andy Reid on me. It's too much now with complimenting guys who failed. It's too much.
Well,
and I know he's protecting them. And he's got to walk back in there, and he's got to see them, and he got to see them the next day. But like, I don't want to.
Feels like they're delicate at this point.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Like he feels like he has to massage this to some degree. I don't like it either. Like I think it feels so overly accommodating and soft and cushy, and what you're engendering is just like continued soft and cushiness, and I don't think that wins.
Yeah.
But hey, he is the manager of this team, and he does know these players really well, and maybe he knows better than I do what Aaron Nola needs right now. Aaron Nola, maybe he's really down and out and just struggling with this, and he needs to be coddled. I don't know. That's part of what goes into being a manager.
I mean, he said it himself. He said he stinks. I mean, he basically said he was brutal.
Like
He said the words.
I want to hear the manager say the pitcher has to pitch better in cold weather.
Yeah,
Like, you know what I mean? Like that, because that's what it is. We can all identify he doesn't pitch as well in cold weather. Well, pitch better.
Right. Maybe I picked a bad
He's
metaphor,
very
but
aware.
I'm tired of the excuses. That's what I'm tired of. I'm tired of the excuses. And if I'm Middleton, like, I have some serious questions, because I think the Dodgers have really thrown the gauntlet down, with that roster and what they've done. And if I'm Middleton, I have real serious questions about a couple of my contracts, and not to use another team, but I don't want to feel like we're going the way of the 76ers, where I have a bunch of overpaid old guys on my roster with diminishing skill set and no chance of winning a championship and no money.
It's not that bad, though. To be clear, it's not that bad.
When we play the
I
Dodgers,
know that it's not, but
we don't
what I
seem to
wanna
have
know-
these problems.
Well,
Like-
yeah, but to me, the Dodgers weren't playing that great, because a lot of things come out in the aggregate. And when you look at the Phillies roster, there's a lot of money being spent, and there's still a lot of holes. Like, we're not getting production offensively from too many positions.
I agree.
So, if I'm Middleton, I want to know, what is your plan to make this roster compete with the Dodgers and to win
Well,
championships?
think about
over
what the
next year?
Dodgers are saying. The Dodgers are saying you can't beat the Phillies.
No, they're not saying
No, they're
that,
not. They're
John.
saying we just won the World Series with the best record in baseball.
They don't care
Dodgers.
1 second
It's
about
regular
the Phillies.
season.
The
They
way
don't
that
think
we
about
match
us at
up
all.
against the Dodgers, it's
No,
favorable,
but the Dodgers don't care.
It's the regular season. Freddie Freeman
Okay.
didn't play.
Yeah.
Like, what are we
You're
doing
right
here?
about Freddie
Yeah.
Freeman not playing.
The
But
Dodgers-
as it stands, we match up well with the Dodgers.
But nobody cares. The Dodgers are guaranteed to be in the playoffs. The Phillies got to get their ass in gear to make
And
it.
also, I only care about matchups in October. Like, if
I'm
matchups
with
in
you.
the regular season just don't matter.
Yeah.
It's not like you
All
match
right,
up that way.
Paul, I got to get to Shil Kapati. Give me an answer. What used to be a big deal in the 90s and is not now?
Well, in the 90s, I used to, every day it seemed like there was a new boy band. You couldn't take a step without tripping over a new boy band. I'm glad we've kind of chilled on
Great
that.
answer.
That is a good answer.
Great answer.
Yeah. So you had Backstreet Boys, you had NSYNC.
You had All for One. Yeah, there were so many of them.
Wow. Boy bands is a really, really good answer. All right. Let's get some answers in the NFL draft with Shil Kapadia. We love having Shil on. He does phenomenal work for The Ringer. Been with us on our program for so many years, breaking down Eagles football, normally during the season, but it's fun in March and April in particular, whether it's free agency or the draft, when they form the team with who's going to be on the team based on who they pick. And for more on all of it, Shil Kapadia. Good morning, Shil.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. Shil, I got to sneak one Phil's question in with you, and then we'll get to the Eagles. Your frustration meter, how high is it right now at the Phillies?
It's medium. It's we're not at Memorial Day yet. There are 3 games over 500. The bullpen is what really has me concerned. And I was listening to Ruben say, "Hey, Ranger Suarez, maybe he can be the answer there." And I keep thinking maybe that is going to be the answer for them, because they need another arm back there that I feel like when they go into the game, I can trust them. So that I'm not at a 8 or a 9 yet.
Yeah.
Let's give it some time.
Shil, hang on a second. Let me ask Ruben a question. Ruben, we touched on this yesterday. I mean, to me, I would think this is a non-starter for Ranger and his agent, Scott Boras. But would Ranger willingly move in the bullpen in May or June in a contract year? I mean, I feel like that's an unfair ask.
I think it's too early to do that. At some point, he may have to. And at some point, that's the best, if that's the best thing for the team. But we have to remember, again, they don't have a whole lot of depth pitching wise after Ranger and eventually Painter. So,
well, you got 6
you gotta keep
guys. I
stressed
mean,
out.
at some point, you got more depth than the other guys got down the street.
And you have more depth there than you at other spots in the team.
Absolutely.
At this particular
True,
moment.
True.
Okay. There's 5 months left and then another month. So hopefully.
Yeah.
So, pump the brakes.
All right. Shil, let's talk some Eagles here. Let me just start with a basic question. Give me 2 or 3 names at pick 32. Reasonable for the Eagles to get at 32 or moving up just a little bit. 2 or 3 names Eagles fans should be thrilled if they hear the Eagles have drafted on Thursday night.
Yeah, I think one guy who's generated a lot of buzz is Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss. He transferred from Texas A&M, very disruptive player, and if you're the Eagles and you want to fill that defensive tackle hole and get someone who on third down can rush the passer next to Jalen Carter, fill that void from Milton Williams, and really has upside. I mean, you're picking at 32, so there's every guy you get, they're going to have some questions with them, and he wasn't the most consistent producer, but I do think the potential, the upside there is there with Walter Nolan. So that's one. Another guy I like is Malachi Starks, the safety from Georgia. Now, I don't think that's the Eagles' preference, would be to get a safety at 32. I think they would like to address the lines of scrimmage, but man, if the board falls a certain way and he drops, he started as a freshman at Georgia, was a highly productive player there, high football IQ. I think he's someone who could come in, replace Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and be a really good player for you.
Who don't you want?
He is a guy who is still talked about sort of in our vicinity, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like Starks has been a name who's like around our area in 32. Are there any guys that I know, Joe, you want to ask who don't you want?
Yeah, Sheil, who don't you want? Who has been discussed and viable in that range that you think would be a bad fit for the Eagles?
Yeah, there are a few guys. There's this edge rusher, Mike Green from Marshall, who people like. I mean, he's facing 2 sexual assault allegations, and I just feel like if you're taking an edge rusher from Marshall with that kind of baggage, that to me would not be a good use of a first round resource. That's when Shamar Stewart is this edge rusher from Texas A&M, who everybody likes his potential. He had 1.5 sacks last year. And so to me, the draft is all about making bets that you feel good about, knowing that there's going to be risk. And I would just rather take a guy who was a little bit more productive in college.
Yeah. So the clean player, the player that you would trade up for, it does everything sort of have to be perfect for that guy? I would prefer like going back, accumulating more picks in this draft, Sheil personally. But if I were to go up, I want it to be worth my while. That's for sure. How does that work for the Eagles or any of these teams? It's got to be as perfect as it gets in order to sacrifice that sort of capital to move up in the draft. And do you see guys that you secretly think could slip that the Eagles would make a move for?
Yeah, it all depends how far up you're going. Howie Roseman's MO has been, he will trade up. I mean, we've seen that in a bunch of these recent years, but it's not a massive trade up. He's not going like 10, 12 spots up. It's all right. Let's get ahead of T-Max because we think they're interested in the player we want. So we're going to move up 3 or 4 spots, maybe give up a 4th round pick and make sure we get the player we want. It's hard to identify a lot of those guys in this draft. It's one of those drafts where you look at it, and even in the top 10, I look at some of these guys and I say, wait, they're going in the top 10. This guy has an injury question. This guy doesn't have the measurables, all those things. So I'm not sure this is the year to do that. Now, a couple names just in case. One would be Michael Williams, who is an edge rusher from Georgia. Now, I don't think he's going to fall to a spot where the Eagles are going to be able to move up. But if you're asking me, hey, just kind of a dream scenario here, if he starts falling a little bit, he's only going to be 21 years old as a rookie. He's kind of like a DeMarcus Lawrence, Jason Pierre-Paul type body type. I think he's someone Vic Fangio would really like. And so I think the position matters a lot for whether they're going to move up. I would say lines of scrimmage, they would think about it. I have a hard time thinking they would trade up for any other position in this draft.
Sheil, 2-part question on tight end. 1, is Goddard gone by Sunday morning? And 2, do you think tight end is a viable option in the first 2 rounds for the Eagles?
I mean, I would just like a Goddard resolution because I'm sick of talking about it. Probably like you guys are. I mean, Mike, can someone make a decision here on Dallas Goddard? My God, what is going on here? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to be gone on Sunday morning. This thing has dragged on forever. They make the comments at the combine and the owners meeting where you say, all right, he's definitely gone. Well, guess what? He's still on the roster. And by the way, a little domino here in this Dallas Goddard discussion is that the Baltimore Ravens have a tight end, Mark Andrews, who supposedly is also available. So now if you're another team looking for a tight end and you want to trade for a veteran, you have multiple options out there, and that's probably not going to work in the Eagles' favor. So I don't want to act like I know what the resolution is going to be there because I'm still a a little confused about it. Does it result in a pay cut for Dallas Goedert and he comes back and stays? So I can't tell you there. I really don't know. I guess if I had to guess right now, maybe, yeah, I would say he's gone this weekend, and maybe they find a trade partner this weekend. First 2 rounds, it would shock me if the Eagles took a tight end in the first round, just because I think the 2 top guys are going to be gone before their pick, and I don't see another guy who I like enough at least to draft at 32. Now, day 2, yeah, I think that absolutely is an option, specifically if they know they're going to trade Dallas Goedert. There are some guys out there. Mason Taylor is a tight end from LSU. Elijah Arroyo is a tight end from Miami who's a really exciting player, a vertical threat. So there are 2 or 3 guys, I think, on day 2 that could potentially be options for the Eagles.
Where do you think Shedeur Sanders is going to go, Gio?
I've got him at 21 to the Steelers. Yeah, you know what? It's really confusing. It's the whole draft, content machine where a guy is swinging from the 3rd pick to the 9th pick to the 21st pick in a matter of weeks, and you're not sure what's going on. It just seems like the league is not that high on Shedeur Sanders' upside. So I think he may start to fall a little bit, and a team like the Pittsburgh Steelers, who they don't have a quarterback, they might get a little lucky there and get a guy with a chip on his shoulder who maybe can come in and play well for them.
He really could tumble. If he doesn't get taken 3 or 9, he could go, because a lot of those teams have quarterbacks. He could really, I remember the Tennessee kid a couple years ago, maybe was going to go in the top 5, went in the 2nd round. It happens sometimes. So, all right, Sheila, I got 2 different Twitter poll questions of the day, and I'm curious how you would personally answer them. It's about acquiring a star pass rusher. Twitter poll questions brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's got the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. All right, same question, just with a different name each question, Sheil. Would you trade the Eagles' first-round pick at 32 for T.J. Watt, and would you do it for Trey Hendrickson? You get it. GM calls you, says, Howie, enough of all the scouting. Like, you get T.J. Watt, you give me 32. You doing it?
I think I'm a no on those, knowing their financial situation and how much TJ Watt is getting paid and how much you're going to have to pay Trey Hendrickson, and the fact that those are guys who are, I believe, 30 years old or right around 30 years old. So I think if I'm going to trade a first-round pick and a guy on a cost-controlled rookie contract, it's going to have to be for someone who is in their mid-20s, who's going to be around and productive for a long time. So I would be tempted. Don't get me wrong. TJ Watt especially is a game-wrecking player. But I think ultimately, knowing every signal that the Eagles have given us this offseason about their financials and about their concerns about paying a lot of these younger players, I think I would be a no.
Yeah, so here's where the audience is. 67% say yes on TJ Watt, and 51% say yes, or 49% say yes on Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
It
would be tempting.
Another
name I'll put out there that I just saw in Adam Schefter's column yesterday is Odafe Owe from the Baltimore Ravens, who had 10 sacks last year, played his college ball at Penn State, was thought of as kind of a raw player coming into the NFL, is developing a little bit, but according to that column, maybe the Ravens don't want to pay him big money. So that, to me, that name caught me by surprise. I didn't think he was available, but when I saw that name, I thought, all right, if the Eagles are actually going to take a big swing, maybe it would be for a younger player like that who's going to be around for a long time. So that's just another name to kind of throw in there.
Sheil, this is a bit of a flyer, but when you were watching tape on any of these college kids, did anyone pop just for you? Like when I watched, I don't know, Sidney Brown's college tape, it was like, holy cow, this guy is flying around trying to decapitate everyone. It was just like, man, I love the way this guy plays. Did you find any guys that just really stuck out to you?
Yeah, there's this safety from South Carolina. His name is Nick Emenwari, and he is actually a guy who could potentially fall into the round where the Eagles are drafting, because safeties typically don't go that high. He's 6'3", he's 220, and he is an unbelievable athlete. Like, all these guys are great athletes. So when there's one guy who's flying around and you say, wow, he's moving at a different speed than everyone else, and it was backed up by everything with his combine testing, and he kind of drops into coverage and has good instincts. I thought, man, this would be a really interesting player for Vic Fangio to get his hands on and add to this defense. So, yeah, he
6'3",
was
220.
Yeah.
Running a 4.38.
It's unbelievable.
Man.
Yeah.
Geez, that tweener.
Yeah, I know.
You talk about a guy. We're talking about guys who can be off ball and blitz off the edge. This is a different incarnation of that. This is guys who can play off the ball and cover everybody.
Yeah, I thought about him. Hey, they have a little linebacker issue with, we don't know when Nakobe Dean is going to be back for this football team. I thought, man, on third down, I really think this is a player you could just line up next to Zach Vaughn and put in your coverage packages. So he was a guy that was pretty interesting to me.
Hey, Shield, great work in the lead up to the draft, man, as always. And, of course, we'll talk to you when it's over, whether it's Friday or early next week. We'll get you on again soon. We really appreciate when you come on the show. Thanks, Shield.
All right, look forward to it, guys. Take care.
You got it, man.
Shield.
All right, time's yours up ahead. Also, comments from YouTube and phone calls. All of that and more. And I want to get Ruben on being a GM in a draft war room. What is that like? How we will be back in it again in 2 days. What is that like? That and more up ahead on 94 WIP. All right, FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is the place to bet all your favorite player props. Obviously, with all these playoffs going on, unfortunately, without our local squads. But basketball and hockey, NBA first round playoff actions happening, and you can lock in the bets at FanDuel.com/hammer. From a basketball standpoint, the player props include, points scored. Does a guy get a triple-double? The stats like assists and rebounds. It's all there. Every stat you can possibly imagine. And then, obviously, the big one, who's going to win a game? Who's going to cover the spread? Things like that, all of which is there at FanDuel.com/hammer. Of course, you can also lock in on MLB on a day-to-day basis. Our local squad back at it up again later today in New York. All of it there at FanDuel.com/hammer, including your chance to get started. If you're a new FanDuel customer, get started with $250 in bonus bets. $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. What a deal. What a site. What an app. The FanDuel app, FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Mets. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. First pitch is at 7:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
My goodness, Kyle Schwarber clears everything into the bullpens.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. It's finally draft week, and I'm ready to cash in. One market that's still wide open. First wide receiver selected, excluding Travis Hunter. Keep an eye on Matthew Golden, who's got some serious speed and climbing up both outside and inside. You can still grab him at plus 135. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code Radio Launch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. April showers bring May flowers, but ball tires, well, that brings trouble on slick spring roads. Worn out tread means longer stops, less control, and way more risk. Don't chance it. Roll into United Tire and Service for a free tire inspection and serious deals on top brands, including an extra $50 off any Ford tires. United Tire and Service, locally owned and operated. Find the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football Champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football Champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesearch.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesearch.com today.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. Phillies Mets play the second of their series, 7 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. It'll be Christopher Sanchez on the mound for the Phils, who dropped the opener at Flushing 5-4 last night. The 16-7 Mets are 6-2 in games decided by 1 run on a 5-game win streak, and they are 10-1 at home. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, pay nothing. until 2027. Now through April 30th, schedule your free estimate at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Partly sunny, breezy, high 78. It is currently 65. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5-5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This guy was something. All right, so our show's on YouTube. Hopefully you like it. I mean, our regular show, just as you listen to it on the radio or the app. But if you've checked it out on the YouTube channel, we appreciate that. A lot of people have, and they like to make comments about our program as it happens, and Seltzer grabs them. And James, what are people yapping about today?
All right, let's start out with Mick.
Mick or
yes,
Nick?
Mick.
So I apologize.
Yeah, so
I
Mick B
apologize.
says, Joe, I was going to address the shame you heaped upon me for my name, but I had to hang up. Mick was on hold earlier. He says, it may say Mick from Tampa, but I was raised in Fishtown in the 60s and 70s. We don't take insults kindly.
Well,
so just putting that out there
yeah,
for
I mean,
Mick.
Sounds like he's got a
He
guy.
sounds serious.
Sounds like he's got a guy.
Well, he may have a guy. Here was part of
might be the guy.
Part of my point yesterday was it's not quite as far as Dick, but it's got a lot of Dick in it. In that it's you don't meet a Mick that's 15. They're 45 and up.
I
at
don't
this
know
point.
about
Probably
that.
is. I mean, he grew up in
agree.
Fishtown.
Well, that's
and
my
what?
point. That's my point.
60s?
I don't agree.
It's a name that's drifting.
I think that there are probably young Mickeys somewhere.
Mickey Morandini, but he's older.
He's older.
Well, Ben
Mick is
Davis
a way
said
cooler
his
name
d-
than Joe.
Yeah, Mickey is his son.
Mick is a way cooler name than Joe.
Agree.
It is.
Just saying, enjoy it while you have it, because the next generation don't have it. That's all I'm saying. Seltzer, what else? What else we got to
All right.
retort?
Calvin says, Seltzer is right about Nola. I'm tired of people making excuses for him.
Well, I don't think many are, frankly.
Not too many.
No.
Not too many. At this point, we're starting to get to the point where the
And guys,
excuses are going away.
I'm a huge
Rob
Nola
Thompson,
fan.
Rob Thompson's making excuses. for
Rob
him.
Thompson. And I love Nola, but, come on, man. Like, let's go. All right, one more, Jay.
All right. This is from Tel67. She says, I hope, and this was prior to ESP coming on, we didn't, but I hope the morning show doesn't attack ESP like the afternoon show did yesterday.
What'd they do?
I don't know. We didn't. You're welcome. Wonder what happened. I guess there's a little ESP
Or
afternoon
maybe
show beef
we
now.
did unknowingly.
How do we attack him?
I don't know. I don't think we did.
No,
we
we
would
don't
know if we
attack
attacked him.
Elliot.
No, we don't attack. We don't even attack Fritz, and there's a lot to say there. I mean, I'd say I'm going to whoop his ass in
We
sports,
sort
but-
of just
I heard,
attacked
I
him.
heard- I heard ESP get attacked.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm trying to recall, but they were beating
I
him
feel
up
like
a little
him
bit.
and Spike
I was
were
driving
going
back
at it.
from a
Yeah.
they were. I was going. He was talking about the fact that
The running quarterback
the
thing?
running quarterback
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, said he would rather have ESP said he'd rather have a guy who could really run and be an average thrower than have a great thrower who has no athleticism at all. I think that's sort
And
of
Spike was not
well,
happy
and
with
Spike
it.
and Spike was like, "You're a clown."
Wow.
Yeah,
Spike went at him pretty hard.
Yeah, he got him
Yeah.
hard.
So were they talking about Jalen without talking about Jalen?
Well, that's exactly who they were. No, they were actually talking about Jalen because ESP loves Jalen and he should.
Yeah. All right, let's get to the phones. Let's go to Ken right now in Cinnaminson. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning, friends. How are you today?
Doing great, Ken.
So ESP's take was on one of his daily Eagles pods, and he said he'd rather have a great running quarterback who's an average thrower than a great throwing quarterback who's an average runner, which I agree with Spike, which is
I
very
agree with
rare.
Spike also. Yeah.
You get to get you get to get a great thrower.
Who's an average runner.
Yeah,
So, and he
I
would
like
rather
that.
have a great runner who's an average thrower.
Hmm.
So
It feels like there's fewer great throwers.
Listen, it's shifting. There's no question about it. In part because the running-oriented quarterbacks have had that since the early days, meaning 6th grade, 8th grade, 10th grade, 12th grade. So I think they lean on it, and they're great at lean.
And part of the point, too, that Elliott was making, too, for context, was he was saying if you have the great thrower, can't run guy, you have to have a great offensive line. You have to have great receipt. Like, you need to build more around those guys, whereas guys who can create for themselves, you don't have to build around them as much. To an extent.
Burrow was an example. I think Burrow was still exceptional last year. He had no chance with what was around him. And I'm not talking wide receivers who are great.
Defense.
So how do you
defense, but also line. I
so
mean,
how
that
do you-
line was crazy bad.
How do you categorize Mahomes then?
Well,
Is he a great thrower?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, he's a great.
yes.
Oh, he's a totally great thrower, and he's above average for where running quarterbacks were 10 years ago, but maybe average for where running quarterbacks are now. But he's got a lot more wheels than the
accuracy,
Troy
his
Aikman
ability to
had.
read and all that other stuff. So that's what you're categorizing. You're not talking about like a.
He's so good at that stuff. Both the
I understand
the
that he is.
deciphering and the throwing.
My question was: is it arm strength or arm quality?
Both.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think he's got the whole package.
It's pristine.
He's
like Jeff
so with Dan
George's
Marino,
arm on a great leader and
Where's
guy
Dan
who
Marino?
cares.
Well,
Dan Marino
arm-wise, he's all-timer.
Yeah, all-time also. They're both all-time. I mean,
Okay.
he is as all-time arm-wise as Dan Marino.
Yeah, and I'll say this, Ruben. I think because he's had so much success, and some of it is with his legs, I don't think he gets the credit for both reading defenses and throwing the ball that he should. I think people have taken it for granted. Right. Anyway, go ahead, Ken.
Sorry. So on the Phillies, look, this goes back to the conversation before the season started about are you excited or not, and it's why I wasn't, and a lot of people aren't excited. I mean, this is a 500 baseball team since last June, and they didn't really do anything to change that. Aaron Nola, this is what Aaron Nola is. He's a guy who throws in the low 90s, who when he gets too much of the plate, he just gets hammered. I mean, the biggest thing about Aaron Nola, it's unfortunate for him, but his mistakes go over the fence. And it's unfortunate to be a major league pitcher where you have to be so perfect with everybody else because you have to make sure the 1 or 2 home runs you're going to give up a game are solo home runs and you don't have guys on base. So this is just what he is. It's why I hated the 7-year extension when they signed it. And, to quote Jordan Davis last year at the OTAs, there's nobody walking through that door to save the Phillies this year. So,
I don't know about that, man. Andrew Painter and Ranger Suarez could walk through that door. Can't discount them.
Painter, I agree with Ruben on
there's
the
no
fact
could.
that
They are walking through.
Yeah, they
that
will
door.
at some point.
Yeah.
Well, now, whether they, pitch great and all that, and to be determined. But, I think there's more coming than you're leading on to.
Well, a lot of people seem to be waiting on Justin Crawford. Justin Crawford's not a major league hitter yet, and he's not going to be a major league hitter by July. So it's just, they kind of ran it back and they replayed the hand that they had. And so all of the issues.
Yeah, they're feeling the effects right now. Hey, Ken, give me an answer. What was a big deal in the 90s and is now not?
Well, I mean, this guy made the most culturally significant sitcom in the history of television and then just kind of drifted off into the sunset after it was over. Jerry Seinfeld.
Interesting answer. Could still be. Is young enough. Yeah, not a bad answer.
He's done some stuff, but not like he's not like he was.
I think that's a really fair answer.
Very good answer.
Because he's still young enough. When I say young enough, he's 70-ish.
Well, look, Larry David did a whole nother
That's right.
10 to 11 seasons of a whole nother show.
Seinfeld's a good answer. Ruben, let's get some answers on what it's like to draft. Now, baseball draft, very different.
Yeah, real different.
Very different than basketball and football. Very different. Is it true in baseball the scouting director runs the draft?
Oh, yes.
Does he make the pick instead of you?
Oh, yes.
He makes the pick.
Correct. He makes the pick.
You never overrode him? You never said...
we talk about it. I mean, we chat. But yeah, I mean,
So is that because the major league guy has to, meaning when the GM has to focus on the major leagues and you let the scouting director focus on the college kids and the high school kids and a Major League Baseball GM simply can't do all of that? Is that fair?
Yeah. Unless you have a high pick and you're not spending a whole lot of time in the major leagues watching your team and you have the ability to go see, players. If you're picking like we picked Nolan, 7th?
Yeah.
I went and saw a ton of players that year.
Makes sense.
And I had some knowledge of them, but you're not scouring, all 50 states or, whatever. And so you have to rely on guys to make their decisions and let them, make their picks. And they're comparing it. And we have great meetings. We talk about it. We discuss. I loved arguments. I loved the passion when guys were passionate about wanting a guy and how good he was or how bad he was. And I love differences of opinion. That was, for me, that was a really fun time. But at the end of the day, I mean, the scouting director's got to make the pick.
Got it.
How connected do you still feel to Aaron Nola?
I'm connected to him only because he was the one guy that I had a little bit more input in because we were finally picking high. We were really sort of picking, a top 10 pick. Prior to that, we didn't have a lot of those because we were picking 30th,
right,
and 40th and 50th, and so I had a little bit more passion about him just because one, I really like the pick and I like the player, and in fact, he's sort of, I think he outpitched what we thought his ceiling was going to be.
I mean, look, he's had a fantastic career.
Yeah,
and
Ruben, we thought he'd be like a solid number 3, maybe jump to a 2 at some point.
So what do you think his number right now should be? Like, based on the way he's pitching.
He's like a 4 right now. He's pitching like a 4 or a 5.
Wow.
But it's just because he's not real sharp, I think he'll drift into like that middle 3. He's just been so durable, man. He's been one of the most durable pitchers in the last 10 years. And it's stuff's ticked down right now, but hopefully it'll tick back up. And if it doesn't, then he's going to really have to manage the strike zone.
They are fortunate, and I don't mean fortunate like it happened to them, like they created this, to have, as Nola has drifted down, to have discovered the whole Sanchez thing and trade it for Luzardo.
It's fantastic.
Because a lot of organizations, if your 2 went to 4-5 territory, you'd be in deep trouble. And I don't think the Phillies are in deep trouble. Now, I'm not happy with them today, but guys like Luzardo and Sanchez certainly changed the equation compared to if they weren't here.
No doubt.
Big time.
No doubt.
All right, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours.
James, you nailed it back in February and March when you said Nola was probably going to be the 4th best starter. And you weren't even factoring in Painter at that point.
Yeah, no, I wasn't.
And even maybe Ranger at that point because
Yeah.
we knew he was going to miss time. Hey, Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
So the weather affected Nola, but the Mets pitcher McGill gave up 1 hit and struck out 10 people.
Yeah.
And it didn't affect him. So it's just one-sided. It's only cold when Phillies are in the field. I don't get it.
I'm with you, dude. I agree with that.
He likes to be able to grip it. He likes the humidity.
Yeah, this message is for Bryce Harper and for Kyle Schwarber. You can be a hero just by getting a single and putting the ball in play. Time's yours.
Well, that is true.
Had some tough at bats there and some big spots.
Yeah.
That happens.
It is a GM's job to take a look at their team, their roster at the end of the season, and to look at it through a microscope and nitpick and find the flaws. And you should be losing sleep over those flaws. What did the Phillies do? Instead, they looked at the part of the season that was successful last year and said, oh, we're good. Let's just run that back. Give me a break.
Yeah, look, the only thing I'll say is I think they were a little bit more handcuffed than your lending. It's not like football. You can just cut guys, non-guaranteed contracts, turn over the roster. I mean, if you commit big money to players and they underperform to a degree or a decent degree, it's hard to move off it. It really is. Don't get me wrong. I'm not thrilled with Dombrowski, but part of it is when you go in and sign guys, if they don't deliver for you, you're kind of handcuffed. I mean, Trey Turner's like untradeable right now. With that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
It is a downside of being one of the big boys in baseball. I mean, it's better to be a big boy than a small boy in baseball, but like, Rube, you know, man.
What's it like being
they're all
a small
guaranteed.
boy?
They're all guaranteed.
I have a serious question.
Richie's on a heater.
I have a serious question.
What?
I got so into pomegranates.
Okay.
I don't know that I've even talked about this with you guys, but I got really into pomegranates like, I don't know, a few months ago.
Yep.
And now I can't find pomegranates anywhere.
They're probably not in season, John.
Well, there's a whole
Hello,
world
Stanford.
out there, and we can like, I don't know,
They're
don't
probably
they fly
not in season.
produce all over the place?
No.
You do get obsessed with stuff too. Like when you're into something, you get
Wow.
very into it.
True.
That's
It's like the everyday
I know,
consumption.
I know.
And now there's none to
Everything in
consume.
moderation, John. Everything in
Well,
moderation.
I mean, but they're really, really good. So I don't want to be moderate. So, but they are amazing. I have this sinking feeling now, though, that they are nowhere close to our country. Like I'm going to have to venture outward to find pomegranates. Does anyone know? Does anyone know?
Their
someone
season
called-
is from September to December.
Someone called Tom's yours for John tomorrow.
Well, that's a terrible season.
I'm
That's
sorry.
that's
Well, what do
the
you wanna do?
smallest season I've ever heard.
Well, it is what
Well,
it
the
is.
smallest
September
season
to
is
December?
Small season is spring, which is
You
like
got it.
4 weeks now.
You got to go AI it or something. I mean, create a new season.
I need to
Create
build a
dire wolves.
greenhouse.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Move to Mars. They
Right.
probably have a different,
there you go.
different season. All right. We got to come up with a winning answer. This is for Phillies tickets next Tuesday. So here's the criteria. What was a big deal in the 90s? Could still be, but isn't. All right. I think we've got 5 that it's between. Steroids, because of steroids in baseball in particular. Fighting in hockey. MTV. Boy bands. Jerry
man.
Seinfeld.
I think
Great
it's boy
answers
bands or
here.
Seinfeld.
There are some good
I
answers.
think it's
boy
steroids.
bands is.
I love steroids.
I think
Love
it's
that
boy
answer.
bands.
I think
I'm
boy
with you.
bands,
I
man.
think it's
All
boy
right,
bands.
all right. Rhea and I are steroids. You two are boy bands. Ruben, you got to make the call. Steroids or boy bands?
Roids.
Yep.
Nailed it.
Hey, Patrick, you have won the Phillies tickets, courtesy of a member of the 1993 Phillies, Mr. Ruben Amaro. He never benefited from them, but others,
Maybe I should have. I don't know if I regret that. or
he
not.
wouldn't be sitting here with us trying to make a buck. Hey, everybody have a spectacular. That's the one thing. Part of why I didn't vote for Seinfeld. I mean, the guy's got so much money. You don't have to work, you know. And by the way, he does still, he appears in Borgata. And those are good shows. I've seen them. They're actually good. But obviously, he's not as big as he was 25 years ago. Hey, have a great rest of the day. Drafts in 2 days. We're getting real close. We'll talk about it more tomorrow. Watch the Phils tonight. Listen here on WIP. We'll talk about that tomorrow as well. Joe and Hugh, they're up next.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending, man.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know. Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it. Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. It feels good to be home. And sponsored by Auto Lenders, the smartest way to drive tariff-free.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet cable required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Don't miss your chance to bet on all the clutch shots and legendary performances with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make a heads-up play with player performance performance trends. Now that means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their employee pricing for all event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Don't stress. Take your party to a whole new level with our event catering or our Crab Fries Express food truck. We cater on-site for big parties, small parties, grad parties, and all parties. Order special catering options or our signature menu items. Book your off-premise event today. ChickyandPete's.com for details. Chicky and Pete's, the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles First Trust Bank Club and Eagles Training Camp. Chickies and Pete's.
The Truist Championship is coming to Philly. Watch top PGA Tour players including Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, and more take on the Philadelphia Cricket Club's iconic Wissahickon course, May 7th through the 11th. Don't miss your chance to see who is worthy of joining the city's vast list of sports legends. Kids 15 and under get in free with the ticket and adults. So bring the whole family to enjoy a variety of fan activities and excellence at every turn. Tickets are on sale now at TruistChampionship.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at NissanUSA.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to Vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Ole Miss baseball team was visiting South Carolina Saturday. Leading 2-0 in the first, the Rebels loaded the bases for catcher Austin Fawley. He blasted one over the left center field wall. It bounced once and was caught on the hop, one-handed by Austin's mother, who was recording the grand slam on her phone in the other hand. What are the odds that could happen? I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Gilio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Soto's going back to the wall. It is gone into the Mets bullpen. It's a 3-run home run. It's 5-4.
That was a big one there. Now got to continue.
Swing and a miss. 2 outs. 0-2. Swing and a miss. And the ball game is over.
Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gilio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. Kyle Quinn back behind the glass. A lot to get into today. We're 2 days away from the NFL draft. We got some big stuff to talk about. Well, we start, though, Hugh, with the Phillies, who go to New York last night. And it felt like deja vu. It was like October all over again, where the Phillies go to Citi Field. Lindor's hitting home runs left and right. The bullpen stinks, and the at-bats late. Not good enough. Look, that was a bit of a spirited comeback to get the 4 runs in the 9th inning. But when you're down 5-0, you're pretty much dead. The Harper at-bat stunk. The Turner at-bat stunk. Hugh, good morning. Phillies lose 5-4 in the opener against the Mets.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, listen, don't get sick trying to rush summer. Because I saw a lot of folks this morning out. They had the little crop tops on, the little halter tops and the shorts and stuff.
Today. It's kind of warm.
But it's still, we ain't there yet. But we on our way.
Yeah,
but I see, hey, listen, I know everybody been cooped up. Don't get sick, be coughing. Because you trying to rush summer. You had a little outfit. You know how somebody have an outfit laid out, their first summer outfit.
They're ready to go.
And they get that first, there's something that said, I'm about to kill them today with this. Yeah, don't get sick. Don't get sick.
Take care of yourselves, says Dr. Douglas. Well, the Phillies try to take care of themselves with a victory last night. Did not work. They lose 5-4. All right, there's a lot to unpack. 215-592-9494. But bottom line is, to start off today, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated with this Phillies team because it's a few weeks of just not very good baseball. I don't know how else to say it. They were 5-1 after the first 2 series of the year against a couple tomato cans in the Nationals and the Rockies. 5-1. What's their record since then? Is it 9-9 since then? I mean, they're about a 500 team.
Man.
Whatever it is, whatever the numbers are, they're about a 500 team. I think they're 8-9. 8-9 is the actual number. Their last 17 games since the Rockies left here. And Hugh, last night I felt like I was watching October 2024 all over again, where the Mets just looked like they were better than them, and they took it to them. Lindor with a couple home runs. Look, Aaron Nola was not good again last night, but he did. I'll give him a little bit of credit. Last night. He battled. He was lucky the Soto home run was foul, but he battled back.
Man, that one right there.
Woo, I know.
You talk about dodging the bullet.
Oh,
well, it's still, they got it back.
Yeah,
but they had both of them. Ooh,
I know. Look, not good by Nola, but not horrendous. He battled. He stayed in it. They probably kept him in there too long because the bullpen's short anyway. Then you get the offense, which stunk for 8 innings. I mean, they couldn't touch McGill for the whole time he was in there. McGill, the pitcher for the Mets.
No, I mean, I know that they kind of tricked Kyle a little bit.
Well, of course, because he's not special.
No, he wasn't, but he looked special last night.
Well, you face the Phillies offense, sometimes you look special. And then late, look, that was a good comeback they had on Diaz in the 9th inning and the reliever before him. But when you're down 5-0 because the bullpen allows more runs with the home run off of Ruiz, it's tough to come back. And I got to tell you, after the at-bat, after the home run by Stott, I was like, oh, boy, we're going to have something special here? And then Turner and Harper just had a couple bad at-bats. Hugh, I'm frustrated with the Phils right now. Tough first loss against the Mets. And really what's getting me is the pitching, Nola, and the bullpen, because the bullpen's job when you're leading is to hold it down, right? But the bullpen also has a big job when you're losing by a couple runs. They got to keep it.
Yeah, they got to hold fort. They got to hold serve.
So last night when Ruiz came in and gave up the home run to Lindor, effectively the game was over at 5-0. I know they came back and they made it 5-4. If they had a better bullpen, maybe they come in, they get Lindor out, and it's still 2-0. They might have won that game. There's a lot of stuff right now that's frustrating. 215-592-9494. Hugh, what's hitting you as the Phillies lose 5-4 in the opener at Citi Field?
I'm going to say it like this, Joe. Timely hitting. Timely hitting was what got it for me. Tyler McGill looked like Kyle Quantrill out there. I know Kyle hates when I do that, but he did. He had one of those nights where I had a chance to listen to Scott, and I keep forgetting my man's name.
Kevin Stocker.
Yeah, I keep forgetting his name.
What's wrong with you?
No, because I keep forgetting his name because it's like I know the LAs and guys like that, but I just keep forget Stock's name.
And we're off and running.
And they were talking about him because I was at Harper's game last night. By the way, he hit one out. He was trying to hit it out the park. But I was at his game, so I'm listening, and they were talking about this Tyler McGill.
Mm-hmm.
And Stock said something to the effect that, hey, only way you're going to beat him is if you get him out of there. And I'm thinking to myself, well, hell, how you going to get him out of there? Because you can't hit him.
10 strikeouts in 5 1/3.
You can't hit him.
Nope.
It was ridiculous. And like I said, I've said this before, man, but Scott is the best in the city, in my opinion, of framing games in a way where you know that you could tell by his voice inflection that it's a long day.
Yep.
It's a long day. And that's what I gathered from that. Listening to the game, he could see the frustration. Nobody could hit this guy early on. His stuff was electric. And that's the thing that jumped out to me. I know there's a narrative where, you're not chasing as much, which is a good thing.
They are walking more. They're getting on base more.
Which is a good thing. Which is a good thing. But man, you're not hitting when there's runners in scoring position or people on base, anything like that. You're not doing any of that. So that, as much as we talk about the pitching and everything, the way Nola worked himself out of that jam that he was in last night, that was a good enough performance to win.
Well, and look, the bullpen didn't pick him up, so his final line looks probably worse than it was. He gave 4 runs because the 2 inherited guys, right? Ruiz came in, gave the 3-run home run. Those were charged to Nola, 2 of those runs.
I got that right last night.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I was close.
Well,
I said 6 innings.
Well, you said 2. You said 2 or 3 runs.
I said 2 or 3.
It was 4.
Yeah. But I was still in that.
You were close.
Hey, listen, I was in that ballpark, though.
I'm not going to start doing a ballpark with your predictions.
No.
That's not how predictions
Excuse
work.
me. 8-leg parlay here.
I don't care.
Oh, stop.
Plus 450 home run.
Mr. 8-leg parlay right here. Right here. I'm just saying.
Enough. All right, 215-592-9494. There's a lot frustrating right now with the Phillies. Again, 8-9 their last 17 games. And they have elements of frustration when you watch them. When you have a bad bullpen, it's frustrating. When you can't get timely hits, it's frustrating as a fan. You're just like, this should be better. Let's hear from Topper last night about the starting pitcher, Aaron Nola, who wasn't, I would say, bad, but when you factor in the Soto missed home run and then the one that the inherited runner scored, I think it kind of evened out. I think he earned his line last night, 6 1/3, 4 runs. Let's hear from Topper about Nola.
Go back to Nola. What you think of his velocity, where it was at tonight?
I think it's really more due to the weather. I don't think he gets going in cooler weather. I think he likes it hot.
Is it word to
like
stay
hot too.
around this? Do you still feel like he could be successful?
Absolutely, but it won't stay like this. They'll pick it up.
Ruiz's velocity was also down a little bit. Are you concerned about that?
I saw some 95s.
He was averaging down a tick.
Yeah, not really. Again, cold night.
You know what?
I don't care what you saw. I'm telling you what I saw.
Yeah, I love the. Actually, it was not what you said it was, Topper. But can we stop with the weather stuff? He's 0-5 with a 6.5 ERA. I mean, 0-5 with a 6.5 ERA. I don't want to hear about the weather. And I know, Max, who's doing our YouTube and video, he said he was actually at the game last night at Citi Field, and it was windy. I mean, but it wasn't 25 degrees outside.
That dog ain't gonna hunt.
I mean, come on. I mean, again, if Aaron Nola had a bunch of good starts and then he struggled in the wind and cold, I'd say, oh, tough night. Every start, he's been a Philly for a decade. This is the way April weather is in the Northeast. We got to all get over this. So you had that, and then why'd Topper run him out there for the 7th? I thought it might have just been 6 for Nola, but he tried to get him through the 7th. Obviously, didn't work. Here's Topper on his reasoning for putting Nola back out there in the 7th inning.
Nola got there 6, got hit hard a little bit there. What made you want to send him back out? For the
just because we're a little short in time. I thought he was still in good shape.
Was that a flare to Dombrowski? I think we're a little short in the pen. It's April 22nd.
Well, they were tied. That's not an excuse. He used his best guys. Well, it's not because he used his best guys the other night. That's not the truth.
Well, how about the GM gets him more than 3 good relief pitchers?
Well, yeah. Well, he only trusts 3.
Well, how many would you trust? They all give up runs. All right.
No, I'm just saying, but that's what it was.
I know. I get it. And he doesn't have enough of a bullpen. 215-592-9494. What's frustrating the most with the Phillies? They dropped the opener in New York. The bullpen's driving me crazy. I didn't even get upset at Noel last night. I thought he was.
He was what he was.
But he wasn't terrible. I don't think he was bad. The at-bats late after the comeback stunk. The at-bats early stunk. Kyle, what hits you? What's frustrating you as the Phillies are 8-9 their last 17?
Everything's frustrating me. And this team is going to make me sprout some gray hairs in a matter of a week because I don't see anything changing anytime soon. I feel last night was kind of like a chicken or the egg type thing with the bullpen and the offense. The offense not scoring runs for 8 whole innings. And, that puts the team in position to where if the bullpen cracks a little bit, like it has been all season, then, you got a loss on your hands. The 4 runs in the 9th, not enough. The bullpen to me at this point, I guess I'm just resigned to the fact that it is what it is until they can do something about it, whether it be at the trade deadline or sooner, if Painter's able to come up, Rangers back, whatever. I don't know what they're going to be able to do there. They're an arm or two short on that side. But I think what the biggest issue for me is, and the thing I'm worried about the most, is got to be the offense. Like the offense, I don't see a move that can be made that can change what they are at this point. They just look like the same. I understand they're walking more and whatever, but they almost feel like they're stuck between approaches from last season and this whatever this new idea was that they went into this season. I don't see it getting any better, and they go through these really bad cold stretches. I mean, throughout innings and innings of games, and it's killing this team. Like they're not really helping out their bullpen at all when they go 8 innings and they're not scoring any runs. So for me, I think the biggest worry, at least long term for this team, has got to be the offense. Like this just might be what it is at this point.
Well, there's actually a similarity between the offense and the bullpen. The good ones are good, right? Like Alvarado's good, Hugh, and Strom is good. Kerkering, we think, is good, although he had a tough day on Sunday. The offense is pretty similar. Like Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper are outstanding offensive players. Turner is supposed to be. He's
up and down.
Yeah, he's up and down.
Kind of up and down.
I actually like what I've seen out of Stott in the leadoff spot. It's working out right now. And Castellanos is off to a good start. But look at their hitters 6, 7, 8, 9 last night. Max Kepler's hitting 233, and that's with 2 hits last night. JT Realmuto is hitting 232 with a 645 OPS. Alec Boehm, if I have to see one more person post about his 8-game hitting streak, I don't care. They're all singles. He is hitting 198 with a 487 OPS. And then Rojas, I mean, he is what he is, right?
Yeah, you don't want to say it, Joe. I'm looking at it too. Go ahead and say it.
I don't care about his 324 average because he had a good weekend. I'm not expecting much offense out of Rojas. I don't care. 6, 7, 8, 9. There's nothing there.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Don't try to pump up Rojas.
I'm not saying anything.
0 for 2, and they got him out of the game.
I'm just saying. When you talk about all those other guys, I mean, it counts for something, don't it?
Yeah.
No,
it does not. The bottom line is,
I'm not laughing at y'all because I know, baseball a little sensitive this morning. I'm not laughing at y'all.
We just got beat by the Mets last night.
Yeah, that was bad.
It did.
You know what the bad part about it is? It's like. It almost felt like, listening, because I was listening, you didn't come into the game with any juice. Almost felt like, like against the Dodgers, that felt like, you know what I mean? Okay, we get some get back.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But I thought it would have probably been a little bit more juice for the Mets. I mean, I thought it would be. It didn't feel like that.
It's a huge series. And look, I think Kyle said it's a lot of what, we've been noticing for a while. Watching the game last night, it felt like last October. They're better. I mean, I don't know how to say it. Like, they just look like a better team.
The Mets might own this team, which is a problem.
And I hate the Mets. I mean, it's frustrating.
You're telling me. But the Harper and Turner at bats last night in that spot, what the hell was that?
And Diaz is the kind of guy where sometimes he'll go bad, and they kind of had him on the ropes. I mean, Stott at the home run. I've seen Diaz have a bad outing where he gives up 2 home runs, and Turner and Harper just gave those at-bats away.
And like the approach thing, like it feels like they reverted back to trying to hit like a 40-run home run at the end of the game. When that's the time where you have to go, just pass the baton. Both of the guys.
Well, and I'll specifically say this about Harper. That's why Schwarber's behind you, Bryce. If Diaz wants to walk you to put the go-ahead run up in the 9th inning, take the walk. I mean, that felt a little hero ball from Bryce. He was swinging at pitches he should not have been swinging at. 215-592-9494. All right, what's frustrating the most this morning with the Phillies? 8-9 their last 17. They dropped the opener to the Mets. McGill shut him down. The bullpen, once again, is atrocious. And other than the Stott home run and some of those at-bats early in the 9th, really a poor offensive show. Let's go to the phone lines here. Chris in Middletown starts us off. Hey, Chris.
Chris.
Happy Pick Your Poison Day, man.
Yeah, it feels like that with this team sometimes. Go ahead, Chris.
First of all, welcome back, Kyle. Probably should have stayed away longer, but,
Whatever.
Well, he heard yesterday Hugh making the company man Douglas over here.
I was not being the company man.
You were a problem yesterday.
Kyle actually was scheduled for a few extra days off, but he said, I'm coming back. Yep. Yeah, we had company man Douglas. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, it's funny you mentioned company man because I think Topper was reading off from excuse-making Douglas / company man Douglas's notes with the weather being bad as the reason for the losses. So
give y'all perspective, give folks perspective.
Perspective? We all live in the same area. The weather's the weather. I mean, it's just not. It's not cold.
Somehow that weather doesn't affect Mets players for some reason.
Yeah,
it was 90 degrees and beautiful for them yesterday. Hugh, here's the other thing with Topper. We're on this subject of him. He's just like the listeners and callers. He hears and sees what he wants to see. So like the pitch, the miles per hour and all that. It's not facts. It's whatever you want it to be. You just
that was crazy.
The narrative.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was wild. There was a report, I believe, for the Inquirer, and she was like, "Well, he actually was hitting this on the gun," and he's like, "Well, no." I mean, like,
I saw 95.
Yeah, the radar gun is pretty objective. This isn't a subjective thing here, Topper. He's either hitting that mile-an-hour mark or he's not. Go ahead, Chris.
I mean, maybe he's getting ready for his next stint professional career in sports talk radio, where you just have a take and whatever the facts are, you stick to the
You know
take.
what? Maybe if Topper wants to come into WIP, we'll bring him in.
Yeah. So, guys, listen. The offense. I'm not worried about the offense as far as the problem here because the offense is okay. Like the offense isn't great, but the offense is 7th in the NL in runs scored. We're 1st in walks. We're 6th in stolen bases. And I thought I heard before the season started that that's what we need to do. We need to work the pitch clock. We need to be count. We need to be patient. We need to play small ball. And now we're playing small ball, and I got people complaining. So I don't know what that's about. The main problem with this team is our bullpen is pure hot garbage. I mean, it is just a cesspool of stench and stink. A lot of it coming from Romano cheese and on through the whole thing. And, on Easter, I'm sitting there and I'm talking at dinner to my wife's cousin. And I'm telling them, well, the two only main pieces they can count on are Kirkling and Strom. And then what happens? They choke and give up the game on Sunday. I mean, guys, this bullpen is just flat bad. Like, it's got, it's triggering me back to years ago in like 2020 and 2021.
I know.
Like,
I'm getting flashbacks to when I used to do Final Out. It's going to take years off. There's nothing worse than a bad bullpen. It drains you as a fan because that game yesterday, it's not over at 2-0. I mean, if Ruiz doesn't get the home run, they probably win the game.
Yeah, and they were fighting. They were fighting for the most part. They just couldn't get any timely hits.
The worst thing is you have wins within your hands, and it's just snatched away like when Richie's sandwich got taken from the refrigerator at WIP. Like it's just it's there and then gone. It's awful. Or like when Hugh lost his sandwich. What was that? Willie Rowe took your sandwich?
Warren Sapp. Willie Rowe took his pride. Yeah, that was different.
Same thing. You get the analogy. Same thing. So, yeah. So guys, I don't know, man. I'll tune in again tonight, but this bullpen it's a pure pain train, man.
That's a good way to put it, Chris. We appreciate it. It is a pain train, the bullpen. I mean, there's two elements to a bad bullpen, Hugh. One, and we know this is the obvious one. Like you're winning the game and you lose it, like Sunday, right? Mm-hmm. That's we all agree that's annoying. I actually think yesterday is more frustrating when the game is like you're just down a run or two,
and it's like it's almost right there, but you can't grasp, can't grab it.
They allow more runs.
Yeah.
Like it's going to be really hard to have comeback wins, even if the offense does show a pulse. If you go from down 2-0 to down 5-0. I mean, like, I'd imagine it's like 1 out of every 90 times a team is down 5-0, they come back. That's hard. Like, they scored 4 runs in the 9th inning. It didn't even matter.
Yeah, and then especially when you talk about you were gifted early in the game with the Juan Soto foul ball.
Yes.
Because, boy, that was
he had stood there and admired that one. I was like, oh.
Man, I was like, yeah. Because I tweeted out, damn. And then when they said it was foul, I was like, okay, now you got a chance.
Yeah.
And normally in situations like that, when things like that happen, you usually rally.
Like,
Didn't feel like the rally came.
Yeah, you get a little reprieve. Yeah. By the way, Phillies bullpen ERA is 5.80 so far this season. It's the second worst in all of baseball. Let's go to Sam in Albuquerque, who's not bothered by the offense or bullpen, but by me. Good morning, Sam.
Hey, good morning, Joe, Hugh, Kyle. Good to speak to you guys.
What's going on,
Joe,
Sam?
Am I hearing you actually make excuses for Nola and try and find a silver lining for 2 innings, 2 home runs?
That's
Could
Joe
have been
for you.
3 innings, 3 home runs. How do we make excuses for him?
Well, I didn't think I was. I just thought, compared to his other starts, I thought he settled down and gave them some length last night. I didn't think he was horrendous last night, Sam. Did you?
Well, I mean, he was certainly horrendous to start the game, right? The first 3 innings.
Yeah, gave up a couple bombs, and then I thought he settled down. And then I said, but by the end, I think his line, 6 1/3, 4 runs, was probably appropriate, right? The inherited runner scored. The Soto home run probably, it was almost a home run. So I think it all evened out. He went 6 1/3, gave up 4 runs. Not good, but Sam, my bigger issue last night is the bullpen can't stop anything. Every night they're giving up
100%.
runs, and the offense. Those at-bats after the Stott home run by Turner and Harper, they stunk to end the game.
Yes, 100%. So I have a question.
Yes.
I'm not an expert in baseball, so I need to understand from your perspective, guys, whether it's Nola, whether it's Romano, or anybody else that's out there, what are they seeing in practice that actually makes them think, yes, let's throw Romano out onto the mound again? Are they seeing something that we're not seeing, or is it just when he's in the game, he just completely falls apart? Because I feel like if Romano's in the game, we need to have at least a 5, 6, or 7 run lead. If it's anywhere 3 runs or less, we're going to lose that game.
Sam, I agree with you. It's a good call. I mean, I would guess 2 things, Hugh. One, he's had
Track record.
The velocity's come back a little bit with Romano, right? So that also, I just think isn't it human nature? Like, Dave Dombrowski signed this guy 4 months ago and thought he's my closer. It's probably hard for someone to make a decision and then 4 months later be like, I made it, like, to admit a mistake this quickly.
I've never played baseball either. I mean, obviously, but I feel like be quiet, Kyle. Be quiet.
I saw the first pitches, man.
No, but I do feel like I know the psyche of the player. And I think the reason why, to answer the caller's question, that they keep rolling him out there is because when you ask him, is he okay, or he's self-aware.
Yeah,
that's the best way that I can describe it. Just like the other day when I was trying to describe to y'all his self-awareness, but y'all called me being a company man.
Well, that's what it is. Yeah.
It's not. It's his self-aware. It's self-awareness.
I don't care that he threw hard and he's happy with it.
But the
ball's flying over the wall.
And it's also the confidence that you have in yourself that you can correct the mistakes that you've made.
Right. I think I can understand why he's confident. The last caller, Sam, said, why do we think the Phillies are confident putting him out there?
Because they paid him.
Because they don't want to admit their mistake.
And
that's it.
And they what's the thing that Topper always says? The back of his card, he's gonna be that eventually.
You ever make a purchase and you kind of deep down instantly know I shouldn't have done this, but you don't want to admit it out loud for a little bit just because it's embarrassing? That's Jordan Romano.
Yeah, I did that.
Yeah, we all do this.
I did that.
But deep down, like, I should have done that.
Yeah, make sure, like, if you ever buy, like,
I've
been on Shein, the site Shein. I bought a sweatsuit right the other day.
Oh, I can't wait to see this.
And you won't see
Another
it.
one?
Why?
No, because it looks like the description was like not terry cloth, not like a big ass grizzly bear.
You gotta
when
wear
I put
it.
this thing on, man, and it's not tight, but it's snug.
No, the YouTube audience needs to see this.
No, dog. It got me out here looking like a big ass brown bear.
Okay, well, we'll put up a poll. Should Hugh Douglas wear his teddy bear outfit on camera?
I'm definitely not wearing that teddy bear.
The votes are going to come in through yes. All right, 215.
And I can't send it back.
Oh, So you're stuck with it?
I'm stuck.
Just swear it here. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop in. What about the Phillies is bothering the most right now? The pitching, the offense. We'll get back to your phone calls coming up. Hughes Clues as well for a great price. Plus, we'll get to an observation I had while watching these two teams last night. It's something that struck me last year. And every time I watch the Mets and the Phillies, I see the same thing. I can't unsee it. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Pennsylvania, it's time to step up to the plate for another thrilling season with the Fightin' Phils. And now, every time the Phillies strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right. When they whiff double-digit batters at the bank, you'll get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo. Exclusively on BetMGM. The best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep watching the Phils, cheer on those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gambling partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. PA only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesearch.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesearch.com today.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Hey, navigation, take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The NFL Draft is coming, and With the First Pick has you covered from every angle. Get ready for expert mock drafts, in-depth position rankings, and the perfect draft plans for all 32 teams. We're breaking down the best sleepers, unveiling comprehensive big boards, and delivering all the insights you need leading up to draft day. Whether you're a diehard draft junkie or just want to know who your team should take, With the First Pick is your go-to source for everything NFL Draft. Follow and listen to With the First Pick on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcast.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
0-1. Swung on, hit high in the air, deep right center field. Stevenson back. He's out of room. Looks a whole lot like his grand slam last October. This time it's a 3-run home run, and it's 5-0 New York.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. This hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Shoot your car 94 only at Sunoco. We'll get to some Eagles draft stuff coming up soon here. As we are, the screen is in front of me, 57 hours away.
57 in the
Feels like a long countdown, but 57 hours away from the start of the 2025 draft. We'll get to a lot of Eagles today. Devin's going to join us at 12, talk some Phillies, as she'll be joining us every week now, talking some Phillies. Daily Mock later, you people, everything coming up. But Hugh, it did feel like deja vu watching Lindor hit that home run. Very similar to spot he hit the grand slam off Estevez in Game 4 of the NLDS last year. And you know what stinks? I mean, it just, like, I don't know how to say this. The feeling stinks. Every time I watch the Mets and Phillies, I'm jealous.
Why?
Because Lindor is what Turner's supposed to be. $300 million shortstop, one of the stars of the team. Like, I wish Turner played like Lindor. I wish he produced like Lindor. And I actually think Turner's been better this year than in the last couple of years.
Yes, it's been a slow burn.
Yeah, and now he hasn't hit a lot yet. He's walked more. He's got on base a little bit more. He's played mostly better defense. He had one tough day last week. So I'm not even that down on Turner, like, overall so far this season. I've been okay with it. But man, Lindor just, there's a charge he puts into the baseball. He's got 5 home runs already. Turner's got 1. Like that, he won them the game last night. How often does Trey just win games for the Phillies?
Yeah, I understand why you're upset, Joe. And I'm, I think it's my job to help you feel better.
Okay,
I'm gonna try.
Well, I don't know if you can.
Well, I'm gonna try. The Mets really didn't get rolling until after the series.
Yeah.
Overseas. So I know that probably doesn't make you feel any better, but hopefully this team turns the corner soon. It's starting to get warm outside, not using the weather as an excuse. I'm just trying to make Phillies fans feel better.
I know.
As Kyle looks at me crazy.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't feel good coming in here every day trying to console angry Phillies fans with some optimism and logic.
You don't have to do that.
Delusion, we call it.
No, it's called
when you're not around.
optimism and logic. No, I know y'all don't want to hear that today, but that's what I'm here for.
Logic.
And at some point, logic. Because sometimes y'all, especially Kyle. Then he start playing those old cuts and stuff.
That old, this happens every day.
Because he's thoroughly, like, I see the pain in his face when he comes in. He came in here today and he was mad at me about something I did yesterday.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
don't
well, yeah.
usually do that. We don't
We'll
usually
get to that, by the way.
We don't usually do that. So it's like I get that. And yesterday, you would think that this series was equally as important as the Dodgers series. It didn't. I mean, to be honest, it didn't feel like they felt it was that way.
And it's more important. I mean, let's just be real.
Yeah.
It's a division
Especially when you
series.
talk about what's going on in the West and the teams that are balling out there and what we got going over here. But I feel like this team is Topper still believes in them, and they're going to turn the corner soon.
Well, they might. I mean, they're not a bad team. They're not playing great baseball. It's been going on since the Rocky series ended. And you might be right that they'll turn a corner and play better at some point. And I think actually you will be right on that. Doesn't change that I'm jealous that Lindor's better than Turner. I don't want to tell you. I'm jealous of it. He's better. He's better defensively. He's a better offensive player. It frustrates me. And that's even with Turner playing better so far this year than he did defensively last year. 215-592-9494. All right, what's frustrating the most with the Phillies right now? They are certainly struggling in the bullpen. And the offense, they've had some good moments. They're getting on base more. But you mentioned that situational hitting, Hugh. They had opportunities. It wasn't like they could do nothing the first 5 or 6 innings. They had some guys on because McGill walked 4 guys. So there was some traffic, but they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, they couldn't get it. They couldn't close it out, man. And that's the one thing that stands out to me. We talk about the pitching and all that other stuff, but a lot of times the games that I've seen, it's the hitting.
Yeah.
In clutch situations where you have guys stranded, you strand guys on base that you don't hit anybody in. That's a problem.
Well, and it's just frustrating because that's how you. I mean, unless you're hitting a bunch of home runs, that's how you.
That's
score.
how you win. Yeah, especially when you talk about the shift in your mindset as far as taking more pitches because that was what sent you home early or earlier than you wanted to go last year.
Look, I know these things tend to even out over a full season, but they have struggled with runners in scoring position this year. There's no question. Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Jeff.
I'm mostly frustrated with the bullpen. That was Aaron Nola's best performance so far this year, I think, even though he gave up 2 solos. You have to take advantage of that. And even though their lack of situational hitting has been suspect at best this year, it's the bullpen that's coughing up some of these games.
Yeah, and Jeff, on that point, I think Topper said it Sunday that although they have blown 6 saves, Sunday was the first time they lost one of those games, right? They had found a way, like opening day, right? They blew the game opening day, but they hadn't really lost because of the bullpen in terms of having a lead and blowing it. What you're saying and what last night was, that's actually to me more frustrating when a game is close, right? It's 2-0 and then you wake up and it's 5-0 because most of the time, if you go from 2-0 to 5-0, it's over.
Yeah. The whole blown save statistic is kind of weird anyway, because you could be past the 6th or 7th inning with a 3-run lead and a reliever comes in and gives up that lead. I mean, that's not really a save situation to me.
Right.
They consider that a blown save. So as far as the numbers of that, it doesn't really bother me too much. But I think Kyle was asking me what I thought was easier to fix. And obviously the bullpen to me is easier to fix because you can bring a guy, you can specialize what you need more when a team, another team wants to sell. You can pick and choose a little bit better than you can as far as the hitters because the Phillies are not in a position to me to rent a position player for the rest of the year when it comes to the trade deadline. Financially, they're already, pretty deep. So trying to get a big bat, I don't think that's going to happen.
Well, not unless Middleton wants to go to a level they've never gone to with the payroll and go even higher, or they can get someone to pay it down. I mean, they could, but you're right, it's harder. The bullpen, it's easier to fix a bullpen on the fly rather than acquire 2 real bats. Yeah.
Or better yet, the guys that we have that we're paying can actually start doing some damage.
Well, that'd be
And
nice. That'd be wonderful.
I agree with you. Lindor is an awesome player, man. I love watching that guy play. And I kind of wish he was on our team.
Yeah, I'm jealous. Like he's good, and he seems to be really clutch. And Jeff, we appreciate the phone call. And look, I haven't crushed Turner much this year, but it's just a juxtaposition. Like watching one guy hit all these clutch home runs, and then Turner gets up after the Stott home run, and it's like the at-bat's kind of feeble.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get that. But hopefully, these guys get comfortable in their new roles or their new mindset and take off real soon. Because, I mean, it's getting close to that time where, you want to start to separate yourself or at least be who you are. Because what's this, 18 games so far?
I think it's more than that. What's the Phillies record, 13-10?
Well, yeah, that's 20. what,
23? We could do
Yeah.
math. Yeah, we're good at
A little
math.
bit.
23 games.
Yeah, but I was off by a couple games. But, we getting close. So we're getting around that time where you figure out who you are. Because they say after, 25 games or something like that?
Yeah, it kind of feels like we know who the Phillies are. It kind of
feels like that.
Yeah, the bullpen's not good. The starting pitching overall should be quite good. Nola's in a terrible rut to start the season. And the offense is totally hit or miss. And it feels like the first 4 or 5 guys is the only way they could generate offense. Or I should say, I'd say the first 4 or 5 guys. Stott, Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos. You get beyond those guys. Again, last night, Kepler hitting 233. Real Muto, 232. Bohm, 198. And I'll say it again. I don't care he has an 8-game hitting streak. He's hitting 198. None of that's power. And then, if you want to tell me Rojas is hitting 324.
Just saying it's a number.
No one cares.
I mean, I obviously.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Let's go to Sean in Downingtown. What's up, Sean?
Guys, watching the show, listen, I don't even know where to start with this team. My biggest issue is Dave Dombrowski. I know he's a Hall of Fame trajectory GM and everything like that, but if you look at the Phillies, we know who they are, right? We saw that the last 2 postseasons, they took a step back. And he had an opportunity to maybe mix things up this offseason. And you look at a guy like Turner, you look at a guy, not tradable, but Bohm, they had a chance to trade him. These guys just don't have good discipline at bats, right? They're free swingers. So they're going to go through these stretches where they struggle. But Dave didn't make that move. And then the bullpen, 2 years in a row was a problem in the playoffs, right? They don't have a closer on this team. There's no closer in this bullpen. And I'm frustrated because he let Hoffman go, and he replaced him with Jordan Romano. And that was the wrong move, and they did it for financial reasons. I just feel like Dombrowski is starting to get some heat, but I feel like he's not getting enough heat.
Sean, I think you're right. I mean, I've even heard some people say it's not Dombrowski's fault because Middleton kind of cut off the spending. Well, then you got to spend wiser. I mean, if you have a $300 million budget and this is the best bullpen you can come up with, I point back to you more than the owner. I mean, could they have spent more? They could have. Should they have brought back Hoffman? I agree with you, Sean. But if not Hoffman, you got to give me something better than Romano because this guy can't cut it right now.
I agree. And they're going to have a problem. I mean, they need to, I don't know, maybe Ranger goes to the bullpen, but then his health is a question mark. If he stays healthy, that's a big question mark. So I don't know, maybe they have some options internally pitching wise, but they're going to need to acquire some type of a reliever that's better than, they need another guy out there. And as far as the hitting is concerned, I'm not pointing fingers at the manager. I don't think it's the manager's fault. I really think the players are who they are. And honestly, they just might need to shake things up moving forward if they're going to, because they keep going backwards and something has to change. I don't know what's going to change.
Sean, I don't either, but you're right. They do have to shake it up. And they thought about it in this offseason. Sean, we appreciate the phone call and they didn't do it. 215-592-9494. Can I have a little PSA I want to throw out there?
What you got, man?
I think we need to be okay saying someone isn't as good as they used to be. Like he started his call with I know Dombrowski might be a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean he didn't stink this offseason. But we do this all the time with players. Like Aaron, no one cares. Like, you think any Jets fans care that Aaron Rodgers is going to the Hall of Fame? He stunk for them.
No.
Like, what do I care that Dave Dombrowski was great 10 years ago? If he's not making good moves now, that's all that matters to me now.
He's washed.
I mean,
damn, just like that.
Well, he could be. He could be washed. You see the offseason they just had? Romano and Kepler?
I thought it was telling. I'm not going to lie. I thought it was kind of telling that in the offseason, especially coming off of all the bravado that the owner had, when he's talking about spending money and, money is not a thing, like throwing it around like Jermaine Dupri in a rap video or whatever, for him not to stand pat the way that he did and run it back, that's telling. But it also was one of those things where, as a player, if I was hearing that happen, that you can't go into the season the same way. And to some of those guys' credits, they're trying to change it, but it's just, for a lot of the fans right now, it's eerily similar to last year.
Well,
and that's the scary thing.
Felt like one of those playoff games last year.
That's the thing, man. It's eerily similar to what it was last year. And that's the thing that we just can't, it's like that bad taste you can't get out your mouth. It's because you keep seeing the same things over and over again, and you want to believe it's different, but you can't because you see it, and you don't want to be a fool.
It was deja vu. Last night felt like deja. It felt like I was in October all over again. 215-592-9494. All right, before we go any further here, Hugh, we got a prize to give away.
Yeah. Don't be mad, Kyle, because I'll be knocking these clues out the park.
Well,
I'll be giving these good guesses.
What, after the first guess?
Did you see the results on the poll yesterday? Do you give good clues?
No, man, you think I'm worried about what them folks say about me and my guesses?
When it goes in your favor.
Well, that's when I use it to my advantage. But when it doesn't, I'm like, you just don't hear me.
Well, here's what we have before we get to whatever first clue is today. We have a $100 gift card to Sunoco. Get the highest level of performance out of your car with 94 Octane. Now available exclusively at Sunoco gas stations in Philadelphia. All right, let's play a little game called Hugh's Clues.
Have you seen my dog Hugh? He's got a brand new clue. It begins with the tramp stamp. Everybody's looking for Hugh's Clues. Come on in. Hugh's Clues. It's Hugh's Clues and you.
Hey. In honor of what happened yesterday, I think we're going to keep that trend going. Giving out these great clues and giving people a chance. Well, how much is it, Joe? You moving it up again today?
Well, yeah, because on my paper it says a $94 gas card, but I don't like that. 100 just sounds
Look
cooler.
at Joe giving them $6 extra worth of gas.
Costing them a lot of money.
That's right. That's right.
So this is the first clue. Now listen up, people. This one is a popular snack.
A popular snack?
Popular snack.
There's a lot of popular snacks. Well, we'll find out.
Depends.
Well, no, there's a lot. I mean, lots of people eat snacks all the time.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what the first person guessed.
I agree. Well, yesterday the first guess was it, so we'll see if we get there today. 215-592-9494. A popular snack, says Hugh Douglas today.
I think somebody might get this one out the gate. I feel confident in this.
What, you trying to talk this into existence?
No, I'm saying, I mean, that's what I do.
Well, you know what's going to happen. If this happens, then you're going to get in your head that you have to get tougher with your clues. It's like the cycle here of Hugh's Clues.
Yeah, after this one, I give away 2, but after that, then we got tightened down again. We got clamped down.
Yeah, well, we did that last week, and no one guessed it to 145, and you were in trouble that day. All right, let's go to Will in the Northeast. Hey, Will.
Dream Team, how y'all doing today?
What's up, Will?
All right. Hey, Hugh, that's a real good clue, man. I might get this one.
I don't believe you. Will be it funny.
No, but what's a real man? Listen, like I keep saying, I know y'all tired of hearing me say this, but everything y'all saying is just like y'all was saying about the Eagles, right? Now, this is my comparison. I give a different comparison every day. Now, what they struggling with is getting uncomfortable from being the team that they used to be. Now, this is a new season. It's a new era. Now we got to try something different, and you need to get comfortable with this. And that's the small ball. Whether you're down or you're up, stick to the script. Just like with the Eagles, right? They incorporated the run. They went back to smash mouth football. They stuck with it. And guess what? It won them a Super Bowl. That's what we got to stick with. We got to stick with knowing that the only way we're going to win and go to the World Series and win it this year is small ball. Knowing that this is a we team, not a me team this season. We don't need the big hits. We saw the times that we've been winning is because everybody was hitting, getting on base, making sacrifice hits, and bringing people home. So we got to keep that same mentality. And guess what? You know why everybody stacked up and got all these high-priced players and all that? Because they remember how y'all was last season. Y'all was the team to beat. And guess what? Y'all still the team to beat. So get that in your mind. They did all this because of you guys. They fear you. And these Mets, you treat them like the Dodgers. Like I said about the Dodgers. They was a great team. Like I said, they was a great team until they met us. And we started that loser streak for them. So guess what? We're going to do it with these Mets, man. We're going to knock these Mets around, these next 2 games, and start making a statement. Now, when we start winning, we want to keep winning. Just keep that same mentality. Small ball, everybody got a hit. Let's work together. This is a team effort this season, man.
You know, I'm at the point now where I think I'd rather Will managing the team than Topper. I need these kind of messages after the game or before the game. And at least there's some juice here to Will in the Northeast, not making excuses with the weather like Hugh and Topper over here. Company guys.
I keep telling you, put me in that. I'm a motivational dude, man. I'm going to tell these dudes what they need to hear and what they should hear.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't going to sugarcoat none of this. Listen, you playing bad. Step your game up.
Wake up. All right, Chris, what do you got for us? Excuse me, Will, what do you got for us for your guess for Hughes Clues?
I did all that at the Blues house. But all right, I'm going to say Snickers.
Snickers is a very popular snack. Well, that's not it, though. All right. Well, guess what? The first guess that didn't get it, so you were wrong.
I was wrong, but that was a good guess.
Snickers is a very good guess. You a Snickers guy?
I used to be.
You're out on Snickers?
Now I'm kind of out on.
Are you out on candy or out on
Well,
Snickers?
you know, it's these veneers. You know, you pull these veneers. I ain't trying to go to the dentist,
Yeah, but
man.
you have a dentist appointment anyway.
I go to the dentist a lot, but no.
I'm not really a Snickers guy either.
No, it's like now when you see food, like certain food, like if it's real sticky, I'm like,
Kyle, you're not much of a sweets guy, it seems like. Or do you
not
like
necessarily.
particular
Yeah, I don't think I like nuts in my chocolate.
You're anti
like nuts?
nuts and chocolate.
No, I don't.
You said you don't
I
like
don't
nuts.
like nuts.
Oh, I thought
yeah.
you said you did.
I'm out on nuts.
Out on nuts and brownies too?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I would eat nuts just by themselves.
Just straight nuts. Yeah.
Can you pull it together over there?
No, we've lost it. We're trying to have an adult conversation about nuts and brownies.
Hey, nobody see me laughing.
We're on YouTube.
They can't see me. Max, you better not have me on YouTube.
Oh, you know what happened yesterday? The YouTube audience caught Hugh yawning during the Open. Caught you yawning.
Can I do it? They probably caught me again today.
Again?
No,
You know, we start at 10 a.m., not
No.
6 a.m. This isn't that hard.
I
Wake up.
yawned, and after I yawned, I'm like, damn, did they catch me today? But I guess now we're going to find out at the end of the show, because if they saw it, then I yawned.
Yeah, they're going to get you for that. All right, 215-592-9494. A lot going on here on the show today. Devin's going to join us coming up at noon today, talk some Phillies. We'll get to a daily mock at 1 o'clock, just a few left before the NFL draft on Thursday. We got to check in with a big name in sports who had an issue last night, live on television. And, of course, don't forget, we're going to be honoring Brandon Graham, his legendary career, all day on air, and the celebration continues that evening with BG Live. This is all going down on May 5th. Some will call that Cinco de Mayo. Some challenge that, but it is Cinco de Mayo. May 5th, BG Live at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Special live event will feature Brandon on stage with Joe DeCamera as BG shares unforgettable stories and never-before-heard behind-the-scenes moments. Tickets available now at 94WIP.com. All right, so get your tickets to BG Live here. Your guess is coming up for Hughes Clues. We'll keep taking your phone calls on the Phillies. What's frustrating the most? You got the offense, which did nothing against McGill for 5 1/3. Finally woke up in the ninth, but it was too little too late. Bad at-bats by Turner and Harper to end the game. The Nola situation. I mean, the guy's ERA 6.5. We're almost done with April here. And, of course, the bullpen, which every night continues to make a mess of the team. Plus, on the other side, we'll get into the draft. I have a big draft question for everyone out there. I'm very interested to see where people come down on this. I feel like this might be almost an Eagles fan test, considering the past and what we want in the future here. 215-592-9494. There is a player on my mind for the Eagles in this NFL draft. I'm curious where everyone would come down if this happened. 215-592-9494. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending, man.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Mid-Penn Bank. Supporting local communities since 1868.
Phillies Nation, the season is about to heat up, and it's your time to swing for the fences. Every time the Fightins strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right. When they fan double-digit batters at the bank, you'll get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo exclusively on BetMGM. The best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep cheering on the Phils, celebrate those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gaming partner of Major League Baseball.
BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site bonus. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring savings have arrived at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken, and you don't want to miss out. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes. John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hey, it's Ike Reese here. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome and times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporary slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching
Does this have peanuts?
to waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
Shut the front door.
winning,
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
but you actually need to say,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
that's right, the local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Atlanta Braves entered 2025 as a World Series favorite, but early on, they've looked anything but. Despite a recent 4-game winning streak, the offense has been inconsistent, the rotation's been shaky, and tensions are starting to mount. Ronald Acuna Jr. publicly questioned manager Brian Snitker's decision not to bench Jared Kelenic after a lack of hustle, a rare flash of frustration from a usually united clubhouse. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard. Devin Caney's going to join us 1 hour from now. Talk some Phils. We'll get to a daily mock, and we'll check in with you people, see what they're saying later on in the show. And, of course, all your calls on the Phillies and your guesses for Hugh's Clues. Great prize to give away, $100 gas card to Sunoco. All right, Hugh, before we go any further, though, we got a draft in a couple days, right? First round Thursday.
Yes.
Second and third round Friday. And, of course, the rest of that draft is going to be on Saturday. And a couple things, we've been going over all the potential first-round picks for the Eagles. And there's been so many different positions. But one of the things I find interesting about this particular draft is the quarterback class, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like seems like Cam Ward's number one, and then nobody knows anything else, where these guys are going to go and what they're going to be. But I do know this, Hugh, more than a couple years ago, 5 years ago, the Eagles surprised everyone when they had a quarterback entrenched here in Carson Wentz, and they took Jalen Hurts in the second round. And so I've been looking around at this quarterback class because we've talked about Tanner McKee, and you had the idea they could maybe trade him to the Saints.
Yeah.
Like I still think the Eagles could use a long-term
somebody that's similar to Jalen.
Development quarterback that is similar to Jalen. And there is one in this class. Listen to this. Peter Schrager, who's now with ESPN. Listen to him describe one of the quarterbacks in this draft. And it hit me, the similarities to the guy that is the Super Bowl winning quarterback right now for the Eagles, Jalen Hurts. Here's Peter Schrager on one of the quarterbacks in this class.
Another GM I was talking to over the weekend as I'm watching the Masters and just texting everybody and on calls about the draft. And he's like, I could easily see Milroe going late first. He's like, that's the kind of deal where you have a starter already. And then you put Milroe in for some subset packages, and then 2-3 years, who knows? Jalen Milroe's your guy, and he's been learning for a year. And of course, he can run the ball. He ran a 4.3 40 at his pro day, and he's got an awesome arm, and he's a winner, and he's about it. Like, he is a great leader. The same conversation on Milroe is, well, he was benched against South Florida a year ago.
I mean, it's almost like we mentioned deja vu with the Mets and Phillies. This is deja vu to Jalen Hurts coming out of the NFL draft. He was benched at one point in college. He's a good runner. He's got to work on the throwing part of his game, but there's enough talent there to build on. He's a development quarterback, not a guy for now. You have a starter. Here's where I'm at on this. I don't think this is a great quarterback class. I think Milroe's the most interesting one because I think there's real upside to him. If he's on the board when the Eagles pick at number 64 in the second round, I would take him. I would take him and make him the backup to Jalen Hurts because it's the skill set. It's the same kind of story. And we saw this 5 years ago. Sometimes the best pick.
And he gets a chance to learn.
And if something ever happened to Jalen where he got banged up or
then you have somebody that's similar.
Yes.
You don't have to change offense. Yeah, I'm with you.
You in?
Yeah. I tell you what, man, the Eagles have always been ahead of the curve. The Eagles are the only team in NFL history to have draft and start the most black quarterbacks. And I think this would be a no-brainer. Now, I know that there are a lot of people sitting in the car right now. I'm a long talk a little bit, just letting y'all know. Saying, well, why would you do that? It's stupid to waste that pick on a quarterback. Jalen's not going to play forever. And I think the one thing that the Eagles have done that no other team takes the time to do is groom quarterbacks. They grow quarterbacks. And I think that's important because look at Jalen as an example. Now, Jalen is an outlier in the sense that he is not your traditional quarterback, but he figures out ways to win. He's a winner. That's the only thing I can say about him. And that's something that you cannot dispute. He's a winner. He's been to 2 Super Bowls. He's won 1.
He's a winner. And I think that time here behind Carson probably helped groom him and help give him time to grow. I look at the same thing with Jalen Milroe. Tanner McKee is another guy that you look at that potentially is a guy that can grow, because a lot of times these young quarterbacks are thrown into the deepest end of the pool and are asked to swim. And a lot of times they can't do it. What's the quarterback down there in Alabama? Carolina quarterback. Can't remember his name.
Bryce Young.
Bryce Young.
You remember his name.
We bought you a jersey.
Yeah, I did.
You mentioned the fact that the teams that the Eagles have played throughout this 8-game win streak
But
have been tomato cans.
You look at his growth, or the stunt of his growth. They were talking about kicking him out the league. And then, he started to show flashes of being a decent quarterback. You look at Baker Mayfield. You look at Sam Darnold. You look at all these other guys. Hell, Geno Smith. Geno Smith? Yeah, Geno Smith. Like, they came into the league and they were put under so much pressure to be that guy that they had to do a hard reset in order just to be a decent quarterback in the NFL. So now if you get a guy like Jalen Milroe, the one thing that I feel, and I know people are thinking that, well, Jalen's going to be upset. I don't think so. I think that Jalen has been through enough and understands this situation where he would probably embrace a Jalen Milroe, because he understands how hard it is to play at this level. And Jalen might even, look at it and think, hey, if I could show you how to navigate some of these pitfalls, especially here in this city, that he might be a better quarterback for it. Yeah. So I don't have a problem with it.
All right, 215-592-9494. Your thought on the Jalen Milroe thing. Look, my gut tells me he's not going to be there in the second round. I think he's going to go earlier than the Eagles' second pick. But if he's on the board, I wouldn't hesitate to take him.
Mm-mm. But here's the kicker, Joe. And we've been talking about this the last couple of days. Now, as much as I would like to have Jalen Milroe, who we taking with that first pick?
Well, what do you mean? You mean like one impacts the next?
Well, we need some defensive players.
Oh, it's about time you say it. So you're saying, all right, I get your point. You're like, if we're using a second round pick,
why you gotta look at
it's about time.
Kyle missed us yesterday.
All right. Yeah, he did admit
missed us.
All right, so if you're saying, all right, let's go off the premise they would take Milroe with the second pick. You're saying they really have to use their first pick on defense.
I would think
Otherwise,
so.
Their first two picks are both offense.
I would think so.
I'm with you on
I think that people would be in a tizzy or what would happen. You take the tight end,
and then a backup quarterback.
Mason Taylor. Take Mason. Mason Taylor.
Yeah.
And then you take a quarterback. You take Mason, and then
a backup, a development quarterback.
Yeah, the development quarterback.
Yeah, there's no defense then.
No, I don't think the Eagles fan base would be happy.
Well, you know
with
what?
That.
They wouldn't be, and that's. I mean,
suck it up.
People were mad 5 years ago when Jalen Hurts was the pick, and it's one of the greatest picks in the history of this franchise. All right, let's hear from Milroe, because you brought up something interesting. There's two elements. Do you want to do it? And then would it be a big deal for Hurts? So Milroe and Hurts actually have a relationship, as Hurts has tried to help him navigate, the Alabama thing and all that. Here's Jalen Milroe talking about his relationship with Jalen Hurts.
What I take from him is seeing what right looks like. Throughout the whole period of time with him, keeping his head down, continues to grind, keep refining his skill set, and just keep on elevating and being the best version of himself, whether it's on the field and off the field. And look at the impact he had off the field. People misinterpret that as well. And so, of course, as a player that's inspired to go to the NFL, it's always unique that each starting quarterback in the league does something right. And they have a certain skill set and certain presence about them that makes them a starting quarterback. He's definitely one of them.
So, look, it feels
totally
to me
agree.
Milroe would love to be here and learn behind Jalen.
Now, at his feet.
Let me say this, though. I want to do it. I'd be all for it. I do think it would be, to me, it's a little bigger deal for Hurts than you think it is. Not that I think Hurts would crumble. I think he'd be fine. But you know how this city is. It wouldn't take long. Like I'm willing to take the risk because I think it's worth having good quarterbacks in the pipeline and having a good backup and a good quarterback room. But it wouldn't take long if Hurts struggled down the line a year or two from now.
Do people talk about Milroe?
Yeah, younger, cheap. I mean, that's the way it would happen.
Joe, that's the nature of the beast, though.
Right, but it's a little different when you have Kenny Pickett behind you versus if you have
you're right.
Milroe.
You're right, but that's the nature. That's the nature of the beast. And Jalen has to know. Just like he came in and took somebody else's job.
Yep.
Somebody's coming to take yours. You can't play forever.
And we have to keep playing
and
well.
You have to know that. When I came into the league, I was very self-aware. because when I came in, I always tell the story about Donald Evans and how he was the starter, but he knew when they drafted me to take his job.
Mm-hmm.
And Donald did everything outside of telling me how to play the position to help me, groom me for that. Like I said, I remember every day say, "Save your money, man." That's all he would say. Save your money. Don't do this, don't do that, but save your money. And I remember we were sitting in the first NFL meeting, and we were doing the 401k stuff. And he was like, "Hey, max out your 401k. I don't want to hear nothing else. Put all that money in your 401k." He said, "Because you're going to need that when you get old." I'll never forget that. Like, it was lessons like that. But as far as football was concerned, he was like, "No, I'm going to go ahead and ride this out until it's your time." But all the other stuff, I'm glad he did that for me. That's what the NFL is. And when Derek Burgess came in, I knew he was drafted to be my replacement. And I did everything in my power to hold that off as long as I possibly could. Then obviously, Trent Cole came in and the rest is history. But that's the NFL in a nutshell. And I think that even a quarterback has to know that they are always looking to upgrade from you. You know who, and I don't know this for sure, but it felt like that when I was here and I started first couple years doing radio. Kevin Cobb was here to be the heir apparent to Donovan.
Yeah, and if he didn't get hurt and Vic didn't take over, he probably would have been.
Yeah, he probably would have been.
I mean, he was starting that year. He was the heir apparent.
He was the heir apparent, and it didn't work out that way. But you have to know, I think as an NFL player, it's foolish to think that you are the end all to be all. I really do. I think it's foolish, and I also think it's foolish for you to go into a silo when the team drafts somebody at your position. I think the best thing that you could do, because it's a culture thing, and I feel like Jalen understands that. Jalen's been through the fire here. Jalen has been, since I've been here, whether you like it or not, Jalen has done a tremendous job navigating the tumultuous fan base that is the Philadelphia Eagles.
I think he does a good job ignoring it. I mean, honestly, I think he just ignores it.
And we've all seen examples of how hard that could be for some people.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
We've seen that. But Jalen has mastered it, whether or not that means Jalen goes home and he does Cuba Gooding Jr. in the movie, what was it, Boys in the Hood, when he would knee along in the room. He's just in there swinging at the air or whatever. He's done a good job of not allowing you to see him sweat. So I don't think that it would be a problem for Jalen Milroe to be here. I really don't.
215-592-9494. Jalen Milroe, if he's on the board in the second round, should the Eagles take him? And would it be a big deal for Hurts? So I would take him. I do think it's a little bit of a bigger deal than Hugh does, just because of the way it works. Also, it would put some pressure on Jalen to keep playing well. Not so much next season, right? I think Jalen Milroe is a project, the way Jalen Hurts was. But I'm looking right now. Jalen Hurts' cap hit goes up to $42 million 2 years from now. If he plays really well, he'll stay the Eagles quarterback and they'll extend his contract and they'll redo it. If he doesn't play well, they'd have a similar player to him making nothing, and they could transition the way they did 5 years ago if they need to. I think it'd be smart. I wonder where people come down on this. Kyle, what are you thinking? If Jalen Milroe's on the board at number 64, what are you doing?
I mean, I would take him. I don't think it'd be dumb at all. This is kind of just what the Eagles do. You know that they want a backup quarterback with pedigree. I mean, Kenny Pickett was a first-round pick. We know they were in on the Justin Fields stuff.
Yep.
Getting Jalen Hurts from Alabama in the second round, I don't think it's a big deal for Jalen at all. Jalen's not Carson Wentz. He's not mentally frail. I think he's kind of the opposite, where he sees the guy behind him and it lights a fire underneath him. The other reality that we have to face with Jalen Hurts, guys, is that he's injured just about every year. If they get a quarterback in here that is a similar skill set and can fill in and win them a couple games that you feel good about winning a couple games, because what they were just saying about him, he is a winner. He's a winner at Alabama. It's the same stuff with Jalen Hurts. I think it would be the perfect fit. And sort of like you were talking about, if Milroe put some good games out there on tape, and he's a guy that was drafted in the second round, the pedigree of Alabama, he's a guy that you can flip for a piece down the line too.
The way they did with Cobb.
Right. So I think it's kind of a win-win. And the Eagles are a good enough team, I think, at this point to where they can afford to make that type of pick.
Yeah, and look, if they only had 7 picks the next 2 years, I would say, no, they can't waste the pick. They have 20 picks the next 2 years.
Yeah.
To me, this is like a lottery ticket that I would take if he's on the board. 215-592-9494. Your thoughts on the Phils? What's frustrating the most? Guesses for Hughes Clues. And Jalen Milroe, I think he's the most intriguing quarterback in this draft class. If he's on the board in the second round, should the Eagles take him? Jay and Philly's up. Hey, Jay.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, Jay. What's up?
Hey, look, man, I don't know if I'm more frustrated that we got to talk about the Phils who didn't overhaul the team and are just the team that they've been this last year. You know, they just are. The at-bats are going to drive you crazy. There's 100 more games. We'll have many games like we just had with the Phils. Or the fact that we lost half our defense and people are talking about drafting Jalen Milroe in the second round. Or, one last thing, or the fact that Hugh's clues are so bad and he got a theme song. The fact that there's a theme song before Hugh gives these clues is that may be the thing that I'm most mad about.
Jay, you lucky we family, because if we weren't, I would feel some kind of way behind.
So if I were to rank the frustration, Hugh's bad clues is obviously the most frustrating. Then the Phillies, and the Milroe thing, because it's my idea, that's last.
Yeah. If they draft Jalen Milroe, man, after people just keep talking about the players that we lost in free agency. BG is gone too.
Yeah.
And he was having a great year before he got hurt last year, man. So BG is gone. I don't even got to go down the list of all the defensive players that are gone. There's a problem with our tight end. So even if he comes back, what if he doesn't come back with the right attitude? Because he feel like he got squeezed and screwed. You know, so like the locker room could be way different, man. So and now we're talking about a high second round pick, man, being Jalen Milroe. Oh man, come on, absolutely not.
But it's a quarterback factory, Jay. We can't have enough good, talented quarterbacks in that room. But I understand your point. But your logic would have meant they would have never drafted Jalen Hurts. Like, they drafted him when they had a lot of other holes. That team wasn't even that good.
All right, so why? So we have Tanner McKee. So we're going to trade Tanner McKee to the Saints for a third round pick to draft a guy who's unproven, who's up and down, to draft in the second round when we need players right now that need to play roles. Like we need to draft guys that can sit in.
I know, I know they like McKee. I don't know. You feel it with McKee. Like, is he the real deal if Jalen Hurts ever got hurt? Like, at least Milroe's got some real upside. I mean, there's people
Is he the real deal?
Yeah, I mean, Tanner McKee's he's fine.
He's future.
Future what?
I feel like
the Saints?
With all the talent around him, he can sustain. Now, do I want him playing the last 8 games of the year in the playoffs?
Right.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Do I want him filling in here and there for a couple of games? He's been in the system. He knows the players. Absolutely. That's what good teams like. Look, man, Matt Castle went and almost got the Patriots to the playoffs and got himself a contract.
Yeah, they won 11 games. They did win 11 games that year Brady went down. All right, Jay, what's your guess for Hugh's clues after the bad first clue?
So all I'm getting is a popular snack. That's all I get.
That's all he's giving you today. Yep.
I love you, Hugh. So I'm gonna say, I would have said Snickers, man. Chips and salsa.
Chips and salsa is a very popular snack, Jay, and unfortunately is not the right answer. Chips and salsa is very popular. Or chips and guacamole. Like you had some bad guac a couple weeks ago.
Bad guac. I finally, I ain't had no choice. Finally threw it away.
You kept it after you didn't like it?
Yeah, I kept it.
What do you mean? You should have dumped it that night.
I don't like throwing away food.
Yeah, but if you know you're not going to eat it anymore, what's the point? You're lying to yourself.
Well, yeah, but and it was old and it was moldy, and I had to throw it away. But I don't like throwing away food, man. I feel like I lost when I throw away food because I grew up in a household where if you didn't eat what was cooked, then you didn't eat. So yeah, we didn't. There was no leftovers around. So yeah.
This fits with a lot of our discussions we have on the show. Like me, right away, I make a decision and that's it. I'm dumping this. You more.
I'll hold on.
You'll hold on.
Yeah, I'm holding on to
You'll lie to yourself. Yeah,
man, well,
because you knew you weren't going to eat the guacamole anymore, but you kept it.
No, but I kept it.
This is very Hugh.
Yeah, because I was like, maybe one of them nights it might be a sesh, and be like, hey,
eat this bag guacamole.
You know how it goes.
Few calls out of work anytime soon.
Yeah, we know what it is.
The guy ate bad I got
food.
the bubble guts.
Yeah, the expired food.
Can't make it to work.
Let's go to Chris in Newtown. What's up, Chris?
Hey, man. Good morning.
Good morning, Chris.
Before we get going, Joe, I got to apologize, man. I didn't realize you long snapped, so I can never again joke with you about playing ball.
I know. I felt sad when you said it, but I didn't want to make it a big deal because you just totally overlooked my high school career. Yes.
I really did, Joe, and I got to tell you, I gave myself a 2-day suspension from calling you guys because of that. Because I thought about it a little more. I'm like, you know what? I can't call in. I got to let this go and apologize when I get on. I might even apologize to Kyle if I find out that he did something too. But anyway.
Well, Chris, apology accepted.
Apology
accepted. What's your thought on the Phils, Chris?
Well, thought on the Phils is, you know what? The pitching is getting better. The hitting's going to come. I think the pitching is going to still be status quo, but they need a good or a great hitting coach. If you're going to spend the money on the players, spend the money on the right kind of coaches to help these guys have that situational hitter. I'm going to throw you 2 names that I don't care what they're doing, you unload the bank on them. Barry Bonds, get him out of San Francisco, try to him out of being the CEO of the Giants, and the other guy is Albert Pujols. He is coaching the Dominican national team. You get hitters like that, situational guys that are Hall of Famers. You get these guys that have got such talent, the best that they can get out of them.
Well, I mean, Chris, I think a lot of people are tired of Kevin Long. I would not. I'd be happy if Kevin Long wasn't here anymore. As far as those two, Bonds was a hitting coach with the Marlins. I forget how many years ago, and it didn't seem. I don't know if he loved it, but the Pujols thing is interesting, Chris, because I know he really wants to be a manager. So I could see him trying to work his way, within a dugout soon, so he can get that experience to become a manager. Look, I mean, if Albert Pujols wanted to be the Phillies hitting coach, yeah, I'm in. I would take him in a second. Chris, what do you got for us for a guess for Hughes Clues? Popular snack.
All right, I got a guess, and can we also talk draft real quick?
Yeah.
My guess is pretzel nuggets with peanut butter in the center.
Yeah, those are I do like
pretzel
those.
nuggets.
Yeah, like little pretzels.
No,
with
I know what you're
peanut
talking about.
butter.
Those are pretty good.
Popular, but not the answer. All right, Chris, what do you got for the draft? What are you thinking?
So again, now we're talking about. I'm going to add. I had something else for you, which I wanted to bring the other day, but I like the thought about going after a quarterback. Also, to talk about making that move with New England to try to get that 4th pick if Carter's there. If Carter's available, you make a move with New England. And again, I'm going to be biased. They don't need any more picks either. But you make A.J. Brown available to them, and Patriots need defense also. I'm going to probably get hated, but you give up one of those young stud defensive corners.
Oh, you're talking about
Brown.
You're talking about Quinyon or Cooper. See, that's
Wait a minute, what did he say?
Yeah, he wants to give up Quinyon or Cooper plus AJ to get number 4.
You drunk?
Oh yeah. Go ahead. But now it also depends too how that goes. If they're sitting there, now I know that sounds crazy, but again, you got that contract from Brown. Okay, and then you've also got to make appealing that this team is going to pick up to affect their cap.
Sure.
Something else is top for a top 4 pick in the draft.
Well, when that report came out up in New England, and Chris Patricia on EEI saying that the Patriots would want AJ plus, we had this discussion on Friday. I would give up AJ for the 4th pick if Abdul Carter's there. I'm not adding Quinyon or Cooper DeJean.
No, that's a lot, man. No, that's a lot.
Nope.
He said Quinyon?
He said Quinyon or Cooper DeJean. Yeah.
No,
I wouldn't do that because to me then I'm giving too much. Like why am I giving away all that? I mean, if you're giving me a top pick, yeah,
makes no sense, man.
I'll move off of Brown. I'm not moving off those top corners. So those guys are the foundation of the future of the defense along with Carter. All right, 215-592-9494. Back to the phones. Your Phillies frustrations. What's hitting you the most this morning? The offense, the bullpen, Aaron Nola, and Jalen Milroe. Quarterback, Alabama, a lot of similarities to Jalen Hurts when he came out of school. If he's there in the second round, should the Eagles take him? I say yes. 5 years ago, no one thought Jalen Hurts was a good pick, and it turned out to help change this franchise. If Milroe is there, I would take him in the second round. And would it be a big deal for Hurts? Hugh doesn't think so. I do think it'd be a little bit of a bigger deal than they think it would be, but I think he could handle it. Where do you come down on that? Plus, a second clue, and we'll get to more of what football people are saying about this Milroe kid. A wild comparison from an NFL GM about his ability and what it compares to in the NFL. 215-592-9494. It's the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means when you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you could check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner in the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Mets. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. First pitch is at 7:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
My goodness, Kyle Schwarber clears everything into the bullpens.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old, same old, same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl, or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
New Harley-Davidson street glides under $265 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley. Ride out for under $265 a month on a new street glide at Stars and Stripes Harley-Davidson.
Payments based on street glide model and base color with 30% down, 96-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, file, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Craving authentic Italian flavors? Sapore. The new Italian kitchen at Rivers Casino is now open. Whether you're looking for a casual dinner or a special night out, we have you covered. Our menu showcases a perfect balance of classic comfort and modern twists, featuring hearty dishes like lasagna and rigatoni bolognese to something unique like our chicken parm pizza. Visit riverscasino.com for our full menu and stop in to discover a taste of Italy in every bite.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Jack Fritz here. You've heard me talk about Scott Honda, where I bought my first Honda in high school and my current car. Well, right now, Scott Honda has amazing lease offers. The all-new 2025 HR-V Sport all-wheel drive starting at $289 a month. The rugged new 2025 Ridgeline Sport all-wheel drive truck for $319 a month. And the all-new 2025 CR-V LX starting at $329 a month. And so much more. It's always smooth sailing at Scott. Visit your local Scott Honda dealer or go to scottautogroup.com and tell them Fritz sent you.
Subject to credit approval. Not all buyers or vehicles qualify.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Warm with sunshine through the rest of today. I-78.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
If
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers. T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power Charger that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill. You guys with us. 215-592-9490 for this hour on 94 WIP. Fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance of your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Tree Car 94 only at Sunoco. Speaking of Sunoco, we got a $100 gift card to give away. Hugh's clues today. Hugh, why don't you give everyone a second clue? Because obviously clue 1 today, not great.
Listen up, people.
Okay.
This snack wasn't in my lunchbox, but it might have been in Kyle's lunchbox when he was growing up.
Okay. All right. So a little timely on that one. It's a popular snack was your first clue today. There's your second clue. 215-592-9494. All right. A lot to discuss here with everyone. The Phillies lost last night, and it looks a lot like it has the last 17 games. They're 8-9 since that 5-1 start. Bullpen has been pretty much horrendous the entire season. Other than Alvarado and Strom, it's not good right now. Second worst bullpen ERA. Last night, Ruiz took a bad situation and made it worse. The hitting last night, I mean, McGill shut them down. I mean, he owns the Phillies for whatever reason, and he had 10 strikeouts in 5 1/3. A lot of frustration this morning with the Phillies. Where do you come down? What's the most frustrating part of the Phillies? And the Jalen Milroe idea. If he's on the board in the second round, I would take him if I were the Eagles. He reminds me so much of the Jalen Hurts story coming out of then Oklahoma, but Alabama in terms of his play. He's raw, but there's something there about him. I would take him, and even if it makes Hurts a little uncomfortable, I'm okay with it. Where do you come down the Jalen Milroe thing? Hugh, I want you to listen to this, because you start to listen to what people say about a player, you get like comps, right? Listen to Andrew Berry. He is the GM of the Browns, right? And Andrew Berry, I believe he was here when Hurts got drafted. He was under Howie Roseman. Now he's been a GM in Cleveland. But listen to what he said about Milroe's ability and what it compares to.
You know, Jalen, he's got rare physical talent. You know, he may be the only, when he gets in the NFL, he may be the only quarterback who's faster than Lamar. Don't tell Lamar I said that, please. He's got rare physical gifts. You know, he's strong, he's fast, he's got a really strong arm. And any system that you build around him, you want to take advantage of the fact that he has things that no other players at the position have.
So that was one guy who, and maybe the Browns are the team that takes him in the second round, but it's not just him. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network. Listen to what's being said out there about Jalen Milroe as we get ready for the draft on Thursday night.
The eye-opening thing that several coaches and scouts told me as I was making calls about all these quarterbacks is Jalen Milroe is the greatest runner of the football they've ever evaluated at the quarterback position. Not Lamar Jackson. Jalen Milroe is the best runner that they've ever seen.
That is eye-opening.
That's a hell of a comparison.
Because Lamar
it's been what, 2-time MVP?
And to me, Lamar has always been like what Vic never reached the ceiling. Yeah. Lamar got there. And now if this kid is a better runner, that you have a base.
That's intriguing.
Yeah.
That's intriguing. And here's the thing you worry about is, well, 2 things you worry about. Somebody jump up in the draft to try to get him, you know, if that's the case. And what team is he going to? I think when you talk about that and you talk about all those intangibles, I think, to be honest, if it was permitted, he would be better suited to go to a team like the Eagles that has a better infrastructure that could groom him and allow him to grow and develop as a quarterback. Give him a couple years and you know, he take off from there. Because who is it? Trey Lance? Remember they drafted him high as he did? Nobody knew what to do with him. Nobody knew what to do with him. Now, I don't know if that's because, he didn't have the skill set or he didn't have the right type of coaching. I think it's up in there. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's playing in Canada now, or a Canada team was trying to get him or something like that. But yeah, I think when you talk about the ability that he displays and the fact that you're not talking about having him play this year or even next year, maybe the year after that, who knows? I think it would be a great get. And I think that if you think about it, you develop him in the right way. If Jalen's still playing at a high level, you trade him and get something valuable for him.
Well, I think back to 5 years ago, because I think there's some revisionist history on what the story was entering that draft. Very few people were saying the Eagles should draft a quarterback, because Carson Wentz had just bounced back at the end of 2019, played his best football in December, and they got to the postseason, and they just had signed him a year before. I mean, very few people saw that coming or thought it was the right thing, and the Eagles did. So we'll see what they do in this draft. I don't even think Milroe's going to be there. But if he's on the board in the second round, I would take him. Juice in South Philly's up. Hey, Juice.
Hey, fellas, what's up?
What's up, Juice?
How are you?
Good, Juice. What's up?
All right. So real quick, two things. One, frustrated. I don't know if frustrated is the right word as far as the Phillies go. So I looked this up while I was on hold. In the Mets series last year, we scored exactly one run after Kyle Schwarber's leadoff home run to start the series. We scored one run before the sixth inning. We stopped hitting. We didn't hit in that series. Against the Diamondbacks, we were up in the series. We stopped hitting. Against the Astros, they pitched a little better in the World Series, but we had a lead in that, and we stopped hitting. So, Hugh, a question for you. If you went out with a girl and she cheated on you 3 times, would you give her another chance to cheat on you a 4th time?
Would I? There's a lot of intangibles in that equation.
It's not intangibles.
But to answer your question,
what's going to happen the 4th time.
But to answer your question, no.
Exactly. So my thing is this: going into the year, so at this point right now, as of yesterday, the Phils are 63-60 since we went to England. We're a 500 team. So they did nothing to improve their hitting. They didn't go out and get a Bregman, who's a more consistent hitter, a singles hitter. You had a call a few calls ago said play small ball. It's not what they do. It's all or nothing with this team. You can't get a team that is predicated on the long ball and ask them to play small ball. It's not what they do.
Well, and they don't have enough players to do it, right? Like Rojas a little bit, and Stott and Turner, but like Harper and Schwarber and Castellanos, they can't play small ball.
You 300 hitting Rojas though, right?
300, 320 was it? 320, 24? 324.
He's saying he's hitting. So the point I'm making is, I don't know if I'm frustrated. I mean, yeah, I'm frustrated, but I kind of saw it coming, because you when you do nothing, like they say, the definition of insanity, right?
Yep.
Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results.
Well, that's it, and we're not getting the different results. We are not. Juice, what's your guess?
Come on.
What's your guess for Use Clues?
So quick, because I have something for football, real quick about the Milroe thing, and then I'll give you my guess. All right, so Milroe, just hear me out.
Okay,
we drafted Hurts for a reason. And they kind of split us. Oh, we want to be a quarterback factory. No, they didn't.
Yeah, that was BS. It was total BS.
What was going on with Carson Wentz? They knew behind the scenes what was going on with Wentz, and they knew their clock was kicking on him. So we drafted Hurts, and then we gave us that excuse. If we go back to the conversation we had a couple days ago about A.J. Brown being traded, which, Joe, I think you were with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were okay with that?
I was.
We can't trade A.J. Brown and then turn around and draft a quarterback in the second round to, in a sense, be a 26-year-old MVP of the Super Bowl, his replacement in 4 or 5 years. One, because all Milroe's going to do is sit there on a rookie contract. If Hurts only gets hurt maybe once or twice a year like he does, he don't get hurt long, maybe a game or two, right? Maybe we could trade him, but in reality, this city already messes with Hurts' mental, right? Like, we don't give him the credit he deserves, all of us. Some of us do, everybody doesn't. So you want to put a second-round pick on his team, trade his best friend, and say, hey, go win us another Super Bowl? That doesn't make sense.
Well, so let's hold on.
you-
Before you go on, I probably wouldn't do both at the same time, right? If we did the trade AJ thing, I'm probably not going to couple that with the Milroe thing. That I agree with you. That does feel like a lot. The AJ trade is unlikely. So that's to me like I'm A and B together. I understand your point, Juice. A is probably not going to happen, so I'm okay with B.
All right. And my Hughes clues. I'm going to go with Lunchables.
Lunchables is an interesting
That's
one.
a very good one.
Yeah,
very
and
good
he's
guess.
listening to the clues. Not it, but a good guess there.
I like the Lunchable.
What is a Lunchable?
I never was into the
Is that the
Lunchables.
crackers and the cheese?
Well, there's different kinds.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
there's like the mini pizza ones.
Yeah,
I don't know. I
okay.
liked them when I was a kid.
I like the
They seem pretty
concept of a
nasty now.
Lunchable. Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Like if I made my own, maybe I'd like it. As far as all right, so the what he was saying there about it's a kind of a waste of a pick because 4 or 5 years from now he's going to just be done with his rookie contract and never play. I mean, guys, we don't know how Jalen Hurts is going to age, right? Like I hope he ages well. Hope he plays.
And that's why you cover CYA in this situation.
Yes. Can I make an example? And
Instead of as opposed to SYA, show your ass.
Yes.
Cover your
you
ass.
CYA.
Jalen showed his ass in the Super Bowl,
He
right?
did.
His whole ass.
No, because listen, let me tell you the thing that I feel like is a truism in the NFL, and we've seen it when you talk about teams that have had franchise quarterbacks and lose them. You remember, y'all? Some of y'all might not remember this. Joe Namath.
Well, I don't remember him, but I remember the name.
I remember it well.
Remember
Fur
what?
coats.
Chad Pennington.
Sure.
That is probably the timeline.
Remember a lot
And
better
there
than
might
Namath.
have been some other decent quarterbacks. But when you talk about franchise quarterbacks,
yeah,
it's a long distance between Joe Namath and Chad Pennington.
30 years about it.
You know what I'm saying? You get where I'm going with this? And you know, now you're talking about Tom Brady had a nice run for as long as he had one. And now the Patriots are looking for their next guy. The Green Bay Packers have been blessed to have 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks back to back. You get where I'm going with this?
Yeah. I think they both found their next guy, by the way.
I think
May and Love.
Yeah, I think
But that's what I'm saying.
no, you're right, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But there was a Mac Jones in between.
But the verdict is still out. So if you're being proactive in this situation, why not draft, even if he sits for those years? Why not draft him?
Yeah, it's a succession plan.
Right.
Yeah.
And
It's
look,
$150K a year.
Bruh, let me tell you.
I'm glad you said it.
It's hard to find a quarterback.
Can I give you an example? And like I think Jalen Hurts is a better thrower of the football than the guy I'm about to say. And I think he has a better chance to age well. But Cam Newton was the MVP of the league at 26 years old. He had 2 more years of being a good quarterback, and it was over. To me, quarterbacks, especially running quarterbacks, are almost like pitchers. I don't know. I mean, some of them last till they're 35
They
or
fall
40.
off the cliff.
But sometimes they fall off a cliff. Like I do think the Eagles need to think about this just to have something in the pipeline. I know a lot of people like Tanner McKee, but like
You're not really sold on the fact that he's the future.
People like Hugh like Tanner.
No,
I
well,
like
no. I mean, I think he's a nice backup, but
You
he's
talk to the guy for 5 minutes.
And I fell in love.
He's enamored. Yeah. Now we're trading for the 9th pick in the draft.
Yep. But like, it's not even about just the fact that he's a running quarterback. Like, think about the type of runner he is. Like, Lamar Jackson is shifty. He gets around people. He gets by people. He makes you miss. Cam Newton, Jalen Hurts, we're like power runners.
Yes. They
Like,
run through
that
you.
makes a big difference.
Of course it does.
And I mean, the tush push thing, we don't know if that's going anywhere next year, but like those kind of things do add up.
Yeah, that's right. We forgot about that, huh? They
Tush
still got
push?
to go.
Well,
They got
just
to go
wait.
talk
Coming
about
back
it next
soon.
month, right?
Yeah.
Wait till May.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where we calm down and then wait till they
Yeah,
ban
wait
it.
till- yeah.
Everyone's going to flip out. All right, let's go to Eric in Middletown, who's up next. Hey, Eric.
Hey, guys, you can stop all this talk because he's not making it to 64.
Probably isn't. He probably isn't.
You know.
Yeah, you
And
know
why
what?
would
Forget
you
it
want
then.
the headache? And, you know, the headache and the controversy that it's going to bring. Why would you want that?
Well, what headache and controversy that you speak of?
But you
sir?
know, Eric, last time there was headache and controversy, and it led to 2 Super Bowl appearances in 5 years.
Yeah, but that's how he's doing.
Right.
Why would he want to
How-
create
how he's still here.
another headache?
Again,
wait,
Eric,
wait a
what
second.
what
Yeah,
what
well,
headache are you creating?
Hold on. You think Howie regrets
What
the
headache?
Hurts pick?
What happened with Wentz and Carson?
What happened with
What
Wentz and
happened with
Carson?
Jalen Hurts?
Well, they're the
Wentz
same
and-
person.
Wentz and Jalen, I mean.
Yeah, you got it. We got it. We got it. We
You know,
kicking.
that was that almost destroyed the team.
How?
They won 2 Or they went to two.
How
Super
did that
Bowls,
almost like? I'm trying to follow. What do you mean? How did it destroy this team?
Yeah, Wentz sucking destroyed the team. By the way.
Yeah.
Yes, but why did it?
Well, because he sucked.
Because he wasn't good.
Okay.
Why did Wentz suck?
Because he sucked.
Yeah.
No, he's trying to say they drafted a quarterback.
Yeah, but he left here and sucked.
Why did they draft the quarterback, Eric?
Because evidently they thought it was an area of need.
It was.
It was an area of need, Eric.
What? Is it an area of need now?
No, but Eric, let's go. But hold on. Let's not forget, Eric. I remember it well. Not many people thought it was an area of need then, and it became one quickly. Like you don't know when your need's going to come, so you protect yourself. I mean, in retrospect, obviously Hurt sucked, and maybe they knew it before we did.
Wentz.
Yeah, Wentz.
I don't want to sound like I'm Wentz bragging, but was he not an MVP candidate?
Did he win the MVP?
Injury?
Talking about Hurt. He talking about wins.
Yeah. So, but I don't. So, is your point? Don't do this because it'll be a headache, or your point? Well, what's your point?
My point is, I wouldn't want to bring more controversy than what we already have in the locker room. And I'm telling you, I'm really close to saying goodbye to A.J. Brown.
Wouldn't be no controversy.
Well,
I don't think it would be. You think it would be controversy if you drafted a quarterback?
There'd be. I think it's a little bit more than you think it is. Yeah. Now, it doesn't mean Jalen would crumble.
There's always quarterback controversy in Philly.
That's the truth. Yeah, that's
There's
true.
always controversy.
Okay, we're talking about us. Like, yeah, we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it till we're blue in the face.
You mean if Hurts continues to play well, it's not going to be.
It's not going to be a big deal.
Yeah, right. And if Wentz had played well, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But he didn't play well.
But the one time you don't play well, what are we going to be talking
I mean,
about?
and we're gonna do that regardless, man. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
But as far as you saying that Jalen's not built for this, I beg to differ. I think he is. Jalen's been on this roller coaster ride before.
I mean,
we were killing Jalen last year about his play.
I hope he's built for it too. But when you start messing with people's money and their legacy,
how are you messing? Wait a minute, Eric. How are you messing with his money and his legacy?
Well, he'd have to lose his job for those things.
Well, he's already one of the most 100 influential people in the world.
True.
That's a lasting legacy for a lifetime.
And he's been to 2 Super Bowls and won one. What are you talking about?
I think we're just fine the way we are right now.
Well, by that logic, Eric.
Yeah,
I know.
Eric, but you can't be afraid, dog. You can't be afraid,
Eric.
If he's my fault, Joe.
Yeah, you're good.
But if he's the best quarterback in this draft, and you don't have to play him right away, why not get him? And you can groom him and make him even better. Because what's going to happen? Let me tell you what's going to happen with these young quarterbacks, Shador, Cam Ward, and all these other cats. You know what's going to happen with them?
Play right away.
They're going to play right away, and one of them is going to struggle, if not both of them.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to struggle, and then all of that good big wheel that we've built up for this quarterback is going to be gone once he gets on the team, and everybody's going to say he stinks. Just like the one quarterback they got in Chicago. Last year, they talked about how great he was.
Caleb, yeah.
Caleb's a good quarterback, but he has no weapons. So if you put this young man in a position where he can learn and he doesn't have that pressure, what's wrong with that?
All right, you got me coming around, Hugh.
Well, that's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for, Eric. That's what I'm here for.
Finally, Hugh. Eric, what's your guess for Hugh's clues? What do you got?
I don't know if I like that.
No, we're going to stop this.
This guy's head's going to inflate.
How about the snack pack pudding?
Snack pack pudding.
Snack pack, yeah, that's a good go-to.
Good one, not the actual answer, but a good one. You guys more of a snack pack person or a Jell-O person, or neither?
Neither.
I quit eating Jell-O a long time
No,
ago.
I don't mean Jell-O. I mean Jell-O pudding.
Well, like
which pudding is better?
We're not talking about Diet Douglas. We're talking about a young man.
No, the Bill Cosby.
Yeah,
the Jell-O pudding.
No, but
I know that's who it was associated with back in the day. Probably
he's out now.
That probably was a name that I invoked that people like, oh, wait a minute, time out, Hugh Douglas.
Careful now.
Oh, time out.
Let's use people that haven't been canceled. All right. But all right, so he came around at the end. But the logic he gave, if the Eagles followed that logic, Jalen Hurts would have never been here. I mean,
but to his point, there's a lot of snowflakes in the NFL now.
Yeah.
But
you can't worry about that.
You can't worry about just like the whole. We ain't talk about this because it don't have to do with us. But the whole Aaron Rodgers thing, man, he's ridiculous.
Well, he's a loser.
I
just think he's
a
a
Hall of
loser.
Fame loser.
Sure, that's fine.
But he's definitely a
well, you're talking about when he went and told about the meeting with Aaron Glenn?
He said I flew across country. No, he actually what you call them first world problems.
Yeah,
he was crying about the fact that he paid for a flight to fly across the country to sit there for 20 minutes. Dude, you made a Gripperton.
I know. And he was complaining. He thought if they just didn't want him, they could have done a phone call. But,
No.
but here's what annoyed me about Rodgers. Well, a lot of things. But if the Jets had called him and said, we're moving on, not face-to-face.
It would have been a problem. Oh, you couldn't even be man enough to talk to me in my face?
He would have complained no matter what it was. Good for Aaron Glenn. I wouldn't want him either.
No.
I'm a brand new coach with a team. Like, dealing with this nonsense. Rob and Delco's up. What's up, Rob?
Joe, what's up?
Hey, Rob, what's up?
Man?
Good morning, man. How you guys doing, all right?
Good, Rob. What's going on?
Listen. I got a quick point with the Phils, and then I want to talk about the Jordan Milroe thing, okay, real fast. You know what I'm upset with? And listen, I'm ready to clear house. You know what I mean? Bohm, Rowe, like all these guys. But I know that's not feasible. So what's the next step? I'm ready to get rid of the manager today, Joe, okay? And what pushed me over the top was, I think I heard this on the morning show on my way to work this morning, was, and it could be true, but you don't say it. And what's the guy, soft? I mean, the cold weather, he doesn't pitch well in the cold weather. No, Joe, he stinks right now. And say, you know what? He needs to be better. Like, that's what I want to hear from this manager. Maybe that happened to you behind closed doors or in the dugout. That was my man who had that outburst from the world. Was it Hal McRae when he tossed the computer or something? And a reporter was asking him something. I want to see. I don't know. Maybe Thompson does that, but that mentality just goes through the dugout, permeates through the dugout. He's soft. The manager's soft. So to me, that's what I'm upset with right now.
Well, it does feel like there's a lot. There's not an edge. I mean, there's not and I understand it's a full season. It's a marathon. The manager can't every day, be flipping out. But it does feel like it's just a very we'll get him tomorrow type of feel. It's felt like that for a while.
Hugh, how would you feel? Oh, Hugh, you ain't gonna make it here in Philly. It's cold. You know what I mean? Like, how would you would think that was challenging, your manhood a little bit. Hugh,
well, yeah, in my younger days, I was all for the cold, but since I've gotten in my advanced twilight years,
we're around the same age. I'm 51.
Hey, dog, I don't like the cold.
Maybe a coat would help.
It's too much work going back in the house.
It's really not. We talked about leaving it.
I kept it in the car. I just in the car now. I left one in the car.
Okay.
WIP coat.
Yeah. Now you're in business then.
I'm in business.
And Joe, I got to guess weird, but real fast on the Milroe thing. You know what, Joe? I take it a step further. Okay, Joe. I would trade up for him, Joe.
Well, that would cause a scene. Yeah.
What do we got? 4 number 5s?
They have
4 fifth rounders?
3 or 4 in the 5th round. Yeah, they're all bunched up in the 160s.
And I understand you can flip that stuff for the next draft and then flip it again. It's collateral for all that stuff. But I would package you and some of them move up, maybe 5, 10 spots. If that's 15 spots, if this kid's,
Why don't we go? How about we do this? We'll go up 11 spots. We'll draft him at number 53, the same place they drafted Jalen Hurts. We'll do some symmetry there. Same spot. All right, Rob, what do you got for us for Hugh's Clues? What's your guess?
Right, I'm going to go with string cheese.
String cheese.
That's
Rob,
a good go-to.
appreciate it.
I used to rock with the string cheese back in the day.
Yeah? Now here's the question. Did you pull it apart the whole did the string thing or you just ate it?
Try to make it last a little longer. Yeah, try to make it last.
Yeah, I would just eat the string cheese.
You've really always been this way, huh?
What's that? Weird?
Frugal.
Well,
weird.
You're stretching out a stick of string cheese, man.
Yeah, I do, man. It's like I bought them fur sweatsuits looking like a furry.
Let's not go there.
Why do you have to do this to me?
I'm just saying. Shout out to all the furries out there getting ready for August. It's going down in August.
That's gonna be one sweaty convention.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a t-shirt. I want to see if it really goes down at the furries like that.
I would guess it does. Yeah, I would guess it does, man. Be careful. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll get to all your calls and your Hugh's Clues guesses after. But by the way, the YouTube audience doesn't know anything about this.
No,
now
the
they're
furries.
indoctrinated.
They're like, what the hell are you talking about? No, somebody that's listening know about the furries. Yeah, they probably going.
Yeah. There's a lot more people than you think, buddy.
Oh boy,
I'm the one that gets the calls.
Okay, we'll get to all your phone calls. Your guesses for Hugh's Clues, which again is about a popular snack, not about what he's talking about right now. So get off of that. Phillies coming off a frustrating loss to Mets last night. We'll talk to Devin about it next. And your calls on the Jalen Milroe idea. Should the Eagles take him if he's on the board in the second round? The quarterback out of Alabama with a lot of similarities to Jalen Hurts. And would it be a big deal for Hurts if they did? We all think they should take him, at least on this show. We differ a little bit on how big of a deal it would be. 215-592-9499 for Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending, man.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. He fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Miller Lite. Cheers, BG. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Do not miss your chance to bet on all the clutch shots and legendary performances with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine the bets into a same parlay for a chance to win really big. So get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins at FanDuel.com/hammer. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cheerleaders Gentlemen's Club is proud to bring you the best bargain in the city. $2 Tuesday. Gas prices, groceries, everywhere you turn, prices are up. However, the very popular $2 Tuesdays is still at Cheerleaders. $2 domestic beers, couch dances 2 for $25, and select cocktails are only $2. Join us for $2 Tuesdays, where we give you a high-end experience for a fraction of the cost. We have the hottest entertainers and the best value in the city. $2 Tuesday specials from 7 p.m. to midnight. Every Tuesday night only at Cheerleaders Philadelphia.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. You've heard me talk about Scott Auto Group, where I've been buying my cars since high school. I recently stopped by Scott Kia to check out some of the latest 2025 models, like the all-new Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for only $229 a month, the all-new Kia Sorento S model SUV for $238 a month, and the all-new sleek K4 EX starting at $196 a month. Visit Scott Kia of Springfield or go to scottautogroup.com. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Subject to credit approval. Not all buyers or vehicles qualify.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. Time is running out. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Don't delay. Act now. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For JD Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Ring, make it, ring, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
Experience the difference an exceptionally priced Acura can make at Elite Acura on Route 73 North in Maple Shade or online at EliteAcura.com. Remember, nobody beats Elite.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Get ready for Cinco de Mayo with Total Wine & More, your cocktail central. From margaritas to cervezas and tequila, we've got everything you need for the perfect fiesta. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21. Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Drafting a running back in the first round may be out of style, but that doesn't mean it's a mistake. Look at what Detroit got with Jahmyr Gibbs, a home run hitter who racked up over 1,300 yards and 11 touchdowns as a rookie, helping drive a playoff run. With the rookie wage scale, you get explosive production at a bargain without committing to a long-term deal. This isn't about tradition. It's about maximizing value and finding difference makers early. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station where every moment of Phillies baseball happens.
And that is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe, you guys been on 215-592-9494. Stay hot board. We got a lot to talk about here. An hour from now, a daily mock at 1 o'clock. This is a couple days away from the start of the 2025 NFL draft. We'll get to you people as well. Check in with them. And, of course, more on the Jalen Milroe situation. If he was there for the Eagles' second round, should they take him? I say yes. Hugh says yes. And then we debate the idea of it would be a big deal. It's a big deal the Phillies lost last night. I want wins over the Mets, Hugh. I'm tired of losing to the New York Mets, especially up in New York. Let's talk to Devin Caney. She covers the Phillies for us here at WIP. Phillies off a loss last night. Back at it tonight with Sanchez on the mound. Devin, how you doing?
Devin.
I'd be doing better if the Phillies won last night, guys, but I'm doing okay. How are you?
Pretty good.
We're the same as you. We want to win, and we're tired of losing to the Mets. All right, Devin, let's talk about where the Phils are at, especially off of last night. When you watch them right now, what's the part of the team that is the most frustrating for you off of, because they're 8-9, their last 17. They're not bad, but they're kind of stuck in this like 500 rut the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Kyle mentioned it's kind of like the chicken and the egg situation when it comes to, the pitching bullpen and the bats, not really, providing them the runs that they need. But for me, throughout the season so far, and I know that we're still pretty early into the season, it's the bullpen. And it really concerns me because the more I watch this Phillies bullpen, the more I don't think that this team can win a playoff series with the current pen that they have. And it's really worrisome to me because I don't know how you fix it. I think it should have been an issue that Dave Dombrowski addressed in the offseason. And now, they have the trade deadline and you can go out and get a guy. I know Mason Miller's name is one that always pops up, but they're going to ask for a lot back for a guy like Mason Miller. And I'm not sure what you can get back and who the Phillies are going to be willing to part with. And I think that Dave Dombrowski and this Phillies organization needs to sit down and decide, like, do we want to win right now? Are we willing to trade away a guy like Justin Crawford in order to bring in the closer that we need? Because I think that's what it's going to take in order for the Phillies to win a World Series. They need to bring in more help in their bullpen.
You know what, Dev, I'm kind of curious because we know the bullpen troubles, and we've seen that, it was on display last night. But are we starting to worry a little bit about Aaron Nola and his starts?
Yeah. Yeah, I certainly worry about Nola starting 0-5. And I know that Rob Thompson has his back, in his pre and post game availabilities where he says, he doesn't pitch well in the cold. Okay, well, he's going to have to pitch well, hopefully in October when he's going to have to step up. It's early in the season. He never starts too hot. Like, I just feel like I keep hearing excuses from Rob Thompson and, he's going to give up a home run, but at least, it's a solo home run and not a multi-run home run. And thankfully, Juan Soto's was called fouled last night, but then they just ended up hitting another one off of Ruiz in the 7th inning anyways. So it's frustrating. It's concerning. I don't know, again, what the solution is. The good thing is with the starting rotation, I mean, Aaron Nola's under contract for a year, so hopefully he can and will figure it out at his long season. But, they have other guys. They have Ranger Suarez, who's rehabbing. They have Andrew Painter, who will hopefully be up with the Phillies in the starting rotation, not the bullpen, by July. For me, it's still just those relievers that's the most worrisome, even though Aaron Nola has dropped to in my opinion, like, honestly, least reliable pitcher. And I'm including Taijuan Walker in that so far this season.
Well, he has been. Yeah. I mean, his numbers are pretty stark how poor Nola's been. All right. So I agree with you on Mason Miller, or the idea of going out and get like a big time relief pitcher. But as we know, and that's not going to happen till, late June, early July. Teams aren't going to just give up in April. So to me, Devin, we got to find a short-term solution before the long-term. So let's talk about Ranger, because you mentioned Taijuan. Have you seen enough from Taijuan that you'd be comfortable asking Ranger to go to the bullpen? He's done that before. We know he's been able to pitch out of the bullpen. Because the way I look at it, Devin, is if Taijuan is decent, I'll just leave him as the 5th starter, and I could use Ranger to help out in the bullpen. Where do you come down on that idea?
About that, and I think Ranger would be great in the bullpen. And, like we've talked about, they certainly could use the help. I don't know if Ranger would be willing to do that, or if it would cause, tension within the organization, because Ranger's deal is up. He has the big agent now. Like, I just don't know if that would be a move that would go over well with Ranger. I don't know what he wants, but I'd certainly consider it. I also don't, Taijuan Walker, I know, is a starting pitcher, but I wonder what his efficacy would be if he went to the bullpen. So they do have guys. I mean, if Ranger comes back and is fully healthy and good to go, you bring up Andrew Painter. Now all of a sudden you have more than enough guys for a starting rotation, and you do have to decide, who's going to move to the bullpen and if that will help and be more effective than what they've got now.
All right, let's talk about a positive. About a week and a half, I guess we're in now, of Bryson Stott as the leadoff hitter against righties. When I first saw it, I was like, I'm not sure, because I felt like Stott needed to earn that before you just put him up there. But Devin, I do like what I'm seeing there, because Stott works a good at-bat. He's been hitting well, certainly better than last year. And it does give that protection for Bryce, with Schwarber behind him. What have you thought, about almost 2 weeks now of Stott hitting a leadoff against righties?
I love it. And I have to admit, I'm proven wrong. I have to shout out John Ritchie from the morning show. Like, I would kind of make fun of him or poke fun of him because he was obsessed with Bryson Stott leading off, heading into this season. He'd be like, why not Bryson Stott? Why not Bryson Stott? And I'm like, are you crazy? Because Bryson Stott was coming off a really down year offensively. It turned out he had that arm muscular injury, whatever it was, throughout most of last season. But I've been proven wrong. I mean, Bryson Stott is doing really, really well in that leadoff spot. I think that this is the lineup that's working for the Phillies. That being said, as much as the bullpen and Aaron Nola and some of the starting rotation has been concerning so far this season, you got to score more runs, throughout more than just the 8th inning of the game. Like, the offense really isn't giving Nola much help. And him in particular, I think they've scored the least amount of runs when Nola starts. So that being said, like, I do want to see a little bit more from the bats, and Bryson Stott came through last night, but then you have Trey Turner striking out, Bryce Harper striking out to end the game. Those guys need to step up when it matters most.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that about Richie in the morning show, because I think I owe them an apology too. Because every time it came up when you guys were on, when you were on with them, or just I was listening to them any day, Stott was always part of it, and I shook my head. I was like, "What are we talking about? He's not a lead. He's not ready to be a leadoff hitter." But they were on it. They included him in that conversation because of John, and he's done a good job so far. All right, Devin, let's talk about Alec Boehm. 8-game hitting streak. It's certainly been a little bit better. I mean, his overall numbers are still really poor, but it's been better. Do you feel like Boehm is coming out of it? Is it more just, hey, he's got some singles and we're not there yet? What do you feel on Boehm? Because they do need him to be better than he's been the first 3 weeks. No question about that.
I feel good about Boehm. I heard you guys talking about him earlier in the show, so I'm not sure you'll agree with me here, but I think I'll take the hitting streak. I know he's not hitting home runs, but what have we, talked about and harped on throughout last season, throughout last postseason and the offseason is they need to focus more on small ball and not swing for the fences, because that leads to chasing, and chasing is what kind of was this lineup's downfall against the Mets in the postseason last year. So I think as long as Alec Boehm is continuing his streak, he's making contact, he's getting on base, that's what you want from a guy like him. I mean, obviously hitting home runs would be great too, but I'm not going to fault him for that. Like, it's still April. I'll take what I can get from Alec Boehm right now. It's better than nothing.
Well, that's for sure. It's better. It's the Boehm thing is better than the first couple weeks. He's at least hitting the ball a little bit.
Yeah,
now.
he's making contact, because the first couple weeks, boy, it was rough.
Well, yeah, it was rough. He actually was hitting the ball hard just at people. All right, Phillies and the Mets tonight and tomorrow. Sanchez on the mound. I mean, Devin, he has pitched every game after Nola, and he's won every game so far. He's been the ultimate stopper. They could really use another Sanchez big start tonight, because he seems to follow all these Nola losses with wins. I think we could all use that tonight.
And Christopher Sanchez has quickly become my favorite starting pitcher to watch on the Phillies. And it's probably because they're winning when he goes out there. But aside from that, I need to see this offense get going a bit earlier. Like, where are the guys who are scoring in the first and second innings that we saw this past week at Citizens Bank Park? That's what I want to see up at Citi Field tonight.
Yeah, let's get a win. Otherwise, I'm going to be angry tomorrow of losing 2 in a row to the Mets. I'm tired of losing that team. Devin, appreciate you hopping on as always, and we'll catch up soon and enjoy the game tonight.
Have a good one.
There she goes. Devin Caney covering the Phils there.
Hung up on us, yeah.
I don't think she hung up. I think it's
the timing.
Well, it's a little connect because
Zoom can be a little tough.
We got her on video, so so it's a little bit different than a phone call. But we're happy to have her on video and of course on the phone there. Do you guys feel better about where Boehm is? I mean, some hits are falling. Can we sprinkle in a home run once in a while? Just a double.
No.
Trying to turn the corner.
Singles.
That's gonna lot.
Trying to turn the corner.
6'5".
Big dude.
Singles hitter.
Yeah.
I just want a home run. Can I have a home?
1 or 2.
Well, I mean, remember when he first came up, Kyle, the idea was eventually he would turn into the power would come, because look at his body. I mean, he's 6'5".
Mm-hmm.
He's a third baseman, and it's never really arrived.
What was it last year that he gained 15 pounds?
Oh, the muscle, yeah.
Yep.
That didn't matter. I could use a home run on a Boehm one of these days. But yeah, the 8-game hitting streak, it's better than nothing for sure. All right. And that is interesting about Sanchez. He's become the ultimate stopper here, because he pitches after Nola. They've won I think, what have they won? Like 11 Sanchez starts in a row dating back to last year. He's become the guy that comes in to clean it up after Nola loses. So hopefully it works tonight.
The cleanup
We
guy.
need a win, because it is frustrating right now. 215-592-9494. All right, back to your phone calls here on the Phils. What's frustrating the most? The offense, the bullpen, or the overall pitching? It's Hugh, I know you were on the situational hitting and the guys in scoring position and the bats last night.
Yeah, that right there is something that I look at, because let's be honest, if you break it down, last night's Nola performance is kind of in lockstep with his other performances.
Mm-hmm.
If you would have had better timing hitting with guys in position or on base, probably game would have been a lot different.
Well, yeah, and if they had put some runs early on the board, perhaps they do something different with the bullpen in the 7th and 8th. It's not Ruiz in there, and everything changes. But they didn't do anything till the 9th. But Nola continues to be not great, and the bullpen is just a disaster right now. 215-592-9494. Plus Jalen Milroe, if he's on the board in the second round, should the Eagles take him? Would it be a big deal for Jalen Hurts? Terrence in Springfield is up. Hey, Terrence.
Huge Kyle, what's up, man?
Hey, Terrence, what's up?
All right, guys. I'm out on the Milroe thing. I feel like, and I heard you guys say, that it's good to have a backup plan. I mean, cover your ass. But I feel like Jalen's only 26, and I feel like that's not a need right now. I feel like most of our need is on defense right now. I feel like that's this whole draft. I feel like that's our priority should be on focusing on them holes that we have, because we know we have a lot of holes with the number of players that we lost. So I feel like we should focus on that, because I don't think it'll affect Jalen Hurts, because he's that kind of player. If you bring another quarterback in, it won't affect him. But I feel like the whole reason we got Jalen Hurts is because Carson Wentz stinks. He was ass. That's why we had what's the backup plan, and we secured a QB with Jalen Hurts. And as for the Philadelphia Phillies, I told Kyle this, man. Noah's cooked. He's cooked. This guy's not dependable for a start anymore. To me, he hasn't been dependable on the last 3 years for a start, if you ask me. And we knew this coming in the season. We knew in the off season when we heard Milton say money wasn't an issue. When we had a chance to get Soto, the Mets went out and they got better, right?
Yep.
And I feel like if we would have went and at least tried to get Soto, that would have made our lineup so much better. The Mets ain't that much better than us, but you know what Soto brings it brings a different. The pitchers gotta change their approach to the lineup. He brings that, you know what I mean, that energy to the lineup where you have to pitch these guys a certain way. And the Phillies had a chance. Dombrowski and Milton had a chance to make this team better, and they want to go to run it back.
What they call it seasoning? We ain't got no seasoning.
So speaking of that, like I know we're trying this new lineup, but just like think about this for a second. We start our lineup with Bryson Stott and Trey Turner, they're not bad, right? They start their lineup with Francisco Lindor and Juan Soto.
Seasoning.
There's some swagger to those two.
Seasoning.
Yeah, Stott and Turner, that's not exactly swagger. It's a little different.
Yeah, man. And so to me, the Mets, they're not going nowhere. And to me, the Mets are to us when we how we play the Dodgers. The Mets come in and they take it to us. To me, it's starting to get mentally with the Mets. Ever since we played them last year.
Yeah, they get up for you. I do think you're onto something there. They get up to beat the Phillies. And for whatever reason, the Phillies just have no energy when they're playing the Mets. It's annoying.
And they only want to get up to play the Dodgers.
Yeah,
and
but unfortunately, the Dodgers aren't in our division. Like the Mets games are more important. We're taking those games seriously. I need to beat the Mets. All right, Terrence, what's your guess here for Hughes Clues? What's he talking about today?
I'm gonna take Kyle as a fruit roll-up guy.
I could see that.
I was,
I could see. Yeah,
Love
fruit roll-up was a big deal.
Yeah, that was a big deal.
Terrence, not it, but a fair question. I think that, you know what? People are actually listening today. The answers have followed your clues.
Yes.
They haven't got there yet, but this is some of the better listening we've gotten in a long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time, a couple days.
Might be longer than that.
I think when I said what I said last week, it challenged people, because when you think about some of the stuff that we talk about, it's a good chance that what this was talked about recently.
Probably was.
Yeah, because it's like, listen, we don't have long-term memory. That we don't do that well over here. So we don't, you know what I mean? Just listen.
Long-term, short-term.
we don't.
Doesn't matter. Let's go to John in Summerdale. What's up, John?
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Hey, John. What's up?
Listen, let's talk about the Phillies. Everybody's talking about the bullpen. I get it. It's a problem. It's an issue. You let Hoffman walk. You let Estevez walk. I get it. But I think the main thing that's really, making me pissed off is Dombrowski and how cheap he is at the deadline, man. He's afraid to take risks. If he builds teams well, he goes out and gets players and signs them, whatever, Turner, Harper, blah, 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 $300 million contracts. But I think he's just afraid to take that next step. He's afraid to give up prospects. Like, look at the Yankees last year. They went and they got Juan Soto, right? They gave up Michael King.
Yep.
A couple of other guys. He's not giving up Andrew Pino. Like, he wouldn't have made that move. If Soto's on the Phillies, what do they do last year?
They beat the Mets. Yeah, they probably would. So I think, John, you're onto something. The trade deadlines with Dombrowski since he got here have been very underwhelming. I mean, he overpaid for Marsh, back in 2022. And, what that helped in the moment, but obviously we wish we didn't do that now. And then the last 2 years, it's been brutal. I mean, they got, what was the guy's name, Kyle? Rodolfo Castro? Was that the guy they got?
Yeah.
And he never played in the big leagues.
That he supposedly mashed, was it lefties? Or?
Yeah, for the Pirates. We did that in 22, 23. Lorenzen. And then what was last year? Austin Hayes and Carlos Estevez.
Yep. Another great one.
Totally underwhelming deadlines.
Yeah, man. It's like, you throw in, what's that Snoop Dogg gift? Who? Like who was that? that ain't a Juan Soto. That's not a risk-take move. Middleton, he's over here talking about spending stupid money all those years ago. Like, if you're going to make these moves, get Harper and Turner and these guys in here, Real Muto, like, you got to, like, keep doing that. Like, look at the Dodgers, man. They just won the World Series. They're throwing players money.
Yep.
Like, they're not thinking outside the box.
Well,
And
John,
you're
you
eventually
mentioned the
gonna need
Dodgers. The Dodgers traded for Tommy Edman at the deadline last year. He won the NLCS MVP. I mean, they got a guy that helped them get to the World Series. I mean, we're getting, not Austin Hayes fell apart when he got here. Unfortunately, the guy got sick and he couldn't play. Yeah, I agree with you. John, you have a thought on the Milroe thing?
I do. I think he's going to be gone. I mean, I get what you guys are talking about, that you want to have kind of a guy to groom, and, Jalen's the perfect guy to do that. He's got all this talent and all that, this Milroe guy. But I just think where the Eagles are now, you just shored up the offensive line with the contracts, and, Saquon Barkley's going to be here for a while. Like, why not add to the depth there? Like, you just lost Becton. You lost a bunch of guys on the D-line. Like, that should be the focus. This draft is rich in defensive line talent, offensive line talent, and tight ends. And if Goddard goes, I mean, who knows? What if, like, Loveland falls to you at 32? Or maybe you can move up a little bit. You make that move? I just don't understand selecting a quarterback now just to maybe trade him in 2 years. I don't know.
I'll tell you why, John, real quick, is what do you think is the hardest position to get in the NFL? And the one that most teams need in order to be relevant.
100% is quarterback.
And so, with that being said, if you have an opportunity, even if you don't need one, to get one that you don't have to play right away, you don't have to play him right away, and allow him to be groomed so that whenever Jalen's done playing, you don't miss a beat. Why not do that? If you've identified him as the guy.
I just don't think you're at that stage in Hurts' career where you need to make that move. I mean, you got to remember, we're in Philadelphia. This ain't like I don't know, Seattle, where you're drafting a QB, and then all of a sudden if Hurts plays, has a bad stretch of games, they're going to be calling for this guy, and now all of a sudden you got another problem.
John, I agree with. I'm more on your side on this part of it. Like, I think it would be a bigger thing than maybe Hugh does. Now, it doesn't mean Jalen Hurts couldn't handle it, but I do think it'd be noisy.
Did the Green Bay Packers need a quarterback when they had Brett Favre? Did they need one?
Well, considering Favre played about 5 more years, no.
But they benefited tremendously from it. And if you want to stretch it, he might not be a Hall of Fame quarterback, but Jordan Love's a pretty darn good quarterback.
It was a smart pick by them, yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's one of those things where I look at it like this. If you've identified somebody that might not be like he might cost you a little bit more than you want to spend, but he's going to keep your franchise relevant for years to come, 10, 15 years to come, then why not? If you've identified him as that, say, generational talent, or that guy that he has all the right intangibles, he just doesn't have the right, we've been using the word season, he doesn't have the right season.
Well, let's go back to Jalen Hurts, and then we'll let John give a guess. I mean, Jalen Hurts had talent, but there was something obviously off that he wasn't a first-round pick, right? Maybe he took too many sacks, maybe his throwing mechanics were, but you could work with him.
And he's done better than most of the quarterbacks that got drafted before.
Well, Tua was ahead of him in his own draft class. All right, John, what's your guess for Hughes Clues?
I have no idea. I was listening. I don't even know.
All right, John, you got it. It's all right. That's
incorrect.
That's an L for you, but that's okay.
Well, I guess because people, I guess it all depends on if you were a part of the lunch crowd.
Well, everyone has lunch.
Well, packed lunch crowd.
A part of the lunch crowd?
Well, are we all part of the lunch crowd?
Well, some people don't pack. Some people don't pack a lunch.
Okay, fair.
I was a packed lunch guy. You a packed lunch guy?
Sometimes.
Well, not today.
I usually bought it from the school.
Well. When I lived in Atlanta, I used to have meal prep. So I used to get the meal prep. So I used to have that. But I'm thinking about more I was thinking when you asked the question, I was thinking more like high school, not high school, middle school.
Yeah, when I was at school, I was a packed lunch kid.
Yeah.
More. I mean, once in a while I buy the stuff, but more of a packed lunch kid. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll hit more on the Phillies and, of course, the Milroe thing. What's bothering you the most right now with the Phillies? And if Milroe is there in the second, would you take him? I also want to hit this with something our last caller said sparked something in my head about timing. Like that this is the wrong timing to take a quarterback. You have other needs. Because I just feel like if we follow that logic, there's something we'll reach the same point. I'll hit you with that next. 215-592-9494. It's how you hot board. A third clue for Hughes Clues coming up. Daily Mock at 1 o'clock as we get close to the 2025 NFL Draft right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP. A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. But True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cybersecurity must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky Pete. Springtime is party time. Step up your grad party, reunion, or company and client gathering. Groups of all sizes, we do it all at all locations across the Delaware Valley. Enjoy special catering options or our signature menu items. Plus, there's a special Play 2 party package at our flagship South Philly location. We're the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles, First Trust Bank Club, and Eagles Training Camp. Book today at chickyandpete's.com. Chickies and Pete's.
When you combine highly skilled surgeons and the world's most advanced surgical robots, incredible things can happen. At Virtua Health, this technology in the most capable hands provides unmatched precision and attention to detail, leading to fewer complications and faster recovery times. Because there's nothing better than getting back to what you love. Find the most experienced surgeons in robotic-assisted surgery at Virtua Health. Learn more at virtua.org/robotic surgery.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha.
After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto?
There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture?
Claro que sí. Wow, that's a nice picture.
The S25 takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you. Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
With autopay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. Coming up at 1. Daily mock at 1 o'clock. Who the Eagles could take in the first round. Of course, we're discussing if in the second round, Jalen Milroe is their quarterback at Alabama. Should the Eagles take him? We all agree on this show, yes. Now, would it be a big deal for Jalen Hurts? That's where there's some difference in the room. I don't think it'd be a small deal. I think Hurts can handle it because I think he's mentally tough enough for this. But yeah, it'd be a thing. I'm willing to do it, though, because I'm invested in keeping the quarterback room strong. One thing I wanted to hit, and then back to your phone calls, we got a third clue for Hugh's Clues. Our last caller, Hugh, said, this isn't the right time. I would argue if you have a starting quarterback that you like, right? It's never the right time. So you just have to, if you think someone is worth it, you just got to do it and put them in the pipeline. Like people said the same thing when they took Hurts and Wentz was here. It's not the right time. We're trying to build a team. Was it the right time for the Packers to take Jordan Love?
Mm-mm.
Aaron Rodgers had won back-to-back MVPs.
He was like upper 30s.
I know, but if you have a good quarterback, can't you always argue it's never the right time? Right? Because you're trying to win with that quarterback. I get the point. They're older. The Packers quarterbacks were older. But I brought up Cam Newton earlier. The Panthers didn't prepare. Physically, he declined very fast. He was the MVP of the league. They didn't prepare. And then they went through what? They've been irrelevant for like 7 or 8 years now?
Yeah, that's the point that I'm making.
You don't want to ever get there.
And the one position, and I've always been told this, you got to have a quarterback. He doesn't have to be a Tom Brady, but you better have somebody that's serviceable, that understands, the system that you're trying to implement, that can run the offense. If he's not Tom Brady, damn it, he better be close to Brock Purdy. A guy that came in and ran the offense well in the short, like in that span.
Yeah.
And that's what you have to have. And if you don't have one of those, you're going to be one of those franchises that is going to be looking for a quarterback forever, i.e. the Cleveland Browns.
So I do think there's a line to this. Like, I wouldn't use a first-round pick on a quarterback, right? To me, that's a unless you think your quarterback's about to be done, to me, that would be a waste of a resource because that's a big pick, right? Like, I'm not advocating at number 32, let's say a quarterback. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the second round that's where we got Jalen Hurts. It's like sometimes you get players that kind of fall through the cracks for whatever reason, but they can play. Russell Wilson was a third-round pick. Jalen Hurts, second-round pick. Sometimes
and on top
they
of that,
fall through.
When they got Russell Wilson, who was it? Matt Flynn.
They just signed him, yeah.
They had just gave him a ton of bread. And I remember that vividly because I remember when they were like, oh, my gosh, they got this guy, Russell Wilson, he can play. Mm-hmm. And he ended up playing. You can never, if you have an opportunity to get a quarterback that you've identified as the heir apparent, they are hard. Like, people don't realize how hard it is to find a quarterback. They are hard to find.
Yeah, I think what hits some people is no one wants to acknowledge that we don't know what the future of Jalen Hurts is. Like,
it's not about it's the future. This is the thing, because I hear a lot of fans say this. It's not about the name on the back of the jersey. It's the name about the name on the front of the jersey.
It is, but people get attached to players.
And you know what? People were attached to Randall. People were attached to Fletcher Cox.
We're attached to all of them at points.
I mean, and that's okay. But you also have to be realistic in this situation. And see, this is where I start talking about people playing checkers, not chess. This is if they decide to get him, they've obviously identified him as a quarterback that could play in the next couple of years. He's not going to play 2 years from now, probably not even 3, but 4 or 5 years down the line. Yeah.
Well, and then if something ever happened to Hurts where he declined fast or got hurt, you might have something. And then you just go from there and you figure the whole thing out. 215-592-9494. All right, let's hear Peter Schrager now at ESPN. Listen to how he described Jalen Milroe. I heard this and I was like, it feels like it's the Hurts thing all over again 5 years ago. Here's Schrager on Milroe.
Another GM I was talking to over the weekend as I'm watching the Masters and just texting everybody and on calls about the draft. And he's like, I could easily see Milroe going late first. He's like, that's the kind of deal where you have a starter already, and then you put Milroe in for some subset packages, and then 2-3 years, who knows? Jalen Milroe's your guy, and he's been learning for a year, and of course he can run the ball. He ran a 4.3 40 at his pro day, and he's got an awesome arm, and he's a winner, and he's about it. Like, he is a great leader. The same conversation on Milroe is, well, he was benched against South Florida a year ago.
I mean, Kyle, if you just change some of the words around, like the South Florida compared to Georgia, like the benching, we could have doctored the audio and you would have thought it was from 5 years ago.
The leader thing. It's like when I heard the clip, I'm like, this just sounds like Jalen Hurts.
It was deja vu. Yeah. It's so weird. Now, will he be there in the second round? I don't know. But if he is, I would take him. All right, let's hear from Milroe talking about the idea of the quarterbacks he tries to watch, because he's getting compared to Lamar and Hurts, which you think runners, right? Athletic quarterbacks. But obviously, you got to be a little more than that to succeed at a super high level, the way Hurts has developed and Lamar. Let's hear Milroe talk about the guys he watches.
Who's your idol at quarterback right now in the NFL? Who do you watch that, growing up and now?
So I don't necessarily have an idol, but I have a lot of quarterbacks that I'm inspired by watching them play. And so one thing that I've done this past offseason, watching NFL tape. And so watching Burrow, watching Purdy, watching Geno Smith. And one thing that's unique about all of them, they play on time, they have pocket integrity. The footwork in the pocket is so efficient. The body movement that they put themselves in to make every throw on the field. Right. It's going to be important. It's going to be certain scenarios where perfect ball placement beats perfect coverage every time. And so just knowing where your hots are as well. So just watching that tape, just watching these great guys just be able to ball each and every Sunday. And so it's just inspiring because that's where I want to, be in the future.
Yeah.
He's going to be the player I'm most fascinated to see what he becomes. Just everything we've heard today and him talking and the story. Like, I think he's got a shot to be a good player.
Yeah. And he already is self-aware. I think it was pretty smart of him to watch Brock Purdy tape, because Brock Purdy came into the NFL, and whether you like it or not, had a pretty good showing his first year.
Of course he did.
You're talking about for what he was and how he came in there and how he picked up the offense the way that he did. And they catered it to him. See, that's the thing that I don't think people realize, that a lot of times, perfect example, you're talking about Bryce Young, went to Carolina. They didn't know what to do with him. As a matter of fact, Frank Wright, there was reports that that's not the quarterback that he wanted.
Yeah, they wanted Stroud.
They wanted Stroud. They wanted Stroud, but that's the quarterback they got, and it didn't work. To be in a position, people, where you can sit back and watch and learn, because the one thing that most young quarterbacks struggle with is the speed of the game and how quickly the windows close up in those throwing lanes. Mm-hmm. Because in college you might be playing against Alabama and the safety might not be that good, but the corners are good, but the safety's not good. So you might have a play where you can get him over the top if you get the ball out quick enough or whatever. Because you have the athleticism that, at every position it might be a little different. But at this level, everybody's good, and the windows close up, and they break on balls like that and stuff like that. So to be in a situation where you could practice against the ones and get better every day, then I would do that.
To me, insurance policies, you never know when you need them till you need them. You want to have insurance just in case. 215-592-9494. All right, Hugh, before we go back to the phones here, we got a lot of callers who want to try to win this prize and talk to us about Milroe and the Eagles and, of course, this Phillies team, which lost the Mets last night. Can you give everyone a third clue? Because it's 12:30 and you don't have a winner yet.
Yeah. The third clue is this one, people. I ain't worried about that. I like the way you said it, like I'm concerned about the timing. But this one, it would be eligible for Peanut Butter Week.
All right, so it's a popular snack. Could have been found at some point.
Somebody gonna get the next one.
In Kyle's lunchbox back in the day, and this would be now. Is this the first annual or second annual Peanut Butter Week?
Oh, the first. We've never done it before.
Semi-annual first, yeah, something like that.
Ooh,
I can't wait for Peanut Butter Week 3.0, which is probably coming pretty soon.
2 fingers I used are very sticky.
Yeah, that one hurts. All right, Matt in West Deptford. What's up, Matt?
Oh, Joe, what's up, you?
Hey, Matt.
What's up?
My bad for earlier, man. I stepped out the truck. But yeah, listen, Hugh, real quick. We need to bring little Harper up for the Phillies, man. He can hit that ball.
Hey, man, listen. Harper, already, like, I think it's because, I never played baseball, right? But the first thing that I noticed when he's playing is his swing.
He's got a little Prince Fielder to him. He drops that back shoulder.
And I'm like, no, he's I don't know what to do with that though yet, Joe. I don't know. Hey, Matt, I don't know what to do with it yet, but we're gonna wait and see. We're gonna slow play it a little bit because I don't know what to do, but he has a pretty swing. Though.
I need him in the Phillies lineup by the end of the season is what I need.
Definitely a pretty swing, but listen, yeah, this team's a joke. I mean, they can barely hit the ball. When they wait 9 innings, 8 innings to hit the ball, right? Our bullpen is atrocious. He loves to bring in Ruiz, he stinks. I can't even think. Romano, he stinks. You go look at Carlos Estevez right now, right? The dude that we had last year that got hit around a lot. You know what I'm saying? They would barrel his ball. They would hit him. But you go look at his stats right now with the Royals, it's unbelievable.
Well, and then look at Hoffman. Hoffman has done. It looks like an all-star for the Blue Jays.
It's that too. I was going to just say him, but yes, exactly. We got players. All we can really count on is Alvarado. I mean, hopefully he's not wild and strong. But other than that, this pen is a joke, and it's just sickening that this team right now, the Mets, they sort of own us.
I know. It's so annoying. It's annoying that it feels like every time they play, the Mets are going to beat them. It's annoying.
And I just looked at the standings. I mean, I remember when we were 5-1, we were talking about the Braves 6 games out.
Yeah.
I mean, we're 3 games out right now. I mean, something has to give. Hopefully Sanchez deals. Hopefully we can hit the ball. Hopefully we win. But Sanchez is 4-0 after Nola, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you would think he's due for a loss, right? Due to get hit around. Hopefully not. But can you just imagine they beat us again tonight with our card? He's been our ace this year, Sanchez, hands down.
They're looking pretty good for us with Sanchez on the mound tonight.
Yeah, well, we need a win. I mean, if they lose tonight and drop the series, it's a concern. And look, I think the NL East isn't a lock to have multiple teams in the postseason with what's going on in the West. So these are important games. Matt, what's your guess for Hughes Clues?
I mean, I just started listening again. I would say, I don't know, like peanut butter crackers.
Peanut butter crackers is a good guess.
I thought you were there, dog. You were close.
It is a good guess. This hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance from your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Treat your car to 94 only at Sunoco. Christy in Bluebell has an idea for the Phillies offense. What's up, Christy?
Well, I watched quite a few games where they were playing beautiful small ball. All of them were hitting in the gap, opposite field. And then when there's a tiny bit of pressure on them, you can just see it's like a switch. And they're trying to go yard every time.
Well, it's like the playoffs last year, Christy. I mean, I agree with you. Like
and the year before,
yep.
like it's always like that. That's why I was telling the producer, they need like a team shrink. Because they get in their head, and it's like they put so much pressure on themselves that they're the reason they fail.
Well, especially those last 2 at-bats, because they kind of had Diaz on the ropes last night. He gave up the home run. It was 5-4. They had some momentum, and then Trey and Harper went up there and did not have good at-bats. You felt like they were trying too hard there.
Right. They do. They just do. When there's just a little bit of pressure, they fall apart.
Yeah.
I do have to say something on the quarterback thing.
Yeah, what do you think about the Milroe idea and the idea of taking a quarterback in the second round?
The best thing that you guys could do is have a backup plan. I'm not an Eagles fan. I'm a Broncos fan. And that tells you everything. We have had 25 quarterbacks since Peyton Manning.
It does feel like it's been a lot. And until last year, none of them were any good. I mean, that's the problem.
And that's the thing.
And we were irrelevant.
Hard to find quarterbacks, man.
Then.
Well, they were. I mean, I think it was the first time you guys made the playoffs in like 7 or 8 years. Christy, what's your guess for Hughes Clues?
I would say Uncrustable.
Well, you would win. You'd be the winner. Oh my God! You got it, Christy.
I didn't want to say this, but I was like, I bet you somebody that's gonna come up is gonna be a woman.
Yeah.
Because when you said it, they automatically knew because they probably packed them. Guys don't think about stuff like that.
Well, actually, my first guess was Flaming Hot Cheetos.
Oh, but
That was somebody
not
else
eligible
guessed
for
that.
Peanut Butter Week. That's a good way to use the clues.
Yeah.
Yeah, the peanut butter week changed my mind.
Christy, good job. You won a $100 gift card to Sunoco.
job.
Get the highest level performance out of your car with 94 octane, now available exclusively at Sunoco gas stations in Philadelphia. Yes, Uncrustables.
They made an appearance last night.
That's what got our minds rolling this morning. Yes, it was Castellanos in the dugout.
Yeah. What do we think about that, by the way?
They've
Eating
become.
Uncrustables,
Eating Uncrustable in the dugout.
That's a go-to snack, though, for a lot of people.
I think I read an article during the playoffs. The Eagles have them at halftime. Devontae, it's like a halftime snack for Devontae.
And I know when I was in Atlanta, the Falcons on the road trip home, they have them. They have them there going and coming back.
So this is how you know Uncrustables have gotten really popular. Like my daughter loves them, right? Kids like them. Professional teams are eating them at halftime in the dugout. That's new.
Well, it's the protein and the energy boost.
It's like a quick little snack.
Yeah, it's like like people that are diabetic. It's almost like if you eat that, if you're low sugar, you get your sugar boost.
Or maybe all the Phillies and Eagles are listening to Peanut Butter Week and we're inspired.
That's right.
That's a possibility.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't they be?
Yeah.
When was the last time you guys had an Uncrustable?
I'm not a fan.
No, I'm not really either.
I'm
not a PB&J guy.
I like peanut butter and jelly, but I like the ones that I make.
Yeah, I mean, homemade is always better, but sometimes you're in a pinch.
Well, because it's like
they have
they
them out
don't put
there,
enough.
in the little thing out there.
No, they don't put enough peanut butter in them for me or jelly.
See, I like the strawberry one more than the grape. But yeah,
that's our guy.
Who else would this be?
Yeah. No,
what are you talking about?
Oh, that's smacking.
Well, it's Peanut Butter Week.
Yeah.
3.0.
Also, I just want to point out to all the people in the YouTube chat who are upset that they weren't able to win the prize. You can't just guess it in the YouTube chat and win the prize. That's not how this works.
They were guessing it in the chat.
Yeah.
I'll tell them that ain't how
People
this thing
take guesses
works.
out of it a lot, but they were like, I'm so mad that they wouldn't. I said it twice. I'm like, I don't care.
Well, here's what you can do. We appreciate you listening or watching. However, you can pick up your phone while you're watching.
You're giving out the number.
Yeah, you call.
Call in, talk some Phillies or Eagles,
and
then you can get your answer if you're so confident in it.
Well, especially
and then
if
can win the
you
prize.
have it. I mean, that you got to kick yourself after
Throw
that.
a pair of stones. Call up.
Make a phone call. Well, we're happy that our winner today, Christy, got it. Congratulations. Uncrustables. Yes, Castellanos. So do we think that's what's in the fridge? Because you see the Phillies, you noticed this last week, Hugh? They covered up the fridge. Remember they had
Because you were complaining about it.
Not because of me.
Because you were complaining.
No, I'm wondering what
you move the meter. You move the meter
Hold
when
on.
it comes to things.
I'm
man.
wondering what they're hiding in there. That's the question. But
Uncrustables. What you think?
well, I don't know. I mean,
no, I'm telling you what happened. Kid, want me to tell you what happened?
if you just have water and Gatorade, what's the point of putting a thing over it so no one can see?
What happened was you complained, and people they heard you
We
complaining.
don't need fridges and dugouts.
They heard you complain. That's what I'm saying. They heard you complain.
But it's still there.
But they heard you complaining.
Okay.
And so I guess they didn't want to take them out, so they just covered them up because there's like that dang Joe Giglio and that midday show. He's always complaining about something or starting rumors.
Stirring the pot.
Because you started this whole Jalen Miller rumor.
That's right.
You know you started that. Right?
Yeah, I think I did start with this one. This one might be on me.
Yeah.
I don't think the AJ one's on me as much. But hold on. I complain about everything. The one time they listen, it's about Uncrustables.
No, they listen to it all the
Gatorades.
time. You didn't know?
But they're not moving the needle on other things.
Yeah, but
I want
the
better
needle on this one.
players. I want different players in here, especially in this bullpen. I haven't got what I want there. All right, 215-592-9494. Black Gritty is up next on WIP. What's up, Black Gritty?
Can you keep your hands out of Hugh's cookie jar? Because you on something you ain't supposed to be on out here talking about.
What are you talking about?
Quarterback. Yeah, the Packers did it twice with 30-something-year-old dudes. I got the Mormon missile. I'm not worried about backup quarterback. Y'all need to stop disrespecting Standard Time.
Tanner
Is what I need y'all to do.
I did not know he was
Oh,
Mormon.
he's the Mormon missile, yeah.
Disrespecting the Mormon missile. You disrespecting my man, 6'28". You know what I mean? See over that gigantic.
Black Gritty just want to know. He wants some
line.
defensive player. He just wants.
All I know is Shady McCoy told me I need to start him in the Super Bowl over Jalen Hurts after start last year. So don't be talking about no quarterback. Is defense a luxury,
The
Joe?
Mormon missile.
Defense is not a luxury. We'll use our first pick. We'll use our first pick.
See, I
First
told
pick.
you.
I got 32
This is your
people
fault.
to replace on defense. He let TJ go. Oh, Sweat go. I need
See, that's what it
defense. And everybody keeps. It's so funny Jalen Hurts isn't the top 5 quarterback, but everybody wants the Jalen Hurts equivalent replacement backup. And I think he might be a pretty good quarterback. You know why? Because he's not going to go to one of these trash panda teams in the first 10 picks. He's going to get to go somewhere we can sit down on the bench and learn. And it's not going to be here because I got Tanner time. Now let's move on to baseball. Bryce, thank you for choosing me. But what are you doing, baby? Why are you swinging like a 7th grader when the pressure comes on? You know what I mean? Can I get some nerve juice in that fridge? Like, first of all, I don't want to hate on $1 billion people. What you need in that fridge? You need to be working on the field. You need to be sweating it out. You need to be focused on the game, not having a cheesesteak or a hoagie or whatever it is. Because you got on a Gatorade. I watch basketball, football. Hugh, did y'all have a fridge in the football game, or y'all just get some Gatorade and tell your butt to get out?
Well,
there
it was like,
you
put the fridge over with the Gatorade with the ice.
The fridge is soft. I mean, it's soft.
Yeah, that's all.
Is that what it is?
So I'm just saying, if you're going to be swinging heavy, you need to touch the earth, Trey Turner. You don't deserve nothing that's on that fridge. At my house, if you don't do your chores, you can't go in there and get no snacks. So I put a chain on the fridge and lock it down so these dudes can start hitting under pressure.
Not put the chain on the fridge.
Why are you swinging in the dirt? The dude was getting rocked. Not did what he had to do. And I hate the fact that the Phillies keep doing this. And the teams, you keep saying Nola's lost. Nola didn't get no help. That loss ain't on Nola. I know Nola's bad right now, but that wasn't on him. Can he get some help? Can he get some support? Can somebody with $300 million hit a mammy-jammy ball? I can't stand it. And Hugh, you lucky that lady came through and got that clue. Because, man, again, you with these clues.
Them clues be fire. My clues be fire.
Defense is a luxury. Joe Giglio, stop eating these gummies and get yourself focused. We need defense, because that's how we won the Super Bowl. I thought that's how we won it. I thought Jalen Hurts didn't do nothing, so I don't need a quarterback.
No, I never
got
said he
the
didn't
Mormon
do
missile.
anything. I said, he didn't play great all season. That's what I said.
Tanner McKee about to get traded to New
He
Orleans.
played great in the Super Bowl. We know that.
During the
And last
draft.
thing, can we beat the Mets? Can we just beat the Mets? I hate the Mets. I'll talk to y'all.
You got it, Blake. I hate the Mets too. And you know what? He's right. You're right. You said this earlier. Those at-bats, the last 2 by Turner and Harper, were a joke. I mean, they were a joke. I mean, I just need a
Was
better
that hero
at-bat.
ball? That was hero ball?
And what's frustrating about the hero ball last night for Bryce swinging at those isn't that why Schwarber's behind him in the lineup? Take the walk.
Protection.
Take the walk
Protection.
and let Kyle swing.
You know,
what are we doing?
You know who I sadly thought of when Harper struck out?
Who?
One of our callers. Can
Which
you
one?
guess?
Who?
Someone that's on Harper all the time?
Yeah.
Oh.
Self-
Jay
from West Philly.
Yeah. I try not to think of him after work hours because I need to keep my stress
He was
level down.
rent-free in my head.
Yeah,
after
he
that,
got you. Well, now I'm thinking of it. Now if he strikes out 3 times tonight, I'm going to be on that as well. It was a bad at-bat. I mean, it was. Now, Bryce has been hot heading into this, so it's not like he's been a slump. I mean, he's like, 4 home runs on the homestand, including a bomb on Friday against the Marlins. So he's been on a good run. And, I can't say anything else besides Bryce has hit well lately, but that was a bad at-bat in a big moment where they do have that closer on the ropes. There's a lot of parts here that's frustrating right now with the Phillies because it's not a day or 2 or 3. They're 8-9 in their last 17. Since the Rockies left here, the Phillies were 5-1. They swept the Rockies, second series of the year.
Mm-hmm.
They're 8-9. I mean, that's the bottom line. It's been up, down, up, down. They haven't even played many great teams in this stretch.
Yeah, it ain't been as consistent as we would like it to be.
No, and I need a win tonight because the Mets thing is driving me crazy. They cannot beat this Mets team and haven't been able to for a while here. 215-592-9494. All right. Hugh's going to offer some advice to a friend later on the show. You're not going to want to miss that. We'll get to you people at about 1:45, see what everyone's saying, including those apparently who guessed Hugh's clues but didn't call in. Do you feel good that someone got it before the 1 o'clock hour?
No, I mean, I feel like regardless.
No,
if
don't lie.
If they'd have waited till 1:55,
no,
I'd have still been feeling good.
No.
I get some great clues, man. I don't care what nobody say.
People say you don't. I mean,
I know they can say what they want to say. Let's stay leg parlay over here.
Nobody can talk themselves into something quite
I
like
know.
you, Douglas.
Nobody cares about the 8-leg parlay. Nobody.
It fits the
Yeah,
narrative.
not a
It
damn
fits the
soul.
narrative.
It's nothing to do with your clues. All right. Plus, we got a daily mock
did it,
at
mate, like
1
Bart.
o'clock. Just a few more of those to go. We're off the rails now. All right, Jalen Miller, if he's there on the board in the second round, should the Eagles take him? Would it be a big deal for Jalen? And the most frustrating part with the Phillies, what is it for you last net right now? Daily mock at 1 coming up. 215-592-9494. It is the midday show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most U.S. state. Experience report August 2024.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Ike Reese here from our friends at Dietz & Watson. Baseball is back, spring is in the air, and that means grilling season. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. And don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You know what's better than a limited time deal?
an unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Get ready for Cinco de Mayo with Total Wine & More, your cocktail central. From margaritas to cervezas and tequila, we've got everything you need for the perfect fiesta. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Something unusual is happening in the NFL draft. There have been no trades within the first round. If that holds, that'd be the first time that happened since the merger. It could speak to the quality of the draft class. Early reports, everyone wants to trade down. Usually teams trade up for quarterbacks. They just aren't there this year. Long way to go, but early indications are this might not be as star-studded as a normal draft. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The Daily Mock at 1 o'clock.
Yes, it is that time. And only a few to go. The Daily Mock at 1 o'clock, which we've been doing every day around 1 o'clock for the past few weeks as we get set for the 2025 NFL Draft first round coming up Thursday night. We're going to have a special NFL Draft show here on WIP. I believe Rob Ellis is hosting at 6 to 8.
Yeah.
And then we'll be on, I think I'll be on at 7. You'll be on at 6.
I'll be there all day.
They're making you work
I ain't
all
even
day.
going home.
Yeah, I'll be on at 7, and then we'll all be there starting at 8 all the way through the Eagles pick, whenever that is. I mean, It could be midnight, whatever. We'll be there at the link on Thursday night. All right. For today's mock draft, you were going to one of your favorites. Chris Sims put together a mock draft. Let's see what he's got. He actually has a name we haven't talked much about to the Philadelphia Eagles. All right, Chris Sims mock draft. He has Cam Ward number 1 to the Titans, Travis Hunter 2 to the Browns, Abdul Carter 3 of the Giants, Will Campbell 4 to the Pats, Mason Graham 5 to the Jaguars. Pretty similar top 5 to a lot of people these days.
Yeah.
But here's where it gets interesting. We go down to the Philadelphia Eagles, and he has them taking Mykel Williams, edge rusher, out of Georgia. Hugh, I haven't seen the Eagles connected to him. A lot of people seem to think he's going to go earlier. Sims thinks he will last, but what do you think? Mykel Williams, edge, 6'5", 260 out of Georgia.
You know, a lot of people have him projected to go to the Chicago Bears. Well, a few projections, I should say.
Which is the top 10,
yeah. I don't have a problem with 6'5", 230-something pounds. And, you know, we're already familiar with Georgia guys. So I don't have a problem with that. This is, to your point, this mock draft and these guys have been mocked all over the place. We've gotten receivers in the first round with the 32nd pick. We've gotten different name edge rushers, but I don't have a problem with this one. And, you know, he's going to have some familiarity there because I'm pretty sure, you know, he was probably in his freshman year when Jalen Carter was there, getting ready to leave or whatever. So he's familiar with some of these guys from Georgia. So it would be a seamless transition for him to come from school and come up here and play for the Eagles.
It is pretty amazing if they take another Georgia kid, too. It feels like it went from, hey, this is a good strategy to, hey, let's just do this every year. I mean, it's their whole defense is Georgia kids. And can you knock it? I mean, it's obviously worked, right? It's transformed their defense between Carter and Smith. I mean, and Nakobe. Jordan Davis hasn't been great, but he's been serviceable enough. They keep going back to this well, and as long as it works, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too, Joe. I mean, it's a position of need. It should cool everybody out because we're getting the edge rusher with the first pick in the draft. Well, our first pick in the draft. And, you know, I think a lot of Eagles fans are a little bit, you know, nervous about how this is going to play out. So, yeah, it would definitely make Eagles fans feel better.
Now, he is pretty, I mean, 6'5", 260.
That's a big dude.
Yeah, a lot of these edges, it's like they got to fill out. They're big, but not huge.
Like James Pierce and guys like that, 6'4", 230, something like that.
6'5", 265.
Yeah, that's a grown ass man. That's what they call a breeder.
Yeah, I looked. I found one. I found one of these. Excuse me.
Yeah, breeder. The breeder. It goes back. It goes back.
I know. I understand the reference.
Yeah,
I'm glad you said it. I didn't say that. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, that might not have flew if you would have said it.
No. Everyone laughs when you say it. I just laugh along with you.
There's Hugh towing that racial line as much as he possibly can.
It's always in the Daily Mock. That's when you throw these in, and we're like, "What are you saying?"
Yeah, I can't wait for these to be over.
I know.
Hugh's gonna get us in big trouble.
I'll never forget when I was at the draft. Who was it? Buddy Ryan. Buddy Ryan came in, and Buddy Ryan was Buddy Ryan.
Yeah, right.
Didn't say a word. He just patted me on the shoulder and was like, yeah, like he feel on my muscles, whatever. And like, yeah. So that's kind of looking at you like you're a piece of meat. So yeah, it's like breeder, back in the day.
Yeah, I could see Buddy doing that.
Yeah, Buddy was different.
Political correctess probably wasn't how I would describe Buddy Ryan.
It's outrageous.
Are you surprised?
Hey, I'm on the line, man. I was on the line with that.
We're gonna be off the air.
Yeah.
I'm gonna probably get caught. Probably, it's a good chance. I'll probably, in this political climate, I'm gonna probably get caught for that one. And you know how when you say it, as soon as it comes out your mouth, like, damn, that was
that was out of control.
Yeah, that was
Once in a while you
close.
say something, and Kyle and I look at each other like, what did he just do?
And I was hoping Kyle was gonna let that go, but he did.
Well, at first you said it.
You left me no choice.
I let it go, and then you kind of said it again.
Kyle,
yeah.
Got too comfortable, man. Listen, between this YouTube stuff and you know what I mean?
I knew this.
Got way too comfortable.
I knew the YouTube thing would get in your head. Yeah. It got in your head. This is what you do now. All right. 215-592-9494. All right. So, Hugh, we've had a lot of names for the Daily Mock at 1 o'clock. But there is one name, Tony Pauline. He covers the NFL. He always has interesting scoops around the draft. If that name sounds familiar to you, Tony Pauline was probably the first, I don't know what you call him, writer, insider, draft person to connect the Eagles to Cam Jurgens. So he has some sort of plug where he has a sense of the Eagles and their thinking, okay? Just that's a little background. But he threw out a name to watch for the Eagles. Now, it's not a mock draft, just kind of a rumor. His name is, I'm gonna butcher this, but we can call him, no, I'm going to butcher this. You want to say it?
Wait a minute, what is it?
Let you take care of it.
Here it is.
Are you want another viral moment?
Yeah, go ahead. Try to say his name.
Wait a minute, let me see. Oluwafemi Oladejo?
Oladejo, I believe is how you pronounce the last name.
Oluwafemi. Oluwafemi. Yeah, Oluwafemi.
Oladejo, right?
Oladejo. Oluwafemi Oladejo.
Oladejo? Can we call him Ola? What's the first name again?
Oluwafemi.
Okay.
Or you could say it's Oluwafemi or Oluwafemi.
You got any controversial nicknames that you?
No, leave those out. Stop,
well,
stop.
after the whole breeder thing, I'm gonna go ahead and leave. I'm gonna go ahead and just go ahead and just lay out for a little while.
Allah, we call him Oladejo. He's an edge rusher from UCLA.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just chill for a little while.
All right, so hold on.
Time's our shift then.
Two, but they might turn the mics off soon.
I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Rod to come around that corner.
What'd you say?
What the hell?
Okay, Oladejo, all right, the edge rusher from UCLA. So Tony Pauline has heard that he can go anywhere from 30 to 45. Obviously, the Eagles are at number 32.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles had him on a top 30 visit. Now, here's my issue with this. This may be a test, Kyle, of Super Bowl syndrome. I looked up this kid, Oladejo, over at NFL.com, and they have like the comps and the ranges where they think the guy could go. They have him as a third-round pick. I haven't seen him in any of these mocks since we started off the Daily Mock at 1 o'clock. This would be, I think, fairly called a reach. Doesn't mean he wouldn't be good, but it feels like it would be a reach.
It would be one of the smartest guy in the room type moves. From
did nobody see this one coming, but we did.
Yeah, this feels like a test of Super Bowl syndrome, because if we take this guy on Thursday night, we're going to hear like, oh, yeah, Howie knows what he's doing.
Especially if Howie goes, yeah, this is one of the guys we had first-round grades on.
What'd you say? Oh, Howie knows what he's doing. I don't know, dog.
Well, I mean, how people have a Super Bowl syndrome. You know that.
You know how I think this is going to play out?
Yeah.
I do not have the Super Bowl syndrome. I am
round
the most
3
clear
draft projection
and concise individual on this station right now speaking. That's probably be my last day.
You did get way too comfortable. I mean, you did.
Way too comfortable.
Where'd you think you were?
Well, we were talking and you said it. It was like, you know how sometimes when they're on the tip of your tongue,
Yeah.
it's like, dog, you can't walk that one back. It was there.
I'm just trying to say
No,
the
I'm
guy's
saying.
big and built. And
Well, no,
you're like,
he's
ah.
built. Yeah, he look like, but
stop.
What I was about to say, like a lot of times when you see like a taller, like guys would say, you see a taller woman and she's, she's well put together.
Okay.
It's kind of along those lines. Forgot where I was.
Yeah, you did that.
Keep your mouth down and shut, boy.
Yeah, speaking of, the only way to make this better is to bring on Herb in the Northeast. What's up, Herb?
What are you up to, Joe?
Hughes causing trouble. I'm just trying to keep this thing together.
Douglas, what you eat last night at City Field? What you have to eat down there?
Oh, I didn't go. I went to my son's game and they had glizzies.
Oh, your son.
Yeah.
Did you break him apart?
No, because his mom said you need to go get some. I'm not eating. I was like, I'm not eating a glizzy. Because she called them glizzies. I'm like, I'm not eating no glizzy.
You ate it whole?
No, I didn't eat the glizzy.
Wait, hold on.
No, I didn't get the glizzy.
If she called it a hot dog, would you have eaten it?
No.
Oh, you just out on
I just was
glizzies,
out
hot
on
dogs,
glizzies.
frankfurters.
I know this
wieners.
might be hard to believe, but I don't eat everybody's cooking. I just don't. I don't know them folks like that to be eating.
Yeah, but a hot
I
dog's
don't
a
know
hot
them
dog.
I don't know them folks down there where I was at to well enough to be eating their cooking.
I got news for you. The hot dog's not good for you if you have it at home or if you can get it from the stand.
Hot dogs are bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a hot dog fan.
Okay. Go ahead, Herb.
All right, dude. So it looks like possibly there could be a bunch of quarterbacks going in the first five, 6 picks or so. Whatever.
Maybe. I mean, Cam Ward's going to go one, and then we'll see what happens with Shadur and the other guys.
Yeah. Well, I think Hunter's going second.
I think so too.
They need playmakers there in Cleveland. So
yeah, he's a football player.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Like I say, if they want to trade AJ Brown, it could be a mistake, and it could be good. So it's hard to say.
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah, you never know.
One I had not considered.
You got to see how it plays out.
Be really, really good, or
could be
really,
bad.
really bad.
Yeah, you never know.
It looks like they're weighing the option about the money and all that kind of stuff, with next year and these other players, they got to get contracts, and we'll see what happens. But AJ gets that double team. They need a receiver like him in New England. And they're like I said, man, if you flip that 4, if you get that 4, you got to go for my man Tyler Warren, because you got to replace one offensive star with another offensive
Oh yeah,
star.
you love Tyler Warren.
And I love that player. I love that player not only because he fits in different positions, okay? And that's what the Eagles do. And you got a few guys that are growing up this year, that are now second-year players. Now's the time they start, stepping up and making the plays. So we'll see what happens. But anyway,
here's the question here.
Oh,
my goodness.
32, Joe, there's going to be a lot of edge rushers.
Yeah, we need one of
There's
them.
going to be a lot of edge rushers.
Who do you like? You like Ezraku or James Pierce? Who's your guy, Herb? You got to have a guy.
Yeah, I heard that name, Pierce. I heard Pierce,
James.
and I heard the UCLA guy. I heard the,
maybe that's where the rumor came
guy,
from. Yeah.
The Georgia guys come up a bunch of times.
Michael Williams, yeah.
We'll see what happens. We got a Super Bowl last year. Now we got to see if we can get another one.
You're darn right.
I don't disagree at all.
They work. That's what.
But I don't think they should take no quarterback in this draft.
Not even the second or third round?
I don't want to see any. You need a quarterback. You get a quarterback in a couple years if that's what you're thinking.
Yeah.
What are you going to do with the 2 guys you got now? Let them.
What guys?
Practice
Talking
squad,
about-
whatever.
talking
They're
about,
going. What's his name's going to be? The Stanford guy will play.
Tanner McKee. I'm not really worried about
number 2.
Tanner McKee. Yeah.
I'm ready for him to be the number 2.
I know. Well, it seems like the Eagles are too. Herb, we appreciate it. A lot of Tanner McKee love. He's fine. I know you think he's the future.
Hughes' fault.
I think it's the future. The future.
wonderful. 6th round pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just
first round draft pick. If they give it up. Yeah, it don't hurt to ask. Gotta ask.
The Saints draft pick, the number 9 pick.
Number 9 pick.
Okay.
Don't hurt to ask.
Yeah, we could do that, but what's the answer going to be? No.
Gotta ask though. Gotta ask. So you say, hey, you want Tanner? Give me the first round draft pick. What if they say yes though?
They fire the GM.
Yeah, that's not my fault. I mean, that ain't my problem. That ain't an MP.
I know.
That's a YP. That ain't an MP.
I'll tell you, if Howie gets the 9th pick in the draft for Tanner McKee, just put the statue up now.
Yeah,
Just
that would be a fleecing move.
But here's the thing.
That was a hypothetical,
I
too,
know.
by the way.
As much as it would be an amazing trade and we'd be excited, we'd have to deal with "I told you so," Douglas.
No, you wouldn't. I wouldn't do that.
Oh, come on.
No, I wouldn't do that.
It was your draft. It was your idea.
I would never do that.
You would be insufferable.
I wouldn't. You know what?
Do that.
I would never do it because I wouldn't have to. You know what I hit y'all with, Mr. A-leg parlay?
No, again,
that's what I would say.
But the actual Tanner McKee thing is more impressive than anyone could put together an 8-leg parlay hit by accident.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do y'all.
You're lying. I mean,
I am humble.
Humble.
I am very humble.
Everyone knows what would go on around here.
Humble.
You still like to bring up defense. Yesterday, Kyle wasn't here. Cam Jurgens, we announced the signing, and he's just sitting there with I find it interesting.
Of course he did.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm just saying it's the truth. Y'all don't want to hear. Y'all still don't want to hear it, but if people want to talk about the fact that the defense led the way, they did, and I never denied that.
But they paid all the offensive.
They paid all the offensive.
We get it. We understand the math.
And they talking about drafting some more.
Mm-hmm. You proud of yourself?
No, because I have vision.
Oh, here it is.
I have vision.
Yep, you have vision. Let's go to Aaron in San Diego. What's up, Aaron?
Good afternoon, Philadelphia.
Aaron, what's up?
Are you still doing the mushroom coffee in the morning?
I am not doing the mushroom coffee. It
Joe,
tastes a
did you
little
have a
watery. It's a
salad?
little watery. It's not. It doesn't taste like.
I actually moved away from it recently. I'm out on the mushroom coffee.
Well, I was thinking that maybe you guys had purchased the wrong type of mushrooms, because your take on the Milrose situation, you guys are tripping.
Why?
Well, first of all, how can you compare Wentz to Jalen Hurts?
Well, I'm not. Jalen Hurts is better.
But that situation, Wentz was a Lionel Richie song. Once, twice, 3 times injured in back-to-back seasons.
Sure, he was. But the last one, he did play all the games. He got a concussion in the playoff game. He had come off in 2019. He had played every snap, or at least he started every game that whole season.
Joe, there was logic to them taking Jalen Hurts. Nobody expected it.
But Aaron, I agree with you. But this is revisionist history. 80% of people said this is ridiculous. He just led us to the playoffs. He threw 4,000 yards to lawn ornaments with, I forget those receivers' names. What were their names? Perkins was the tight end. They had crappy receivers here that year. And Arcega-Whiteside, people were losing their minds. The logic is now in retrospect. People didn't think that then.
Joe, besides, the point's mute anyways, because, Milrose going to Pittsburgh.
He might.
Pittsburgh's in desperate need of a quarterback, and they're going to reach in the first round. So I don't even think he's going to make it out of the first round.
You know how this works, Aaron?
Yeah, but what if he's
don't
there?
care.
What if he's there?
He's not going to be there. And besides,
he's ducking. You're ducking it. If he's there at 64, what would you do?
I would take a defensive tackle.
Okay.
I would take an offensive lineman, somebody that we could add depth to our roster and continue with our Super Bowl aspirations.
Okay.
Milrose depth at quarterback.
Yeah, I was about to say, doesn't that give you depth?
It's insulting that you guys are trying to compare Milroe to Jalen Hurts with
what do you mean? Insulting?
You're talking about a Super Bowl. And
no, we're talking about the prospect. Jalen Milroe as a prospect is very similar to Jalen Hurts.
Jalen wasn't a Super Bowl MVP in Alabama, by the way.
And Jackson Dart can be the next Brett Favre. I mean, come on,
Wait,
guys.
Hold on a second.
Seriously?
No.
What did Milroe win in college? What did he do in college?
He's a winner.
Wait, hold on a second.
I think
you don't see the similarities.
Aaron missed the whole point of this conversation.
You don't see the similarities. This is a quarterback out of Alabama who is a leader and a runner he has to work on his throwing, and he might go in the first or the second round. You don't see similarities there between the profiles?
you guys are looking at similarities in terms of the team that they played for and athletic ability. This kid is nowhere near. Jalen Hurts is one in a million in terms of his mental outlook and his approach to the game.
Well, sure, but we're talking about the prospect and his ability as a player. That's the similarity. And the Eagles like that kind of player. Obviously, they drafted Hurts and they paid him.
You're the second year into a $250
Carson
million
was
contract.
1 year. Carson Wentz was 1 year into being the highest paid quarterback in the history of the sport when they drafted Hurts.
A quarterback.
You guys are reaching. You guys are
wait a minute. Listen, Aaron. Like this is where now I'm triggered. How is it a reach when I just gave you 3 or 4 different scenarios of how hard it is to get a quarterback in the NFL? How is that a reach, sir?
Okay, let me ask you this: Tanner McKee last year, when he played against the Dallas Cowboys, he played against the first team, right?
Let me help you out, Aaron. I'm gonna answer the question. Let me help you out. Yes, he did, but let me help you out. Who is closer to being like Jalen Hurts, Tanner McKee or Jalen Milroe?
Tanner McKee, because Tanner McKee has proven that he can play in the NFL.
Wait,
Tanner McKee was a 6th-round pick, Aaron. Like the chances of him becoming a viable quarterback
Aaron,
are
bet
so small.
You are lovely at the bars having hypothetical conversation with people because you obviously you're not getting what I'm saying. I'm gonna ask you again because I know you were trying to be funny. Who is closer to Jalen Hurts right now, Tanner McKee or Jalen Milroe?
I'm going to tell you right now, it's Tanner McKee because Tanner McKee has the NFL experience.
This is a joke.
One game? Hold on a second. He has one game.
Aaron, I like you, but this is where the conversation becomes a little difficult because you're entrenched in your take and you're not hearing what's being said. And that's cool. If that's the take that you want to take, but to sit here and say that it's a reach, that it's not a reach. It really is.
Hold on a second. Who is the quarterback here? Hold on.
Reach for the Philadelphia Eagles to draft Milroe with this 64th pick. It's a reach.
Guess what? Everyone told me it was a reach when they took Jalen Hurts with the 53rd. It's the same thing, Aaron. It's the same thing. It's solidifying your quarterback room just in case. And if you don't want to do it because you don't want to cause a controversy, I actually accept that more. But to pretend that the answer is Tanner McKee is insane, man.
Especially in a league where it's so hard to find a quarterback. And I gave you about 4 or 5 different examples of teams that are still in quarterback purgatory. So what about what we said is a reach to you when I gave you all that information?
If there are 3 or 4 teams that are in quarterback purgatory, what on God's green earth would lead you to believe that he's going to be there at 64?
Jalen Hurts was there at 53. Like I don't know. Like Russell Wilson was there at 75. Like this happens all the time.
This kid is being talked about on a regular basis on national TV. When there's talk or where there's smoke, there's fire, right? So there's going to be a team that's either going to draft at their position.
Wait a minute, Aaron. Let me just stop you, Aaron, because we had that conversation, and as a matter of fact, me and Joe talked about the fact that they're going to reach for a quarterback in this draft. That conversation has been had. The conversation that we're having right now is this: if he's there with the 64th pick, are you going to take him? That's the conversation that we're having. If he's there at the 64th pick, are you going to take him, and why not?
Because there's this draft, there's too much depth, in terms of the second and third tier players.
Okay, and that's fine.
You can find, day one starters at defensive tackle, offensive tackle, safety.
Yep.
Things that can help us.
And that's fine
right
because
now.
you're that's fine. And I don't agree with you, but I could accept it at least. You want to prioritize the now and not worried about the long term. I get that. I mean, and I think a lot of people probably agree with you. But the idea, like we're brain wrestling here, to use a Hugh term. Like Tanner McKee, like let's be real. In 2 years, if Jalen Hurts falls off a cliff or hurts his knee, Tanner McKee's not the next Eagles quarterback for the 5 years after that. Like, are we serious? You don't really think that, do you?
No, I'm talking about somebody to fill in now, not the future. We don't need to worry about the future right now.
See that, but that's where we differ. I'm always thinking about that.
Joe, let me ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Richardson and Milroe, are they similar?
There's some similarities, except Milroe played some more.
Okay, and then the kid from Liberty,
Malik Willis. Malik Willis, yeah.
Is there some similarity?
Sure. And so there's a spectrum,
Exactly.
right? But Aaron, there's a spectrum to this, right? Sometimes you become Justin Fields. Sometimes you become Colin Kaepernick. Sometimes you become Jalen Hurts. I don't know what Milroe's going to be. No one knew what Hurts was going to be. It's a prospect. You take them and you develop them.
Not in the second round.
That's where Hurts came from.
No, he about to stand up.
Like, do we forget how he got here? Because you're taking what they did and pretending they didn't do it. Aaron, I sat here.
There was a need for them.
You know, it wasn't. No one thought that.
Can't say it the bar.
I'm losing my.
Joe, we had who do we have come in and fill in for Wentz when Seattle put him out?
McCown
Who came in our playoff game?
McCown and Sudfeld were the quarterbacks around here.
Exactly.
That's Tanner McKee. He's a 6th-round pick from Stanford.
Have somebody in there that.
Oh my God. I'm losing it because I lived it. I was literally in this chair the night they drafted Hurts, and people lost their mind. We just paid Carson Wentz. He's a franchise quarterback. He threw for 4,000 yards. And 2 years later, that kid took the Eagles to the Super Bowl. By your logic, Aaron, the Eagles wouldn't have Jalen Hurts.
Differ, Joe. That's where you and I differ. Because you know what I did when I saw the Eagles take Jalen Hurts with the 2nd-round pick? I said, that makes sense. Go watch the tape on Nick
There's no way.
I don't believe it.
I don't believe it at all.
Statement talks about Jalen Hurts.
I don't believe that.
But your logic,
emotional about you.
Your logic doesn't fit.
Special about you.
Your logic doesn't fit. Then why would this be a bad idea if that was a good idea?
Because it's a reach. We don't need it. We need other things.
But that was the argument.
What everybody thought in 2020.
Yes.
They needed a receiver for Wentz.
Not me, brother. Not me. Guys, not me.
Okay, well, it doesn't add up.
There's no way.
I'll believe you, but it doesn't add up. But the logic doesn't fit. I mean, it doesn't fit. I actually appreciate someone more if they were angry in 2020 and they're angry now. I mean, at least you're angry all the time.
When they drafted, like me personally, when they drafted Jalen, I was like, oh, interesting. They drafted a quarterback with the 2nd pick. You take a quarterback that high, and I'll give you this, Aaron. When you take a quarterback that high, there is some buzzing around the room about
why,
why you take a quarterback that high. But I just gave you a reason why. It's because he has a similar skill set as the quarterback that you have, and it's hard to find quarterbacks. And if you identify one in this draft, granted, he might not play this year, next year, the year after that, but you get a chance to groom him, to run the same offense that you've been running. The biggest knock that I would say that we've had when it comes to backup quarterbacks of Jalen's caliber is that the offense has to change and evolve when you put other guys in there.
Of course.
You can't, because Jalen has the running dynamic that the other quarterbacks don't have. Tanner McKee came in there and played well when he played against the Commodores. But he doesn't have, was it the Commodores?
No, it was the Cowboys.
No, the Cowboys, I'm sorry.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, Cowboys, Commodores. But the thing is this: you don't want to change your offense too much. That's why you try to get quarterbacks that are similar, that have the same skill set.
It doesn't have to be an apples to apples comparison with the Wentz thing for this to make sense. If anything, it can make more sense. They have a better structure in place to do this right now than they did when they drafted Jalen with Wentz.
And they have a more mentally strong and better quarterback that probably will handle it way better. I mean, that's part of this too. 215-592-9494. If you don't want to do it, that's cool. I imagine most people would not want to do it. They want to get players to win a Super Bowl next year. I just think it's an interesting similarity, and we could be there again in a couple of days. All right, you will get your phone calls up. We'll check in with you people, see what everyone's saying about the show today. Plus, Hugh's going to offer some advice. Right now, that happens. Hugh's going to offer some advice from one pop to another. That's next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Is this on me? Yes, it is. It's
sure
on me.
Is.
Yes. Let's talk about bacon. Not just any bacon. Let's talk about Hatfield bacon, from the classic hardwood smoked to sweet apple, maple brown sugar bacon. Even extra thick cut bacon and the applewood smoked bacon. Every slice is packed with flavor. Top your burger with it. Level up your breakfast. You can even snack on it straight from the pan. No judgment by me, because that's kind of what I do. Treat yourself. Grab some Hatfield bacon today and taste the difference. Head to simplyhatfield.com to find a retailer near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Let's take the Diamondbacks in the first 5 on the money line over the Tampa Bay Rays. Let's start with the pitching matchup. Looks like Arizona has the edge with Brandon Pfaadt, who's 3-1 with a 3.04 ERA. Rays counter with Zach Littell, who's 0-4 with a 5.48 ERA. Plus, the Diamondbacks have one of the best offenses in all of baseball, ranking 3rd in OPS. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
When it comes to surgery, the tiniest details make the biggest impact. At Virtua Health, our highly skilled surgeons operate the world's most advanced surgical robots. With incredible precision and accuracy, we're able to make smaller incisions that lead to less pain, fewer complications, and faster recoveries, so you can get back to the moments that matter. Find the most experienced surgeons in robotic-assisted surgery at Virtua Health. Learn more at virtua.org/robotic surgery.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Hey, baseball fans, want to boost the odds on your next MLB parlay? Take the field with a Parlay Boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Log into your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then place a parlay on any MLB game and apply the token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted parlay hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Feeling good about your MLB parlay? Step up to the plate for your chance to score. Claim your MLB Parlay Boost token today. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck, so join the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas.
Nice day.
It is nice. In mid-70s?
Yeah.
It's not cold out there.
No, not really. There's gonna be some people out there that enjoying this nice weather.
You should. I think we've turned the corner here, everyone, when it comes to the weather. You see the weather coming up next week or so?
What we got, 70, 80?
Well, we got 77,
Ooh.
75, 79, 72, 69, 72, 76, 84.
That's about shorts weather.
I think we've turned the corner.
You know what that means, the end of?
It's cold for Aaron Nola?
Use weather excuses.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not my weather excuses.
Get 'em out.
I am a visionary that tried to bring people in that might not know. But I get penalized for that. I get called names like company man and things of that nature.
Well, when you're agreeing with Topper about Nola's, it's company man stuff.
I didn't agree with it.
I mean, it's company man stuff.
I didn't agree with him.
No, what was your yesterday? You were a company man when you agreed that Romano felt good, so you felt good.
No, it was like he was self-aware, and I was like, it's not. You know how sometimes when you have a bad outing, it wears on you, and you feel like you're close.
Oh, I'm glad he's over.
You might be close to breaking out of it. You get a chance to see him tonight.
Oh, great. Can't wait.
No, I'm just saying.
Can't wait. Let's let Lindor and Soto tee off on him. I can't wait for him to come in the game.
Might get a chance to see him.
All right, let's talk about our Twitter poll here, which, of course, I have to find my my read here, is sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet. You learn about and schedule your evaluation, PIDentalCenter.com. What's more frustrating for you right now with the Phillies, the offense or the pitching? 56% on the pitching. And then we got interesting vote totals on the Jalen Milroe conversation. So I find the difference in these pretty stark. So if Jalen Milroe is on the board in the second round, should the Eagles take him? 82% on no. Only 18% are with us today, which is yes, we're visionaries on this. But how about this? Would drafting Jalen Milroe be a problem for Jalen Hurts? 57% say no, 43% say yes. That was much closer. So there's a lot.
That's interesting.
A lot of people out there think it would be a problem, but it's still a majority do not think it would be a problem and still wouldn't want to do it. All right, maybe those are Tanner McKee
Very
believers.
Interesting.
I mean, it could be a lot of people that come down on where Aaron comes out. I think it's fair to say they have other needs.
Absolutely,
don't do it.
But
I think that's what most people
are.
Right. I think that's what most people are.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I get that. And Aaron, I don't want you to feel like you were being attacked or anything.
Well,
just kidding. We weren't
No,
attacked.
we love Aaron. He just was.
Well, there's always a tinge of sensitivity about the quarterback.
Always.
So,
especially if they're coming off of a good season.
and it's usually veiled in the thing about, well, we need defensive end or we need D-line and stuff, and you can also throw in that you're a little bit nervous about what would happen with Jalen.
Well,
I'm not.
I don't think he is either.
But
to be totally honest,
it is fair to say if you use a first or second round pick, it changes the equation, right? No, if the Eagles take a quarterback in the fourth round, it won't cause a buzz, right? Fifth round, it won't cause a buzz. There's something about first round, obviously, but there even is something about second round that like raises your eyebrow.
I would say under any other circumstances, but the ones we are under now.
Is that because of Jalen's personality?
Well, his personality, his star is at its brightest. Just won the Super Bowl MVP, 100 most influential people in the country. I wouldn't too much worry about. I would see it for exactly what it is. He's the future. And I said that tongue in cheek talking about Tanner McKee. But if you draft Jalen Milroe, he's the heir apparent to me.
So with that, I think a lot of people who would be upset that the future is in vision.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I think in football, the future is always in vision. You never know what's going to happen to players.
Yes. And I think that the reason why people are voting the way that they're voting, because just like Kyle, we're in a Super Bowl window, and that does not help us right now. We are in microwave mode when it comes to this team. We lost a lot on defense. We want people that are going to come in and contribute now to help us get to – where's the Super Bowl at next year?
I think Santa Clara.
Cali?
Cali. No, I mean, it's not as cool as New.
I mean, I'm with it, but California, what are we gonna do? Go fishing?
Dude, you're acting like there's nothing to do in California.
Well, they got the good greens. They got the wine country.
There's a lot. It's California.
What? Go to Disney World?
Yeah, that's it. Just go to Disney
Santa
World.
Clara is pretty far north compared to.
No, it's up there like San Fran, right? That's like
north.
Northern
California.
I'm pointing up.
But there is also like he can help you in. I'm
I thought you were
I'm off of you.
He's back to Mill Road.
Yeah. Okay. There's an immediate need that it helps. Like the backup quarterback is important in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like the Eagles won the Super Bowl with a backup quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
If Jalen Hurts goes down for, say, 5 games, you could lose the division. If you don't have a good backup quarterback in those 5 games, you could lose the 1-seeder, lose a home playoff game. The backup quarterback does serve an immediate purpose on the team.
And they've downgraded the quarterback room this offseason. Like McKee's fine. I'm not anti-McKee. I'm not as crazy about him like some people. But they went from having Pickett and McKee to McKee and Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
It's lighter. It's a worse quarterback room.
Yeah, and there's no question.
And I mean, look, I get the second round thing is jarring for people, but you're going to find a better quarterback in the second round than you are, say the fifth. Like you're going to get a Clayton Thorson in the fifth. You know what? I'm just saying. Like
I don't think he's in the league anymore.
That's where you get the best player, and they're cheaper than a guy like you would. Would you get Kenny Pickett for 3 years or something like that? You have a controllable young player.
Yeah.
For the next 4 years.
I don't think people are looking at this in a realistic way. When they think about this, they're thinking about, oh no, you're gonna make your quarterback feel some kind of. I honestly don't think Jalen would feel some kind of way. I really don't.
One thing we haven't heard today, and maybe because people don't know him enough, I actually would accept more if someone said, I don't think he's very good. He's not going to develop. He's too flawed as a thrower. Then I'm like, all right, if you feel that way, then maybe it's not worth it. We'll see what.
What's good to have as your backup, though. And not your starter.
Of course. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard this hour at 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance from your vehicle, nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. True Car 94 only at Sunoco. All right, before we get to your phone calls and you people, Hugh, we need your ruling on something. Maybe one pop to another. Can we hear what happened to our friend Shaquille O'Neal last night on Inside the NBA as they're doing some playoff games here? Here's Shaq last night.
The other thing about Kawhi is, you all right, big fella? Catching a cramp?
Go ahead. Keep talking, Jeff.
Yeah, we're on TV.
I know what we're doing. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's that olive oil you've been drinking.
I know.
Hey, take some matches with you.
The fact that the whole crew
He
laughed.
couldn't hold it. He can't hold it. After 40, he can't hold it no more.
That's a first.
He can't hold it.
Unless
hold
he's
it no
got
more after
something.
40.
That wasn't something planned, was it?
No,
that was
not at all. Hey, listen, he was in the back talking about he's going to drink alcohol to clear up his
No, he's been drinking the olive oil. You know what?
Olive oil to clean his gut. It's cleaning his gut.
I did not like his gait as he left. That was not a typical walk.
Yeah, he had to clench them butt cheeks, dog. Not like, hey, listen.
The term catching a crap is wild.
No, listen. Because he knew.
That was about to be an accident. Let's just call it for what it was.
And he got them light pants on, too.
Oh, no.
He hustled to the bathroom, man.
Yeah, man. But he was trying to be cool about it. Hey, dog, when that nature call, you can't be cool about that. If you were taking, he had them light brown pants on, too.
Oh, that would have been disaster.
Oh, no, dog. You got to wear a diaper when you're doing stuff. Like, let me say this first.
You can't be wearing a diaper in a television studio.
I ain't never had no diaper on, but if I had to wear one.
If you drink an olive oil, you wear a diaper?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And after you go, then go to the bathroom and get a new diaper.
No.
That's what you got to do.
So you're talking about unloading in your pants in the studio?
No.
In the diaper? Just because you have a
probably,
diaper on?
It was probably, I don't know if I can say this word on the air, so I'm not going to say it. But it's kind of like a fart. But then, it's probably was one of those.
A mistake.
And
it sneaks up on
he
you a little.
and he probably, felt it creeping, and he was like, oh, But when you're on that olive oil, man, sometimes it's no warning. It's kind of like, remember back in the day, castor oil? No, y'all ain't hip to that.
Well, you drank it?
Well, they used to call it, castor oil. Make it like you drink the castor oil, and within probably 30 minutes, it's go time. So you better not leave the house.
You're doing this on purpose?
Well, you used to do, like, I remember when I was younger, you used to give it to you if you were sick or something to try to get whatever.
Flush the system.
Yeah, flush the system. So the castor oil.
Oh, wait, Shaq's doing a 6-hour TV show. What is he drinking the olive oil for?
Well, he probably, I don't know. I'm speculating here. Maybe he thought that the time release wasn't going to be what it was. Maybe he started it earlier in the day and he didn't realize that if you do that, coupled with how much fluid you had on you in your body, it might get to popping off earlier.
Well, it did. And what a wonderful crew he has there who didn't let it go, but played it up on TV and just kept.
I mean, that's what friends are for.
I know, but they made it clear what was happening. They could have moved on. They did not.
I got to tell you, wearing the diaper is probably the worst advice that you.
No, you got. I mean, man, you got. Listen,
No,
man.
I was like.
Listen,
could you imagine how Joe would feel if you just let one loose in your diaper in that studio?
Man, listen, he wouldn't know because I wouldn't tell him.
Well,
but you kind of
might not need to tell
But
you.
I will tell you this, though, man.
But you have a history in the studio. We know what you're doing.
But I'm telling you this. That's why I'm saying, like, and I'm gonna tell all the cats over 40. I'm gonna tell you this right now, dude. Don't mess around with your bladder. Like, whatever you do, because man, one time.
Are you advocating for diapers?
No, I'm just saying. Don't. If you gotta go. Like, if it feels like, you know how sometimes when you got to go number one, it might feel like, okay, I can hold it for a little while.
You shouldn't.
Don't do that because you mess your bladder up, man. Like, for real. Like, I ain't even joking. You mess your bladder up as you get older, that could linger for a while. So yeah, don't do that. So yeah, Shaq's doing it right. If you got to wear a diaper, man, I mean, it's not the most masculine thing.
No.
Can't be wearing a diaper.
But
that's a last-ditch effort when you get to a point when you're older.
Well, no, I'm not saying just go.
It seems like you're advocating for diapers.
No, I'm not saying sit in your desk and just let it all go. But it's better than having those brown pants on and something leaking if you can't get up right away. I mean, that's the alternative. That's the alternative.
Dude, diapers should be if you're in diaper mode, maybe you should get off TV.
Wait a minute. Who was it? The linebacker that played for the Packers. He used to do the Depends commercials. With the long hair. Like a caveman. Clay Matthews. He used to do the Depends commercials.
That doesn't mean he's sitting around with his pals and at work.
He
letting
did
him loose in his pants.
He did a diaper commercial where he had a diaper on while he was playing the game. So I mean, it happened. Like, I would not be surprised in this day and age if there wasn't a dude that was in the NFL right now that wore a diaper.
Has anyone while you played needed the diaper while they played?
Bruh, I can't remember his name.
Oh boy,
but it was a cat, offensive lineman. That he went and you could see the brown stain. Wait a minute, Jimmy Butler had an accident this year. Y'all didn't see that?
I'll search this.
Jimmy Butler had poopy
be
stains in his shorts, and it's like, what happened to Jimmy Butler's shorts? Y'all didn't see that?
So you're saying Jimmy Butler needs a diaper?
I'm not saying. I'm just saying he had a brown spot.
Cooked, if that's the case.
He had a brown spot in his pants, and it might, who knows? He might have been on that. He might have been on that aloe vera.
I can't believe. I mean, you're going to get the Depends commercial next. The way you're talking about diapers.
Listen, listen. If Depends want to pay me to wear a diaper, I ain't tripping on what y'all think.
Sponsored by.
Yeah, Depends.
Yeah.
Male diapers.
All right. Can we check in with you people? See what they're talking about today.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
Yeah, so nobody's safe from you people. In fact, our YouTube guy, Max, out there.
Yeah, is he getting rocked?
He's getting it today.
What did he do?
There was a bit of an incident. So it's been pointed out. There were a couple typos in the banner.
Oh,
yeah.
You gotta love this
Max.
crowd.
Yeah. People are all over
No,
that.
we're about accountability here. I kind of like this.
That's right. So Jalen Milroe, his name was misspelled. It was Milore, Milore.
Milore.
Yeah.
Now, would you take Milore with the 64th pick versus Milroe?
But
Okay, all right, it's a little typo.
The one that's not helping Eagles fans beat the allegations about spelling their own team name, he had EALGES.
Ooh.
It's a tough day for Max.
Tough spelling day for Max.
Okay.
He was under a
Otherwise
lot of pressure, man. He was under a lot of pressure.
Well, you know what? To make an excuse for Max, he said he went to the Mets-Phillies game at Citi Field last night. His hands were probably still cold, like Aaron Nola.
Yeah, it was cold. It was cold last night.
55 degrees. So cold.
Hugh,
Yes.
way to bring the bling today, buddy. They said you're looking like Mark Henry.
It took me a minute. It took me a minute. I know Mark. Matter of fact, Mark Henry was in the studio.
He was.
Yeah, it was a while ago. Yeah.
Why was that?
I think it was for wrestling. Something. He did a podcast.
Oh, WrestleMania. It was
He did a
WrestleMania
podcast.
a year ago. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one not as nice though. Hugh said you don't really look like you throw away food. Shredding season over for you there, big guy.
Oh, that's usually when people make comments like that, they're probably about 2 or 3 cheeseburgers away. Because most of
That's true.
You
Yep.
see it. You see what's going on over here.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, tough one for Joe. Can't imagine waking up every day, looking in the mirror and realizing how full of bleep I am, and then taking it to the airwaves. This is the best part, though. # Giulio.
Oh, we're doing hashtag me
Yeah,
now?
# Giulio.
Okay.
That's awesome. You're blowing up, Joe. Because you know what I found out this weekend, Kyle? That no matter how much we vet these stories, and talk about them and how Joe sets them up.
Oh no, we
and
make them up.
says-
Yeah.
And Joe says how he read a source and he quotes the source. He quotes the source. It's always Joe Giglio making up something.
It's WIP's.
I want to ask a
fascinating.
question to that person in particular. If this was just me not believing what I say and making up, wouldn't it be easier for me to just say something that makes everyone happy? Like that would just be easier. But that's not what I'm doing.
You know what they say now? If you ain't got haters, you ain't popping. So you blowing up, Joe. You blowing up for real.
Especially for # Giulio.
Yeah, we gotta keep that going.
The good ones get that.
I like when people offer outside the box solutions on our airwaves for our local teams. Now, we got this suggestion today. Maybe our guy Marple Mack needs to send the Cartwright letters to the Phillies.
Oh,
That
I
seemed
like
to
this
work out for
idea.
the
You know what's funny?
Well, you never delivered the package.
No, Marple Mack never called in because I was gonna let Marple Mack have it. Who the hell do Marple Mack think I am? Who does Marple Mack?
I told him to send it here.
Yeah, no, you didn't, because you told him to send it to me. This man sends me a package.
He wanted you to bring
addressed
it
to somebody else, and I was, man. Listen, I think somebody threw it
It
away.
used to be in the studio. Is the Marple Mack package still
No,
here?
it's not in there anymore.
Someone took it?
And he
Maybe
ain't
with
called
the
in since
Eagles.
then. I can't wait to hear from Marple Mack.
You gonna give him a piece of your mind?
Man, listen. I can't believe he picked the wrong one. He definitely picked the wrong one.
I actually think it's a good idea.
Marple Mack?
I know he does. I think
picked the wrong one.
we should move the Cartwright letters to the Phillies. It might help them.
I agree. It helped the Eagles. All right. Last one. Hugh, thinking about what to wear to that ferry convention in August?
I knew it was going to happen.
Just bring your brown Bears sweats.
Man, listen, Kyle, if you saw it, because when I put it on, I was like, no, no. And I got 2 of them.
Yeah.
I got a black bear outfit and I got a brown bear outfit. They look nice on the sheen, though. I thought they was good to go.
Yep.
Little snug.
I do also want to remind you people and everybody else listening that you can join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets for BG Live on 5/5 right now, 94WIP.com.
That is right. Ken in Cinnaminson up on WIP. Hey, Ken.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Hey,
Good,
what's up,
Ken.
man?
What's up?
How is it I always wind up talking to you guys right after you're done talking about Depends or some other kind of elderly thing? I feel like this is a conspiracy.
No, it's not on
definitely
purpose.
not.
It's not on purpose. Now I'm starting to think about it, but it's not on purpose.
Hugh, I want to wish you the best in your future endeavors. I've really enjoyed your time here at WIP.
Yeah, that was that kid.
I'll follow you wherever you go from here on out.
Yeah, that breeder one might get me in
Yeah,
trouble.
that office door is going to be swinging open for you in a few minutes.
I'm a big fan. So on the draft, real fast before I get to the Phillies, I would not spend a second-round draft pick on Jalen Milroe, and it's not for any kind of nonsense reasons. Poor Aaron trying to act like he doesn't recognize the question that Jalen Milroe is more phically like Jalen Hurts than Patrick. Just so that he doesn't have to.
I like simplicity, man. I don't like to make it hard. I really don't.
But
That sounded crazy.
It's really simple. The reason I wouldn't spend a second-round draft pick on Jalen Milroe if he's there is Jalen Hurts, Dallas Goedert, Landon Dickerson, Cam Jurgens, Cooper DeJean. Second-round picks contribute around here, and they contribute around here right away. And I'm not spending a second-round pick on a guy who's not going to contribute here for 3 or 4 years under the best possible circumstances. So it's a light quarterback draft. So this is if anything, this is the year you sit out of the quarterback draft because it's just not that good of a quarterback draft. But to me, it's pretty simple. Second-round draft picks around here, they step in, they play, and they contribute. We don't win the Super Bowl last year without all those second-round picks that are critical contributors.
Yeah, they
to
are.
it.
You can even go back further. I mean, the Eagles have done it forever. I mean, Dawkins and McCoy. Zach Ertz.
Now that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Second round picks, and good call, Ken. The second round picks for the Eagles have almost acted as first round picks in terms of the value they've gotten, and they've gotten stars in the second round. So I get that, Deshaun. I mean, I get that. If you want to win next year, yeah, okay. I mean, at least there's some logic to that. I would do. A lot of people wouldn't. We'll see what happens. All right, that is enough for us today. We're going to hand it over to the afternoon show. Next, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Phillies, Mets tonight. Let's go, Sanchez. We need a win over the stinking Mets. Afternoon show next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending, man.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Auto Lenders. The smartest way to drive tariff-free.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
The Reading Fightin' Phils have been the AA affiliate of the Philadelphia Phillies since 1967 and played America's classic ballpark in nearby Reading, PA. An R-Phils game is like a trip back in time. Free parking, affordable tickets, and food. Take your family to an R-Phils game and see Phillies' top prospects like Aiden Miller play in Reading. The R-Phils return home April 29th through May 4th. Friday, May 2nd, and Saturday, May 3rd. Both feature fireworks. Sunday, May 4th, all fans run the bases. Tickets online at rphils.com.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RadioLaunch. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So, you get in your car and head to work and the check engine light comes on. What do? One thing you shouldn't do is wait to get it checked out. What you should do is head to your locally owned and operated Meineke, where their trained technicians will diagnose your problem, fix it, and get you safely back on the road. Meineke works on any make, model, or year vehicle and has been doing it right for over 50 years. And Meineke offers same-day service and fix-it-now and pay-over-time payment solutions. Meineke, doing car care right.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their employee pricing for all event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
For Phi, winning the fight against vision loss means seeing new ways to push himself. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is committed to funding research to end blinding retinal diseases. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Learn more at fightingblindness.org.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Alexander Ovechkin is having quite a month. After breaking Wayne Gretzky's goal record, Ovi kicked off the playoffs by putting in the overtime game winner. Sometimes guys hang on to break records, maybe a little too long. That's not the case with Ovechkin at all. You think nothing tops beating the great one, but hoisting the Stanley Cup in the same year, that would be all time. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We are back, whether you like it or not. WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike, how are we feeling, brother?
Brother Spike, I'm feeling pretty good. It's Tuesday. Let's face it. Out of the 7 days in the week,
yes,
this is the worst day of the week.
Tuesday's the worst?
Yeah, it's a long theory that I have. It's a nothing day.
Yeah, he's been on this take for a while.
Yeah, it's a nothing day. I mean, it's not Monday coming off the weekend.
It's not the hump day.
It's not Wednesday hump day. It's not even Friday Eve, which is also known as Thursday.
Yeah, I think Thursday is actually the best day of the week.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then it's certainly not Friday. So
Aztec.
Tuesday is the most nondescript day of the week. But here we are, and it's fitting that ESP is in today because he fits into this day.
Wow.
Jackie Baseball, the Delaware Valley needs you today, my brother. The Delaware Valley needs you today. Holla at your boy.
I might need the Delaware Valley today.
Uh-oh.
I don't feel like hollering at anyone, to be completely frank with you.
We'll get
Not
to
happy.
No. Well, I mean, we have a big show.
I know.
It's an enormous show.
Whatever.
Jordan Mailata joins us at 2:30. Who cares?
Elliot will be with us at 3. We do have the first 2 additions to the YouTube big board, quarterback and offensive line.
You're grinding offensive line
I
at
was
4:30 this morning.
4:30 this morning. Russ Tucker will join us for that. But we do have to start with a Phillies, 5-4 loss, but it felt more disheartening than 5-4. And against the team in the place where the 2024 season ended. So, Jack, you're watching that last night, and I'm sure Final Out must have been thrilling. What are you feeling as you're watching that game last night?
What I felt watching the game last night is that those two teams didn't look like they belonged in the same field, and that's even like Juan Soto didn't even factor into the game last night. Like they added Juan Soto, and it just looked like a continuation of last year's NLDS. That looked like Game 5 of the NLDS. I know we weren't lucky enough to be able to enjoy that last year, but it's just they went back to the strikeout thing against Tyler McGill. They're back to expanding the zone. They're back to lifeless. And what annoyed me is that you keep looking for this team to like cement that this year's different. And the Dodgers series beginning of the year was like, all right, there it is. Like they have a little different feel to them. And they just went up there and to quote Pedro Martinez back in 2004, like the Mets are our daddies. Wow. Like they are our daddies. And they just look like they are in the Phillies' head. They look lifeless when they go up there to Citi Field. Lindor's hitting huge home runs. It was eerie. I'm sure Ike was celebrating yet again as Lindor hit a ball to the same exact spot that he did 5 months ago. Like it all came back. I know.
Listen, don't deflect.
I have to deflect. I'm a master deflector.
Yeah.
No one's better in the business at deflecting than me. But I just felt like I was watching a continuation of last year's playoff series, and that sent a cold shiver down my spine of maybe setting in reality that this is who they are, and that run might have ended, and it might be a time for a new iteration of this Phillies team. I mean, I was sick last night watching the game, which means they'll probably win tonight.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they definitely could.
Yeah, he's probably right in all of that.
Yeah.
Yes. Although it'll be interesting to see how Sanchez pitches on the road. We know how great he is at home.
Yep.
This is really a game they need to have tonight. Mm-hmm. So they're going to need his best performance. But, quite frankly, I have more faith that he's going to do what he's shown us, what he's capable of this year, than our offensive lineup somehow. And Jack will tell us more about the pitcher later on that we're facing tonight. I don't know what we're going to look like tonight offensively. I just know last night was frustrating. Watching this offense go up there, batter after batter. There were opportunities there. We couldn't capitalize on them. And I'm not even counting the top of the ninth inning. I understand. Great comeback. Listen, Stotty, 3-run homer, gave us a shot, and he did with 1 out and still at the top of our lineup. 2 of our better hitters up there with an opportunity to get Schwarber to the plate to see if he could actually do something to at least tie this game up. They go down in a real meek way. It was frustrating. It's frustrating. I've never been one of these guys that's all that. If I don't feel good about a team going into the season, I feel even worse when that comes to fruition.
Yeah, well, you don't want to be right.
Yeah, because that's one of those things where, you know what, I hope I am wrong and people can tell me, yeah, you said this and look at it now. I'd rather have it that way. But this is frustrating to watch this team, even coming off the 2 wins they had, because honestly, you see where this team just may not be there yet. And we got a long way to go. But they have to sort of dig us out of this feeling. Getting 2 out of 3 versus the Marlins was nice. But we said the Mets in this Cubs series will say a lot. And last night, it just felt like the Mets are the better team.
So I don't disagree with anything you guys said. I'm a little more. That was one game last night. I felt the same way watching it. And I know Nola at the end of the day, the line looked okay. It can't feel good for the team. Like, it's a gut punch when he goes up there and he gets blasted the first batter of the game. The next thing, another guy blasted, and he got lucky on the Soto thing. The guy hit the ball 600 feet. I don't think anybody looked good. The bullpen didn't look good. But to me, like, I walked away from that game yesterday, and you both said something about the 9th inning. It's like, yeah, it's nice, but it wasn't really 5-4.
Lipstick on a pig.
Well, but the runs count whenever they score the runs. I don't care if they score 4 runs in the ninth or if they score 1 in the second, 1 in the fourth, 1 in the seventh, and then 1 in the ninth. My big thing in that ninth inning is that Bryce Harper cannot have that at bat at that time. The best player on the team, Mr. Clutch, cannot go up there trying to make some Twitter video moment where he's the glory guy and we get to watch it all over and hear the crowd die. Like, I know he went up there thinking about being a hero rather than thinking about getting a base hit. And Diaz was up, like, that pitcher, Edwin Diaz, is cooked. Edwin Diaz wanted to give that game away. You could see it in his face after Stott hit the home run. And for Bryce Harper to get up there and go down in 3 pitches, and Diaz knew exactly what Harper wanted to do, and he baited him right into it. You could see it and even, I'll tell you what, even after the first pitch where Bryce Harper closed his eyes and swung as hard as he could trying to hit that ball, what should have gone through his mind is, I'm not doing that. I'm getting on base. I have a guy who can hit home runs behind me. And you know what could happen? I take a walk and I get on first base and Kyle Schwarber comes up and hits the ball 500 feet. And then we're winning 6-5 and we steal a game at Citi Field. But instead, the guy who reminded everybody last week that they should be thinking about the name on the front instead of the name on the back went up there trying to be a hero thinking about the name on the back. Bryce Harper is too good for an at-bat like that in that situation. It's too good. And we talk about thinking about the division series last year when they lost in New York. The same thing happened to him. He came up in a very important part in that game and failed in that part too. He's a great player. He's had a lot of clutch moments. But in that moment, you can't think about being clutch. You have to think about taking what is there and getting on base. And Bryce Harper failed them last night. And I hope he knows he didn't just fail them because he didn't get a hit. He failed them because he didn't compete. That was not a competitive at bat. He looked silly. That's the kind of at bat that Cal Stevenson should have. That's the kind of at bat that Whit Merrifield should have. That is not the kind of at bat that Bryce Harper should have. Bryce Harper is too good a hitter to have an at bat like that, and that frustrated me. And I know you say it's 5-4 and it really wasn't that close, but it was that close because we were 2 swings away from winning that ball game last night. And that's what frustrated me about the game. I agree with you. The lineup did not look good. Now, Tyler McGill's been good all year. Tyler McGill hasn't given up a home run this year. Tyler McGill has always pitched well against the Phillies. I wasn't really surprised about that. I think I was expecting the first 6 innings of the game. But for Harper to come up in that situation and come up that lane really, really pissed me off.
Well, here's the other thing, and I understand that. But guess what? Maybe that Harper out doesn't have the fatality feel to it that it does, and maybe you're going to the bottom of the ninth up 4-2 if Ruiz doesn't give up a home run.
Oh, for sure.
So
bullpen,
I
agree with that. Yes.
Worst bullpen or second worst bullpen in baseball, strikes again last night. Because here's the thing. While you're right in a vacuum with that, Fritz is right as well. I feel like I'm right as well in the vacuum. But in reality, the one thing that's been consistently bad when needed or when counted upon, it's been the bullpen.
I agree.
And last night they struck again.
Yep.
Nola, for what anybody wants to say, and I'm not making excuses for him, but I'm trying to be at least fair to him that he's gotten – last night's performance wasn't as bad as some of the other ones seem to be, even though he gets the fewest amount of run support of any pitcher on the staff. Again, last night, no run support, no hits. I understand it sucks when he goes up there and gives up a leadoff home run. You know what also sucks is when you pitch well and you get your lineup is up there and they put runners on base and you can't knock runners in. It'd be nice as a pitcher to go out there and have a 2-run lead, a 3-run lead, so every pitch doesn't have to be perfect. We already know he is what he is physically. Forget about the contract. He's probably your 4th best pitcher.
He's definitely the 4th best pitcher.
So then we know we're not getting ace-like performances. Your offense has to step up on his behalf because it's more likely he's going to give up a home run. We just have to hope it's not a 2 or 3-run home run, but you got to score some runs for the guy.
I agree. I don't disagree with anything anybody said here. I'm just saying that I walked away disappointed in Bryce.
Yeah, it sucked last night. It did. I'm with you because I think that's the moments he's built for.
And just like
disappointing to see him go down the way he did.
And it was disappointing in Trey too. I mean, Trey went down on 4 pitches
exactly.
to the bat before.
I agree.
Sure.
Yep.
They all. This is when I'm not even really pushing back against what you said, Spike.
Me either.
Yeah.
Really.
Like it's mostly fair, but when they are at their worst, it's when they're all trying to play hero ball.
Yes, we're trying to all hit 7-run home runs.
After Stott hit the home run last night, it was pure hero ball.
Yeah.
Rather than grinding it out and trying to come back against a largely wild pitcher.
And the amazing thing was the way they got it to 5-4 was not home runs. I know Stott hit the home run, but it was Bohm single. It was Real Muto single. It was, you know what I mean? Like they got there.
Kepler single.
Kepler single as well. So, you know, the only way you can hit a 3-run home run is if there's 2 guys on base before you, you know?
And they always say the home run's a rally killer. So he should have really hit that off the wall.
Right. That would have been better. Yeah.
Exactly right.
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah. Get off my timeline with that now.
Yeah.
Home runs are a rally killer?
Yeah, I don't want to hear that.
All right. 215-592-9494. You can just let it out about the game last night.
Therapy Tuesday.
No,
yet again.
Therapy Tuesday yet again. Where do we go? Corey in Columbus. You're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Hey, I'm on time today, baby.
There you go.
What up, Steve?
It's about time.
Hey man, y'all need some therapy today. Listen, I ain't gonna be the one to give it to you. All right, it's over, y'all. It's over. I know.
Oh,
it's
you're
April.
crazy.
It's over, man. Listen, yeah, it ain't crazy. This is a 500 baseball team. Listen, you got guys out here like you said, Bryce Harper. I love Bryce Harper. We all love Bryce Harper. It's like all he know how to do is play hero ball. Like it's like I get the pressure that he like that comes on to him because he sees his team not producing. I mean, you get the Stott home run, you get the RBI single from JT. I mean, finally he do something. But it's like this team, Aaron Folder, we know what this dude is. This is who he is. I know Ike loves him. Ike love to support, you know, the mid guys, the Tobias Harris, you know, the Aaron Folders, you know, those are the guys he rock with, the Carson Wentz's, you know, that's the guys he
right.
support. But it's cool.
Well, hold on, you ought to know about that too. Don't make me go down that road.
Yeah, let's relax, Corey.
Wait, I'm sorry,
that was
what?
a quarterback.
Yeah, don't make me go down that road now.
Don't change the topic because I got to run.
I didn't.
Well, you're starting it.
Yeah, you started it.
Greatness is considered a champion. See,
You're right. I'm with you. All right, just stay on point. Stay on point.
Okay. You know. So it's like we get a lot of mid play out Aaron Nola, but this is who he is. Like y'all said, he the 4th best starter on the team, so I can't expect him. What he did last night, that wasn't terrible, but the offense does not produce. Whatever happened to Castellanos? I thought somebody passed away. He's supposed to show up. Where he at? You know what I'm saying? That's we put that, nip that in the bud. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. This team is a 500 baseball team. I don't see a lot coming out of him. Like I said, there's a lot of baseball left, and I'm not with it.
Man, so quick for it to be over with, huh?
Yeah, I'm not there.
We're not even to Memorial Day yet, and you're like season's over with.
Yeah,
but it's like, but listen, I'm really good at judging. I can see what team's potential, man. When I can see a team, like I can see it's almost there. Like I saw it in 2022. I was like, this team, everybody was quitting. I was telling y'all, I see the run coming. This team I don't see. I feel like we might have already peaked, but it's like it's too many. Like Bryce Harper want to put on the cape too much. Like it's like I get it. You are Superman, bro, but sometimes we don't need you to do that. What I need Bryce Harper to do, and he might not be this guy. I need him to get in these players' ass. I don't care about friends. I don't care about taking pictures and doing all that. I need this dude to get in these dudes' ass. Pause. I need him to be like, listen, I need y'all to show up when they go up to bat. Right, Bomer. Let's go, baby. Come on, man. You the guy. You an all-star. Prop him up. Like, get this
man. Big hit last night from Bowman. 8 straight games.
Yep. But I need him to
Where's
do that
the parade?
with everybody. When you see your team is lacking, I need the leader to stand up and lead and be that guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
AJ Brown-esque. Also, it was the Phantom truck that got stolen, not that Accord.
Somebody took a Phantom like a Bentley?
Yeah.
Ooh-wee.
That's why he was ready to put hands.
Oh yeah, that ain't cheap. Yeah, that ain't cheap.
I don't think.
Yeah, you're talking about a half a ticket right there, man.
All right, thank you for the call, Corey. I'm not ready. I'm not there. It was a bad loss, but like Jack said, they go and win. They have Sanchez tonight and then Wheeler.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
we walk out of there with 2 of 3.
Okay, well you got to do it.
Yeah, for sure. But and I'm not saying I didn't feel that way as the game was going on, but I wake up in the morning and it was still a baseball game. It was just a baseball game against a pitcher they've always struggled against, who has pitched really well this year, and they still put 4 runs up. The runs count. It's just like I don't feel like I understand the feeling that the Mets.
But if you say they put 4 runs up and the runs count, then my concern for the bullpen, which is why they didn't win, still comes into play. Is that the bullpen still doesn't come in and hold the lead right? Doesn't get inherent runners. They allow them to score. You're not getting out of tough situations. When you come in as a bullpen, every situation isn't going to be ideal for you, right? You got to come in some tough spots. Like Nola shouldn't even been out there in the seventh.
Well, they were in a tough, just not to make excuses, they were in a tough spot last night because none of their best relievers were available last night.
Right, because of what they it's a trickle-down effect, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, like, it's a tough spot. I know Nola had to go out there for an inning he shouldn't have, but, like, I'm just saying they were in a bit of a tough spot from a relief perspective last night because they didn't have their best guys available.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying, as a fan, as we're watching the games, if the games are going to matter to us, right? And this is a big divisional rival. It's going to be the Phillies and the Mets. It looks like the Braves are going to struggle throughout the year to even stay healthy. The Marlins still too young. The Nats, who cares? So this division looks like it's
winnable.
It's new, but it looked like it's New York and Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Thing.
Yeah.
So when they get a chance to match up for the first time, after eliminating us from the playoffs, like, we're not going to have no reaction.
No.
Losing.
I agree. 100%. I felt sick last night.
Yeah, but the runs happening in the ninth. I mean, they don't hit the same as if they happened earlier. Like,
well,
if
Bryce doesn't go down on 3 pitches, they probably, like, all I'm saying is that 4 pitches. If he gets on base and Schwarber hits a home run, all of a sudden we're not looking at a team that didn't score all game. We're looking at a team that has resolve. We're looking at a team that didn't quit. We're looking at a team that played for each other.
Yeah.
All those sorts of things. They were 1 or 2 at bats away from it being that. So
but it didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen.
So you're saying the team is still a good team? Is that what you're saying?
I still think
you
they're a good
feel
team.
good about the team?
Well, you can't feel great after last night, but I
didn't say great. I said good.
I still feel good about the team. I still
team.
feel good about the team. Yes.
Good for you.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. Therapy Tuesday on the WIP Afternoon Show. Dominic in Westchester, you're on WIP.
How you doing today?
What's up, Dom?
I'm not doing great. I feel like every time I call you guys, I think I'm about to go sick. And I apologize to people in the Delaware Valley if I raise my voice. I'm going to try my best not to. But, I mean, this is absolutely insane. I declared the Phillies dead on April 13th last week, and they're still dead. Okay?
Nope.
I'm tired of
Nope. Check on his phone. Just see if he's on speaker or something. Chris in Delaware, you're on WIP.
Hey, guys. Hope you guys are all doing well this warm weather Tuesday.
What's up, Chris?
Out of everything that happened last night, it is 76 to 80 degrees outside today. It's a beautiful day.
Well, that's true.
For baseball. So maybe we should put Nola back on the mound. But really, looking at last night, I only blame one person for that loss. And the reason why I only blame this one person is because I don't know if he makes more than Turner. I believe he does, correct?
Who?
Bryce Harper. He makes more than Turner.
No, not per year.
I don't think so.
I think per year he makes less.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he makes the second most on the team about.
Yeah.
And he gets up to the plate. And how many so I just looked it up. Schwarber has 7 home runs.
Yep.
And Harper, he has 5.
Yes.
And if I'm not mistaken, because I have been in some math classes, 7 is more than 5, correct?
Yeah.
So why is Bryce Harper, the guy who's supposed to be leading this team, with Kyle Schwarber behind him, who you guys have just said may have hit a 500-foot home run, we never know with him, swinging at something that flew into the dirt? Look, if it's a fastball that gets by you, or if it's in the zone, something like that, where it's something that you can have the ability to hit.
He was trying to be a hero. I agree with you. He should have just gotten on base. Try to get on base. Yes.
And exactly what you guys just said. He's talking about the name on the front, not the name on the back. Harper, don't be a hypocrite. You're talking about the name on the front, not the name on the back. We need you to play that way. And really, at the end of the day, if he's trying to be that big dog, if he is trying to be the Saquon Barkley for the Phillies, Saquon at one point said, hey, I could break the record, but I'm going to let my other guys eat. I'm going to let them have the yards, have the rest of the game. Bryce needs to have and I haven't seen it yet. Bryce needs to have that moment of, hey, you know what? Schwarber's right behind me, or Cassidy's right behind me, or Bohm's right behind me. I know they're going to come through for the team. I'm going to do what I need to do and get on base. And then I'm going to let this guy follow up, and I'm going to let him have the moment for us to win this game. And that didn't happen last night. The win didn't upset me as much as the moment Bryce Harper swings at a curveball all the way into the dirt. That's not Bryce Harper. That's not him.
Thank you for the call, Chris. I think he's a much better hitter than he showed in that at bat. What's amazing just watching Jack is Jack can handle when I do the Bryce Harper thing, but when the callers are doing the Bryce Harper
losing
thing,
brain cells.
Yeah.
Losing brain cells.
Why are you losing brain cells?
Oh, it's just I could feel it coming.
Well, he's right.
Well, I mean,
he's right.
I'm
He's
sure.
right. What's the point of having? Well, yes, you can argue with him, but what's the point of having a guy? What's the point of having protection behind you if you're not?
So it was bad. It's just like. At the same time, he's been walked a ton this year.
Okay.
And
then take one more.
He took a couple walks last night. He didn't get a couple pitches in a couple of those
He's
earlier
passing
bats.
the baton.
Yeah.
We should have passed the baton in the 9th inning.
So here's the thing that I totally understand where you're coming from. I get it. But it's Bryce Harper.
Yes.
So how do I fault Bryce Harper for wanting to win the game?
Kobe wants the shot.
Damn sure ain't passionate to Smush Parker. I'm just saying.
Hold on. You do the LeBron is making the correct basketball decisions.
Hold on.
He's been making correct basketball decisions, still getting made fun
Kyle
of for
Schwarber's
25 years.
Kyle Schwarber's not Smush Parker.
Of course not.
It's a good one.
He's Pau Gasol.
Like he hasn't, and he's, Schwarber started off real hot, hasn't had a great few games, I think, but you can't,
I still understand your point.
Yeah,
I get it.
It was a lack of faith.
Yeah.
You didn't have Johan Rojas behind you. You had Kyle, and I'm telling you, Diaz did not want to throw him something to hit. He could have walked on 5 pitches, or he could have battled a little bit. I can fault him.
You can't fault the guy.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Not when he's done it in the past.
Did he do it in the Mets series? He came up in a huge spot in Game 4.
Right.
A huge
I know,
spot.
I remember.
That at bat lost the game in that Mets
Well,
series. Well, I mean, it did. To a certain extent, that at bat lost the game, and he has succeeded. Look, he's not. I'm not mad at him because he failed in that at bat. I'm mad at him because he got tricked in that at bat. That pitcher knew exactly what he wanted to do. Knew exactly what Harper wanted to do, and that is the one. I think Bryce Harper is a fantastic player, and I'm a fan of his. His biggest flaw is that he is always looking for the moment. Like the moment
Don't
can't.
we want our guys to want the moment?
You can't make the moment more important than the win. And to me, yesterday, he had the ability to battle in that at bat, potentially get on base.
Stay alive.
And he didn't battle it. He didn't battle. He was trying to tie the game. And if the pitch is right there, but you can't just on 3 out of 4 pitches, close your eyes and swing as hard as you can. And when the guy's not going to throw you the pitch that you want to hit. I just thought it was a bad spot for Bryce, and he could have been better. All right, 215-592-9494. Therapy Tuesday on in the WIP Afternoon Show. Tell us how you feel about that loss to the Mets. Jordan Mailata joins us next. Jordan Mailata has only had good days, I think. I don't think Jordan needs any of our therapy. Jordan, as we talked to him last time, has a big event coming up next week with the Philadelphia Children's Alliance. So we'll talk to him about that and what he's been up to. I think he was in New Zealand trying to get people to like NFL football. So we'll talk to him. Maybe his draft memories as well. Hung around, 7th round? Mailata got picked?
7th round.
7th round. So we'll talk to Jordan next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
You've heard me talk about the Scott Auto Group, where I've been buying my cars since high school. Recently, I stopped by Scott Kia to check out some of the latest 2025 models, like the all-new Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for only $229 a month, the all-new Kia Sorento S model SUV for $238 a month, and the all-new sleek K4 EX starting at $196 a month. Visit Scott Kia Springfield or go to scottautogroup.com. Tell them Fritz sent you, and as you know, it's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Subject to credit approval, not all buyers or vehicles qualify.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha. After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto? There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture? Claro que sí. Wow, that's a nice picture.
BS25 takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you.
Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
With autopay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom. Stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit christianhomeservices.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to tell you why Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. That's familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. If you're looking to drive something exceptional this spring, I'm here to answer all your questions. Jamie from Aston, some bunny told us you're looking for a new car.
Hey, Robin. Sick of my minivan. I'm looking for something stylish and reliable.
Jamie, the hunt is over. Right now, Robin Ford is offering Ford employee pricing on all new Fords, including the Ford Explorer. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now. 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Rob from Havertown. You're on the air.
Interested in a new truck and heard about the Ford employee pricing offer. What does this mean?
Ford employee pricing just hatched at Robin Ford. Pay same price as Ford employees. 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Hop in, trade up, and drive out. You're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen 1 too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
New Orleans, but I never saw the good side of the city till I hit the ride on the River Queen.
It's a WIP afternoon show. They like Spike and Fritz. Rolling. Just let this play, man.
Fritz, you don't have any idea.
Tina Turner, come on.
I know you know who it is,
Never
but you
enough.
still don't know who it is.
Not really, but
Yeah, you have no knowledge about
You need me to
Tater.
start singing Proud Mary. I'll sing Proud Mary.
Yeah.
I heard it this morning, and I was like, you know what? That'd be a pretty good return.
It is. Makes me feel good.
It is.
The Jordan Mailata joins us. Jordan and his wife are being honored at the Philadelphia Children's Alliance Bear Affair, which is next week. Celebration of healing and hope, supporting the mission to end child sex abuse. We talked about Bear Affair last time you were here, Jordan. Still tickets at bearaffair.org, but I know this event has always been really important, and this cause has been very important to you and your wife.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Good to hear from you guys again.
Yeah. What's up, big man?
Appreciate the platform. I just think that this topic is very taboo and not talked about enough. So just bringing more attention to it, to raise awareness, I think that's just something that my wife and I can do as part of the community.
Yep, absolutely. And part of this organization was one of the beneficiaries of the album that you guys did this year. So the event is next Thursday, May 1st. It's at the Constitution Center. And I know our suburban listeners, there's free parking. And anytime our suburban listeners think about driving into the city, I know this. I'm a suburbs guy now.
Man.
You start worrying about parking.
That's right.
Yep.
That's important to know.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
yeah. Bearaffair.org is where you can get your tickets. So, Jordan, you were in New Zealand, right? Trying to promote the game. What is it like? I've grown up around people who know football my whole life. Like trying to get people who don't really know football to understand what football is all about. Like, what is that like?
I mean, I think you can be a fan and not know anything about a game, and that's exactly what happened. So I was very shocked to see the growth of the game in New Zealand. So many fans. They may not be Eagles fans, but just seeing them, pull up in whatever jersey that they had bought, the team that they support, that was pretty cool to see. Just the growth of the game, but also having the opportunity to host a flag football camp or clinic down there for kids, just to get, I guess, more interest, pique the interest of kids down there at a young age and let them know that this is a potential path.
Yeah, it's just interesting because American football is so big here, but worldwide, is soccer and basketball, and American football is behind that. It's so interesting to me to understand that in other countries, they're just starting to really fall in love with American football, as we grew up with it, as it's basically been our American pastime. Football has been.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing about growing rugby here in the US. It's like not common. You don't grow up playing the sport. You don't know a thing about it. You got to do your own research, and then you gain interest. But it's sort of the same thing that we're trying to do back home in Australia and New Zealand. Just trying to pique the interest in order to grow or gain the following down there. So it's been pretty fun this off season. Got to go home to Australia and New Zealand for the first time. So pretty cool. Pretty honored to be able to do that.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool for us as Eagles fans. Like you become one of the faces of trying to grow the game outside of the U.S. Obviously, you learning the game and picking it up late. I'm just wondering from your perspective why it's important to you to be able to sort of share the experience of what it's like with American football. And I don't know, answer questions, dispel some myths, things of that nature when going around the globe talking about it. Why has that been, I guess, a passion of yours and intriguing for you?
I think one, the opportunity, is amazing. We just talk about that in itself. But then two, for me, trying to prove myself in this league, it's always been, he's the rugby kid, right? Oh, that's right, he's the rugby kid. I've been trying to, and I still a chip on my shoulder, prove myself every year. When someone brings up my name, I want them to say, oh yeah, he's one of the best tackles in the game. Rugby will always be a part of me, but that's the chip on my shoulder that I use as motivation to go out there and give everything I have. And so, for me, it's just about why can't we play? Why can't we deserve this shot too? And so that's kind of why I love trying to spread the game and keep the growth going down under, just to keep keep giving kids opportunities to come play this sport, because anyone can play this sport, man. You just have to have the passion and the drive to be able to do it. And if you get that opportunity, to take hold of it. So that's really why.
Jordan Mailata with us. Now, Jordan, we are 2 days away from the draft. You'll get some new teammates on Thursday. Now, what was your experience that weekend like? The Eagles took you in the 7th round. Were there other teams that you thought, might be interested? Did you know it was going to be the Eagles? The process of waiting. What do you remember about NFL draft weekend?
I remember everything. I remember everything. That call changed my life. That call really did change my life. And I remember getting invited probably a couple of days out before Thursday night, and I just thought, yeah, why not? Just go down there on day 3, just check it out, live it up, take in the sights and sounds. And went down there on the Saturday on day 2, I believe it was. Went there on day 2 and ended up getting a tour of the whole facility. Down at AT&T Stadium. I think that's where it was. And mate, it was incredible. I had no inclination that I would get drafted. For me, it was just a shot in the dark. If it happens, it happens. And if it doesn't, well, it doesn't. I'll just go back to the training paddock and keep grinding it out till I get an opportunity through the IPP program. And lo and behold, I got a call from the Cleveland number, and it ended up being somebody from the Jets, which was hilarious. Just wondering if I was still available. And I was like, well, are you watching the same draft I'm watching? sitting in the back room, I'm sitting there like, oh, no, he wants me in free agency is what my agent was telling me. So I was like, okay. So I'm sitting there, and I'm just, the picks are going by, round 5, round 6, start of round 7 comes, and I've been sitting in this green room in the back for felt like 4 to 5 hours. Me and my boy Christian, he was part of the IPP program I was in, and he was there for me that day. And sure enough, I get a call from Brandon Brown, who's now the executive GM at the Giants. So he was one of the Eagle Scouts that found me. He was the Eagle Scout that found me.
Okay.
And I answered the phone to Brandon and said, how's it going? And he said, well, I have someone who wants to speak to you here, and his name is Howie Roseman. And so, I just remember Howie's giddy old self. Hey, Jordan, we're about to take you in the 7th round, pick 233, and I was just overcome and overwhelmed with emotion. I couldn't believe that a team was taking a shot at me. No prior football experience, and the waterfall started happening, the waterworks, everything, and I don't really remember much after the phone call. All right, because I was trying to call my family. I was like, some team is crazy enough to take me. And man, that phone call changed my life, man. So shout out to Brandon Brown for finding me.
Did you have any, so as you mentioned, you got drafted with no football experience. After the rush of getting selected, was there any self-doubt in, wait a minute, now I'm going to have to learn how to play football? Was there any doubt that you could actually accomplish what was set before you with getting taken?
Looking back, there was no doubt, because I was a cocky young man. I think I'm allowed to say that.
You are.
Allowed to say that word? I am? Okay.
Yeah.
I apologize, kids, anyone listening. But I was a cocky young man, and I knew I was going to give everything I had, right? And so for me, I was just so excited for the next opportunity that I got, and it was to prove myself. And 8 years later, still trying to prove myself. Can you believe that?
Well, I think you've done a pretty good job.
It's great that you keep that as a chip on your shoulder, but
yeah.
I think for the most part, we know who you are.
Yes.
I think you've done a great job of proving yourself. So,
It's the right attitude.
But keep the chip, though.
Yeah, I'm not so sure you're good, actually. You might need to be even better next year. I'm not sold. Yeah.
No, it's all good. I'm just listening to his draft story, man, and it's awesome. And I don't care how many draft stories I've heard in my lifetime. Each one makes you reflect back on your own experience. Sitting there listening to Jordan talk about his day just takes me back to my own day. So it's It's no matter when that name is called, no matter what number it is, it's the greatest feeling in the world, man. It is the greatest feeling in the world.
You know, I had no idea what the draft was until 3 months prior to me going to it.
So you probably didn't have all the anxiety
right.
that most of us have.
The perfect reaction. That's the crazy spot. I was like, oh my God.
You now, as you know, you've been here a while now, and you're one of the leaders, one of the sort of like elder statesmen on the team. I assume you look at your own role as a responsibility when these new guys show up. That you're one of the people that shows them what it's done here. Do you think about that as like that? It's in part your job to do that. Yep.
Always. I always think about it. You know, the leaders that I've had that have been great examples for me always led by action, and so that's all I know how to do. It was a simple recipe. Jason Kelsey did it. Lane Johnson does it. Like Isaac Selmalo did it. Brandon Brooks did it. You know, those guys, Fletcher Cox, BG, they did it. They're led by action. They're led by routine. And so for me, that's all it is, showing these kids. It's simple. It's going to ask a lot of you, but the recipe is simple. You don't have to solve X squared plus Y3, power to 3. Like, you don't need to do all that. Yeah. It's a simple recipe, but it's gonna demand a lot from you. So, yeah, I always think about it. Everything I do when I step in that building.
Different position to be in for yourself and your teammates, at least with the exception of maybe 4 of them this time of the year. Going in as defending champions, I'd be remiss without asking you, where are you at right now mentally, physically? Where are you at in your preparation of getting ready for the season? How you feeling mentally and physically?
Yeah, I'm already ready. Like, we're all excited to be back. But for myself personally, I don't view it as seeing it as defending champions. Last year was last year. Last season was last season. That's done, right? I think that's part of this, what they call the Super Bowl hangover, is with the pressure of feeling like we have to defend the title. And I was honest with Sirianni. I went up to him a couple of weeks before OTAs, and I told him where I was at. And the fact is like, this is a whole new team. There's whole new faces. We should be dealing with this how we dealt in 23. Move on. The quicker we can move on, the better, because it's a whole new team. It's a new goal. What's the goal this year? Win the championship. That's just it for me. Again, I'll try and keep it as simple as possible, but I've already moved on. I've already moved on. Now, we still got to get that ring ceremony out the way before we can
before you officially move on. Yeah,
listen, you just listen.
That's like the last chapter in the book, but mentally for me, I'm already thinking about this season.
Yeah, you just scared the hell out of me. So don't worry. Listen, you're not defending champs anymore. I'm not going to say repeat on any of that. We are moving on.
Yeah, we forgot about it. Like,
it's just a whole new season. Like,
yes.
Fans and you guys can do all that. But you're asking me for my
sure
approach is this year, and that's just it.
Yep.
My approach is, when we lost that one in 22 and 23, the 2023 one, we had to move on right away.
Mm-hmm.
So now that we know how to deal with adversity, how do we deal with success?
I think it's a great mindset. Yeah. It's a great mindset. Yeah.
You got to move on. You got to be able to move on, because teams ain't gonna wait for you.
That's exactly right.
Find you a threat. Now that's their problem. But for us, we know what we're about. We know the goal. We know what it takes to get there. But we have a whole new team, and this is a whole new goal again. We're gonna hit the ground running.
Well, we thank you for your time. Before you know it, it's going to be camp time, brother. Before you know it, it's going to be training camp time. So
I'm going to take it day by day, man.
All right. Okay.
Man, I'm
Sounds
fired
good.
up. I'm ready to go.
And again, God bless you and Nikki for being supporters of the Philadelphia Children's Alliance. Again, the Bear Affair is Thursday, May 1st at the Constitution Center. You can get tickets at bearaffair.org. Free parking as well, so you don't have to worry about parking. So thank you again for your time, and we look forward to seeing you back in Philly.
All right, brother.
Thank you guys.
All right. There he is, Jordan Mailata. As well, the PCA also sells these golden tickets, which are available, and you can get like one person that there's only 100 golden tickets. One person gets an auction item, can win an auction item before the auction even starts. So, and there's Eagles prizes in there as well, so you can get a golden ticket as well at bearaffair.org. 215-592-9494. Get back to the Phils. It doesn't quite feel quite as good as the Jordan Mailata stuff.
Feeling good too.
Yeah.
Hey, stop hair loss. Listen, you can defend your hairline with Glad Hair by Morgan Stern Medical. Now, did you know hair loss is so common that by age 35, 2/3 of men have already experienced hair loss and thinning? Glad Hair, they've got you covered with cutting-edge treatments like TED, PRP, and exosomes. They help you keep the hair you already have and help you bring back what you've already lost. Give them a call, 610-980-4000. Glad Hair will help you keep what you've got and help replace what you've lost. It's that simple. Visit gladhairmm.com.
You know, I always think that just to go back to what Jordan was saying about teaching people about football, football is sort of like the English language. We all grow up knowing it, but it's much more complicated than like Spanish and French. And like the rules of the English language don't make any sense. I always feel like football is the same way. It's so hard to explain football to somebody. Soccer and basketball are essentially the hockey, lacrosse. They're all the same thing. Right? They're all different versions of the same thing. Football is so much different. I can't even imagine trying to learn football without having grown up with it around
lots
me.
of moving parts.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's lots of moving parts.
Yeah.
So you almost have to have some. I can't imagine being older and learning from the beginning.
Right.
So at least I got the chance to learn it from younger. So even though you don't know everything at 8, 9 years old, you still hear certain concepts and those things get repeated to you as you get older. But yeah, learning it from the ground up as even a teenager, as an adult, it'd be difficult to get all the little nuances of the game.
Like some would say, Jack and I still don't know what we're talking about.
Oh, you guys know what you're talking about. You know enough to form an opinion.
Yes.
Well, that's not hard.
Yeah, opinions I could have. Yeah.
You know enough to do that.
Yeah. 3-level runner or whatever, that I got to learn. But opinions I could have. 215-592-9494. Dominic in Westchester, you're on WIP.
Hi, guys. Sorry about that. I'm so frustrated. I can't even do the simple things right. But anyways, I'm going to try again not to raise my voice, but today I'm just super frustrated. This team is dead. This team is a dumpster fire from start to finish, okay? We can't even keep a simple lineup in order, okay? And we had to pitch Nola last night, not because we were in a tough spot with the relievers. It's the beginning of the season. Those guys can go out there and extend their arm a little bit more than what they're showing, okay? They were afraid to put Cochran in because he stinks too. And Romero stinks. There's no one. There is no one in the reliever pen that is good. Okay, and then on top of that, you guys at the bottom of the order, Roas stinks, and then his replacement stinks so bad they got to put someone else in there. I don't care about the matchup until they get this stuff situated. This team is a 500 baseball team, and all their wins, besides the Dodgers, come from bottom feeders like the Marlins and the Nationals. Okay, they don't get up to play the Mets. They don't get up to play the Cardinals. And the Cardinals aren't even a good team. And
they took 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers.
I don't care about the Dodgers.
Okay.
We're their daddy.
So
their daddy.
Okay. So they only. I understand your frustration, but you can't just say they don't get up against the good teams except for the best team in baseball. Like they got up for a good team. They lost the game last night.
Yeah, I know they lost the game last night, but they're going to lose tonight too. They're going to make this guy look like Kurt Schilling out there on the mound, and he's got like a 3.8 ERA, and it's so frustrating is that those runs in the 9th inning, you guys say they count whenever they get them. It was 2-0. You had the 4th highest payroll in baseball, and you can't get 2 runs? I mean, it's insane. The starting pitching has been great and has been let down by this team. They can't hit in scoring position. I remember last week it was 190 when they had runners in scoring position. I'm sure it's maybe 200 or very close to 190 still, and it is frustrating. Every time there's someone on base, I say, I wish they would just hit solo shots because they can't hit anyone in. There's no small ball. Everyone's trying to play hero ball, and it's just frustrating. I feel like I call you guys and I talk about the same stuff, and I just get so irritated. I feel like I'm going insane.
Well, I feel bad for you, man. Yeah, I hear you. It was one game.
No, it's all season.
He feels it's going to be better, Dominic. It's going to be better. Spike's saying it's going to get better.
Spike's our leader on this.
Yeah, they're going to level out. They are. I don't.
just want you guys to remember, April 14th is when I declare them dead. And
All right,
they're not
congratulations.
Well, yes.
Congratulations. Declare them dead. Well, and he can claim victory as long as they don't win the World Series. They could go to the 7th game of the NLCS against the Dodgers, and he can call Dominic can call up and say, "I told you they were dead." I mean, I'm just like, what if they win tonight? What if they win tonight?
Then we'll feel better tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, yeah, that's all I can tell
Yeah.
you. What if they don't win tonight?
Well, then I might sound the alarm tomorrow.
Yeah,
I
it's
might,
going to be even worse
yeah,
tomorrow.
might start the show with the whole. Actually, tomorrow will be coming on after
after
the
the
game.
game. Great. Awesome.
So, yeah.
No, you know what? They win tonight.
Yeah.
Yes, they win tonight.
And then they lose
Oh, that's
tomorrow.
right. Then they got a 1 o'clock. Oh, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, they lose
They
with the
lose
Wheeler
Wheeler's
game.
game. Yes.
Never win a 1 o'clock game during the week.
That's
No.
true.
They never let us come on and be happy
That's
and
true.
excited. It's all even when they win, it's ugly.
Yes.
I've been doing the show since 2019. I think their record at 1
Yep.
o'clock games during the week is 1 in a million.
1 in a million.
It's sickening. It's sickening. Can't even have any fun.
Well, or
What?
what if they lose tonight and then they win tomorrow? We have to come on tomorrow, be excited, but they lost 2 or 3.
Yeah.
We have to figure that out. We
That,
have
one
to
might
think about.
bother, that might bother y'all more. That might bother
Yes.
Spike more than anything
Yeah.
right there.
I'll come on. I'll be like, I told you they were fine. Yeah. All right.
Water always finds its level.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. Joining us next.
He's nailed that one. He's used that one a couple
Yes.
times.
Yeah. Right.
Water always finds level.
Yeah.
Rising tide raises all ships.
Yeah.
Boats.
Whatever. Ships, boats, same thing.
Where are you learning all this
Not
stuff?
really the same thing.
What is the difference between a ship and a boat?
Yeah, I'm sort of Jack on this one.
Is it, you think a ship's too big and a boat's too small? Like that?
Right.
But a boat is still a ship.
No, a ship is a boat, but I don't know if a boat is a ship.
But it's still all. What's the base? Is the base is a boat?
Boat.
Like
yes.
Titanic is technically a boat.
boat.
That's yeah, but who calls it a boat?
Yeah.
No,
No.
it's a ship.
Exactly.
What I would say, what I would say is like a rowboat is not a ship, but the Titanic is a boat. So every
Yeah.
ship is a boat, but not every boat is a ship.
No, I agree, and that's why there's a different word for it because it's to describe
Well.
the difference between a boat and a
Okay.
ship.
All right. Jack's hanging himself again. Well, wait till Elliot gets here.
Hey, I don't know if a tide rises a ship.
Well, hold on. It did hit the iceberg. That could have been tide related. You don't know that.
I think that was human error.
No, I know.
Yeah. All
Yeah,
right.
poor
Okay.
captain.
Give me the saying one more time.
A rising tide raises all ships.
So a rising tide is what?
It's when the water rises.
That's water rises, right?
Yeah. Walk
So
with me here.
hold on. What's more likely to happen with water rising? A ship rising or a boat?
Both of them.
Well, hold on. What about the videos of those guys that do the Alaskan king crabs?
Well,
They're on.
I
they're on
imagine
ships.
anytime I've seen a ship, that is scary as hell. Anytime I've seen
Well, but I think rising tide raises all ships sounds better than rising tide raises all boats.
it actually doesn't.
It sounds like a Twitter poll.
Yeah, put it up there.
Is a ship a boat?
Yeah. By the way, that'll be the Twitter question, which is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the different at marks-jewelers.com. Elliot joins us next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every Joan. That sounded pretty good.
You're getting better at it.
Damn. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's also the simple classics like Crumpets, light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Now, for you donut lovers, you guys got options for days. You've got the frosted mini donuts, you got the powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about those delicious new dip and stick flavors. I mean, there are so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending, man.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know. Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it. Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Mid-Penn Bank. Supporting local communities since 1868.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at NairaBets.com/Philly25.
Hey, Pennsylvania, it's time to step up to the plate for another thrilling season with the Fightin' Phils. And now, every time the Phillies strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right. When they whiff double-digit batters at the bank, you'll get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo exclusively on BetMGM. The best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep watching the Phils, cheer on those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gambling partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. PA only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
Hey, navigation, take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce!
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This is Linnell Willingham with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Last night, the Detroit Pistons showed the NBA world they do belong, but the story in last night's game, to me, wasn't about the Pistons. It was about the offensive inefficiency of the New York Knicks. Karl Anthony Towns did not score in the second half. That's not going to work if the Knicks are going to look to survive and advance. I'm Linnell Willingham.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP afternoon show, like Spike and Fritz, Elliot Short Parks of the Go Birds Pod, here for Tuesdays with Elliot, brought to you by Groundworks. Don't let a weak foundation sack your home's value. Schedule a free inspection at groundworks.com. I can tell you from personal experience, Groundworks is excellent, and I'm not worried about my basement anymore, which has improved my life tenfold. Hey, Elliot.
As someone that used to have to worry about their basement, you are telling the truth.
Oh, yeah.
You sleep better at night.
Oh, yeah.
You can enjoy the sound of rain again.
Yes, the stress is gone.
Exactly.
Got his pumps down there working. Yeah.
You can watch running quarterbacks with no problem at
Oh,
all.
here we are. Here we go again. So
there it is.
How has how are you pretty firm in your Eagles sort of focus for Thursday? Are you ready to make a prediction or
lock in? E.
Yeah. So my first I'm gonna become a one mock draft guy.
Yes.
No longer like 5, 6 of them.
Yes,
Yeah,
about time.
I maybe it's my older age. I don't
with
know.
Elliot a several mock?
Oh, I was a big time.
Well, he'd also do this thing where he released like a 7-round mock, which is a waste of everyone's time. No one cares.
Well, good news. My only 7 mock draft comes out tomorrow.
No, you're not doing 7-round mocks.
Oh, it is.
Oh, yeah, he definitely
It'll be in
is.
the Go Birds feed. So,
Well,
but
wait a
only
minute.
only
Hold
the
on.
Eagles pick.
Oh,
I have
okay.
it right here.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
not doing
doing
all of
strictly Eagles picks,
257 picks.
Oh,
No,
okay.
he's strictly.
Only the 7 Eagles.
Yeah, his mock first round. You don't do the draft. He doesn't do other teams. Yeah.
Well, how do you do the mock? Well, hold on.
Yeah, he doesn't do other teams.
Hold on. Time out.
This is where we break it down. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
How do we do a 7-round Eagles mock without doing the other teams?
Well, privately, I think
he's going.
I think this person. Yeah. But I'm saying, my pick at 32 is based off of who I think will be there.
Okay.
But I'm just not releasing picks 1 through 31
But you do them?
in my head.
A little shady.
In my head. I don't write it down.
Sounds like a half-assed one.
Well, those are always the 7-round mock drafts.
So all the research is done.
All the research is done. Yes.
Did you want to reveal who you have the
I can do
Eagles
it right
taking?
now if you want.
No, just 32. Give us who you have them taking
I'm
at
just
32.
saying to have the biggest impact of your revealing.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're going to get any bigger than here.
Well, that's a good point.
Well, the Go Birds feed is available on all your podcasts.
All podcasts.
Why don't you
platforms.
shove it?
Yeah. So I think if I had to place money on the player most likely to be an Eagle by the end of night 1, it's Walter Nolan.
That's the one I keep hearing.
Yeah. There's a bunch of reasons. One, it seems like he is going to be drafted later than initially thought. And mock drafts aren't always the end all be all, but a lot of mock drafts have him going later and in the 20s, even to the Eagles at 32. But he just screams Howie player. He is probably undervalued because he didn't have an outstanding college career. He's an outstanding athlete. He has similar measurables to Jalen Carter. And I think he has pass rush upside. So as much as they like Jordan Davis and they can be optimistic about Moro Ojamo, and I don't even think it's replacing Milton Williams. I think it's just you put a pass rushing defensive tackle who's also good against the run next to Jalen Carter, and it makes Jalen Carter so much better. So I think when you take into account, they're more likely to trade up than back, in my opinion. And I think he'll be obtainable. I think he would be my number 1. The number 2 for me would be Donovan Ezeraku in terms of most likely. And then 3 for me would be Nick Scourton.
That's most likely at 32?
Most likely to be their first pick of the draft.
Okay.
So I think Donovan Ezeraku would be a trade-up candidate. I think Nick Scourton would be a potential trade back candidate, or just take him at 32 if you don't like any of the offers. And I think Walter Nolan is the guy they would like to leave the first round with.
Ike, are you happy if they leave the first round with Walter Nolan?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's one of my guys.
Yeah.
So I did want to ask Ike, though, about Michael Williams out of Georgia.
Yeah.
So it seems like you like him, or at least you think the team maybe likes him.
Yeah.
But for me, he didn't seem like a great prospect, but obviously football guys. Like, what do you like about him?
No, I just like his size. I think he's one of these big freak athletes that there's a lot more room to sort of mold him into what you want him to be.
So
to me, there's a lot more to work with him.
So I would agree with that. And I think he's a potential pick because I do think he's being under discussed and under drafted, especially as like a premium Georgia defensive lineman. What I do like about him is I think he could play defensive tackle too because of the size you mentioned. So he would have position versatility. I just don't love like the pass rush right now. But I think, to your point, he's just a big guy you hope to develop.
Well, and here's the other thing you got to sort of look at. If they want a premier end rusher, then go up and get him.
Yep.
You got draft capital. Use it. Go up and get a guy that you know is a off-the-edge guy.
James Pierce Jr.
Yeah, that you're going to get sacks from. To me, this is a guy that is sort of a tweener, playing where you think he fits best. There is some of that interior pass rushing you could do with him, lining him up next to Jalen Carter, has that ability to do that. The whole Georgia connection. Like, to me, it's them. The problem with this draft, ultimately, in my opinion, is there aren't enough special players in the draft.
I 100% agree with you.
So when you look at the draft, a lot of this is projection. That's what a lot of it is. I don't think the draft, when they say the draft is deep and defensive end, and I say the only guy who seemingly is being talked about like he's a special player is Abdul Carter.
I think what they're saying is there's a lot of Bs.
Yes.
There's a lot of B guys at a certain
they're
position.
not telling you it's a lot of special guys.
Right.
They're saying there's not a lot of separation of the guys.
And that's why I do agree with you that if there's someone sitting there at 23 that they really like have conviction and go get him.
Get him.
I'm fine with that. I'd rather have 2 less draft picks and get the guy you like at 23 instead of wait for one of 7 at 32. But where I would be surprised is just like, I don't know, like James Pierce Jr., Donovan Ezaraku, like is there a big difference between the guys that aren't Abdul Carter? I think that is where, and at 32, it's hard to reach at 32 because you really are just evaluating at that point. It's not like when they're drafting 10th or 11th and there's 13 guys that everybody agrees are the best player. Like you have to.
What pick did we take Marcus Smith at?
26, I believe.
26, you can reach.
Yeah, well, you can. But the Marcus Smith point is actually a good one, too, because I think that was their evaluation. That was a bad evaluation, obviously. But at 32, you're picking from a larger selection of players that are potential picks there. So I think that is more about like your evaluation, who you like, as opposed to trying to maybe follow a consensus draft.
And that's why I believe when you get a draft like this, sometimes relying on familiarity and what's more likely to happen that's going to lead you to success is the safer route to go.
Yeah.
It's just a safer route to go. It's a cleaner pick. There's more likelihood that he doesn't see. When you're picking these players this early, you're asking yourself, is he more likely to become a star player or a starter versus is he more likely to become a starter versus a bust?
Right.
So you got to, sometimes you can't get the star player, but you also don't want the guy who has the lower floor where you can be like, this is boom or bust. So you want more of a safe pick when you're there, and that's what leads me to the Georgia guys. They've done more homework on those players than anybody, I would imagine.
We'll get to Elliot's point right after Jack tells you this.
Yeah, listen, come on.
I
talk about National Appliance Warehouse.
It's the best.
I'm part of their family. You walk in there, you feel like you're a part of their family. Spike's a part of the family.
I'm part of the family.
My parents are a part of the family.
My whole friggin' kitchen.
Hey,
you saw how pretty it was. That's how
you sent me a photo of the kitchen. Kitchen's looking clean. Kitchen's looking clean with
stainless steel.
See all that
stainless steel from the National Appliance Warehouse?
We're getting excited all about these appliances, baby. And you get all of your appliance needs at National Appliance Warehouse down in tax-free Delaware. Their showrooms in tax-free Wilmington and Middletown, Delaware. 15,000 square feet, over 100 brands from sub-zero to budget. Whatever you need appliance-wise, National Appliance Warehouse has for you. You're going to get the best price possible. Obviously, being in tax-free Delaware helps. Also, they have great savings events. But the main thing is Price Assure, which is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store if it finds a lower price elsewhere. But on top of all that, you're going to get a great experience. That's guaranteed by Mark Stamakin, who's built a difference-making culture down at National Appliance Warehouse. Visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com, or again, there are showrooms in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
Now, you were saying, Elliot.
So I agree with Ike that I think at 32, you are talking about, do you want to take like a high floor guy that's a safe pick or someone with a higher ceiling? And I think they could be presented with a pretty interesting decision. So it seems like Malachi Starks is not going to be drafted in the teens. And some mock drafts, I saw one this morning, had him falling into the second round.
Yep.
I don't know if that will happen, but it does seem like he's a late 20s type guy.
I could see him being a high second round pick.
Yeah. And so him versus Nick Emanworry, to me, out of South Carolina, is like what this draft is all about. Like, I think Nick Emanworry is is like a special athlete, but I don't know if he's a special player right now. I think Malachi can be a special player right away, but if because of his physical limitations, I don't know if he has that upside that some of the other players do. So at 32, it'll be interesting to see what the Eagles value there. There was that clip from Daniel Jeremiah. I don't know if you guys have heard it, or where it sounds like maybe he's talking about Howie.
Yeah, why don't we play that? So everybody, Jack, do you have that? Here's what he said.
When I started mapping this out, I was on with it. Well, I'll tell you afterwards, but with one of the better GMs in the league, and we were going through guys, and it was like you start getting to the end of the round, you start looking at names, and it's like I know exactly what I'm buying with Mason Taylor. Like the rest of these guys, it's some hit and miss, and he's like, I know exactly who and what he is. So we'll see what happens.
See, I just found that like so unappealing. I don't have, and it didn't sound like Howie to me either. Like Howie, famously has that, I don't know if famously is true, but he has like the quote everyone talks about on his board that got leaked through a video they did or something, where it's like, you got to take big swings. Taking someone at 32 that feels like a safe pick to me, I don't think they're in a position where they have to do that. Like I would rather them take a big swing than draft someone who you feel like sure can contribute next year, but you don't project to be a special player. Like this team needs special players.
Are you saying Mason Taylor is or is not a special player?
I don't view Mason Taylor that way.
Do you think they would take a tight end at 32?
I don't. No.
Okay.
So I don't think he's talking about Howie there, because it does not sound like a Howie thing, but who knows? Maybe Howie's lied to him. But
I'd be surprised if they took a tight end in the first round. Now maybe they would trade back and give up a pick and then maybe pick up an extra pick somewhere and then take him if they feel like he's still one of the overall better talents. Like I'm not
like
opposed.
Colston Loveland to me is someone, if he's at like 23, maybe you consider.
Okay.
Yeah. But I would not take Mason Taylor at 32.
Well, let me
real quick.
Yeah.
Because cornerback is the other spot that I think they could surprise. And here's why I think they could surprise. They could have measurables on the corners that are higher than rush ends that are there. Right?
Higher
So in other words,
grade,
you ask about
you mean.
Michael Williams or what have
right.
you. If you get a Maxwell Harrison there, well, wouldn't you want the guy who grades out higher at a needed position like corner versus taking a guy that's safer? So, and Trey Amos is another one that I would look at the cornerback position.
Well, I think a corner does make sense for them. I know people look at Quinyon and Cooper and go, how could you take another? But let's say they hit again on a corner. You have that trio in the secondary.
Right.
It'll end up being expensive, but I mean, that makes I think what happened last year too is the corners made the line better. Like Quinyon and Cooper, for so long we saw the Eagles build from the inside out. Last year they were kind of better from the outside in. And I think if you add a great corner opposite Quinyon and Cooper, it just makes everyone's life easier on the defensive line.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this, because we do have, and Elliot, you have the honor at 3:30 is I will reveal my quarterback YouTube big board.
Oh, excited for this.
At 3:30. Yeah.
A lot of statue pocket passes.
Well, you never know.
One,
You
sure.
never know. You never know. So
that, Elliot.
Yeah. So let me take you back to 2020.
Okay.
A draft we were all at home for in 2020. In the second round, the Eagles select Jalen Hurts, and it started a firestorm here at WIP the next couple of days. Do you think there is a world where with the Eagles' second or third round pick, if there's a quarterback they have a high grade on that may have dropped, that the Eagles take a quarterback in the second or third round?
The third round, I think, is very different than the second,
Okay.
first of all. I do not think they will take a quarterback at 64. I think they learned from that mistake.
Well, they won a Super Bowl because of that mistake.
But
in part.
I think they will tell you, like...
Well, I mean, right? I mean, you're telling me he's the most important player on the team, and if they don't take him,
I agree.
they don't win the Super Bowl, right?
But I think, like, the process there is not... Like, they wanted to keep Carson. Like, let's not act like they took Jalen.
I try to tell people that all the time.
So it worked out for them,
Yeah.
but I don't know if they would look at the, like, hysteria that caused and say, let's do it again. And I also think they probably did believe Carson could handle it. So we can all sit here and go, well, Jalen could handle it. He's not Carson. Like, I don't think it's fair to any quarterback like Jalen or whoever to draft a quarterback at 64.
So I tell you what, they draft that quarterback in the second round. That extension better be coming the next day.
Yeah, like Jalen's getting a big round. Yeah.
But third round, you could see it
extension
happen.
better be coming the next
Yeah,
day.
it sounds silly, but I just think the pick at 96 is not viewed the same way as the
I
pick at
agree.
64.
I
So
agree.
if, like, I'll be curious to see what you think of Kyle McCord, who I like a lot.
I'm not commenting on
I know,
my YouTube
but, like,
big board
I would
yet.
take him at 96. Now, they really like Tanner McKee. That's another difference, I think, between now and then.
Let me
Like,
tell you, Tanner McKee could be better than every quarterback in this draft, not named Cam Ward and Jackson Dart
wait
and
till-
Shador Sanders.
I'm big on Tanner McKee. I agree with
Tanner
you.
McKee can enjoy New Orleans for all I
I'm just
care.
saying, Tanner McKee is better than every other quarterback in this draft.
Let me wait till you hear my scouting. That's all I have to say. Well, let me ask you
Not
this
very
one
mobile,
more
but-
question. Let's say the Eagles are sitting at 32. I think this is very unlikely, but let's say the Eagles are sitting at 32 and a certain Shador Sanders is still on the board. Do you think they would consider taking him?
No shot.
None
No shot.
whatsoever.
Okay.
You think they're inviting the Deion Sanders?
Well, I don't know.
Shador
I'm just
Sanders
saying.
Deion
circus?
Sanders. What about this place?
Oh,
Well, I'm just saying, Deion with this place is like a combustible. I mean, can you
Yes.
imagine Deion at the introductory
You might as
presser?
well burn the whole building down
he's,
there, man.
You know, saying he's
kidding
already
me?
better than Jalen. Like
Yes.
the interesting name is Milroe out of Alabama.
well, that's the
David Milroe.
name that has started
seems
popping
like,
up all
it
over
seems
the
like
place
he
now.
would he's going to go in the first round. If he falls to 64, I don't think they would take him. But he has a relationship with Jalen. I could maybe see that, but I don't think they're taking a quarterback.
Well,
in the
I know
first.
another guy that supposedly had a relationship with Jalen,
What
the wide receiver.
Oh yeah, I thought you were gonna say the Bronco. I was like, I don't know. Yeah.
No, it's just like,
No,
relationship,
yeah,
whatever
for sure.
that means.
I
I
do not think they would invite the distraction because they just saw when they brought Jalen in, it ended Carson's career. Like Carson was on the downfall, but Jalen was the final nail in the coffin.
The difference being when they took a
I
quarterback.
make the argument Carson was coming off what could be arguably the best quarterback season other than winning the title. What he did in 2019, coming off that year with the talent, well, with the talent he had around him.
Oh, I remember going into that Seahawks game. I thought Carson had put the demons of the past behind him. Now,
right.
unfortunately, he got hurt in that playoff game, and
Cheap shot.
Yeah, then that added to it. But we can all sit here and say how tough Jalen is. I don't think any quarterback is built to survive drafting a top backup in the first or second round.
By the way, Spike, since you don't believe me,
What?
why do you think the outrage was where it was
Well, what do you mean?
when Jalen got drafted?
No, I thought they were drafting Carson's replacement.
No, not you.
Yeah.
You were in the minority. You talking
Right.
about the outrage from everybody with drafting him. Why do you think that was?
Well, because there was doubt about Carson.
No, there was belief in Carson.
But there was also
I
doubt
mean, why
about
do you-
Carson.
No, I'm talking about why do you think we reacted the way we did? In other words, there wasn't
because
a
you knew what was
there
about to
wasn't-
happen.
Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah,
a
right.
celebration that they drafted a quarterback. Yeah, it was.
For some of us.
We can't even have a.
Well,
I'm just saying the
no,
majority
I
of people
understand.
were excited about the season
Yeah.
wins it just had.
They-
That's-
people
that's
were
the
like,
point I'm making.
people were like, what did you just do that
Yes,
for?
why would
Yeah.
you do
I
that?
do
I
this.
agree.
If I could ask Howie one question, he had to give the complete honest truth to. I think it would be, what did you guys really think of Jalen when you drafted him? Like, did they think he actually had this in him, or were they truly of the belief of he's a cheap, high quality backup?
What do you think, Jack? They thought when they took Jalen Hurts.
I think they thought he was a backup.
Really?
Yeah.
I agree.
I think so. I think
And I think they thought that-
Jeffrey liked him, but I think they
And you
thought he
can
was-
like him. It doesn't mean you drafted him to replace Carson Wentz. And that's
Yeah, I
ultimately
agree
what
with
you're
that.
asking.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
do not think
Yeah.
they thought this was going to happen.
Yeah.
I think Jalen has far exceeded their
Exceeded their-
expectations.
Well, I think Jalen said it after the
Yeah,
after one of those NFC title games. He said it, didn't he?
like I forget the exact quote, but it was something like "Not everyone wanted me here."
Yeah.
Or, it's something that he has held on to. I think.
So
now he's a champion.
So coming up next,
One of the most influential people in the world.
Coming up next, I will release my YouTube big board for quarterbacks. Any predictions as to who is? I have 3. I always have a top 3. Do you have any predictions?
Because there's only 3 good ones in this draft.
Well,
I need to hear your 3.
I think
so
you
you're
might be
including
wrong.
all of them, not just Eagles guys.
Correct.
Okay.
Though I
Eagles
think
guys.
I think
well, I just
2
mean
of these guys
like,
the Eagles could draft.
I didn't watch Shador Sanders because they're not going to
Right.
draft Shador.
Right,
Sanders.
right.
I was wondering if you watched
Oh, no,
Cam
Spike
Ward.
does.
And,
No, he
okay,
does
yeah,
a
yeah.
whole big
You
board,
watched all
yes.
of them.
I
Okay.
watched all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, Jackson Dart seems like
I'm not saying anything.
right.
So
It just
Jackson
seems
Dart
like
is
a
your
spike guy. Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else?
He might be the best quarterback in the draft.
That's not what I think.
So the guy out of Oregon, whose name is it? Dylan Brooks. Is
Dylan
Yes,
Gabriel.
Dylan
Yeah.
Gabriel.
He's small.
Brooks.
Dylan
Yeah,
Brooks
my
is a
bad.
forward
My
for the
bad. My
Rockets.
bad. My
Yeah,
bad.
yeah.
Well, he was an Oregon Duck though.
Was it?
Dylan Brooks was? Oh yeah.
Beat St. Joe's, I think that.
He's small, but he seems like your
Look at
kind of
you.
guy.
Okay.
Although he can run, so maybe not.
He's a lefty though. Lefty quarterback.
He is a lefty, that's
No
true.
interest.
All right.
I'll get out my quarterback notes
All right.
since we were talking
You're gonna
quarterback
have-
evaluation.
You're gonna have
yesterday.
Will Howard in your top 3. That's my prediction.
Will Howard?
He's a winner.
Okay. All right. You had him in your top 3?
No.
Oh,
Nah,
okay.
well, hold
All right.
on. He's a Westchester kid,
Okay.
sort of.
He is.
Oh, all
Is
right.
he? Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
There's a lot of
take
local
He went to
people in
Ohio
this
State.
draft.
I know that.
So we'll have that, and also an intervention of sorts for Elliot. We have
Oh, I
coming
wonder
up
what this is
next.
about.
Yeah.
Elliot Vengeance.
Yeah, this is the WIP afternoon
please,
show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
It's always so fun to come on.
Yep. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. It's guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Make sure you visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Mets. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. First pitch is at 7:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
My goodness, Kyle Schwarber clears everything into the bullpens.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
Playoff basketball rolls on tonight. Game 2 in the Western Conference Series between the LA team in purple and gold
cold, and Minnesota winning game 1 on the road in dominant fashion, looking to take a 2-0 series lead, but LA a 5.5-point favorite, the total sitting 210.5. LA a bigger favorite in this game despite losing game 1 than it was in game 1. And I know a lot of people are going to like LA to bounce back. I don't know if Minnesota's going to win, but I think Minnesota can definitely keep this game close. Love Minnesota's attitude and swagger. So coming up tonight, give me Minnesota plus the points in LA. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As the seasons and temperatures change, the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that can't keep up with your family's needs. Don't worry. Horizon Services is available 24/7 to service your existing system or install new heating and cooling system. Plus, Horizon has same-day service, money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Horizon always works with you, so the job is done according to your schedule and budget. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Philadelphia proudly hosts the return of Major Championship Golf with the PGA Championship at Arana Mink Golf Club in May of 2026. Be a part of history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy is awarded in the city of brotherly love. Witness every thrilling moment as the world's best golfers compete to have their name amongst golf's elite champions. Register now at pgachampionship.com/register. That's pgachampionship.com/register and secure your chance to purchase tickets.
Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Grillin', it's a sizzler. In the kitchen, I go to Ramsay. They call me the Rizzler. And I just hit the Riz face.
Big ol' Major in the ring. I just swept them, grabbed the broom. Now I'm in the gym bench pressing. I give that lift 5 big boom.
I got Pokemon cards.
Wash.
Fresh chicken
Yeah,
base.
wash. You could tell right away he wasn't bringing anything down.
Earthquake. Always gonna boom, 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 boom.
Ah, the edit. There you go. He took the cousin out.
All right. It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We keep on risen. Elliott Shore Parks here, Tuesdays with Elliott. The Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's Jewelers. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. All right, Ike, this is the first guess you're going to have. The Mets are one of 3 options. A lot better than the Phils, a little better than the Phils, or not better than the Phils.
I go a little better than the Phils.
What do you think the percentage is?
I'd say a little better.
Percentage.
Oh, percentage-wise.
Yeah.
With over 3,
Yep.
I would go 44%.
There you go. You're back. 45%.
Ooh, look
45%.
at that.
A lot better than the Phils. 30%.
Yesterday that was terrible.
30%.
I heard you've been on a cold streak.
Yeah, he has. 30% say a lot better than the Phils, and 24.3 say not better than the Phils. Now, Elliot, before we get to the YouTube big board for quarterbacks, you have been very positive about the Phillies.
Yeah.
After spring training, and then earlier in the season.
Doesn't pass my smell test.
Yeah. What are your thoughts now?
Well, I think I'm definitely feeling not as good about them.
Well,
after
but
this. Yeah.
yeah.
So, I mean, last time we talked about this, my opinion was I think they're.
You called them special.
Yeah, I thought they were having that I would seem to be wrong about.
Okay,
Now, for what
all
it's
right.
worth, the Eagles started 2-2.
Yep.
So, you know,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And the preseason walk thing has carried over. If you look at, I think they're top 5 in walks per game. in total
Well, walk percentage, they're number 1 there.
Yeah,
Elliot.
so they are doing what the preseason stats said they would. But like you look at last night, and like in the 9th, the Bryce at bat was very frustrating. And I just where I still land on him is they'll either hit or not in the playoffs. I just don't think what they do now projects what they're going to do, because they've had years where they didn't hit in the regular season, then they went to the World Series, then they had years where they did hit and then they didn't. So I don't feel as good about them as I did before, but I still don't think we can definitively say what they'll do in the playoffs.
Yeah, I was furious at the Bryce at bat. It was a loser at that.
Well, it's just
it was
like
a loser at bat for
like
a great
last
player.
year.
Yeah. Everyone ready for the quarterback YouTube big board?
I can't wait.
Oh, here we go.
Sam Hinkie could run the draft for the Eagles and they would be fine.
It's Spike
Maybe even better off.
versus the Scouts.
Here's a team that needed a franchise quarterback.
Who in the hell is Mel Kiper?
The Spike-esque YouTube Big Board.
I watched a lot of YouTube.
All right. Now, as we know, I did pretty good with quarterbacks last year. I did have Bo Nix, number 2. I had
a good one.
Penix Jr., number 3, and my number 1 was Spencer Rattler. Hasn't worked out yet, but I still believe in Spencer Rattler. But Bo Nix, good call.
Penix too.
Penix
he
good
got
call,
drafted
too.
top
I
10.
hope Bo
Yeah.
Nix don't have a sophomore slump.
I need it.
It's the only reason we even did it again this year is
Yeah.
the whole Bo
No,
Nix thing.
Roger Rosengarten.
No one cares about Roger Rosengarten.
Well, it was a
We're
good call.
quarterbacks.
He was all rookie. All right. My number.
That's right. Don't, yeah, you
He was
got
all rookie.
guys.
He was all rookie. Ross didn't even know who he was. All right. My number 3 quarterback is
Who you got?
Cam Ward.
Hmm.
So I thought
He's your third quarterback.
my third quarterback.
Okay.
Now, I like Cam Ward a lot. Has a rocket as an arm, can make every single throw. He sort of reminds me a little bit of Brett Favre and a little bit of Steve McNair. So Brett Favre, it looks like he feels like he can make every throw in the world. So he tries to make throws maybe he probably shouldn't. But where he reminded me of McNair a little bit is his way that he sort of like moves around the pocket, sort of buys time in the pocket. I think Cam Ward is really good. People have talked about this not being a great quarterback draft. What I saw, I thought Cam Ward was good. And he sort of, with his athleticism, it looks like he sort of buys time to throw as opposed to in college. A lot of those guys just take off and run, which wasn't what he did. So Cam Ward I have as my number 3 QB.
Wow.
Yeah.
You shouldn't hear the other two.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Listen, he's the consensus number 1 guy.
Yep.
But I'll say this. There's been plenty of scouts that have said that you put this quarterback class up against last year's quarterback class, and Cam Ward probably is the 6th or 7th quarterback taken.
I wouldn't take Caleb Williams over Cam Ward. I would not.
You wouldn't take Caleb Williams
I
over
would take
Cam Ward?
Caleb.
You're
I
nuts.
would not.
You're nuts.
I wouldn't.
I
I didn't see Cam Ward crying.
Oh my God.
Well, that's
Painting
true.
his
Yes.
nails.
Yeah.
That's a strike. Yeah,
well,
that's
the
definitely
nails is a
strike.
Gen Z thing, but the
The crying
crying.
is definitely worse than the nails. Yeah, that's that. Yeah.
My
Yeah.
concern
I
with
feel
Cam,
you there, but the talent is still there.
Sure, yes, he's talented.
What do you think Cam Ward's like special quality is?
His arm.
That would be. You think he has a special arm? Okay.
I think he's got a great arm.
Okay.
At least what I watched, I thought he had a great
Fair
arm.
enough. I just
In comparison to these guys.
Sure. I mean, I guess. I'm
Yeah.
just watching
saying
the
that
YouTube.
arm look like it's not Josh Allen's arm.
It's not
or
Josh
Joe
Allen's arm or
Burrow's
Mike Vick's arm.
Yeah,
But yes.
yeah.
Now, get into the guys I love.
yeah.
My number 2 quarterback out of Syracuse is Kyle McCord.
There you go.
Syracuse.
He might be my QB1.
Honestly, I can't.
He's a loser.
No. This guy can sling it. Again, makes every single throw, puts the ball exactly where it's supposed to be on all those throws, and the throws land like a feather in the receiver's hands.
Like a feather.
A feather.
You can also spin it.
And here he can spin it. And here's the thing. Here's my prediction, Kyle McCord. He's going to get drafted by some team that sucks. Everybody's going to say he's not any good, and he's going to wind up on a second team somewhere with a good coach and a good team, and he's going to end up being an all-pro quarterback and a Hall of Famer. Honestly, there's a world in which Kyle McCord, if I didn't have my number one, I don't know why he wouldn't be considered with the number one pick in the draft.
So I agree with you. If the Eagles needed a quarterback in this draft, you could convince me to take Kyle McCord at 64 or whatever, 34, wherever they would be drafting, as opposed to over Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders.
Yep.
Like, I think he has a higher upside. What I like
Kyle
about
McCord?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I'm telling you, the guy can sling it.
What I like about him is when you watch him, like, he throws guys open.
Yes.
Like, he throws into windows when they're not there yet. And I think as a rookie, that's a great skill.
Sorry, did I see Syracuse in the playoffs or something?
No, well, the roster's bad.
Yeah.
But he threw for over 4,000 yards.
Open there?
The guys he has to throw open. The guys he has to throw open.
Yeah.
He doesn't have, like guys winning one-on-one on the outside.
All right.
He can sling it.
I've heard.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
I'm going to tell you who his comparison is.
Yes.
Spencer Rattler.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Well, I have a type.
Well, here's
I have a type, I guess.
The other funny thing is, you want to know why he wears number 6?
Why does he wear 6?
For Mark Sanchez.
Oh, that's weird.
Dude, are you kidding?
I know.
Dude is a
That was
straight
a bad
I mean, he probably lived around here when Sanchez was doing his thing. I mean, Sanchez prep kid.
Oh. That is funny. It's Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, well, because I'm a Rattlers man.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
And my number one quarterback, Elliott called it in the draft.
I knew it.
Is Oregon's Dylan Gabriel.
Knew it.
Dude.
Look.
Your eye is.
He is
This
not
is so funny
terrible.
after yesterday.
Terrible.
No, you are wrong. Everybody's worried about his size. He's like 6 foot. He's probably not even 6 foot.
He's
5'11".
He's 5'10".
He's a lefty.
5'10", probably.
He's also like 30.
He's not. I don't
He's
care.
90.
I don't care. He's not the biggest guy in the draft. He is not the strongest guy in the draft. He is not the fastest guy in the draft. But that guy is a quarterback. He was born to be a quarterback. Look, somebody is going to figure out. You watch him and you see Drew Brees. The guy throws a pretty ball. Wow. He maneuvers in the pocket well. Somebody is going to take him, and if he is in the right situation, that guy is a star. He's a winner. Dylan Gabriel is my number one quarterback in the draft.
If this guy is able to fool an organization like Chase Daniel was able to do in his entire career and make the money he did, this guy would listen. Good for him. But 5'11",
Kyler Murray's doing a pretty good job.
He ain't Kyler Murray.
Yeah, Kyler Murray has special qualities.
Kyler Murray's a Heisman Trophy winner, number one overall pick.
Bro,
Dylan Gabriel should be the number one overall
This
pick.
guy's been in college 6 years.
Who cares?
Let me read his strengths and weaknesses.
All the kids have been in quarterback.
He started in 2019, Spike.
Who cares?
He's 3 years older than Kyle McCord.
He's a smart decision maker. He has a quick release and good natural pocket navigation.
There you go.
Now, here's his weaknesses.
Yeah.
Arm strength is average at best.
Okay.
Accuracy dips considerably when he's moved off his spot, and he won't be able to run away from oncoming rushers in the NFL.
Drew Brees couldn't run away from oncoming rushers. Drew Brees didn't have
He's the most accurate quarterback of all time.
I saw Drew Brees in college at Purdue.
I'm telling you. Somebody's going to miss out on Dylan Gabriel. Somebody's going to miss out on Kyle McCord.
Where would you take him?
In the 6th or 7th round.
If I was the Eagles?
Yeah.
I would take if I saw a quarterback I liked, I would take him in the 2nd round.
Could you imagine they took
not taking any of those guys in the 2nd round?
Kyle McCord?
Unless Cam Ward fell to him in the 2nd
Kyle
round.
McCord could be the number one overall pick in the draft, and I don't think they'd be making a mistake. I understand the issues with Dylan Gabriel. I just believe in him, but Kyle McCord is a great quarterback.
I'm with you on Kyle McCord.
Could be the number one
Kyle
overall
McCord
pick
was so
draft.
bad at Ohio State,
Dude,
they ran him out
Who
of town.
cares? Jalen got run out of town.
Are you staking your reputation to Kyle McCord?
I'm sticking my reputation on Dylan Gabriel, Kyle McCord.
I think you should have Kyle McCord above Dylan
People
Gabriel.
do not let this type of stuff go, Spike.
I don't care.
Ask about Cardell Jones and Noah Von Lay.
Cardell Jones, good comp for Cam Ward, by the way.
Bro, here's the problem. If you're
Kyle
me,
McCord win 6 games last year?
They moved on from him and won the national championship.
Here's the thing. If you're me,
yes.
If I could get all 3 of these right, nobody's going to give a damn.
Right.
So people are only going to remember when I'm wrong anyway. So I got to be honest. I got to shoot my shot.
You wouldn't allow us to not give a damn.
I'll bring it up, but I never get any caller saying, hey, how about your Bo Nix pick? How about your Roger Rosengartner pick? Nobody cares.
Of course not.
Yeah.
You see the video of him rapping in the locker room?
I did not. Kyle McCord?
It's very good, yeah.
Kyle
McCord, yeah.
This guy's going to be an Eagle.
Kyle McCord?
Yep.
Oh, my God.
If I get to track Kyle McCord training camp stats.
Yeah.
He's going to be an Eagle.
Oh.
5th round pick. We got 3 of them.
Oh, he's not lasting
I
the
would
5th
take-
round.
I
Did
don't
somebody
think he
let
is
him?
either.
He's definitely last.
Oh, you think
Are you
so?
kidding me?
I would take him
Kyle
in the
McCord,
fifth.
you gotta watch his video.
First of all, it's a terrible quarterback class.
Yeah.
Secondly, what is somebody rushing to take Cal McCord for?
You got to watch the video. Have you watched him on his highlights?
Have you watched the highlight tape Spike did?
I love 5. That's my guy.
Yes.
Syracuse football sucks.
Well, yeah, it does. I agree.
Great.
I think he
It's
broke
better
all
than it
McNabb's
was.
records.
Well, they throw the ball more now.
Yeah,
Come on. Yeah. This is
5 played in a damn wishbone.
classic Syracuse bias here from the Syracuse elites.
No.
He had 12 interceptions
I
last
forgot
year in the
about that.
ACC.
I don't care.
Oh, they
12.
said Cal McCord beat the U. That's a strike against Cam Ward.
There you go.
So he beat Cam Ward?
Yeah, that's a strike against him.
I'm just saying. So there it is. My YouTube big board quarterback class: number 3, Cam Ward; number 2, Kyle McCord; number 1, Dylan.
Oh,
King.
Cal McCord did play at Ohio State. I forgot.
Yes.
Could the Eagles win the Super Bowl, Kyle McCord?
Yes.
Oh,
That's a good take.
I'm telling you, the guy's good. It's like it doesn't take my point on YouTube big board.
Yes.
Is it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see if these guys are good or not.
all right.
Especially quarterbacks.
Listen, I just wanted to see how strong you felt about him.
I feel
So
strong.
I'm
about
excited
these
for.
guys.
I hope he comes here now, just for.
And Jack said the same.
Well,
hold
here's
on.
the problem. He comes here, he's never playing.
Well,
Hold on.
Nah. Well, he'll get one. Well, first of all, Tanner McKee is the backup.
Yeah.
He's the backup. Solidified.
You know what you should do?
Solidified. So how's he going to play?
Well, eventually they'll trade Tanner McKee. Well, they will.
Well, I thought we were extending him for $30 million a year.
Well, no,
because
you want to trade him for a third round pick?
Yeah,
like
I
a
would not trade him
lunatic.
for a
in
third
a
round pick.
heartbeat.
No.
What are we going to do? Extend the backup quarterback? It's crazy.
Why?
He's
Yeah,
got 2 years
a lot
left.
of teams do it.
What's he going to cost per
Well,
year?
he's not going to get a ridiculous.
$7 million.
Well, they can
dollars.
trade him if they get
Too
Kyle
much.
McCord.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Sure.
You should watch Dorian Thompson Robinson YouTube. I'd be
Stinks.
curious to see what you think of him.
I'll watch it.
Yeah,
I'll
but
watch
it's
it.
college YouTube, not his NFL.
Okay,
YouTube.
yeah, I'll watch his college.
I'll
YouTube.
just
All right. 215-592-9494. We'll have our Elliott intervention right after Ike tells you about some roofing.
That's right.
Emmons, right?
Yep. If you got interest with start that one over.
Yep.
Interest rates that are sky high. Now's the time to invest your home. And let's talk about my friends Matt and Stephanie over at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Now at Emmons, they install top-tier lifetime warranted roofing and siding systems that boost your home's curb appeal and drive up your home's resale value. Free estimates and fair pricing along with top-notch service. Emmons is the one for you. Give them a call today, 856-556-3229, or visit emmonsroofing.com. Go with Emmons because your home deserves the very best. They also have affordable financing available for you. From top to bottom, inside and out, Emmons has you covered.
Can I say, when I woke up this morning at 4:30 or whatever, I started watching all the tape. I
You
was
start grinding tape.
I'm grinding
I thought we were
tape.
doing offensive line based
Grinding-
off that
Grinding
tweet.
line.
Yes.
Hold on. Where was Rebel at?
I was Rebel
Grinding
sleeping on it.
Rebel? Yeah, was he there?
Hey, he was sleeping. He had his breakfast real quick, and then he was sleeping.
Yeah.
And I was like, why am I doing this? But then I deliver the YouTube big board. I feel so good about it.
It
So
does
I'm glad
good.
I woke
It
up.
feels good talking about prospects.
It does.
Because like no one really knows if you know what you're talking
Nah.
about. Yeah, just your take from watching them for a few minutes.
And everybody just assumes I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
if I get one right, I feel like a winner. It
Yeah, I
doesn't
mean-
count if I get Cam Ward right.
You've been living off Bo Nix for 12 months.
1 year. 1 year.
Bo
and I
Nix
have
was a
I-
great call.
And I have a bunch of NBA, YouTube big board hits as well.
I feel like Anthony Simons was your biggest.
Anthony Simons, we had a scout on, and he was laughing at me for picking Anthony Simons. And I did have Darius Garland number 1 the year I had him, and Darius Garland was very good.
So you know ball.
I know ball.
Yeah.
So Elliot, from an intervention standpoint,
Excited to see what this could be about.
we were talking, and we think you've had an amazing year.
Wow, thank
Amazing
you.
year. You're
Thank
the best,
you.
buddy.
You've really raised your game in a lot of ways.
Appreciate that.
Jack, wouldn't you agree? Ike, wouldn't you agree that Elliot's raised his game this year?
Yeah.
Eagles Insider of the Year.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's been a reporter.
Yeah.
Like some of the takes are questionable. As
Yeah,
always,
but,
like,
all our
actually
takes are
doing his
questionable.
job in his resume. Yeah, that's been great.
We've been observing you since the Super Bowl, and we think you may be a little warmed up.
Okay.
You're
Well, little's
very warmed up.
yeah, unbelievably warmed up.
You're
I wonder who this could be about.
well, it's about two things.
Okay.
It's about your Howie and your Jalen opinions have gone so positive. We're worried that the worm, you might even have two worms in your brain, in that you're basing all of your scouting for the quarterbacks based around Jalen.
Yep.
And you basically think Howie cannot make a bad move. in that you believe in whatever Howie does, and you as the sort of the principal, Eagles reporter, unbiased, just getting the scoop.
I mean, you literally might be the biggest Eagle guy in the media.
Right.
Thank you.
And we're
credentialed.
Well, that media. We're different media. Ike's the biggest Eagles guy at the station. But I even said yesterday.
No, I meant that by being as a pro supporter.
Oh, as a
That's what I'm talking
worm.
about. Yeah, he's not a bigger Eagles guy. No, that's not what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, as a they can do no wrong.
Yeah. You're the most pro Eagles guy out there.
And last thing, Elliot,
disgusting.
I even told the other reporters on the air when I was admonishing them for being little tiny babies about the A.J. Brown thing, that they should be more like Elliot, because Elliot just goes out there and creates content that people talk about, whereas the beat reporters wait for a text from somebody at NovaCare or wait for us to say something, to write something. So anyway.
Happy I wasn't there for that.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that sentiment, Elliot?
215-592.
So, Elliot, your response to perhaps being a little too wormed up.
So I disagree with you about the Howie thing to start.
Okay.
But I think the more interesting one is the Jalen thing.
Yes.
I don't think I'm being overly positive on Jalen. And I think if your like intervention is about the Super Bowl
it's about both
impacting my
things.
hold on. If you think like I'm too positive on him, he just won Super Bowl MVP. And he was named one of the most influential people in the world. So like if I can't be positive about him now, when is it time to be positive?
Well,
is it always like, yes,
no, you can be positive.
Good point.
There's things to be skeptical on, but like, what if
what is there to be skeptical on?
And what, like with his game, are we talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think next year, if they do go up to throwing it an extra 10 times a game, we'll see how he handles that. Right.
Okay.
I think at the beginning of last year, he absolutely turned it over too much. I do agree that they started to throw it less. Now I think you guys go, and obviously Spike and Jack, not
Yeah,
right.
don't grunt.
Right. I think you guys go like a little far in saying that he was like basically taken out of the offense. That's not true. I do think he can definitely improve in some ways as a leader in the locker room.
Okay.
Like he has things he can improve on. But in my opinion, what you guys miss is he is without question one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. He absolutely belongs on that influential list. And I think that me saying that is probably where a lot of this worm stuff is coming from.
That list is hogwash.
Well, you're just, I mean, it's obviously hogwash.
Of course it's hogwash.
Then why does he belong? Then who cares whether he's on it?
Because I think that by saying he's not, I feel like the people that don't think he belongs on that list, in my opinion, are undermining what he's accomplished and what he is. He is one of the biggest stars in the NFL.
Okay.
He is the current Super Bowl MVP.
Yep.
And he's the quarterback of one of the biggest teams in the league that played awesome in the two biggest games.
Okay.
He has flaws, and there's things he can improve on.
Do you think he's more influential than like LeBron?
So, no.
Okay. Do you think he's more influential than like Caitlin Clark?
So, but I think this is a flawed way to, in my opinion, a flawed way to look at the list. Because
the list is ridiculous.
Because like obviously the list is not like the actual 100 most influential people, right?
Yeah,
like, otherwise,
it's 100 people who had a good year.
It'd be like the same 90
who are
people
going to retweet this.
Correct. It's 100 people that had a good year. But Jalen is absolutely influential. Like he just is.
Okay, how about this? What has he who has he influenced, and what did he influence them to do?
So I do think, and this will not help my case here, but I think it's true. I think he has in some ways become like the face of resiliency in sports. He was benched against Alabama, came back. He was drafted to be a backup, won the starting job. He lost the Super Bowl, one of the only quarterbacks to ever go back and win it. So in terms of influencing.
So what has he influenced?
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think he is somebody that you can look at if you're talking to your kid or a young athlete and point to as a role model. And I think that is influence. Also, he is the face of the Jordan brand right now, in my opinion.
It's a big brand.
And the Jordan brand is one of the biggest brands in the world. So like when you say influence, like I don't know what you want me to point to. Like Iverson was influential because he changed how people dressed, and he was a style
and how people played
for sure, 100%.
Right. So
But
Jalen hasn't changed how people played. He doesn't really talk.
Hold on. First of all, I don't know if that's completely true. I do think Jalen Milroe is being pushed up people's boards because of the success Jalen has.
Maybe he's being pushed up people's boards. The media is talking about him being pushed up people's boards. This whole thing about players going up and down boards.
Yeah, we'll see where he's drafted.
It's a media creation.
But I do think Jalen's success, and this is something I should have said yesterday. Jalen's success, I think, is showing people that like quarterbacks like Jalen Milroe can improve based off not being a great passer in college, because Jalen has improved. And so the other thing, well, we won't even get back into yesterday. But so what would you disagree with there, though, where you think I'm being too wormy or too positive? Because that's really what the worm means.
Well, because the way that you present it is so over the top you've called him the second best quarterback in the NFL.
Because I believe that's where he belongs on the list.
You think he's the second best? Forget about the list.
Yeah.
You think he's the second best quarterback in the NFL?
I do not believe he is the second most talented quarterback in the NFL.
Even best on the field.
But these lists are not always done off just talent. You have to take, like, Patrick Mahomes is better than Josh Allen, but let's not act like there's a massive gap. But the reason Patrick Mahomes is always number one is because he has all these Super Bowls, right?
Because he's great.
Yes, and because he's great. But Josh Allen is great also. Like, he's obviously great. The reason Patrick holds that one spot is because of the Super Bowls.
And because he's great.
Yeah. But Jalen now has a Super Bowl. So you were right. If you were saying to me, who's the second most talented quarterback in the NFL, I don't think that's Jalen. But if you said to me who belongs number 2 on the list right now, I believe that's Jalen. Because he is talented enough to be in that top 7 or whatever. And then the fact he has a Super Bowl and has been to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years has to be considered.
Sure, it can be considered. It doesn't mean you have to put him number 2.
No, but it does mean I would put him number 2. Where would you put him?
Top 10?
Okay, see, but I think that's underselling him, in my opinion.
That's fine.
And you think I'm overselling him. But at least on my side, there's like a ton of factual proof.
It
not just we don't
like,
think he's that good.
It seems like you are leaning into online positive reinforcement with your Eagles opinion.
So an uptick in that.
But I know you think that, but I just, again, they literally won the championship game of the Super Bowl by 50 combined points.
Yes.
So I get your point that it is a time to be positive, but that is because they are awesome right now. And that's the Howie thing. He's not above questioning. Like, if he takes Josh Simmons out of Ohio State, I will crush that pick. I wouldn't like that pick.
Okay.
Who is he?
The offensive tackle out of Ohio State.
Oh, now you don't want an offensive.
Do I have him on my list? Oh.
Do you like him?
I don't know. Okay. I can't. That's coming up at 4:30.
I just don't like the offensive tackle. Yeah. But I am comfortable in my skin in saying that right now, when the Eagles make decisions, the majority of them have been correct. So when I'm evaluating a decision, I have to take into account they have been on a
But you can't question some.
Of course I question some.
Like, if they traded away their all-pro wide receiver.
So my opinion on this got skewed, and we got into it. I said off the jump, I probably would not trade AJ for number 4.
Probably would. Yeah, we both agree with that.
Where I think our biggest disagreement was, I still think they could win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's why I lost it.
I know. But I don't think trading AJ.
But I agree with a lot of what you just said.
Thank you.
I think if there's going to be a time to be overly positive, if that's what he's been accused of, they've earned that based on just winning the Super Bowl.
Can I say one more quick thing? Just very quick.
60. This is not going to make
promise
me.
Is quick. I know you're saying it's being overly positive. I just think it's accurately depicting what's happening.
Okay.
It's positive because they're good.
Just know we have our eye on you.
Don't trust me. If there's one thing I know in my life, personal and work, it's that you and Jack have your eye on me. Don't worry.
I didn't even think it was possible to take the baton from me. You have clearly snatched it.
Oh, don't worry. Every time I tweet, I think about Spike seeing it.
I turned your tweet notifications on.
I know you did. You told me.
Yeah, and you were retweeting the stupid soccer for like these goal things the other day.
Big day for me.
It was awful.
Yeah.
It was absolutely awful. So we're watching, Elliot. We're watching, Elliot.
Elliot, great job. You know I love you.
Love you guys,
brother.
The I would say Go Birds Daily, the Go Birds podcast is can't miss right now. In that leading up to the draft, you do have a lot of information in there. You do your homework.
In the 7-round mock draft tomorrow.
7-round mock draft.
Can't wait for your 7th round pick.
Yep. You.
And we got Brian Dawkins.
You get it wherever you get your podcast.
What do you mean we got Brian Dawkins?
Brian Dawkins came on the pod.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Tomorrow?
We already recorded it. It'll be out later today or tomorrow.
Awesome.
Was Seltzer part of that one?
He was.
Wow.
You stayed up for that
Cut
one.
into nap time.
How about it?
Wow.
Hall of Famer.
Did he tell Brian Dawkins he was tired?
Jack got to get us in there.
Yeah, that's what Jack loves to do.
All right. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Man, I'm never tired of talking about my friends at Scott Honda, where I bought my first Honda in high school and was just in there a couple weeks ago and got a brand new Honda Prologue. If you want to see how that journey went, I posted it on Twitter today and Instagram. So big old purchase, obviously, with the growing family. We had to size up. And I went and got a Prologue, and I love it. And right now at Scott Honda in Westchester and in Vineland, New Jersey, of course, they have amazing lease offers and inventory on brand new 2025, such as the HRV Sport crossover SUV starting at $289 a month, the rugged Ridgeline Sport all-wheel drive at $319 a month, the CRV LX SUV at $329 a month, and a whole lot more. It's always smooth sailing at Scott. Visit scottautogroup.com and tell them Fritz sent you.
Subject to credit approval, not all buyers or vehicles qualify. It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. He fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Miller Lite. Cheers, BG. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to tell you why Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. That's familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson at Stars and Stripes Harley. Visit starsandstripesharley.com.
Payments based on extra models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Hey, baseball fans, want to boost the odds on your next MLB parlay? Take the field with a Parlay Boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Log into your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then place a parlay on any MLB game and apply the token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted parlay hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Feeling good about your MLB parlay? Step up to the plate for your chance to score. Claim your MLB Parlay Boost token today. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck. So join the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, weekend warriors. How's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, Show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
This is Linnell Willingham with an Odyssey Sportsman. We're just 2 days out from night one, round one of the 2025 NFL Draft, and according to multiple reports, the Giants and the Browns both looking to move off of their top 3 picks. There's one team, to me, that should be dying to move up into the top 3, and that is the Chicago Bears. Could you imagine if Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson added Ashton Genty to this Bears offense? And you say playoffs? I'm Linnell Willingham.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
WIP Afternoon Show with Ike Spike and Fritz. In a half hour, Ross Tucker joins us so he can grade my offensive line big board. How about Elliot picking out Dylan Gabriel? How about Elliot just saying
well, you guys are both arm testament.
I would not feel good about that.
I feel good about Kyle McCord. I feel good about Dylan Gabriel.
Well, listen, I appreciate picking a local kid.
Yep.
But at the same time, you could have picked the other local kid that won a national championship.
I pick who I pick.
Who are some of the other quarterbacks Elliott has liked?
Oh, well, he's horrible. I mean, Paxton Lynch, Cardell Jones, up and down a litany of quarterbacks he's been bad with. Now, the tough part for him is that during those times, the Eagles need a franchise quarterback. You know what I mean? So way more hot quarterback takes.
Yes.
They haven't really had to do that in 3 years.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah,
it's been a while. Why don't we get back to the Phils? Why don't we? Unfortunately.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report.
They better win it.
Jackie Baseball.
It's tonight a must win?
It's a must win. We're back in must win situation.
Like Chris Sanchez, bud. Me to you.
Yep.
Need you.
Must win.
Need you tonight, Chris Sanchez.
Must win. By the way,
yeah.
I'm not one of the Phillies fans that talks about how many tickets we sell. I hate when they do that. But Citi Field, half empty yesterday.
Yeah.
That was embarrassing.
Had a big game in New York.
What's that? Yeah, but there's 10 million people up there. There's only 20,000 people that go to the Garden, watch them lose to the Pistons, full of Axe body spray, gold chains, and chest hair.
They are.
The Garden.
The Knicks fans are pretty cringeworthy. I saw that video you put out.
Oh,
that's a tough one.
Oh, that guy?
Imagine if they won a championship.
Oh, that guy? Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Oh, man.
They're just sickening.
It's just disgusting. Yeah.
They're
the worst fans in America.
I will say it was a 50-degree night. So it was a cold baseball, not in October.
But they're
not
in first place against the Phillies.
Listen,
you're going to fill the stadium.
No fraud. By the way, Phil's rolling out the same lineup as last night. So Stott, Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, Kepler, Real Muto, Bohm, Rojas.
Yeah.
So same exact lineup. The magical lineup scored 4 in the ninth. It doesn't matter when they score.
Doesn't matter when they score.
According to Spike.
Well, they could have scored 5 or 6 if your boy didn't get up there trying to be a hero.
Well, listen.
All right.
Hey, Kobe didn't pass at the end of the game.
Right.
So it happens. What do you want him to do?
All right.
Ranger Suarez is starting in AAA tonight.
Oh, good.
So he is starting up in Lehigh Valley. One to monitor. I know there's been a lot of thoughts of putting Ranger in the bullpen. the piggyback thing I think is interesting. Taiwan obviously would go to the bullpen and be a long man. He's not helping lift the bullpen. He's not.
But Ranger is. I've started to come more to the position that Ranger as a bullpen arm is worth more than Ranger as a fifth starter for the Phillies right now.
Yeah, again, this is all prevalent on Taiwan keeping it up. Now, we'll see when Painter, there's options, and it could be time for the Phillies to do something bold. I'd be more surprised than anything.
Do you think putting Ranger in the bullpen is something bold? You're saying that could be something bold?
Well, I'm saying that would be a bold move.
Yeah, I think so too.
It would be a bold move.
But I do think, he's pitched out of the bullpen before. And as you mentioned, he is valuable in the bullpen. Taiwan is not valuable in the bullpen.
Yeah. No.
Nobody feels good about Taiwan coming out in the bullpen.
It's not like he's going to go from the old 92 to 96 because he's going to the bullpen.
No, but Luzardo goes 5 innings. Ranger going in there giving you 6 and 7, makes me feel a lot better than their other options.
Let me ask this.
Yeah.
What about the old pitching consecutive days? How many days in a week does he pitch? Like, what does that mean with Ranger? Is he used to that?
Well, no. Then that's something he would have. And again, what has to be factored into all of this, I know people say it doesn't matter, but I think it does.
It does matter.
Is that he's going to be a free agent. Yeah. And Scott Boras wants him to obviously pitch as many starts as he can to prove he's durable. So,
yeah,
I don't know. It's a tough one. And then the Painter thing's a tough one, too. I wouldn't put Painter in the bullpen because you're asking a 22-year-old kid to maybe have to go back-to-back if he's really good at it. I don't know. It's a lot of hoops you got to jump through.
I tell you what. Hearing this and the sort of resistance or reluctance to do it with either guy does not bode well for the bullpen getting any better. Like, where is the help coming from?
Well, Spike identified a guy in Reading this morning.
Okay,
so what were you doing at 4:30? Like, did you wake up, take a blue chew?
No.
You start grinding offensive linemen? You gave me a Reading pitcher, obviously. Like, if we can break down Griff McGarry as much as you want.
Well, okay,
and you did your quarterback big board.
So here's what happened. I get up at 4:30, and actually the YouTube took me up to maybe 6:30. But then I still had time. So I was like, this Phillies bullpen thing is pissing me off. So I start looking at all the stats of all of their minor leaguers. And Ike, there is a guy they have. And I asked Jack about him. I was like, Jack, they got this guy in Double-A. Get this. He has 12 appearances. There are 12 innings he's thrown. 0 ERA, 16 strikeouts in Double-A. And then you look at his stats. Now he has a career 4 ERA or whatever, but he struck out 320 guys in 200 innings. Like, whatever this guy is, my thing is this: he's obviously got great stuff. His name's Griff McGarry. He's obviously got great stuff. Get him up here with Caleb Cotham. If Caleb Cotham is the best pitching coach we've had in 25 years, if this guy has a chance of getting better, they need bullpen arms. You can't tell me he's worse than friggin' Ruiz or Joe Ross, or the hell they throw out there. Like, these guys got good stuff.
Griff's got stuff, man.
Bring him up here.
Now he is 26 dominating Double-A, but
I don't care.
It does, but it matters.
It matters, but I'm just saying.
I know. I agree with you. Again, it's a shot. They got to take a shot on something.
It's worth a chance.
What's working right? What's happening right now is not working.
Right.
So I need to go into the trust tree.
Okay.
And I need to talk about one of my biggest fears for the team.
Okay.
And it really hit me last night. A lot of things hit me last night with the frustration with the game. But one of my biggest fears with this team and the current iteration and possibly going forward is, like, I worry that the game might have passed Dave Dombrowski by. And I look at the Mets and I look at their front office and what they've built pitching wise. And, like, they got these scrubs, right? I mean, Miguel's not a total scrub, but he's been a 4 ERA pitcher, and this year he's down to a 1.4. Griffin Canning has sucked his entire career, and this year he's having a great year for the Mets.
Signing Clay Holmes.
Sean Manaea last year. Sean Manaea was nothing. Super inconsistent. And it's just like the Phillies have to get better at, obviously, internal player development with the Mets now spending the money they are, and with the Dodgers. And if they're going to do that, like, they also have to make smart, smaller signings. And you look at this bullpen, and it's just like Dombrowski set this team up to fail this year. I mean, we said all offseason, even with Romano, the idea of him bouncing back and being a competent pitcher, they were still an arm short. And how it's played out now, like, they had to extend Nola an extra inning last night when they shouldn't have, just because they didn't want to go to Jose Ruiz, and they put Jose Ruiz in there, and he gave him an absolute meatball to blow the game. Like, they were set up to fail from the jump because of the Dombrowski decisions in the bullpen and not being able to replace Jeff Hoffman in a smart way.
So let me ask you this. How much of that is Dombrowski and how much of that is the guys working for Dombrowski? Because I would imagine that Dombrowski isn't scouting, or he's doing some of it, but he is leaning on the people who do the work for him and say this guy or this guy or this guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that those guys have their part in it, but at the same time, he has to be the ultimate driver of this thing.
Sure, yeah.
So he's got to sign off on him. No, we can go in the season with Romano and Strahm and Kerkering, and we need to bank on a Jose Ruiz taking another step forward. I mean, he's the one that signed off on that. They gave $8 million to Romano. That's not like nothing.
Well, yeah, especially Hoffman only got 10.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's about making smart decisions. And man, it's like there was a quote from Stark, I think, this offseason when talking about the Dave Dombrowski's trade ideas. And his philosophy is he makes bad trade offers and eventually some team's going to take them. Basically, that's fine in 2005 when teams were dumber.
Yeah, but teams are smarter.
Teams are way smarter now. And that stuff's not going to work. And to believe in this offense again and bring it all back and think the Bohm thing was going to work out. And Bohm's batting 198, and he's obviously on a 7-game hitting streak, Ike. He's heating up. 8-game hitting streak. Start the parade, start the All-Star campaign now. But
we're crawling. Crawling.
Like his thing is supposed to be able to get the chemistry right. And the chemistry looks like it's wrong.
Well, I actually think it is a fair comparison to Morey, because while I think Daryl Morey is a good GM, I think you could say that his peak was when the 3-point revolution was happening, which he was a part of, getting Harden. Harden was an undervalued player at the time, even though people knew he was good. He figured out he was better rather than others. And this whole star thing, and what it has turned into is the NBA is less about getting 2 big stars and throwing a bunch of minimum guys around him. And he may not have adjusted he may have been a great GM. Yeah, I still think Daryl's good at what he does, but his wins were a lot bigger 10 years ago, and the difference he was making was a lot better 10 years ago. And I wonder if Dombrowski, and by the way, that trade offer thing that you're talking about is what Morey is famous for. Morey will call everybody. You want to trade me this guy? You want to trade me that guy? And just make offers. And it was a lot easier when half of the GMs in the league didn't know what they were doing. But now that everybody sort of knows what they're doing, it gets a lot harder to get somebody to take a deal like that.
Well, I would say this, and I'm not taking Dave Dombrowski off the hook here. And I'm not saying he doesn't have some responsibility for the lack of movement this offseason to improve this team in a dramatic way versus in a small incremental way. But let's not lose sight of the players. You say Daryl Morey. As much as we may want to get on Daryl Morey about last summer, the fact that he did put a team together that went up 3-2 over Boston, the team was good enough.
Oh, right. Yes, I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
they were good enough. They just didn't do it.
No. I agree. And you could say the same thing about Dombrowski and last year.
Yes,
right.
With the Phillies. They had enough talent. Now, granted, they're supposed to be able to wave the magic wand and fix things. I get that. But I think sometimes we are a little unfair with the GMs wanting them to just somehow flip a switch and fix stuff. Once they make some of these big moves, it's hard to just automatically turn around.
Well, and that's the thing that Stearns has that I don't think Dombrowski has in terms of cash. The Phillies have a big payroll, absolutely. But the Mets owner was willing to say, okay, Scherzer, I don't care. Okay, Verlander, I don't care. I'll pay it off. Just get us prospects back. And essentially spending hundreds of millions of dollars to watch people walk away just to build back farm system. And I think Stearns is great. He's obviously knows what he's doing. But when you have the ability, if the Phillies could just, we've been watching Taijuan Walker for 3 years here. Everybody, we all know he stinks.
They would have already gotten off of him by now.
Right. But we're so tied into the fact that we still owe him $18 million a year. And it's not a negative against John Middleton. You can only have so much money. Mm-hmm. But you do have to, I think, when you're looking at the Mets, acknowledge that the fact that their owner was willing to just like pour money down the drain to rebuild the team. Yeah, I think it does give him an advantage.
So my pushback there is they didn't really get anything for those guys. I mean, they got Luis Angel Acuna, who's a second baseman. That's okay.
He's a starting second baseman.
Yeah, but they didn't rebuild. I think the thing that Stearns has the advantage is finding underrated talent and getting most out of them. Jesse Winker. Jesse Winker has been on the scrap heap for multiple years, and he's up here. He's batting 5th for the team right now. Jose Iglesias last year and turning his career around. Griffin Canning, like I mentioned, Sean Manaea, like making those kind of small bets that like we paid Max Kepler to be the starting left fielder. Now I think he had a good night last night, but he's hitting 233 and has 1 home run and 3 RBIs.
Right.
You know what I mean? Just it's the big money's fine. Juan Soto, I totally get it. That's a no-brainer signing. He's getting off the things great, but he also made smarter bets. And that has helped lift the edges of the team.
Now, I agree with you. I don't think Dombrowski gets enough criticism, but I think you could look at last year and you could say Jeff Hoffman is a find. Strom is a find, right?
He's had win. I mean, Luzardo's a win.
Luzardo's been the
best offseason.
Again, I mean, all 3 of those guys. Wheeler's obviously the best pitcher of the 3, but Wheeler, Sanchez and Luzardo have all been as good as each other this year.
Sure, and again, I think he's done a lot of good for the Phillies behind the scenes when it comes to turning them into a professional organization. I don't think they were that under Klentak and McPhail, but just like this specific thing and getting this team. And I don't know how you've been in the game as long as he has and looked at the bullpen and said, this is going to hold up. And the fact that there's not really a homegrown guy that can come up from AAA and at least help the bullpen, that's frustrating too. So like, again, good job, but like just you watch the difference between these two teams, and the biggest thing I think also is there's a big difference in the front office,
in the Phillies front office and the
versus
Mets
the
front
Mets
office. Yep, absolutely. I mean, I think the one concern I have, this is actually a Ken from Cinnaminson point, is I don't think Dave Dombrowski. I think when John Middleton, I think the relationship that John Middleton has with Dombrowski is sort of like the relationship that Jeff Lurie had with Joe Banner and Andy Reid for a while. And I think that my guess is John Middleton trusts Dave Dombrowski like implicitly. Like there is not that he doesn't ask questions and doesn't, but I don't.
Dave says this is what he thinks.
He believes in Dave Dombrowski, and Dave, and Preston Mattingly's the next guy whenever that happens, and who knows what decisions he would make if he was, if he was in charge. But I don't think we could yell and scream about Dombrowski from now until until we're out of breath,
blue in the face,
and I don't think that John Middleton is questioning the job that Dave Dombrowski does. I think he's got another few years before.
Well, and I think
he's probably gone before he even gets questioned.
I think he views him as Pat Gillick. And I think we look at Pat Gillick and we say, great, right? He won the World Series.
Yep.
He had his misses, but the guys stepped up around him, and that's what this team needs. But I don't know. There's just one thing that hit me after watching last night.
Huh? Good call, Jackie Baseball. By the way, ringthebellbook.com. The next 5 orders, free shipping, signed by Jack and Ike.
And Kevin.
Next 5 owners. And Kevin. Well, Kevin's my star.
Yeah, no, he's the
assumed part of it.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
215-592-9494. Rick in Lancaster. You're on WIP. What's up, Rick?
Did she tell me
Yep.
her one?
That's not on Jack. He was doing his thing. Jay and Philly, you're on WIP.
Yo, fellas, what's going on?
What's up, Jay?
Hey,
what's up, Jay?
So, I'm good, man. First, I want to just say we lost too much talent. The Eagles did to draft a quarterback this draft. If we lost half the guys that we lost, then I'm okay with it. Then cool. But man, to lose as much talent as we lost, man, I don't want to draft a quarterback, man, because we can fill holes that we need filled, and quarterback is not one of them right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was a thought experiment. I can't imagine them taking a quarterback in the first 3 rounds. Now, if they're in when you get in 4, 5, 6 territory, I think you're just looking for guys.
5th round picks.
You're just looking for guys you like.
Yeah.
And if there's a guy out there that they like, that they would like to take a look at, that maybe ends up on the practice squad or the third, maybe the who's the guy they traded for?
Dorian Thompson Robinson.
Maybe they end up like
right.
Maybe they end up.
How about that?
Dorial Green Beckham.
Yeah, Dorial Green Beckham. I think the one point Elliot made on Go Birds is if they like a quarterback more than they like him, then it's worth taking him. But if they don't like him more than they like him, then they won't. I agree with you largely, though, Jay. I don't think in the top rounds they would even think about it.
And we've lost so much, like, don't get me wrong, we still have a lot of talent. We just lost so much to the rotation and we got to fill this roster out some more. Like we just have to. Like we expect guys to step up, but they're unknowns in the new role that they'll play.
Sure.
They were playing lesser roles. So having those guys play more of a role in being counted on more, that's a big difference for them. So, who knows if it'll work out? Who knows if Jomo can really fill Williams' role? Who knows? We won't know until the season starts. We need backup linebacker. We need safety.
Yeah.
We need a lot. We need an outside cornerback. We need a lot, man. I do believe in the talent that we have, and I do believe in the coaching, and I believe that they're good enough that they can now have guys just play their roles. I feel like in sports, teams aren't good enough to let a guy just play his role. They ask him to do too much, and that's when the guy looks bad. I feel like we're good enough that if we draft a defensive lineman, all you got to do is play your role. We got defensive linemen to do all this, and that. All we need you to do is play your gap, or you can rush the pass. We got you. So I think we're good enough for that. The Phillies, though, my God, I don't know why we're so soft on them. They've been a 500 team for the last year. The last two playoff losses, one, the Diamondbacks loss was a heartbreaking loss, and the Mets loss was an infuriating loss. Like to lose to the Diamondbacks was like, oh, that was heartbreaking. The Mets loss, though, was anger. How can we lose to these guys? And we're not better. We're not postseason better. Who cares about regular season? Like who cares? We're not postseason better.
Well, it's hard to know
we care about until we're not in the playoffs. Then we really care.
Then we care about the regular season.
Yes.
Jay, first of all, I don't think people are easy on the Phillies right now. To be honest with you, I think people are pretty mad about the Phillies. You watch the games, everybody's just having a good time. It's a different vibe at a Phillies game than it is an Eagles game or something like that. Everybody's just there for the atmosphere. I think people are upset, and I think people feel the way that you do. I really do. But to your point, we're not going to know if they're better in the playoffs until the playoffs. Now we have to get there, but it's impossible. You can't say,
and that's really what they're being judged off of anyway.
Right. Like my trouble is if they play well, everybody says this doesn't matter until the playoffs. But if they play poorly, they say, see, they're not good enough. So I'm trying to say is I didn't do a very good job last year of staying sort of level in what I actually.
Spike.
Yeah. I'm trying to not lose focus on the fact that I think they're a 90-plus win team. And I'm not going to say that they're not going to succeed in the playoffs until they don't.
I tell you what, Jay, everybody else that's listening.
Yeah.
We got something interesting brewing here.
What?
Because you're going to be tested.
Oh, I'm going to be tested.
Yeah, you're going to be tested.
Yeah,
so
I'm going to be tested.
How long does Spike remain?
I'm going to be tested.
Even kill on this team. Because this team, I think the team, because of its flaws, there's going to be times they are frustrating.
Oh, look, if you were to see, I was texting Jack last night, like, this is my nightmare. This is the worst game of the year, blah, blah, blah. And thank you for the call,
Appreciate it, Jay.
Yeah. I sleep on it, and I'm like, all
that's
right.
good. No, it's good.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Well, because last year it was like if they allowed a run, went up 4-1, he'd be like, this bullpen, this is the worst.
Yeah, it was melted. It crushed me.
I feel you. Yeah, so that's why I'm like, it's something great to monitor.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I did lose it on Bryce today, and I haven't lost it on Bryce. Well, I lost
you can't wait to lose it on Bryce.
That's not true.
You wake up every day saying, how can I lose it on Bryce
That
today?
is not true.
I didn't think you lost it on Bryce
I thought it
today.
was fair.
I thought it was fair.
I thought it was fair.
Yeah. Jack, of course, feels the sharpness of it.
Yes.
But I thought it was fair.
Okay, thank you.
I thought it was fair.
So 215-592-9494, talking Phils, talking NFL draft. And speaking of NFL draft, you are lucky enough to get 2 YouTube big boards today. Ross Tucker joins us next. Last year, Ross judged my YouTube big board with offensive linemen.
See what he has to say today.
We'll see what he has to say today. And the guy I was right about that he was wrong about last
He's
year.
not letting that go.
No, I will not. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, you want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Well, switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, and game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity and stream with the voice-activated remote. And when you get lightning-fast Fios home internet, you can binge, game, and work in every room of your home. Plus, There are no annual contracts. For a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to the most Fios TV and get a Samsung 43-inch Class TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works best for you and connect all your devices at once at the speed you need. Visit a Verizon store today and learn more. For Verizon gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever is first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25 while supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
It's time to plug your nose and take the points. I'm Sammy Peak, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. The Memphis Grizzlies lost by 51 in game number 1 against Oklahoma City, and the market has only moved a point. That's right, 14.5 right now, your number at BetMGM. A lot of people saying it should be bigger. I think it's just right, and I will take the 14.5. I'm Sammy P. from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosions, or even a loud, mysterious noise. Don't wait for one of these plumbing problems to strike. Contact Horizon Services today. Horizon has the expertise to solve any plumbing problem because they've seen it all. Horizon has same-day service 24/7, so you won't wait around. And if it's a bigger job, say a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. Schedule now at horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle, just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
Playoff basketball rolls on tonight. Game 2 in the Western Conference Series between the LA team in purple and gold and Minnesota, winning Game 1 on the road in dominant fashion, looking to take a 2-0 series lead. But LA a 5.5-point favorite. The total sitting 210.5. LA a bigger favorite in this game despite losing Game 1 than it was in Game 1. And I know a lot of people are going to like LA to bounce back. I don't know if Minnesota's going to win, but I think Minnesota can definitely keep this game close. Love Minnesota's attitude and swagger. So coming up tonight, give me Minnesota plus the points in LA. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Prices are going up everywhere. Tariffs may drive up costs across the country, but not at Legacy Box.
Why? Because we're proudly 100% American made. Every tape, film reel, and photo you send stays right here in the USA, digitized by skilled technicians who know your memories are priceless.
Introducing the Legacy Box All-American Sale. Just $9 per tape. Not $15, not $12, just $9.
We're the nation's #1 digitizer, trusted by over 1 million families because we've made it simple. Just fill your Legacy Box with old tapes, film reels, and photos. We'll digitize them by hand and return everything. Plus, digital copies on the cloud you can relive and share forever.
With Legacy Box, your memories are safe from tariffs and safe from time. Heat, humidity, and age are already destroying your family's history. So take advantage of our limited time $9 tape sale.
Visit legacybox.com/value to lock in savings today. That's legacybox.com/value. Legacy Box, American made, trusted by families.
The team at Mark's Jewelers are consumer advocates. Now, Jim from Mark's is a proud member of the American Gem Society. Now, that's the GEM Society that I'm talking about. For over 90 years, the American Gem Society has been fighting fraud and false advertising in the jewelry trade. Now, when you give a diamond from Mark's, you can be certain that you're getting exactly what you're paying for. Now, before buying anywhere else, ask if they are a member. And if not, go to Mark's Jewelers in Montgomeryville, PA, or Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Mark's Jewelers for diamonds that will make you proud. And don't forget, tell them Mike Reese sent you.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We are 2 days away from the NFL Draft. Eagles with the 32nd selection in the first round. We'll have coverage for you all day and then through the draft at night. Joining us now, of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, none other than Ross Tucker. Ross, we appreciate you coming back this year.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. It's great to see you guys. You look all crisp and clean.
Ah, there he is.
It's by the way, I'm always jealous of Ike's voice. Whatever he was just selling, I want to buy it because his voice is just so good. I'm so jealous.
Oh, look at you buttering us up. It's good to see you too, Ross. You look crisp and clean as well. You know, I have a bone to pick with you, Ross. When we had you on last year for my YouTube big board for offensive linemen, you laughed at my Roger Rosengarten pick, and the guy was awesome. What do you have to say for that?
I don't remember. So I'm quite sure I was laughing at whatever it is that you opposed to like what your ranking of him was. I mean, listen, you guys have the audio, you can pull it, but some of your analysis does a good job of sliding or moving. I think it was that part of it that cracked me up more than what you said about Rosengarten. You're right. He played very, very well for the Ravens. That was a home run pick for them. He is a good athlete, and you identified that because of your basketball background.
Look, I'm not gonna take your backhanded compliments. We appreciate you having us here. After we do the offensive line big board, we are going to want to ask you a couple questions about the draft, if you don't mind, if you've got the time.
Of course.
All right. So I'm going to give you my YouTube offensive line big board for this year. I do 3 guys. You'll tell me. I'll tell you what I think, and then you tell me what you think. You got it?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Number 3, Marcus Bowe out of Purdue. So awesome athlete. Sort of reminds me of an Eagles offensive lineman in that he runs like awesome. The guy, first of all, anyone who he's blocking usually ends up on the ground without him holding him. And it looks like he sees the field in the YouTube I was looking at, like a running back or something. He is looking in the space that he has to create the block for, and he ends up creating a hole that I didn't even see. So not only is he strong and a great athlete, but he seems pretty smart to me. Ross, Marcus Bowe, my number 3 guy.
You know what? So what I like about it is I like that you identify and find guys that other people aren't talking about that much.
Yep.
Right.
And I like him. I think he's good. He's like one of those guys that I still say, give him a chance at tackle. If it doesn't work out, then you can move him to guard. Now, he's like a lot of guys in this year's class. He falls into the Ross Tucker short arm category, right, with 32-inch arms. So he probably will slide in to be a guard. But that's a guy that, like, if the Eagles took him in the second or third round and had him compete with Steen, he's got some Steen similarities. Probably a better athlete, not as big as Steen, but in that he could probably hold it down for you at tackle, but better suited at guard. I don't even know how to comment on some of your other things that you say about Chris Lyman. Else ever say before? I don't know what to say about that. He is a good athlete, yes. I don't even know what you said about the vision, like running back vision. I don't know what that means.
Well, you'll see. You'll see at the next level. You're a real football guy like me. You'll start seeing at the next level, Ross. All right. Number 2. Now, I think this guy, I don't really look at, like, I don't remember where these guys are ranked, but I think this guy is well thought of. My number 2 guy is Josh Simmons out of the Ohio State University. He is huge. He's strong. He runs like a tight end. There are a bunch of plays where I saw him, and I just remember this from a lot of Eagles plays with Mailata and then Kelsey and Juergens, is that, like, the running back is 10, 15 yards down the field, and he's keeping up with them, knocking guys over. And the other thing is that, like, he looks like he loves hitting people. Like that whoever he looks like he is attacking the defensive lineman rather than the defensive lineman attacking him. So my number 2 guy is Josh Simmons out of Ohio State.
So you might not realize it, Spike, but what you just said is really important for an offensive lineman. He looks like he really likes hitting people. I know you people think that every NFL player really likes hitting people. Yes and no, right? Like, there's some guys that really, really enjoy it. I never thought just blocking people was fun. Like, why is that fun? They get to score a touchdown. I'm just like standing in front of this guy. No, like, the fun part is trying to kill the dude, right? Like, the fun part is trying to physically punish him. So you need guys like that. Mailata's like that. Landon's like that. There are teams that don't have a single enforcer, a single bodyguard type at all on their offensive line, and it's problematic. I'm a big Josh Simmons guy. I actually did 2 of his games, Spike, when he was at San Diego State as a freshman, and I distinctly remember thinking, what is this guy doing at San Diego State? I mean, he's like 6'6", 320, long arms, athletic. He played awesome for Ohio State till he got hurt. If he didn't get hurt, I think he would be the number 1 tackle in this draft. I think he'd be like a top 5, top 10 pick. So, some other time I'll come on to get your medical evaluation, your YouTube medical evaluation, but I like the video breakdown.
Well, unfortunately, because of the Sixers, I'm actually pretty good at the medical evaluations as well. All right. My number 1 guy. Speaking of liking to beat the crap out of guys.
This is your number 1 O-lineman.
This is my number 1 O-lineman.
On your big board.
Is Wyatt Millam out of West Virginia. Out of all the offensive, yes. Out of all
West Virginia?
Yes. Out of all the offensive linemen I watched, this guy beat the crap out of more guys than I saw anybody else. Pass blocking, he's beating the crap out of guys. Run blocking, he's beating the crap out of guys almost every play. If I was a defender and I had to go up against him, I would be bummed out because I knew I would know it was going to be a long day. I want the Eagles. I want Howie to pay attention. I want this guy in Stoutland U. Number 1, Wyatt Millam out of West Virginia.
So, first of all, I thought it was Milam, but maybe
I don't know.
I'm wrong.
Well, I don't know. I'm just looking at the YouTube.
Sure,
I don't know. Millam. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be Milam. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, so to have him ahead of like Armand Membu from Missouri,
yeah,
who reminds me a lot of a former teammate of mine, Jason Peters, like a lot, or Campbell from LSU is ballsy.
Yep.
For sure.
Yep.
I will say this. I too like Milam. Here's what's interesting about Milam. He was one of the Eagles' 30 visits. They brought him in.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So they don't do that usually unless they like him as well. So I wouldn't be shocked if the Eagles drafted him. Everything you said about him is correct. He is 6'7", but has 32-inch arms. So that puts him in a really weird spot. He's almost like as much of a T-Rex as me in terms of short arms. So the question will be, if his arms aren't long enough to play tackle, is he too tall to play guard? You can play guard at 6'7". You know, Harriman's famously did it very well for a long time. But you're going against a bunch of guys that are like 6'1", 6'2", 320. Really, really hard to get leverage on them. I like Milam as a player. I would not have him number one on my Spike Eskin YouTube big board.
Well, we are not the same, Ross. We are not the same. So I appreciate it. I appreciate you you humoring me here. Ross Tucker with us, the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Now, you were undrafted. Like on that weekend, was just thinking about at that time, was there ever a possibility you thought you might go? Like, what was that weekend like? What was the process like of you going from college to the pros?
Yeah, so I was such a bottom of the barrel NFL draft prospect. I knew I wasn't going to get drafted.
Okay.
And my agent told me, remember back then, there was no rookie tryout camp like they have now.
Right.
And back then, there was only an 80-man offseason roster, not 90. Okay, it's a big difference. So my agent told me it was 50-50 whether or not I would even get signed. And I'll never forget, my parents had just gotten me a cell phone, my first cell phone for my birthday, okay? This is 2001. So I had my dorm room phone there. I had my cell phone there. The draft was Saturday and Sunday. During the first round, by far the worst team in the NFL for the previous decade, the Cincinnati Bengals called me. And I answered the phone, Spike, and I was like, I'm ready. I'm ready to be a Bengal. It was the first round. And it was the assistant offensive line coach saying, hey, Ross, just want to make sure we had the right number for you. We have you ranked as a guy that if you don't get drafted, we might want to sign. Like, oh, okay, but I'm ready now. Just so you guys know, I'm ready now. If you want to take me now. So that was pretty funny. That was the only team that called me was the Bengals. They called me Saturday and Sunday. So real quick, my agent told me the longer it takes after the draft for me to call you, the worse of a sign it is. So it's like an hour after the draft and he hasn't called me. So I'm thinking, I just got up at 6 a.m. every morning, second semester. I didn't go out one time. My friends are coming in at 5 a.m. and I'm going to go work out. And it didn't happen. I'm not getting signed by a team. I went out to the fraternity. I couldn't even look at my friends in the eye. I had to eat something. That's where you eat. It's called an eating club. It's a long story. I go back. I'm walking up the steps, and I hear the dorm room phone ringing. This is before cell phones. So I run up the steps. I answer it, and my agent's like, where were you? I said, I was hungry, and I thought I wasn't getting signed. You took an hour and a half. He's like, well, congratulations. You're the newest member of the Washington Redskins. So that was my story. I thought I had just wasted months and months of my life, but instead I got a chance and I was able to make the most of it in Washington.
You thinking you were a first round pick is the funniest thing I've heard today. Not that you couldn't have been, but like I can only imagine. You're like, I don't think I'm going to get drafted, and then you get called on day one.
My calls you on day one. You're like, holy cow!
I knew they weren't taking me. It's like a half joke. I knew they weren't taking me.
Yeah.
But nobody told me that they might call you early to talk to you. So like, I got a call from a number, NFL number. I'm like, this is unbelievable.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And then, by the way, they still didn't try to sign me after the draft. They didn't. They signed some other guys. And so I think Washington was like the only team that wanted to give me a chance. And thank goodness for Marty Schottenheimer because he gave me a real shot.
Well, I tell you, Ross, that's the last time we was broke, man, leading up to that draft.
Yeah. All right, Ross.
Oh man, that was.
I remember those Hey man, because I remember those workouts in the morning, and you're still grinding. You're saying to yourself, "We're almost there. We're almost there." You know, I made it through my college career. You know, I've done the. I don't know if Ross, you got invited down to the combine and all that type of stuff, but you went through that whole process, and you still don't know where your future is going to be at. And you're waiting for this weekend to be told where you're about to start this new life.
Right.
And here's the crazy thing, Ross, right? We all think we're going to play 10 plus years, right? We all think we're going to play 10 plus years when you get drafted.
Yep.
So that's why you're so elated when you do get the phone call, but then reality sets in that you got to go try to make the ball club and everything else. So, but
honestly, I would have been absolutely thrilled with just making the practice squad.
Exactly. Yes.
No, stupid I am. That first mini camp, you get like $400. I never cashed the check. Because to me, it wasn't about that. Now it's like nowadays you can take a picture.
Right. Yes.
Back then, I never cashed check, but I'll never forget this. My roommate was some undrafted O lineman from Northern Iowa named Brad Harms. Shout out Brad Harms. I was such a bottom of the barrel guys, Spike and Ike. I got no signing bonus, 0.
Wow.
Okay? His signing bonus was $5,000.
Yeah.
He opens it up and he's like, "Oh my gosh, taxes, they're terrible. How bad are taxes?" And I'm looking at him like, "Yeah, taxes, they're bad. Yeah, I hate taxes." I had 0. So anyway, he was terrible. They cut him after the first weekend, and I played really well. I was like, "Oh my gosh, I can do this." I called my agent. I said, "Yo, can you get me the $5,000 from the Northern Iowa?" Because I had no money.
Well, the good thing about not getting a signing bonus is you don't pay any taxes on it, right?
True.
That's the win.
That's the fact.
You won on taxes. All right, Ross. You can get Ross Tucker Football Podcast. We appreciate you coming on, brother.
Thanks, brother.
Hey, my pleasure. Great to talk with you guys. Great to be on in the afternoon for one. Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Thanks, Ross. There he is, Ross Tucker. Show me a little bit more respect this year.
Yeah, he did.
Thank God. Thank God he learned his lesson.
Yeah, well, don't mess with Roger Rosengard. Or whatever his name is.
Yes.
And I keep wanting to say Roger Rabbit, even though I know that's not his name.
But Roger Rosengarten sounds like an 80s movie star.
It does. It does.
Mike Rosenberg.
Speaking, you want to find a dog in the draft. I got 2 dogs at home. I love those dogs.
Man, yes.
So I think about it. I love my friggin' dogs. And you love your pets too, right? You love your dog, you love your cat, and you want to make sure that you're feeding them the right stuff, you're getting them the right supplements. Now that it's going to be warm outside, they'll be outside all the time. You think about flea and tick prevention. Well, natural flea and tick prevention, Dogs and Cats Rule has to be your home for that. You have to give your dog, your cat, the best life possible, and Dogs and Cats Rule can be your partner in that. The lead dog, George Perenni, makes sure of it, all 7 locations. And here's how they're your partner. Not only do they have top-of-the-line pet nutrition, not only do they have top-of-the-line supplements, all the best stuff, but they have the best people, and the people who can help you get from point A to point B when you don't know the answer. You have a busy life. You can't find all those answers yourself. All you have to do is go to Dogs and Cats Rule. They will have those answers. So whether it's food, whether it is that natural flea and tick prevention, maybe it's some new toys for outside during the summer and the spring, Dogs and Cats Rule is the only place you need to go to. There are 7 locations. In PA, there's Newtown, Doylestown, Maple Glen, New Hope, and Bluebell. In Jersey, there's Pennington and Princeton. Dogsandcatsrule.pet is the website. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family. All right. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Mark's is looking. Nope, there it is. Every friggin' show. Every show.
It's the 4:00 Twitter question.
I thought I changed it.
Yeah, well,
I didn't.
Listen.
Ghost in the machine.
Lock in.
Mark's Jewelers for the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget. Visit the home team at Mark's. I'm sorry, Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Does a rising tide float all boats, or does a rising tide float all ships?
Did I write it that way?
Yes.
What an idiot. Hold on.
Oh, no, you wrote raise.
Okay.
Does a rising tide raise? But I've heard floats, so whatever. Does a rising tide raise?
No, never heard float.
It's raised.
It's raised. It's fine. What do you think the poll is at? Ships or boats? What do you think, guys?
Boats.
And what do you think the number's at?
I'll go slightly, so I'll go 58%.
55% say ships. Ships.
What a scoop. Can you read the other one? I think the other one's interesting too.
Oh yeah. Which event in Philadelphia in 2026 are you most excited about? The PGA Championship, the NCAA tournament, tournament, the MLB tournament, the MLB All-Star Game, or the World Cup. So,
well, that's an overload. I forgot about NCAA. We got the NCAA tournament here, too.
I think it's just the first weekend.
Yeah, we don't have the finals.
That's
here.
the best weekend.
Yeah.
That's when all the teams are here.
Yeah, we've had that before here. Yeah.
It's been a while.
But it has definitely been a while.
Been a while.
Yeah, we can't have the finals here until they have
a
dome, like a bigger place. Because
you definitely need a bigger place.
Yeah, I think I was at the last one that was just in an arena. When I went in '95 or whenever it was Syracuse, Kentucky, UMass, and Arkansas. That was at the Meadowlands.
Oh, okay. Because the Leitner shot was here.
Right. Yes, but that was before
92,
this.
yes.
That was before when I went.
So the year Duke won it, Jay Williams, Battier, and those guys.
That was. Was that?
They came through here.
Yes. Yeah.
Because I remember what they beat. I think this was the Elite Eight to get to the Final Four.
So
I remember being at that.
So what do you think people are most looking forward to? PGA Championship, NCAA Tournament, MLB All-Star Game, or World Cup? The real question is number 2, I think. But what do you think number 1 is?
What's not the NCAA Tournament? I would think either All-Star Game or World Cup. So I'll go, man, for our audience, I'm trying to figure, do we got a big soccer audience out there? Because I want to go All-Star Game.
It's All-Star Game.
Yeah, that's why I want to go All-Star Game.
So All-Star Game's at 41%, but
Okay.
32% at World Cup.
Yeah.
So I had it right.
Yeah, I mean, it's the world's event.
And PGA Championship at 16%, and then the NCAA Tournament at 10%.
I had that completely correct.
Well, the NCAA Tournament, too, has fallen.
Yeah.
It's just fallen out of favor. Yeah.
It's college. Yeah, we barely even talk college basketball.
Right, but
here,
there would have been a time when the stars in
I agree.
NCAA were big enough.
Yeah, who's even going to be the star next year?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
All the good guys are gone.
Yeah.
You know,
agree.
all the good guys I barely even know
Who they are
anyway.
anyway. Yeah.
Well, thank you to Ross Tucker for coming on, and I said humoring me, but we all know I'm the better evaluator of
That Major
offensive
League
line
All-Star
talent.
week is going to be pretty cool.
It's fun. I remember when it was here when I was in college. What year was that? It was 95, 96, something like that?
96.
Yeah.
There you go. And I remember that's when
Is that
they...
the last time? Obviously, that's the last time.
Yeah.
Dad to get you front row seats?
No, I was up in the second level. Now,
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
I was up in the second level for the home run derby. For the game, I was actually sitting in the dugout.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yes,
Yeah,
in
I'm
a
sure.
diamond laden
You
throne.
were the
Yeah.
you were the bad boy.
No, I wasn't the bad boy. They actually asked.
Well, you were out there shagging flies.
Yeah, Dad paid for me to play. I played in the game. Yeah. But I remember because it was at the vet. That's when they replaced all the vet seats, and that's when we got the blue seats in the vet. Was for the All-Star game.
Yeah.
So
That really helped spruce up the vet, the blue
Oh
seats.
yeah. They're like they won't notice all the rats and the concrete if we make the seats blue. You know.
That'll change everything.
Yeah, a very, very deck chairs on the Titanic sort of thing, changing
Yeah.
the seats in the vet. Yeah.
Exactly right.
So, Jack, the top 5 is coming up next. What do we have to look forward to? In the
Man, I've been thinking a lot about Ike.
Oh, thank God we have an Ike top 5 at 5. We haven't had one in a while.
The most notable hills that Ike has died on.
Oh, he's had a few.
He's had a few.
Yeah.
The ships and boats being one of them.
Yeah,
Which one is risen by the tide?
I'm still on that hill.
Yeah, I know. You're not going away from
I'm
that.
still on that hill.
Twitter poll can be wrong. You know,
Exactly,
it is
yeah,
not the
Twitter
gospel.
poll can be
I
wrong.
let you doofuses know that you're not always right. You're not in my head.
Well, especially music takes. You don't care what Twitter says.
Oh, you don't
even
care
though
what Twitter
You've been
says
wrong
about
on
music
every
takes.
single Twitter poll.
Well, it doesn't matter. I've been right in real life. I'm right in real life. All right, 215-592-9494. Talking Phillies. We have Game 2 of Phillies Mets tonight on WIP, and also Eagles Draft. The top 5 at 5 is next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Spring is in the air, and so are incredible savings at Elite Acura. Yep, Elite Acura's Spring Performance Sales Event is the perfect time to experience Acura's legendary performance and luxury. Right now, current Acura owners can lease the stunning new 2025 Acura MDX for only $529 per month, or get behind the wheel of the stylish and powerful 2025 Acura RDX for just $429 per month. Head over to see my friends at Elite Acura. They have over 150 new and certified pre-owned Acura vehicles in stock for you to choose from. I'm telling you, these spring golfers, especially on their entire luxury lineup, they won't last forever. Visit Elite Acura on Route 73 North in Maple Shade, or check them out online today at EliteAcura.com. And don't forget, nobody can compete with Elite.
Loyalty and Conquest leases are 36 months, 10,000 miles. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers end 4/30/25.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Auto Lenders. The smartest way to drive tariff-free.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl. Or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
In Pennsylvania, it's time to step up to the plate for another thrilling season with the Fightin' Phils. And now every time the Phillies strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right. When they whiff double-digit batters at the bank, you'll get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo. Exclusively on BetMGM. The best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep watching the Phils, cheer on those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gambling partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. PA only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu, available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce!
It's Spruce, the new hardworking, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook that knows how to treat you right. Please gamble responsibly. It's not a matter of if Brock Purdy is going to get paid this offseason, but when. And I think Brock Purdy will make at least $50 million a year on his new contract. And that's a lot of money for a quarterback who I can't say is top 10 in the league right now, but that's also the going rate for QBs in line to get new deals. And once Brock Purdy gets that new contract, it's up to him to show that he's actually worth it, and that's when the real fun starts. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Back to Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You can't listen to the free Odyssey app outside of the United States.
Sure.
But YouTube you can watch anywhere, I guess. So
Yeah.
I got a couple of emails from people that were finally able to listen to us because they can watch it on YouTube.
That's good.
That's great.
Are they impressed?
Well, they should be.
Yeah, it's hard not to.
Yeah,
be.
we did
very
it.
impressive.
We
show.
did it. We did it. You know what else? The top 5 is sponsored by BG Live. Still some tickets available, by the way, to BG Live. Well, I'm just telling people. It's a one-night only event with Brandon Graham, May 5th on BG Day. Get tickets at 94wip.com.
It's the 5. Number 5. At 5. 5. With Jack Fritz.
Beautiful 5. So obviously Ike has had a lot of notable hills that he has died on. I think of maybe his best trait as a radio host of many, of course, face of the station.
Loyal.
Don't forget. Yep.
Loyal.
Yeah, it can be.
He's not afraid to go down with the ship.
Can be a fault. Loyal to a fault.
Yep.
Yes, I've been accused of that before.
Some say that you are loyal to a fault with the two of us, even.
Yeah.
Some say. Yeah.
I don't mind dying on that hill.
Okay,
That's
thank
good.
you.
That's good. That's good. And then some say you might have even when the rising tide was raising the Titanic, it was going down. It didn't matter. You're like a captain with the ship. It doesn't matter. You're going down with it.
I prefer boats.
Yeah, I know you do.
Yes.
Yeah. No, we'll break it down. The boats versus ship thing. Okay. We could talk about dinosaurs not existing, but let's
but I
might be heating up with
He's
that
on the
one.
hill with me.
Yeah, I've come closer to Ike over the last 10 years when that happened.
So have I.
It's like, let me see him.
Yeah.
Let me see
Listen,
him.
we
How
can
about not a CGI dinosaur? Like, why don't you show me a real one?
Listen, don't let us do a conspiracy hour sometime in the summer.
Yep.
Don't let us do
Conspiracy week.
Yep. Number 5 most notable hills that Ike has died on. Number 5 is Joel Embiid.
Yeah.
Now, luckily, he was bailed out by Spike coming. And
Yes,
I will say that. Yes, I
Yes.
appreciate that.
Yes, I'm bloodied and beaten on this hill. Ike running away free finally.
Yeah.
As I become the Joel Embiid guy on the show.
I think that's the biggest thing that, the calling card or the biggest sales point, I guess, for you coming back.
Is that I save Ike from Joel Embiid?
bullets.
I certainly thought about it. You best believe that one. That's for sure.
Yeah, you
that was a passionate one too, man.
See, I wasn't here for that.
Yeah, you missed some of those arguments, man.
Really?
Yeah. No, don't worry. It was me and Chuck.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
okay.
No, Chuck's been on the anti-Embiid thing for a while.
Yeah.
And he and I yelled especially during the Embiid MVP runner-up years.
Right.
Like, so when he got it, me and Euro John,
No,
we've had it out.
the best.
Yeah, so, I did it.
Don't let Eurojohn get a good phone. He's going to be right back. He's going to be right back. And I forget where, Mark's, I think he was kind of frustrated with Embiid, but I don't think he ever was super anti-Embiid.
And let me say this.
Yeah.
I still love the big guy.
Yeah.
So
You were
still
still
big
right.
guy.
You respect
Yes.
talent.
You were right. I mean, just runner-up MVP, runner-up
Yeah.
MVP. Come on, what are we doing?
Yeah.
I did get a message from Eurojohn the other day, the first complimentary message I've got, 2 in a row.
Whoa!
First, he said, because I mentioned trading Embiid for Domantas Sabonis, and he's like, "Do it." Yeah,
you got a
yeah,
Can we say that?
Yeah, don't say it.
Okay.
Yeah, and then he was like, "By the way, you look better with your hat off," and I sort of took that as a compliment
there you
too.
go.
You got a haircut.
I did. I got it
So,
shorter. Yeah.
All right. What's next?
Number 4 is Aaron Nola. Obviously, a notable hill that Ike has died on. And listen, he's a good pitcher.
Yeah.
He's just a $172 million innings eater.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey,
It
listen.
is what it is.
I listen. With Knowles, I hung in there with him as long as I could.
You know what's
I got 2 years out of it where he exceeded expectations.
What's funny is that when we did because we always compare him and Hamels,
Yes.
I think.
Yeah.
And when we did that, I believe I was on the Nola side. Ike was on the Hamel side.
I was.
Yeah, he was on the Hamel side.
I was. I remember when we did that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, because Hamels won the MVP. and
Right.
This and that and the other. But in the end, I guess Hamels is slightly better.
Yeah, I think the World Series MVP. Now that we look back, I think
Over
once
the career for sure.
once we get 09 out of the way, I mean they're very similar, but he just had more years the ERAs in the 2s.
He had better stuff.
I mean,
right.
Yeah, he had a
think
higher
Hamels
ceiling.
had better stuff. Yeah.
Hamels is a higher ceiling than Nola.
Yeah,
I think so.
And then again, 2011 he had a 2.79 ERA. He had a couple low 3s. Nola's kind of settled into 3.5 to 4.5.
So when he's done,
Aaron Nola.
yeah, when he's done playing here, I don't know if he sees the full length of this contract here, but he's going to be all up and down the pitching record book.
He's gonna have the second most strikeouts. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he has 1,800 strikeouts. Can I just call my shot here early?
Yeah.
Giulio in the year 2029. 2029. He is going to make the case that Aaron Nola is a Hall of Famer. He's gonna
3,000 strikeouts.
He probably doesn't get there. He probably gets to 2,500.
2,500. Okay.
2,500. He's gonna one day in the middle of summer make the case that Aaron Nola's a Hall of Famer when his career is over.
The Nola contract is so long, it goes longer than the Embiid contract. That's how long the Aaron
That's how
Nola
long
contract
it is,
It
yeah.
hit me. I think Aaron Nola is fine. One of the loudest midday show debates we ever got, and I was just fighting with Seltzer and friggin' Keffer about.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Well, I said Wheeler is the ace, not Nolan. They
Right.
got what do you mean?
I remember,
You don't
I
really
can remember
know.
those days. Yeah. Yeah.
But the thing that hit me with Nola last night when they're hitting, it was bomb. I'm in the car for bomb number 1. Then I'm in the car for bomb number 2. And then Soto hits the thing in the right field. And I was like, Nola's a freaking loser, man. I was like, the guy just a sad sack. Just stop. Dude, I understand they're going to hit home runs off you, but they have to all be
launch
800-foot home runs. Holy, okay.
Well, him more than almost anyone else in the city right now, I feel like gets the bleeping put in front of their name.
Yes.
Bleeping Nola.
Yes. Yep.
He has toss up between him and go ahead.
Yeah. Well, number 3 is Tobias Harris.
Yeah.
Wasn't I just wanted to appreciate a quality NBA player.
You and Tasty Cake on that all together.
Tasty Cake. I mean, was so passionate about him being an all-star in the 2021.
He was that year.
He let a whole crowd of no one at the Wells Fargo Center know that he was an all-star. He ended up not being an all-star.
That was an awesome year.
It was so good. It was so the Toby Hill.
Yes.
The Toby Hill.
Well, Tobias is still playing this year.
Yes, and that's one that I always felt with Tobias. He caught a lot of the anger because he couldn't hide what the other 2 stars were. Right? He was brought here to be that third wheel. And when the other guys don't show up when they don't show up in the playoffs, the third star sometimes can have a game that makes you forget about one of the other star players didn't do their job. But the problem is that he never had those moments.
No.
So it was like, okay, why did you get all this money? You should at least provide us a moment or two somewhere.
He was exactly the same thing all the time.
Yes.
Sometimes we'd have worse games, but there weren't a lot of like, wow, Tobias had 42 or something like that.
At least Harden gave you 2 40-point games in a series.
For sure. Yeah.
The most Toby thing of all time was going out with 0 points in his last game of the Sixers.
Well, and it was really like he was fine. It was just that he had that contract, and it really prevented them from doing anything with it because you would have had to like pay picks to get off the contract. He's a fine player.
Oh, here's the other thing I liked about him.
What?
Well, I felt bad for him.
Yeah.
Because he had to be the adult in that locker room and be the spokesperson during those times.
Sure.
When the other guys didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
Like, in other words, some guys are jerks.
Yeah, he's a pro.
Here. Like, he wasn't a jerk.
He was a pro.
Right? Some guys will tell you, we got our money, I got my money, bleep you.
Right.
I never got that from Tobias.
Well, he did have the there was one
the
night.
cookie crumble thing.
Or the crumble cookie.
Yeah,
the crumble cookie thing.
Yeah, and
his dad. Did his dad get in a fight with fans too?
Well, his dad emailed me to correct things that I said on the podcast about Tobias, and I was like, "Oh, this is weird."
Yeah.
But yes, Tobias. Yeah, God bless him.
Hurt you guys to know, playing great in this series against the Knicks.
Well, no, he's not.
Yes.
He had 13 points yesterday.
That's all.
not
What
bad.
is he supposed to do?
Wait, the best part was game one. I got a text from
What are you supposed to do?
game one halftime. I get a text from our old friend Kenny Paul. Tobias Harris has 22 points at halftime.
Yeah.
He was like, "You guys are gonna have to do a podcast after this show." After the game, I was like, 3 points in the second half. Leave me alone.
What do you have, 25?
Yeah, and then a loss.
That's fine.
Oh my God!
So
See, that's
point-
what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like, he's a third guy on a
He's
young
fine.
team.
I thought points didn't matter when you
He's
get them, like in
playing
baseball.
well in that series.
He's fine.
He's playing well.
He's
in
turned
that
them into a
series.
winning organization.
Yes,
Yeah.
he's playing well in that series.
right.
Gotta watch him shut down Cat.
Well,
That's not very hard.
yeah, that guy's a loser.
Soft.
Yeah, baby.
Number 2, the second most notable hill that Ike has died on is Alec Bohm.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
One day you're riding the Bomer, one day you're off the Bomer.
Yeah,
that's how life goes.
I still see it though.
No, listen, I know. It would be squint. If you squint,
right, I
there's 30
still
home
see
run
it.
potential there.
No, forget about that.
Will he hit 10 home runs this year? That's
a good question.
That's the big question.
That's a good. Well, here's the thing. I never said he was a home run hitter.
No, he didn't.
Never said he was a home run hitter. Not his fault that he was miscasted. I'm happy that Schwarber decided to be a team player and
Fair,
be a
not
cleanup
reported.
hitter instead of forcing his way to the leadoff spot.
Yep.
And then forcing Bohm to be the cleanup guy.
Not reported.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
All
But
alleged.
the hardest thing about the Bohm of the other guys that you've named, Bohm is the one not actually am like embarrassed to have him attached to me.
Oh, so you want to separate yourself now?
No, I'm here.
Yeah.
But the softness, I can't do the crying in the dugout stuff. Like
he made it tough for
that's hard for my brand.
Because Nola's a pro.
Nola's
Tobias
fine.
is a pro.
Yes. Bohm that's a tough one.
And you're a football guy.
Yeah, that's a
the softness of baseball, I think, is something that rubs you the wrong way.
Yeah, and he's not doing a good job.
No, he's not. A little Dillard.
Yes,
There's
he's
a
not doing
little
a good
Dillard
job.
in,
Yes,
in
exactly.
Alec
It's a little Andre Dillard. I totally agree with that. Yeah, he's. I know where you're going with number one.
Yeah,
but
number one is
number two. That's the one that's sustained on my record right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. He was. Yeah. I mean, still not even. He has an 8-game hitting streak. He's still under 200.
Still under 200.
He still has one walk.
1 walk, 0 home runs.
One walk, 0
it's
home
almost impossible. Somebody said to me when I said that he only had 1 home run, they were like, he's only a 15 home run guy. He's right on pace. I was like, right on pace? What is 0 times the rest of the season? It's still 0. That's not a pace. He's on pace for 0. He's on pace for 0 home runs and 7 walks.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
Yeah.
Sorry. And number 1, most notable, most legendary, and frankly, had it worked out, we would have been where we were a long time ago.
Yeah.
Carson, man. Carson, pour one out for the old Broncos.
Yeah, one of the biggest arguments I ever got in with Ike off the air was the Carson Wentz argument.
Yeah, still, hey, right evaluation. He's got hurt.
Listen, that's what I'm proud of.
Josh Allen before Josh Allen.
Yeah, that's what I'm proud of. Because we don't have a Super Bowl without him. I don't care how much everybody dislikes him. You don't have it without him. And the fact that he's still attached here because of the Super Bowl. He's never going anywhere. He'll be back for the reunion. And here's the best part that I like about him.
You love Carson so
I do.
much.
Well, no, I love the fact that people don't like him so much for no reason.
Right.
You know, most people that don't like him don't really have a good reason that meets the level of your disdain for the guy. They never said one bad thing about the organization, never said a bad thing about a teammate.
No.
Nothing but praise. One of the few players that actually thanked the fans when he left.
Sure.
He helped us win a Super Bowl. So when I see it online, I see a lot of people come out in support of Carson Wentz.
Yeah, I think
more people than you guys really acknowledge. I think there are more people that have moved past that and can find something positive about Wentz's experience here, that they don't hate the guy.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
So I don't feel bad about the Wentz thing, because I think a lot of people are with me there.
I think the fact that we have a quarterback now that everybody likes and thinks is good. Mostly.
Well, really?
Well,
yeah.
I said he's good.
With a straight face.
Here's
you say that with a straight face.
Here's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Point being, they won a Super Bowl with a quarterback that wasn't a fluke thing like Nick Foles. So people are not mad at the Wentz thing, so they can let it go. Sure. I think if we were in quarterback purgatory, I think the Carson thing would maybe still be polarizing, but I think people have just moved on.
You know why?
Why?
It would still be polarizing?
Why?
Because they know how good he was. You don't reminisce or hold on to something that didn't necessarily touch you a certain way. So you either believed in him and you were let down because he let you down, and you know how good he was.
Yeah, I think I'm a different case. I never thought he was good.
Exactly.
Yes.
We already know you're stuck where you're at. No, I'm talking about the people who sometimes get led or misled by people who have the ability to mislead them. I think most fans, I didn't say you.
Okay, all right.
You weren't on the air during that
No,
time.
I
You
was
just
not.
had the batteries in their back during that time.
But I didn't tell anybody to say anything.
I never said you told
Okay.
anybody to say anything.
Okay.
Are you going to deny you didn't encourage that?
No, I didn't. Here's what I would say. It was naturally there. It was naturally there. The Foles Wentz thing was naturally there. I didn't need to encourage anybody to do anything.
You want to tell yourself that? That's fine.
I'm
okay with it. I don't care. Like, that's what program directors do. I don't see anything wrong with it.
I have never once had a conversation with Giglio about Carson Wentz, about what his opinion on Carson Wentz. All I knew was that if we won the Super Bowl with a backup quarterback, there was going to be controversy from now until whenever, and it happened. And as program director, I absolutely loved the argument.
Yeah, you encouraged it.
I didn't think I don't think
that's hard. Like, that's nothing
because
bad.
I don't think I needed to. It was a thing that existed.
I understand that. I don't think it naturally existed that way. I don't think it got to the level that it got to. Yeah, I don't believe that.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't believe.
I respect your opinion.
I don't believe that.
Okay.
And I don't really. I mean, it really doesn't matter. Like, it is. Well, it's what we do. It wouldn't be any different than if we took a quarterback here. Then there's another controversy.
Sure. Right.
There.
Right. Yes.
When I say we drive something, that means we come on every day and
talk about it. Yes.
Driving
Not we create it.
Yes.
I don't think we created that. That existed, but our talking about it every day certainly made it a bigger deal. Yes. Absolutely. This hour is sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 20% off all windows and doors with no money down, up to 3 years to pay it off interest-free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com.
Two things. Your boy Griff McGarry already on the IL after you endorsed him to be called up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know.
What's he on the IL with?
I don't know.
Okay.
But he's going on.
Okay.
And then a disgusting text from Joe in New Hope that is too late for the text line.
Okay.
How many more years will we talk about the 13 games Carson was actually good? That guy, he hear the take earlier that
about the 2019?
2019 is the best quarterback season we've ever seen a quarterback have around here.
Right.
Well, when's the last time somebody threw for 4,000 yards around here?
I mean, never.
With no receiver over 500 yards.
That's right.
And 27 touchdowns to 7 interceptions.
Dude, Greg Ward was number one receiver that year.
Yeah, like, when's the last time somebody did that?
It's not the best quarterback season I've seen there.
You're right.
Well,
2017
was.
No, the best quarterback season I've ever seen around here was Mike Vick when he was runner-up MVP.
11 good games.
Carson at 13. What's the big difference?
You set a franchise record in passing touchdowns at 13 games.
I test Vick's year was better.
No, he fell off after the Giants game.
Yeah.
He was runner-up of MVP, just like your guy.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Not maybe.
Well, so was Jalen Hurts in 22.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean much.
Well, his season was better than
It was
this.
a good season. Not to my eye.
Jalen in 2022?
Not to my eye.
Oh,
Mike Vick that year was the best playing of quarterback that I've ever seen.
For him.
Flat.
Of any quarterback?
Well,
Are you nuts?
Well, here's the thing. I've never watched 16 games of Aaron Rodgers. I've never watched
Well, maybe
16
you
games.
should.
No, look. I'm saying
Brady threw 50 touchdowns in the
I'm
season.
saying here in Philadelphia because it's the only team I watched 16 games of.
Oh, you mean of any Eagle
Of
quarterback?
any Eagle quarterback.
Oh, I thought you said any quarterback.
No, that I've seen 16 games of. I haven't watched 16 games of another team.
Okay.
So it's just not a fair comparison. There have been other better years.
Play 16 games.
Yes, I know, but a whole season that I watched. I haven't watched a whole season of Tom Brady.
Listen,
he was obviously
Mike's
better.
my guy. I love Mike. That was a window.
It was a great window, just like Wentz.
Okay. Well, one only led to what it led to. The other led to something else.
Yes, when the real quarterback took over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got you. I got you. Got you.
215-592-9494. Cowboy Jim, you're on WIP.
No, that's Cowboy Jim, top 5 caller.
Oh,
that's right.
Don't get all full of yourself.
Who are the 4 losers behind me? Who are the 4 losers behind me? Because I'm probably number 1.
Who else is top 5?
I'll figure that out.
Okay. Well, Jack has. Okay.
Do I get any prize or anything like that?
No. Why would you want that?
You get to keep calling.
How does it sound? I mean, top 5 caller, a Cowboy fan is a top 5 caller. How do you feel about that?
Well, it's my list.
Listen, that's Fritz. You've won Fritz over.
You turned entertaining.
And I got to be honest with you. I think the calls have gotten a little better.
Yeah,
I don't know if I would have said top 5, but Fritz is in charge of that. That's him.
Yeah, Fritz is blowing you up a little bit, I think, here. You're on your way, but top 5 caller. It's like, come on.
I think he was a little afraid. I think he was afraid I was going to become a midday guy because I was calling them a lot.
Well,
So
again, we're the only show that raises profiles in the station.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. Anyway, can we talk about these? Listen, I'll keep it short because I know you want to keep it short here. So I'll just say that the Phillies, it's a cultural problem. I think I've become bitter because I'm around professional athletes, so I'm very bitter about everything. So, and as for your arrogance with the Eagles, every position is so good. We don't need to draft anywhere else except for a quarterback. What do you need a quarterback for? You already have a Super Bowl MVP. What do you need a quarterback for? You have no other places you want to.
What are you talking about? When did we say?
This is what's coming up all day long.
No.
Oh, they want to get the kid from Alabama. Ooh, you're so good. Every position is so good that you need that.
We barely talked about it. Don't call me about other shows on this WIP.
And as for the Cowboys, it's going to be a golden night Thursday night.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah.
Hold on, who you hoping for? Who you hoping for?
Can you draft a new owner?
I want Ted. I want Golden. Come on, give me that. Listen,
Who's
I was really.
I have no idea. Do you have your own YouTube big board?
The wide receiver, goal. Come on,
you don't need a receiver.
Yeah, a receiver. That's the last thing you need.
You take Shador.
I don't need an offensive lineman. Offensive lineman, that's a luxury. So I don't need that right now.
Oh yeah. It sounds like a true Cowboys fan.
Yeah.
Good luck in your draft, losers. Bye.
There he is. Well, the best thing that Cowboy Jim does is he knows when to get out.
I'll tell you, I hope who they don't get a chance to take.
Who?
And that's Ashton Genty.
Who's that?
Running back from Boise State.
Oh, right. And he's going to go top 10, right?
Yeah.
Top 5.
Do you think? I wonder. It'll be interesting to watch the draft over the next couple of years to see if there is a sort of a comeback. We've seen the comeback of the running backs in the league. Maybe even from a money standpoint, but whether they start getting drafted, higher now because of the way the game has gone.
I think, especially for the special ones, the guys that seemingly can be that 3-down back and is a game changer.
Also, if they're talking about taking quarterbacks more, you and Elliot were talking about the idea of taking quarterbacks that are maybe less apt at throwing, but more at running, that makes your running back more valuable.
Yep.
You need a running back to be able to do that. So I wonder if that changes. Are there a lot of running backs in this year's draft? I've read that it's pretty deep in running backs this year.
It's only 2 first rounders. That kid and the kid from North Carolina. I forget his last name.
Well, it seems like the Trayvon Henderson kid
that's the guy I love.
Is rising up boards.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's who I like. So
He might have to be a second-round pick if they wanted to do it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't think the Eagles would take a running back in the second.
They probably won't. But I'm over A.J. Dillon already. Don't want him.
He hasn't even done it.
Well, first off, he stinks, and he's hurt.
Okay.
He's lost me so much money over the last couple of years.
There it is.
No, because he's supposed to be some bruising back, and he's soft.
Well,
2-5.
The one thing we do know, unless that rule change happens.
Oh, the tush push rule change. Oh yeah, he ain't getting them here either.
Ain't getting touchdowns for us.
Nope. Not unless you get credit for pushing the quarterback into the end zone.
Yeah.
Half a touchdown. You know how they do half sacks?
Yeah.
They should do half touchdowns.
I agree.
You know,
Saquon.
Yes.
That's why they had to pay Saquon.
Yeah. 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 Because there's no half touchdown.
Saquon's expected touchdowns. Was at least 8 higher.
215-592-9494. Talking Phils, talking Eagles draft, and it's nice to hear a general manager in another town make a complete fool of himself.
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
Not him. Another town. We'll hear that next. It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. Now, that means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Now, if you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time for you to join. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Make sure you visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Mets. Leading off starts at 6. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. First pitch is at 7:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
My goodness, Kyle Schwarber clears everything into the bullpens.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Includes all rebates and incentives. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax. Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat. Dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Chevrolet during Dell Chevrolet's Grand Slam Sales Event. Dell Chevrolet continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the Delaware Valley's #1 truck destination with over 300 trucks and SUVs in stock ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it less. Dell Chevy is located on Route 30 in Paoli. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
This spring, Christian Home Services is standing with our nation's heroes. Now, schedule a $29 cooling system tune-up, and we'll donate every dollar to the Wounded Warrior Project, up to $5,000. With Christian Home Services, it's more than a tune-up. It's a way to honor those who've sacrificed for our freedom, stay cool, save energy, and give back to the brave men and women who served our country. Call 267-957-1989 and ask about our no breakdown guarantee, or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you were into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made ready.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 only from Window Nation.
The New Jersey Transit Police Department reminds you that we all need to work together to keep our transit system safe. Your attention is our most valuable asset. If you ride the train or bus, if you live or work near a station, be alert and aware of your surroundings. If something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD. New Jersey Transit urges you to help keep our transit system safe. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD. Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Playoff basketball rolls on tonight. Game 2 in the Western Conference Series between the LA team in purple and gold and Minnesota, winning Game 1 on the road in dominant fashion, looking to take a 2-0 series lead, but LA a 5.5-point favorite, the total sitting 210.5. LA a bigger favorite in this game despite losing Game 1 than it was in Game 1. And I know a lot of people are going to like LA to bounce back. I don't know if Minnesota's going to win, but I think Minnesota can definitely keep this game close. Love Minnesota's attitude and swagger. So coming up tonight, give me Minnesota plus the points in LA. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, not to be dramatic, but you should smell this. It smells so good.
Whoa, that's quite the reaction to mixing and matching Gain scents. Let's hear another from Ashley, who mixed Gain products and went,
I'm so excited.
yes, you are. What about you, Isaiah?
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And Emily summed it up like so.
It is just chef's kiss.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Baseball on the radio. It's just better.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 W.
Questions brought to you by Mark's Jewelers for the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget. Visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. The Mets are a lot better than the Phils, a little better than the Phils, or not better than the Phils. The winner, a little better than the Phils at 44.9, followed by a lot better than the Phils at 30.2, and then not better at 24.9. You can hear Game 2 of the series tonight. Chris Sanchez versus
Griffin Canning,
who is another reclamation project.
Yeah, former first-round pick out of UCLA.
Yeah.
But again, the stuff will not wow you tonight. He'll shut him down for 6 innings, and
Right.
we'll be frustrated.
Right.
Hey, that's what we do.
That's what we do. That's what we do.
Speaking of frustrated, Mavericks fans have been pretty frustrated ever since their general manager, Nico Harrison, traded Luka Doncic. At the very least, the 4th best player in the league, the top 3 probably.
Yeah, I would say.
For what's his name? Anthony Davis, who's 31 and always injured, and 1 first-round pick.
Got injured again in the final playoff game.
Yes, and injured as soon as he got there in the first game he was there. And fans have been really, really, really mad, chanting "Fire Nico" at every game. I actually kind of feel bad for the current Mavs players who have nothing to do with it, but a lot of ire toward Nico Harrison. So Nico Harrison did a roundtable with reporters where it wasn't off the record, but you weren't allowed to record anything, which is the first dumb move. Because if you want to have an off-the-record roundtable with them where you can talk to them, maybe try to influence them, but they can't talk about it, that I would understand. But if you're going to speak, you should be recorded when you speak. Otherwise, it looks like you're scared of talking.
Right.
So he gets ripped for doing that, and the quotes come out, decides to do a press conference. And man, that just didn't go any better at all. Is this the one where he didn't know how mad the fans would be? Is that what this? Oh, this is so good.
Did know that Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't quite know it to what level, but really the way we looked at it is, if you're putting a team on the floor that's Kyrie, Clay, PJ, Anthony Davis, and Lively, we feel that's a championship caliber team, and we would have been winning at a high level, and that would have quieted some of the outrage. And so unfortunately we weren't able to do that. So it just continued to, go on and on.
There's something wrong with this guy.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with him.
Yeah. There's no way he really believes that.
Not anymore. He has to know it was a mistake.
Yeah.
He has to know he screwed up.
Yeah.
He has, even if I'm on the side, I'm not a big Luka guy.
Mhm.
I'm on the side where if they are,
Another just
well,
Another bad take.
I mean,
Yeah.
well,
you
whatever.
Don't like, you don't
Well,
like
Luka's
that-
great.
He's a great player. But here's my point. If you are running that organization and you see him behind the scenes and you know his body's going to break down and you decide you're going to trade him, I can get behind that. You can't. This trade, you could call any team in the NBA and offer Luka for their player, and they're at the very least not going to hang up on you. The best players in the NBA, you call for Giannis, you call for Jokic, you call for Wemby, you call for any of these. They're
Jared
not.
McCain.
What's that?
Jared McCain.
Jared McCain. Well, you could. Whoever you wanted, you could call for. You don't call for 31-year-old always injured Anthony Davis.
That's it. What else did they get?
Nothing. They got one pick.
Like maybe one pick.
They got one pick and another. I forget who the other player was, but it's.
Oh, they got Max Christie.
Max Christie.
Yeah.
That's right. Spartan
dog. Yeah.
There's something wrong with this guy, and you just have to fire him to save yourself at this point. They have to fire him.
Yeah, even if it wasn't his idea, which it probably was, because I can imagine an owner who just recently purchased the team somehow decided to go trade
Luka?
the franchise player who just had you in the NBA Finals a year ago.
Right.
Yeah, some basketball guy thought he was smarter than everybody else.
Yeah.
And I'm going to jump ahead of this thing, trade Luka because I can't control him, meaning I can't get him to do what I want him to do and train the way I want him to train. And I'm tired of it. That's really what happened.
Yes.
You basically felt like you exhausted all your sort of methods to try to control him. I still think back to last year when they won the Western Conference Finals
against Minnesota.
And Michael Finley took the beer out of Luka's hands
Yeah.
when they're celebrating. Dude, we just won the conference finals to go to the NBA finals. Let me have a damn beer if I want one.
That's not the beer. That's not the time that it's a problem after you
Yes.
win the Western.
Yes.
Yeah, and if they had,
And Luka still wanted to be there. He wanted to be in Dallas. He didn't ask to be traded.
if they got Giannis and a first-round
Okay.
pick, okay,
Yeah.
but geez, Louise, is there another quote? Isn't there? There's one more.
On why he shouldn't be fired.
Oh, right. And so they asked him if he should be fired. But the other thing is, don't admit that you didn't know what a big deal it was.
Exactly. What type of dumb answer was that?
Say, you know what? I knew it would be a big deal, but I thought it was the right thing for the organization. And ultimately, I thought I would have been proven right. Okay, so
Also, how could you not?
Exactly. How could you not know how big of a deal it is?
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, the Mavericks, since Dirk, he is the most.
Yes.
So then somebody asked him why shouldn't you be fired?
Luka comes back to town, the Lakers game's happening, and you're standing there and there's thousands of people chanting for you to be fired. That's an experience that none of us, no one's chanting for for us to lose our jobs. Why shouldn't you be fired?
Well, one, I think I've done a really good job here, and I don't think I can be judged by the injuries this year. You have to judge from totality, from beginning to end.
By the way, you can be judged by the injuries if you trade for an injured guy, and then you're basing your other team on a 31-year-old always injured guard. Kyrie's always injured.
Well, first of all, you basically ran Kyrie into the ground because you asked him to do more.
Right.
Right? Like when Kyrie was on a tear, but Luka should be the one driving the team. If LeBron had to go out there and play to that level every night, LeBron would end up injured.
Sure, of course.
So you need a guy. You need Luka to take the pressure off the older guy.
This guy, they just got to fire him.
By the way, how soft are Dallas fans? You know, he said we don't get booed at our job. Oh, we can line people up to boo us here.
Absolutely. We could definitely get booed.
And like you
said,
you're talking about two players that have an injury history.
Right. As the
and Kyrie and Anthony Davis.
As the cornerstone.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't blame me for the injuries. Well, you know. Yeah.
Now that might be, I don't.
Just got to fire him.
I'm wondering what was a worse trade. I can't think
It's the worst.
I can't think of a worse trade.
It's the worst trade in the history of professional sports. It's the worst trade in the history of professional. There's not a worse trade.
Yeah.
Even the Ricky Williams trade, you know, that one, was it Ricky Williams?
No.
Yeah,
it was Ricky Williams.
Where they traded all the draft picks for, you know.
Yep.
Well, it was the Herschel Walker one.
The Herschel Walker trade.
Well, that's the other one. Yeah. Herschel Walker, that's with Jimmy Johnson.
Right.
That's how they built the Cowboys.
Maybe the Herschel Walker trade, maybe that's on the close to the list.
But even then, that was the worst part was Minnesota trading for Herschel.
Right.
It wasn't Dallas getting rid of Herschel. It was what Minnesota gave up. And again, Luka's 25 years old.
Right.
I can't get past that.
I mean, it's up there with the Babe Ruth thing.
Yes. Yeah. Well, he
sold it to the Red Sox.
You see, Jason Kidd said people are comparing this to Babe Ruth. I think that's pretty cool. And we're like, you know which side of the trade you're on, don't you?
Oh, no, believe me, Jason Kidd was not in favor of this.
He couldn't have been.
There's no way.
There's no way.
He had to think he was getting pranked.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Trade Luka.
Well, as a matter of fact, I think they brought it out as he didn't know about it.
Well, that's what they said.
Yeah, which I also find it hard to believe. I'm just saying, there's no way Jason Kidd went along with this.
Yeah, go ahead. You're right, Jack. He probably thought it was a joke. It's like, oh, yeah, Nico, go trade him. Yeah, sure. Go trade Luka. Go trade Luka for, Anthony Davis.
Trading for who?
Yeah, Anthony Davis. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
You trade Luka. Oh, who we get back?
Yeah.
We got back some young superstar, Anthony Edwards? No.
So that's a bad trade.
Yeah,
sure.
A good trade would be trading your car right now going to Colonial Hyundai. Come on.
Oh, Fritz.
Oh, man, they're going to hook you up now. The lowest possible price for your brand new Hyundai up until April 30th. I love John Ashdow, the cars are. Love them. Love the team at Colonial. Been part of the Colonial family for years. And in celebration of their grand reopening, their beautiful new dealership, Hyundai has sent them over 200 brand new Hyundais to sell to you at the lowest possible price. Lowest possible price. A very special selection of Hyundais. So you want an Ioniq 6, the EV? They got it. You want a Palisade? They got it. You want a Kona? They got it. Jack, I don't like the way you're laughing at me right now.
You think that we were talking. We weren't talking
about. He doesn't know
you.
what we're.
Well, yeah.
We're laughing.
Okay.
You're doing a read. It's
all
not about you.
Okay. All right.
But I could sense that you.
Well, when you're in a room, it's like you're in an elevator with somebody and they're laughing. They're like, "What are you laughing at?"
And then I started feeling bad for you, and that's why I started laughing more.
Okay. All right. Okay. Anyway, back to Colonial.
Yes.
You want the lowest possible savings. You can't waste any time because it's first come, first served. The locked-in savings for you until April 30th. But when the cars are gone, they're gone. And they're going to help you out with price as well. Because until April 30th, they're going to get you the best financing anyone's going to get you, 0%. Every new Hyundai from Colonial comes with 3 years of complimentary maintenance, also going to save you money. America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance, also going to save you money. Online, 24/7, colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. See dealer for full details. It's just like, makes me self-conscious when you're both laughing.
Well, you'll actually find it. I'll tell you at the break.
No, it's fine.
It'll be funny to you too as well because it's really me.
Okay.
And my hearing.
Okay.
Yes.
Really all right. Yes. 215-592-9494. Oh, okay, Andrew, you're on WIP.
Hey.
What it do? What's going on?
What it do? Okay.
What it do? Okay.
Hey, to Stewardess Jim. I mean, loser's a big statement when you guys haven't won since before I was born. So, and top 5 caller, do you even call the Dallas station?
Well,
no, they're sports radio.
Well, no, our station.
Rent free.
Is that our station?
Well, yeah, ours.
I know.
We do have a station.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
The other one sucks.
Sean and RJ are great.
Yeah, the fan is good.
Yeah,
the
great.
ticket sucks.
Yeah.
So on the actual content, right? There's 2 days until we can actually stop making up stories about our football team for content.
All right, screw you, loser. Get out of here.
What happened?
No, he's talking about us making up stories for content. Look, okay, I got news for you. like you are a guest in our home.
That's right.
You're a guest in our home.
Yeah, let's lay down a law.
We're allowing you to come up and give your made up draft opinions. Like, let's not act like you're sitting there just like grinding tape like you're some sort of college football expert. We give you this opportunity and you come on, and the first thing you do is talking about us making things up.
Wow.
It's like you want to be on our show. You see what I'm saying?
Wow. Okay. I'm surprised you went down that
No,
road.
no,
buddy.
Well, I could see it. I could see it in his face when he was there at Chickies the other day with his hat backwards and all his friends watching him. It's like,
So let me ask you this.
big
Mike.
dog, chill out.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you, Fritz.
Okay.
Is this a Fritz thing?
No.
In which way?
No.
Like he planted it?
No.
Oh.
Because I think OK Andrew believes Fritz mocks him.
He does.
Undermines him and doesn't respect him.
He does.
So
3 for 3.
I'm wondering.
But he came at the whole show.
I know, but I'm wondering if it's really driven by Fritz.
Well, it's funny when he attacks me.
Yes.
But I think there's a little. I'm getting a little smelling a little too big for his britches.
Because why would he do this?
Well, he did it
because I think he's getting a little cocky.
Yeah. I don't think he knows what we do.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That was a bad move.
Yeah. Not
Because
really.
he slipped it in there Friday.
I didn't hear that.
I didn't even hear it.
Well, I thought we talked about this morning about the AJ thing.
Off the air. I didn't hear him say anything on the
Okay,
air.
well, never mind then.
Yeah, he was saying the AJ stuff off the air. And I said to him, I was like, dude, we have report 1, report 2. All we're doing is talking about it. We're not getting on the air saying, true, true, true. We're getting on the air saying, would you?
Right.
That's just the question. We're talking about sports every day for 4 hours.
Yeah, that's what we do.
So this guy calling making up stories. Shut up.
Oh,
shut up.
Yeah, come on, okay.
Yeah, like I love you, bro. If it were up to Jack,
Yeah, you wouldn't even.
You
You
wouldn't-
wouldn't see the day of light. Day of light.
we're trying to
Light of
turn
day,
you
I'm
into
sorry.
something
It's a
here.
light of day.
Light of
There's
day.
boats
Day
or
of light.
ships.
Yeah.
Again, like okay on the air, off the air, on the air. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really disappointed. in that.
Disappointed him right there. Yeah, that's
You get what's the saying? You give
give
him
an inch, you take a
Take-
bow.
Yeah, man.
He's suspended for the rest of the week.
On draft week?
Yeah, he's suspended.
Well, I mean tomorrow's Wednesday. With no show, and then
Oh,
We let us do what we do.
Yeah,
though.
let me suspend him.
Let him cook.
Let me
suspended.
suspend
The
All right.
upheld. Agreed. 215.
Man, that pissed me off.
You can
It
tell.
did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you don't
It did.
like that one.
And that's why
No.
I'm like, yeah,
Yeah, but, like-
okay, you probably shouldn't have went down that road, buddy.
Well, he's just becoming like the typical loser hater who has nothing else to say. Like the you make up stories is the WIP version of your dad got you your job. Like for me, when I hear that.
You're
Yeah.
channeling your okay Andrew energy towards also the local beat writers.
Well, but I said it directly to the beat writers
I know,
yesterday.
I know.
You know, it's like
Sure did.
we have never made up a
Anything.
story and
Nope.
just talked about it.
Oh, did you see the one theory that?
Never.
Did you see the one theory out there online that
What?
us and EEI were in cahoots
Oh yeah, because I'm constantly calling EEI.
to make up an AJ rumor?
Yes.
that was the first. I'm like,